Chapter 001. In the dim primeval forest, the sunlight shines through the dense leaves, leaving specks of light, and from time to time the cries of fierce beasts are heard, which startles the birds in the jungle. Buzz! Li Su slowly opened his eyes, seeing this completely strange scene, and his heart was a little dazed. He is an authentic Dragon Ball fan. He has read both Dragon Ball anime and manga several times, and when he is usually fine, he plays Dragon Ball games. He vaguely remembers that he was playing a new Dragon Ball game, met an open hang player, and in a fit of anger, smashed a punch on the computer screen. Then he lost consciousness, and when he woke up again, he came here. Ding dong! The God level plug-in system is starting. 1%, 5%, 50%, 100%. The mechanical voice sounded in Li Su's mind. Before Li Su could react, the mechanical voice continued to sound. It has been detected that the host has a newbie gift package that has not yet been claimed. Do you want to claim it now? Li Su made sure that he was not hallucinating, and said without hesitation, receive. Ding dong! Receive the newbie gift pack. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Primary Automatic Cultivation plugin. Primary Automatic Cultivation plugin can put the host in a state of hang-up cultivation, and automatically increase a little combat power every day. The system explains. System, can you tell me where I am now? Li Su didn't have the heart to care about anything else, so he figured out where he was first. Ding dong! The current world is the world of Dragon Ball, 10 days before the beginning of the story. The system said. Dragon Ball World. Li Su was very surprised. He didn't expect that he had crossed over, and he also crossed into such a high-risk world, in the late stage of the Dragon Ball world, but he could not move to burst the planet, or even destroy the entire universe. Although he likes Dragon Ball very much, he belongs to Yegong's kind of good dragon, and now that he has really arrived in the Dragon Ball world, he is still very worried about his little life. System, can you send me back? Can't. Will that give me invincible combat power? Can't. Then what's the use of you? The system is called a God-level plug-in system, which allows the host to obtain plug-ins. System Deo. Humph, I won't open the hang even if I die. What a fragrance! Li Su continued to ask, what plugins do you have? Bloodline plugin, Physique plugin, Enlightenment plugin, Automatic Cultivation plugin. Bloodline plugin, Ordinary Scion bloodline, Legendary Super Scion bloodline, Ancient Scion bloodline, Ancient Scion bloodline, Scion Ancestor bloodline. Physical Constitution plugin, Severed Limb Rebirth Constitution, Nuclear Regeneration Constitution, Cell Regeneration Constitution, Soul Regeneration Constitution, Immortal Constitution. Enlightenment plugins, Primary Savvy plugins, Intermediate Savvy plugins, Advanced Savvy plugins, Top Savvy plugins, God Level Savvy plugins. Automatic Cultivation plugins, Primary Automatic Cultivation plugins, Intermediate Automatic Cultivation plugins, Advanced Automatic Cultivation plugins, Top Level Automatic Cultivation plugins, God Level Automatic Cultivation plugins. System, how can I get these plugins? Li Su looked at these powerful plugins, and his eyes radiated essence. The system will randomly release tasks. The host needs to complete the tasks to get the bonus plugin. Now publish the first mission, find the 7 Dragon Balls, reward, Primary Understanding plugin. Beginner plugin, learn all 1-star moves in seconds. Which moves are 1-star moves? Li Su asked. Turtle Sect Kigong Wave, Dong Dong Wave, Sun Fist, 4-Body Fist, Heaven Shattering Palm of All Nations, Demon Seal Wave, etc. all belong to 1-star moves. System Deo. After that, can the Intermediate Savvy plugin learn the 2-star move in seconds? Li Su asked. The host has no right to know at this time. System Deo. All right. What is my combat power now? Li Su asked. The host can view the personal information panel. Personal information panel. Name, Li Su. Age, 18. Combat effectiveness, 2. Possessed plugins, beginner automatic cultivation plugins, increase combat power a little every day. It's only 2 points of combat effectiveness. Li Su didn't expect that he couldn't even count as a war scumbag. A farmer with a gun only has 5 points of combat effectiveness. Li Su usually does not exercise much, and there is no weapon in his hand, and it is normal to have only 2 points of combat effectiveness. This junior automatic cultivation plugin is quite useful. Sun Wukong only had 10 combat power when he first appeared. It only takes 8 days. My combat power can catch up with Sun Wukong. In the early stage of Dragon Ball, increasing a little combat power a day is definitely very against the sky. Li Su said darkly. Whoosh! Just when Li Su was immersed in the power of the God-level plug-in system, a tiger's roar made Li Su completely sober up. I'd better get out of here first. Although he did not see the tiger, according to this call, I am afraid that it will not be too far from his current position, and his current strength is not the opponent of the tiger. Finally out. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed, and Li Su finally walked out of the primeval forest. I have encountered several beasts in the middle, but fortunately there are automatic cultivation plug-ins, and the combat effectiveness has increased a little, and it escaped from the mouths of witch beasts. He can also be regarded as seeing the dangers of the Dragon Ball world, and seeing it on the screen are completely different concepts. Let's go find someone to inquire about the location of Bun Mountain first. Although he walked out of the primeval forest, he was still in a barren area, and the surroundings did not look like a place where people lived. Get out of the way! At this moment, a shout came from behind Li Su. It was a woman's voice. Boom! As soon as Li Su turned around, a car crashed into him. Under the impact of the car, Li Su flew out for a long distance, fell violently to the ground, and his whole body seemed to fall apart. It hurts. I hit someone. At this time, there was a girl in the car, and said with some fear. Open the car door and carefully walk in the direction of Li Su. A new book is open. I beg all the grandfathers to support, ask for flowers, ask for monthly passes, ask for collections, ask for subscriptions. Chapter 002. Are you all right? Bulma. When Li Su saw the girl, he recognized it at a glance, with blue hair and pink skirt, and proud capital at a young age. I'm okay. Li Su slowly stood up and patted the dust on his body. He now also has 5 combat strength. His physical strength has increased a lot, but he has suffered some minor injuries. So handsome. Bulma's eyes were red, saliva came out, and she looked at Li Su stupidly. What are you doing in this deserted place as a girl? Li Su asked, pretending not to know. Bulma came back to her senses, realized that she had just been a little embarrassed, and said with a small blush, I came to look for a bead like this. Bulma took 2 Dragon Balls from her pocket. Dragon Ball, what are you looking for it for? Li Su pretended to be surprised and said. You know Dragon Ball? This time it was Bulma's turn to be surprised. Li Su nodded and continued. There are a total of 7 Dragon Balls, and it is said that as long as you find all 7, you can summon a divine dragon and fulfill a wish. You also know that this legend must be true. Bulma said happily. There are 7 Dragon Balls in total, and you only have 2 now, so it's not easy to find them all. Li Su said. Hehe, I made the Dragon Ball radar based on the special wavelength of the Dragon Ball, which can accurately determine the position of the Dragon Ball. Bulma said proudly, not worrying at all that Li Su was a bad person. Even if that's the case, it's not easy for you to find Chi Dragon Ball as a girl. Li Su shook his head. I see that you are very powerful, can you go with me to find Dragon Ball? I can pay you. Bulma asked expectantly. No need for pay, I happen to be traveling everywhere, so let's accompany you. Li Su said that in order to complete the task, he had to follow Bulma. Great! Bulma said happily. This car can't be used, do you have any other universal capsules? Li Su said that Bulma's car just now was damaged and could only be replaced with a new car. Well, I have a spare car. Bulma nodded. Take out a box with universal capsules inside, take out one, press it, throw it on the ground, and transform into a sports car. Then let's go. Li Su did the driver's seat. From the situation just now, he was a little uneasy about Bulma's driving skills, and it was better for him to drive. Following the instructions of the Dragon Ball radar, Li Su and Bulma set off towards the location of the nearest Dragon Ball. The two were not in a hurry along the way, treating the journey to find Dragon Ball as a trip, and after 7 days, the two came to Bun Mountain. Li Su was driving a sports car and saw a child with a crab head and a large fish on his shoulder in front of the road. Li Su, be careful, there is someone in front. Bulma exclaimed. Li Su braked sharply and stopped in time when he was about to hit the child. Yokai! The kid took out a red stick on his back and looked at the sports car warily. Yaga, you're the yokai. Bulma said unpleasantly, opened the car door, and walked down. Yokai, you don't want to rob my fish, this is my prey. The kid still looked at Bulma warily and took a fighting stance. Don't get me wrong, we're not monsters. Li Su walked down from the car, and the child in front of him was Sun Wukong. Bang bang! Sun Wukong kicked twice on the sports car, the car alarm sounded twice. Pointed at Li Su and Bulma with a ruyi stick and also said that you are not monsters. This is called a car, haven't you seen it before? Like you, we are all human. Li Su said, knowing that Sun Wukong had never been out of Bun Mountain, and had never seen anyone else except his grandfather. Are you really not yokai? Sun Wukong's vigilance was slightly lowered. Yaga, they all said that we are not yokai. Bulma crossed her hands at her waist and said very unpleasantly. My name is Li Su, her name is Bulma, it's nice to meet you. Li Su said with a smile. My name is Monkey King. Sun Wukong said, Bulma, what a strange name. Bang! As soon as Sun Wukong finished speaking, Bulma hammered him on the head. Why did you hit me? It hurts. Sun Wukong looked at Bulma unpleasantly. Yaga, it's very rude to say the girl's name like that. Bulma said angrily. Are you a girl? Grandpa said that you must be gentle with girls. Sun Wukong said very politely, not thinking about Bulma beating him anymore. What a strange child. Bulma pouted. I just caught a fish, and I invited you to grilled fish. Sun Wukong said, dragging the fish towards the place where he lived. Li Su, there is nothing around here, I'm afraid it won't be easy for us to find the Dragon Ball. Bulma said that according to the Dragon Ball radar, the Dragon Ball is around here. Isn't there a Monkey King? Maybe he knows where the Dragon Balls are. Li Su said with a smile and chased after the Monkey King in front, and Bulma immediately followed. I didn't think there was a house here. Coming to Sun Wukong's residence, Bulma was a little surprised. Monkey King, we are looking for such a bead, have you seen it? Bulma took out the Dragon Balls and asked. Grandpa? 2 grandfathers? Sun Wukong was very surprised when he saw the Dragon Ball. What grandpa? Bulma was a little puzzled. Grandpa has appeared. Sun Wukong looked at the table in the room and found that the 4 planets were still there, and they emitted a bright light, and said happily. Dragon Ball! Bulma was very happy when she saw the 4 planets, and she was about to reach out and take it, but was preempted by Sun Wukong. What are you doing? Even if you're a girl, I won't let you snatch your grandfather. Sun Wukong took the 4 planets in his hand and looked at Bulma angrily. Monkey King, this is called Dragon Ball, but it's not your grandfather, you have 4 stars in it, so it's called 4 planets. Li Su explained. 1, 2, 3, 4, there really are 4 stars. Sun Wukong said in surprise. There are 7 Dragon Balls, find 7 to summon the Divine Dragon and fulfill a wish. Can you lend us this one in your hand? When we run out, we will return it to you. Li Su said. No, I definitely won't let you take Grandpa away. Sun Wukong said firmly. You're a martial artist, why don't you come with us to find Dragon Ball? This allows you to meet a lot of great opponents. Li Su said. A new book is open. I beg all the grandfathers to support, ask for flowers, ask for monthly passes, ask for collections, ask for subscriptions. Chapter 003. The rising sun had just risen over the mountain, and a sports car was speeding across the vast plains. Li Su, why did you bring such a little ghost head with you? Bulma said unpleasantly. The 4 planets are in his hands, and I can only take him with me. Li Su said with a smile. Aren't you awesome? Just grab the 4 planets. Bulma pouted, not wanting to take such a light bulb as the Monkey King. Don't look at Sun Wukong Xiao, his strength is not weak, I may not be his opponent. Li Su said that his current combat effectiveness has 13 points, but he does not have the slightest combat experience, and he may not really be able to fight Sun Wukong. Is this little ghost really so powerful? Bulma said with some disbelief. You'll find out later. Li Su smiled slightly. Stop me. At this moment, a wolf-headed man in front of him stood in the middle of the road, with a scar on his face, holding a machete in his hand, and looking fierce. Li Su stopped the car and stopped. Li Su, what should I do now? Bulma said fearfully, holding Li Su's arm, as if this would make him feel safer. Don't worry. Li Su smiled confidently, such a small role, he is no longer in his eyes. Li Su withdrew his hand and got out of the car, originally wanting to ask Sun Wukong to do it, but thinking that he had never fought before, he was ready to add a little combat experience to himself. Quickly hand over the money and the universal capsule, or I will be unkind. The wolf-headed man said viciously, waving the machete in his hand twice. Hurry up, it's over, I'll continue to hurry. Li Su pretended to say. Boy, since you don't know each other, don't blame me. The wolf-headed man slashed at Li Su, as if he wanted to cut Li Su in half. However, he did not look at this knife and was caught by Li Su. The wolf-headed man tried hard to pull out the knife, but he didn't move, and Li Su still looked very relaxed. It's really boring, I'll leave it to Sun Wukong to deal with in the future. Li Su pouted and said that such an opponent had no meaning to him at all. Bang! After Li Su finished speaking, he punched the wolf-headed man in the stomach. Ugh! The wolf-headed man screamed, covered his stomach with his hands, and fell to the ground, and Li Su kicked him to the side of the road again, and then returned to the car. Li Su, you are so powerful. Bulma said with red eyes. Li Su, your strength is so strong, can you fight me? Sun Wukong said excitedly, as soon as he saw a powerful opponent, he had some itchy hands. There will be opportunities in the future, let's go now. Li Su said. He also wants to fight with Sun Wukong and increase his combat experience. In the evening, I found a gentle spot and stopped. Bulma took out a house universal capsule and startled Monkey King again. It's like daytime inside. Sun Wukong said in surprise. There is bread and coffee here, so you can eat some first, and if you are not used to eating, you can also go outside and find something to eat. Li Su said. He has also lived here for several days, and he can be regarded as half a master. No taste at all. Sun Wukong picked up the bread and ate 2 bites, and spit it out again. He didn't like to eat bread at all, and usually ate meat. It's so bitter. I took another sip of coffee and spit it out as soon as I drank it. I'd better go find food myself. Sun Wukong said, holding the ruyi stick and walking out. What a troublesome little ghost! Bulma pouted, and then said to Li Su, I went to take a bath first, and I sweated. Li Su was alone and watched TV. After a while, Bulma came out of the bath, wearing a very thin dress, looming, which made Li Su's hormones a little restless. Bulma, do you have to pay attention? Even if I can endure it, I will come back when Sun Wukong can come back. Li Su said. After a few days of getting along, he also has some good feelings for Bulma, and he doesn't want Bulma to be taken advantage of by Sun Wukong. When Bulma heard this, a blush appeared on her face and ran back to the room. I'm back to the room. After a while, Sun Wukong came back with a wolf and a centipede. Li Su, I found food, do you want to eat a little? No need, eat it yourself. Li Su had eaten some bread and was already full, he didn't have as much appetite as Science. The night passed quietly. Early the next morning, as soon as the sky turned white, Sun Wukong got up and was cultivated. Li Su was also woken up by the movement of Sun Wukong getting up, and followed Sun Wukong to the outside. Ah! Sun Wukong held a stone in both hands, threw it hard, threw the stone into the sky, and then jumped up and shattered the stone with a punch. This is Sun Wukong's way of cultivation. Although it seems simple, it can exercise the strength of the waist and arms, as well as his explosive power. After landing, Sun Wukong ran to another stone and repeated the action just now. Li Su was watching from the sidelines, not training with Sun Wukong. He has an automatic cultivation plug-in, which can increase his combat effectiveness a little every day. Once he cultivates himself, the automatic cultivation plug-in will stop, and he himself works hard to cultivate, and the combat effectiveness that increases every day may not be a little, and it is not as fast as hanging up. Gradually, the sun rose out of the mountains. Ah, let me down. Monkey King mistakes a turtle for a stone. What a big turtle! Sun Wukong said and put the big sea turtle down. Not a turtle, it's a turtle. The turtle argued, as if the turtle were a little higher than the turtle. Turtle in the sea. A turtle is not a turtle in the sea. The big sea turtle said with black lines on his face. Aren't turtles supposed to be in the sea? Monkey King said. I'm just lost, can you ask me for a bucket of salt water? The giant turtle said. Of course you can. Sun Wukong nodded. Hey! What are you arguing about early in the morning, disturbing people's dreams? At this time, Bulma came out of the room, looking unhappy, obviously not awake. Bulma, can you get me a bucket of salt water? The Monkey King didn't seem to hear Bulma's complaints. A new book is open. Dear visitors, ask for flowers, ask for monthly passes, ask for collections, ask for subscriptions. Chapter 004. Gollum. Gollum. Although Bulma was very upset that Sun Wukong's cultivation woke her up early in the morning, she still got a large bucket of salt water for the big sea turtle. Can you send me back? I will repay you. After drinking a large bucket of salt water, the giant turtle said pitifully. At his own pace, he wants to reach the sea, and he does not know how long it will take. Nope. Bulma refused without hesitation. Bulma, I took a look, there is a Dragon Ball located in the sea, let's send him back by the way. Li Su said. Did he? Bulma took out the Dragon Ball radar and looked at it, found that there was really a Dragon Ball there, and said, okay. Thank you. The big sea turtle glanced at Li Su gratefully. Let's go. Their location was about 100 kilometers from the sea, and in less than 2 hours, they came to the sea. It's so big. Sun Wukong saw the sea for the first time and was very shocked. You guys wait for me here, I'll be right back. After entering the sea, the giant turtle turned around and said, and then swam to the depths of the sea. So salty. Sun Wukong took a sip of seawater and immediately spit it out again. Damn, I don't know how long it will take when he comes back. Bulma said unpleasantly. Bulma, what wish do you want to fulfill when you look for Dragon Ball? Li Su asked. I haven't figured it out yet. Bulma blushed and said that she originally wanted to find a very handsome boyfriend, but after meeting Li Su, she didn't want to fulfill this wish. Anyway, it's not urgent, so let's treat the process of finding the Dragon Balls as a trip, isn't that interesting? Li Su said with a smile. Bulma nodded slightly and secretly glanced at Li Su. About 2 hours later, the giant turtle returned, with an old man carrying a turtle shell standing on his back. Keep you waiting. Grandpa, who are you? Monkey King asked. My name is the Turtle Immortal. The Turtle Immortal said, and asked the big sea turtle again, who saved you? It was this little brother who gave me salt water, and the young man promised to send me back. The giant turtle said. It's really hard for you, in return, I will give you a gift. The Turtle Immortal looked at Sun Wukong and Li Su and said. If you really want to repay, give me that bead around your neck. Li Su said indifferently, his mind is not as simple as Sun Wukong, and he definitely can't do it. Dragon Ball. Bulma was surprised to see the Dragon Balls around the Turtle Fairy's neck. Looking at the girl's reaction, this bead seems to be very important. The Turtle Immortal thought secretly in his heart, and then said to Bulma with a pale face, it's okay if you want this bead, you must let me. Bang! Before the Turtle Immortal could finish speaking, Li Su kicked him in the face. Old man, Bulma's bargain is not something you can take advantage of. Li Su said very unpleasantly, but he couldn't let Bulma be taken advantage of by others. Young man, what a lot of strength. The Turtle Immortal was a little surprised. From this kick just now, it shows that Li Su's strength is good, but his strength is much higher than Li Su's, and he kicked Li Su, and there was nothing at all. Bulma looked at Li Su with a red heart on the side, and she thought a lot narcissistic in her heart. Old man se, if you don't want to give the Dragon Ball, forget it. Li Su said that it was impossible to rob from the Turtle Immortals, and it was better to retreat. Ahem. This bead is taken as a reward for sending the turtle back. The Turtle Immortal took off the bead around his neck and gave it to Li Su. Bulma, found another one. Li Su gave the Dragon Ball to Bulma. Bulma received the Dragon Balls into the bag. Little brother, I'll give you a gift too. The Turtle Immortal looked at Sun Wukong again. Gift. Come out, immortal bird. The Turtle Immortal pointed at the sky with the crutch in his hand and shouted, but did not see any undead birds coming out. The immortal bird died of food poisoning last year. The big sea turtle reminded from the side. Immortal birds die too. Bulma muttered. I hope he never dies, so I named him the immortal bird. The Turtle Immortal said awkwardly. Come out, muscle cloud. Tap-da-da. The sound of a motor came, and a yellow cloud flew in front of them. How do you eat this? Monkey King asked. Duyun is not to be eaten. The Turtle Immortal roared loudly, you can fly in the sky as you like when you sit on a somersault cloud, but only 6 pure people can sit on a somersault cloud. I'll show you. Boom. The Turtle Immortal jumped on the somersault cloud and made it to the ground with one butt. Grandpa, it doesn't matter to you? Monkey King asked. It's okay. The Turtle Immortal said awkwardly. I'll try. Sun Wukong jumped on the somersault cloud and did not fall down like the Turtle Immortal, which made the Turtle Immortal extremely surprised. What a simple-minded child. Oh boom! Monkey King had a lot of fun. After a while, Sun Wukong flew down from the sky. Thank you, Grandpa. Where did the wishful stick behind you come from? The Turtle Immortal noticed Sun Wukong's wishful stick at this time. This was given to me by Grandpa. Sun Wukong said truthfully. Is your grandfather's name Sun Gohan? The Turtle Immortal then asked. Well, does Grandpa know my grandpa? Sun Gohan seems to have said that he picked up a child, and it should be this old now. The Turtle Immortal said secretly in his heart. I am your grandfather's master, teacher Wuxian. Grandpa told me about you, let me learn martial arts with you in the future, but it's a pity that Grandpa was trampled to death by a monster. Sun Wukong said sadly. What a good seedling! The turtle immortal sighed in his heart. Not only did he have good qualifications to learn martial arts, but he was also simple-minded, and he had already moved the idea of accepting apprentices in his heart. A new book is open. Dear visitors, ask for flowers, ask for monthly passes, ask for collections, ask for subscriptions. Chapter 005. Sun Wukong, how about worshipping me as a teacher? The turtle immortal said. Grandpa said you were strong, but I'm going to find Dragon Ball now. Sun Wukong said with some embarrassment. You can wait until you find Chi Dragon Ball before you come to learn the art. Turtle immortal humane, such a qualified and heartfelt disciple, he didn't want to miss it. Great! Sun Wukong said happily. The turtle immortal glanced in Li Su's direction again, the meaning was obvious, and he also wanted to take Li Su as an apprentice. Old man Se, I know you are very powerful, but I have my own cultivation methods. Li Su said that he did not want to worship the turtle immortals. Seeing Li Su's refusal, the turtle immortal felt a little pity, but did not say anything. Bulma, the Dragon Ball has been obtained, we should go. Li Su said. Good. Bulma took out a universal capsule, which was a motorcycle. Sun Wukong has a somersault cloud, there is no need to take a car, and the motorcycle is just enough for 2 people to do. Come up. Li Su smiled slightly, naturally he would not decide. Bulma's little face was a little blushing, and she sat back, blocking Li Su's waist. 3 days later. Li Su, according to the instructions of the Dragon Ball radar, the Dragon Ball is in the village in front. Bulma said. At the entrance of the village, Li Su listened to the motorcycle, and Sun Wukong also flew down from the sky. Why is there no one in this village? Bulma said suspiciously. There are people, but they are hiding in the house, as if some enemy is coming. Li Su said, even if he didn't know the original, he obviously felt the breath. Sun Wukong, you go explore the way. Li Su said. Good. Sun Wukong walked happily to a house alone and knocked on the door. Is there anyone? After shouting several times in a row, no one answered. Look at me. Sun Wukong broke a hole in the door with his hand and then opened the door. I'm in. Bang. As soon as he entered, an axe slashed at Sun Wukong's head. Ah! It hurts. It's still useless. The one who split Sun Wukong was a middle-aged man, and he was a little desperate to see that he failed to kill Sun Wukong. Why did you hit me? Sun Wukong said angrily. Lord Oolong, I didn't mean to. The middle-aged man hurriedly begged for mercy. Lord Oolong? I'm not an Oolong. Sun Wukong said. Are you really not Lord Oolong? The middle-aged man said with some doubt. We're not an Oolong. Li Su and Bulma walked in. Usually, Oolong came to the village alone, and saw that Li Su and his group had 3 people, and the middle-aged man believed Li Su's words and told Li Su and his group about Oolong. One after another, everyone else from the village also came. Have any of you ever seen such a bead? Li Su took out a Dragon Ball and asked. He knew that there was a Dragon Ball in the hands of someone in the village. Are you talking about this? An old grandmother took a Dragon Ball out of her pocket. It's 6 planets. Bulma said happily. We will help you solve the Oolong matter. Can we use this Dragon Ball as a reward when the time comes? Li Su said that if it could be solved peacefully, he did not want to use brute force. Are you going to deal with Lord Oolong? The middle-aged man from before said. We're going to hit Oolong. Sun Wukong said firmly, with some excitement in his eyes, feeling that Oolong was a formidable opponent. If you can defeat the Oolong, there is naturally no problem in giving this bead to you, but the Oolong is very powerful, and it is not something that ordinary people can deal with. The grandmother said worriedly. Don't worry, we naturally have our way. Li Su said with a smile. Okay then. All the people in the village hid again, leaving only Li Su and the three. Li Su, listening to the description of the people in the village, that Oolong seems to be very powerful, are you sure? Bulma asked with some concern. What the eye sees may not be true. Li Su smiled mysteriously. About an hour later, a red pig-headed man came in, still dressed in a white dress. Although I am older, I am really in good shape. Oolong narrowed at Bulma. If you don't want to become a roast-suckling pig, put away your squinted eyes. Li Su's eyes were fierce in the Three Kingdoms, and his relationship with Bulma was getting better and better now, so naturally he would not allow others to look at Bulma like this. Sun Wukong, this fat pig will be handed over to you. Okay. Sun Wukong was very happy when he heard that there was a fight to fight. Haha, I actually want such a little devil to deal with me. Oolong laughed, but he was also very scared in his heart. Let's do it. Sun Wukong's feet were slightly apart, and his face became serious. I'm awesome. Oolong transforms into a giant cow in an attempt to scare Sun Wukong. This little devil head won't really want to do it, will he? Oolong thought weakly, and at the same time glanced at the clock next to him. The time for his transformation was almost up. Then I'll do it first. Seeing that Oolong was slow to move, Sun Wukong took the initiative to attack the past. Run! Oolong turned around and ran outside the village. However, at this time, Li Su stopped in front of him and kicked him back. With a bang, Oolong turned into the appearance of the little fat pig. How did it become like this? Sun Wukong said suspiciously. This is what he is, it is only scary, he has no skills at all. Li Su said. At this time, all the people in the village also ran out, and they couldn't believe that the Oolong that scared them was such a small fat pig. Oolong has been caught, can you give us the Dragon Balls? Li Su said. The beads are here. That grandmother immediately handed over the Dragon Balls to Li Su. Found another one. Bulma put the Dragon Balls away and was very happy. After that, the people in the village brought back all the people who had been captured by Oolong, and Oolong did not abuse those people, and all served them with good food and drink. A new book is open. Dear visitors, ask for flowers, ask for monthly passes, ask for collections, ask for subscriptions. Chapter 006. The sun is scorching, and the earth is like an oven. After Li Su and the three left the village, they continued to set out to find the next Dragon Ball, and came to a desert, which was different from the original book, and did not bring the Oolong with them. Oolong is useless, Li Su will not bring such a colored little ghost. Li Su, why am I sweating so much, but you have nothing to do? Bulma said listlessly. This is the benefit of martial arts, you see Sun Wukong did not sweat a little. Li Su said with a smile. Today, his combat effectiveness has increased to 20 points. I'm so hungry. Sun Wukong was so hungry that he couldn't find any food in this desert. There is a shade in the stone ahead, let's rest there first. Li Su said. The car drove to the boulder, and Bulma hid in the shade, took out a jug of water, and drank it in a gulp. The three of them rested for a while, and a lot of dust rose in front of them. Someone seems to be coming. Monkey King said. A trolley quickly came into view, and on board was a young man with a knife pinned to his waist. I didn't expect to meet it. Li Su secretly said that the young man was leaping. The trolley stopped not far from them, and leaping jumped off the trolley with Pool still standing on his shoulder. What are you? Monkey King asked. I am Leaping, a thief who dominates this desert, and if I want to live, I will hand over your money and universal capsules. Leaping said arrogantly. Sun Wukong, the opponent this time is handed over to me. Li Su said. Every time he encountered a robbery before, he was handed over to Sun Wukong to deal with, and this time leaping was slightly stronger than those before, and Li Su wanted to increase his combat experience a little. Do you want to travel to heaven so much? Leaping pulled out the long knife at his waist. It's a lot of talk, let's do it quickly. Li Su pouted disdainfully. Leaping was the most garbage of all the Z warriors, and in the later stage, he didn't even have a heart to become stronger. Hello! Leaping slashed at Li Su with some anger, but in Li Su's eyes, the speed of his knife was very slow, and he easily dodged it. Hurry up and show all your strength. Li Su pouted. Abominable! Li Ping saw that Li Su looked down on him so much, and was completely enraged, and slashed at Li Su again. This time, Li Su did not hide, and 2 fingers clamped Leaping's knife. Leaping tried hard to pull the knife out, but the knife did not move. Li Su has become stronger again. Sun Wukong exclaimed. When Li Su had 15 points of combat effectiveness, Sun Wukong and Li Su had a competition, and although Sun Wukong's combat effectiveness was not as good as Li Su, he could still fight a tie with Li Su. Now that another few days have passed, Li Su's combat effectiveness has improved compared to a few days ago, and Sun Wukong feels that he is not Li Su's opponent. Click! Li Su efforted lightly, and Leaping's knife was directly broken into 2. If you have any tricks, hurry up. Li Su said. Damn, look at my wolf-tooth wind fist. Leaping quickly ran towards Li Su, like a vicious wolf. The speed of punching increased a lot. Leaping's combat power was only about 8 points before, but after using the wolf-tooth wind fist, it had about 12 points of combat power. Flashy tricks! Li Su pouted disdainfully. This wolf-tooth wind fist was still a little useful when the combat effectiveness was low. And after the strength was improved, it was useless at all. Bang! When Leaping's fist was about to hit Li Su came first and punched Leaping's stomach, directly knocking Leaping out. Young Master Leaping! Seeing this, Pool immediately flew over. Seeing that Leaping was already unconscious, he left immediately with Leaping, and Li Su did not chase over. Li Su, your strength has improved again. Sun Wukong said excitedly. You have to come on, I don't want to find an opponent in the future. Li Su said with a smile. I'll work hard to cultivate. Sun Wukong nodded seriously, not discouraged at all because he was behind Li Su, but stimulated his fighting spirit. This is what makes Monkey King different from ordinary people. Li Su saw Sun Wukong's appearance and nodded. Back under the boulder, Bulma was already asleep. This situation can sleep, it seems that she is really tired. Li Su said darkly. Sun Wukong, it's not early today, let's rest here for a day, you go nearby and see if you can find anything to eat. Sun Wukong summoned Du Yun and went out to find something to eat. Li Su took out the house universal capsule, reported Bulma in, and put it on the bed. The night passed quietly. Early the next morning, Bulma blushed and found Li Su. Li Su, did you carry me into the room yesterday? You slept soundly, I couldn't bear to wake you up, so I took you in, rest assured, I didn't do anything else. Li Su said with a smile. I believe in you. Bulma is like a little woman, the complete opposite of her usual appearance. Let's go, we should be able to reach the fried bread mountain today. Li Su saw Bulma's shy look, and the corners of his mouth were slightly hooked. Bulma nodded. The closer you get to the fried bread mountain, the hotter it gets. It's like an oven. Bulma complained while wiping her sweat. Fried bread mountain is actually a mountain of flames, and it is actually no different from an oven. Li Su said. Then how can we get the Dragon Balls? Bulma said worriedly. Just put out the fire. Li Su said casually, although he can't do it now, he can ask the Turtle Immortals to help, and by the way, see the Turtle Immortals Turtle School Qigong. Li Su and his party soon came to the bottom of the fried bread mountain, and the whole mountain was burning with flames. The Dragon Ball radar shows that the Dragon Ball is in the castle on the mountain. Such a fire, even artificial rainfall, I am afraid it will not be extinguished. Bulma said. I'll sit on the cloud and take a look. Sun Wukong volunteered to sit and fly up. It's so hot, it's so hot. As soon as he approached the castle, he was ignited by the flames and jumped into a lake. A new book is open. Dear visitors, ask for flowers, ask for monthly passes, ask for collections, ask for subscriptions. Chapter 007. Shout. At this moment, a flying axe flew towards Li Su and Bulma. Li Su sensed the danger, picked up Bulma and avoided it. Thank you. After Bulma came back to her senses, she realized that she was in Li Su's arms, and a blush appeared on her little face. You hide to the side first, so as not to be affected by the battle. Li Su put down Bulma and looked in the direction where the giant axe flew over. There was a huge strong man with a pair of horned hats. Bulma saw the other party's fierce and evil look, and quickly hid to the side. Is this the Bull Demon King? I didn't feel it when I watched anime before, but this combat power is at least 30 points. Li Su secretly said, his current combat strength is only a little more than 20, and he has no combat experience. I am afraid that there is still some difficulty in dealing with the Bull Demon King. What are you doing here? Are you here to snatch my treasure? The Bull Demon King roared loudly. Fight before you talk. It was rare for Li Su to encounter such an opponent, and he seemed a little excited, and quickly attacked the Bull Demon King. Tap-da-da. Li Su ran quickly around the Bull Demon King. The Bull Demon King was such a big body, obviously a power player, and there must be some lack of speed. The Bull Demon King was a little dizzy by Li Su, and was found an opportunity by Li Su. It's now. Bang! Li Su kicked the Bull Demon King's head, and the Bull Demon King's huge body fell to the ground. Great, knockdown! Bulma saw that Li Su knocked the Bull Demon King to the ground and cheered for Li Su on the side, but Li Su's expression did not relax, staring closely at the fallen Bull Demon King. It hurts. The Bull Demon King stood up again, and Li Su's kick did not hurt him much. This defense is really terrifying. Li Su sighed in his heart. It was not so easy to reach the Bull Demon King. Boy, I didn't expect you to have some strength, but since you dare to come and rob my treasure, I won't show mercy to my subordinates. The Bull Demon King said, brandishing a big axe and slashing at Li Su. Li Su kept dodging. The strength of the Bull Demon King was so great, he really didn't dare to hard connect. At this time, Sun Wukong flew back. Sun Wukong, go and help Li Su. Bulma said she was worried about Li Su's safety. This uncle is so powerful. Sun Wukong glanced at the fighting Bull Demon King and Li Su and said excitedly. Little ghost, where did the somersault cloud standing under your feet come from? The Bull Demon King also noticed Sun Wukong at this time, especially the somersault cloud under Sun Wukong's feet. It was given to me by the grandfather of the Turtle Immortal. Sun Wukong said truthfully. Turtle Immortal? Is it Teacher Wushan? Do you know where Wushan Sensei lives? The Bull Demon King asked eagerly. Grandpa, the Turtle Immortal lives by the sea. Monkey King said. Wow! Great, I can finally meet the castle. The Bull Demon King said overjoyed. Little brother, is the stick on your back a wishful stick? Uncle, how do you know? This wishful stick was given to me by my dead grandfather. Sun Wukong said in surprise. Is your grandfather's name Sun Gohan? What a surprise, I didn't expect you to be Sun Gohan's grandson. The Bull Demon King said happily. Uncle, do you know my grandfather? Monkey King asked. Of course I know, Teacher Wushan's #1 disciple is your grandfather. And I am Teacher Wushan's #2 disciple. The Bull Demon King said proudly. Can you help me borrow a banana fan from Teacher Wushan? I need to fan out the flames on this mountain. Okay, but you're going to give me the Dragon Balls. Sun Wukong nodded. Dragon Ball. That's the bead. Bulma took out a Dragon Ball. Oh, I've seen this bead, I can give it to you. The Bull Demon King nodded, the Dragon Ball was of little use to him. Okay, then I'm going. Wait a minute, my daughter Kiki has already set off to find teacher Wushan, if you meet on the road, you can take her with you. The Bull Demon King said. Kiki. Look, here's her picture. The Bull Demon King took out a photo of Kiki. I didn't expect that the Bull Demon King could give birth to such a lovely daughter. Bulma complained. I'm leaving, bye. About an hour passed, and Sun Wukong returned. He and the daughter of the Bull Demon King sit on the clouds, and the turtle immortal sits on the flying turtle. I've seen teacher Wushan. The Bull Demon King hurriedly ran over. This is the fried bread mountain, what a fire! The turtle immortal said. Grandpa, do you have a way to put out the fire? Sun Wukong asked. They did not bring banana fans on this trip. Such a small fire, I naturally have a way to deal with it. The turtle immortal said easily. I saw that the turtle immortal took off his coat, and his shriveled figure suddenly became swollen. Although Li Su could not sense the qi yet, he felt a depression from the turtle immortal's body. Do you want to use the turtle sect Qigong wave? Li Su stared at the turtle immortal with both eyes, for fear of missing a small detail. Turtle. The turtle fairy has its hands in the shape of a calyx, placed on the right waist, and a little light lights up from between the hands and gradually grows larger. Pi. The surrounding air currents became furious, and the bright light expanded into a ball of light. Gas. The momentum on the turtle immortal rose further, and the ball of light had expanded to the size of a football. Gong. The surrounding air currents turned into white qi, and the momentum on the turtle immortal rose to a peak. Wave. As soon as the words fell, both palms pushed forward, and the energy ball was pushed out, like a flash flood. The energy ball was followed by a pillar of light, like lightning in a thundercloud. Rumble. The energy ball crashed into the mountain of fried bread, bloomed with an incomparably dazzling light, and then rose a mushroom cloud. So strong. The strong wind caused by the explosion made Li Su's cheeks hurt, and he saw the power of Qigong waves for the first time, and with his current strength, he was still unable to send Qigong waves. After the light dissipated, the flames were extinguished and the mountain of fried bread was flattened. Is this really something that people can do? Bulma looked at the scene in front of her in disbelief. A new book is open. Dear visitors, ask for flowers, ask for monthly passes, ask for collections, ask for subscriptions. Chapter 008. Found it. Li Su found the Dragon Ball in the ruins, it is the 7 planets. Boom. At this time, there was a sudden sound. It was Sun Wukong who tested it himself after watching the Turtle School Qigong waves performed by the Turtle Immortals, and dropped the wheels of the car. Sun Wukong's current combat effectiveness is still very low, and the qi in his body is insufficient, otherwise he can really learn the Turtle School Qigong wave by reading it once, but this is also shocking. Yaga, you broke the car, let's wait to sit down and find the Dragon Balls. Bulma knocked his fist on Son Goku's head. It's still not comparable to the Turtle Immortal Grandfather's Turtle School Qigong wave. Sun Wukong muttered in his mouth, as if he hadn't heard Bulma's words. Bulma, the Bull Demon King should have a car universal capsule here. Li Su said with a smile. I'm going to give you the car, although it's a little slower, it's quite fast. The Bull Demon King said with a smile. The flame of the fried bread mountain was extinguished, and the Bull Demon King was in a good mood. Then we'll take our leave and move on to the next Dragon Ball. Li Su said. After a few people got into the car, Bulma checked the location of the last Dragon Ball, in the west, it was quite far away. Goku, when you grow up, you must come and marry me. Kiki said. Marry what? Sun Wukong said suspiciously. Nasty, You know that. Kiki said shyly. Marry if you want. Sun Wukong said casually, now he doesn't know what this means. After leaving Fried Bread Mountain, continue driving west for a few days. It's only 100 kilometers away from the location of the last Dragon Ball. I really want to see what the dragon looks like soon. Bulma said happily. Bulma, have you made any wishes? Li Su asked. I haven't thought about it yet. Bulma said, secretly glanced at Li Su, and looked a little shy. How about giving me this wish? If you have any wishes in the future, I will accompany you to find Dragon Ball. Li Su said. If you need it, let this wish be given to you. Bulma says she has no other wishes to fulfill. Shout! Just then, a missile was fired at their car. Be careful! Li Su jumped out of the car with Bulma in his arms. With a bang, the car was directly blown up by missiles. Are you all right? After Li Su landed, he asked Bulma in his arms and put Bulma down. It's okay. Bulma shook her head shyly. There's someone ahead. Sun Wukong said on the cloud. Bulma, wait here. Li Su said to Bulma and immediately ran over. After a while, he saw a robot, and Li Su knew that it was Pirav who attacked them, and it was the dog under Pirav who manipulated the robot. It's not that easy to snatch the Dragon Balls from me. Li Su kicked the robot to the ground with a volley, and caught Ashiu inside. Carrying Axiu, Li Su returned to where Bulma was before. It was he who attacked us, he should have tried to rob our Dragon Balls. Li Su threw Ashiu to the ground. That last Dragon Ball must be in the hands of the person who snatched our Dragon Ball. Bulma said. Didn't we buy a car the day before yesterday? Now hurry over. Li Su said that when passing through a town the day before yesterday, he bought a spare car to prevent the car from breaking. Bulma nodded, took out a universal capsule still on the ground, and turned into a car. Gaku, keep up with us. After an hour, Li Su and the three came to a castle. The Dragon Ball is inside this castle. Bulma said. There should be a mechanism in this castle, let's be careful later. Li Su reminded that he knew that Pirav had arranged a lot of mechanisms inside. Bulma nodded, with Li Su by her side, she felt very safe. This door is so heavy. Sun Wukong pushed the door open hard. The three walked inside, and suddenly a lot of bats flew over, startling Bulma. Continuing to walk inside, Sun Wukong suddenly stepped on something, a brick on the ground dented in, and the surrounding square pillars directly collided. Be careful, the mechanism has been touched. Li Su interrupted the pillar while protecting Bulma. Bang bang! After a few strokes, the pillars were all broken. Li Su looked around vigilantly, not paying the slightest attention to the blushing face of Bulma in his arms. There's no road ahead. As I walked, the road in front was blocked by the wall, and the road behind was also blocked. Haha, this is a trap carefully set by King Ben, quickly hand over the Dragon Ball. At this time, a TV screen on the wall suddenly lit up, and Pirav appeared on the screen, smiling very proudly. Who are you? Bulma asked. King Ben is King Pilaf. Is that why you want to snatch our Dragon Balls? Bulma looked at Pirav very unpleasantly. Since you came out, we saved it from looking for it. Li Su said with a smile. Bang! A punch slammed into the surrounding wall, directly breaking a hole in the wall. How is it possible? Pirav couldn't believe his eyes. Passing through the hole, it happened to be the room where Pilaf was, and Xiao Wu was also in it. Found it, Dragon Ball is here. Son Goku finds the Dragon Balls from a box on the table. That Dragon Ball is mine. Pirav said. You better get a good night's sleep. Li Su hit Pirav with a hand knife on the neck, directly knocking Pirav unconscious, and then glanced at Xiao Wu, who also fainted by himself. Great, 7 Dragon Balls have been found. Bulma said happily. Ding dong. Mission completed, reward beginner savvy plugin. The mechanical sound of the system sounded in Li Su's mind, and Li Su was very excited, and finally had another plug-in. Let's go out and summon the divine dragon and fulfill our wishes. Li Su said. A new book is open. Dear visitors, ask for flowers, ask for monthly passes, ask for collections, ask for subscriptions. Chapter 009. Walking out of the castle, Li Su placed the 7 dragon balls on the ground. Come out, Shen Long. The 7 dragon balls flashed with a faint light, and a bolt of lightning rose up, straight into the sky, and suddenly lightning and thunder, and the originally dim sky completely darkened. Groan. A dragon groan resounded in the sky, and then a divine dragon full of oriental elements appeared in the sky, green skin and scarlet eyes, giving people a feeling of divine solemnity. Li Su's heart was very shocked, although I don't know how many times I watched it on the screen, but it was far from being as real as my own experience. Is this the divine dragon? Bulma hugged Li Su's arm with some fear. Those who collect the 7 dragon balls, say your wish, no matter what it is, I can fulfill it, but only one. Shen Long said loudly and majestically. I want Bulma to have eternal youth. Li Su said. He doesn't need Shen Long to fulfill any wishes for the time being. If he does, he can still come to find the dragon balls after a year. Anyway, with the improvement of strength, finding the dragon balls is not difficult for him. This wish is simple. A flash of light flashed in the scarlet eyes of the divine dragon, and a strange force acted on Bulma's body, but it was not obvious for the time being. Well, your wish has come true, goodbye. The dragon reformed into 7 dragon balls and flew in all directions of the earth. It took a long time for everyone to come to their senses. Li Su, you, Bulma looked at Li Su with some emotion. I want my girlfriend to be beautiful all the time. Li Su said with a smile. Who's your girlfriend? Bulma said with a blushing face, lowering her head and peeking at Li Su from time to time with the afterglow from the corner of her eye. Would you like to be my girlfriend then? Li Su grabbed Bulma's small hand and said in a passionate voice. I. Willing. Bulma whispered, burying her head in Li Su's arms, even more shy. Li Su, Bulma, what are you doing? Sun Wukong asked with an innocent look, and instantly destroyed the original atmosphere. Li Su and Bulma both looked at Sun Wukong with unhappy eyes, but knowing that Sun Wukong was this character, there was nothing they could do. Sun Wukong, now that the wish is over, where do you plan to go next? Li Su asked. I'm going to learn martial arts from the grandfather of the Turtle Immortals, and when the Dragon Ball recovers in a year, I will go and retrieve the 4 planets. Sun Wukong said seriously. About 7 months later, there will be the world's first martial arts conference, and the masters of the world will participate in it, and I hope to have a good battle with you at that time. Li Su said. Are there so many powerful people? Sun Wukong's eyes radiated essence. Well, but the most 8 people can enter the final, and if your strength is not enough, you will be eliminated in the preliminary round. Li Su nodded. I will definitely work hard to cultivate, and then I will have a good fight with you again. Sun Wukong said seriously. Okay, then see you at the world's first martial arts conference. Li Su said, ready to leave with Bulma. However, at this time, there was an accident. The moon is so round today. The moon appeared in the sky at an unknown time, and after Sun Wukong glanced at it twice, his gaze became confused. Not good. Li Su suddenly realized that something was wrong, and wanted to cut off Sun Wukong's tail before he turned into a gorilla, but unfortunately it was too late. Roar! Sun Wukong let out a roar similar to a beast, his body became larger at a speed visible to the naked eye, his eyes became scarlet, and in less than a few breaths, he turned into a huge orangutan. Li Su, Sun Wukong, what's going on, how did he become a monster? Bulma asked. Sun Wukong is not an earthling, but a scion, and when a scion sees a full moon, he turns into a gorilla, and most scions lose their minds when they become gorillas. Li Su explained while holding Bulma away from Sun Wukong. So what now? Bulma asked anxiously. Don't worry, I'm here. Li Su said. For some reason, when she heard Li Su's words, Bulma completely put down her heart, full of security, and nodded, You wait here. Running to a farther place, Li Su put Bulma down. Be careful yourself. Bulma said affectionately. I'll be fine. At this time, Sun Wukong's gaze had noticed Li Su's body, and he ran towards Li Su in big strides, and Li Su led Sun Wukong in another direction. The combat effectiveness has increased tenfold, although there is no reason, it is not so easy to deal with. Li Su said secretly, thinking about how to cut off Sun Wukong's tail. Roar! Sun Wukong caught up with Li Su and smashed a punch towards Li Su. Li Su realized the danger, hurriedly jumped, and dodged Sun Wukong's punch. Sun Wukong's fist smashed on the ground, and the ground was smashed out of a big hole. After stabilizing his figure, Li Su quickly ran towards the back of Sun Wukong, and a hand knife slashed towards Sun Wukong's tail. However, at this time, Sun Wukong turned around and smashed a punch towards Li Su. Not good. Li Su couldn't dodge and was sent flying out. It hurts, at least a few broken ribs. Li Su felt like his body was about to fall apart, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. But at this time, he must stand up and solve the problem in front of him, otherwise he will only have a dead end. Seeing a stone next to him, Li Su kicked the stone towards Sun Wukong. Bang! Sun Wukong blocked his arms in front of him, although he was not conscious, but the instinct to fight was still there. The stones fell on Sun Wukong's arms and did not cause any harm to Sun Wukong, but at this time, Li Su took the opportunity to run behind Sun Wukong. Shout! I saw a flash of light, a tail fell to the ground in response, and Sun Wukong's huge body slowly shrunk, and soon became the original appearance, and passed out. Li Su, are you okay? Bulma ran over at this time and looked at Li Su worriedly. Ahem, it's okay, it'll be fine after a few days of cultivation. Li Su said. After a while, Sun Wukong woke up, looked at the embarrassed environment around him, and asked suspiciously, Li Su, what happened just now, why are you injured? A huge monster came just now, you were knocked unconscious, and I was injured too. Li Su said, and did not tell Sun Wukong the truth. Oh! Monkey King did not suspect. A new book is open. Dear visitors, ask for flowers, ask for monthly passes, ask for collections, ask for subscriptions. Chapter 010. Turtle. Li Su's hands were calyx-shaped, placed on his right waist, and a little light bloomed in his palm. Pi. The surrounding airflow began to become furious, as if boiling, and that little bit of light was gradually amplifying, forming a ball of energy. Gas. The energy ball gradually grows in size, and in a blink of an eye, it becomes the size of a football and blooms with dazzling light. Gong. The momentum on Li Su's body reached a peak, and the energy ball in his hand had a feeling of being ready to go. Wave. With both palms pushed forward, the energy ball rushed forward like a wild horse out of control, followed by a long pillar of light. Rumble. The ball of energy slammed into a boulder, which was blasted into a pile of rubble, kicking up billowing dust. Finally succeeded. It's not that the power is still much worse than the turtle sect Qigong wave of the turtle immortals. Li Su had a look of joy on his face. At this time, 2 months had passed since Li Su summoned the divine dragon, and after separating from Sun Wukong, Li Su and Bulma returned to Bulma's home. With a primary understanding plug-in, the plot of the turtle immortal performing the turtle school Qigong wave that day reappeared in Li Su's mind. But because of the lack of qi in Li Su's body, today, Li Su can perform the turtle school Qigong wave. Personal information panel. Name, Li Su. Age, 18. Combat effectiveness, 90. Possessed plugins. Primary automatic cultivation plugin, can automatically increase a little combat power every day. Primary savvy plugin, can learn 1-star moves in seconds. The Turtle Sect Qigong wave has been successful, you can try the dance void technique. Li Su said darkly. Although he has never seen anyone perform the void dance technique, as an authentic Dragon Ball fan, he is very clear about the plot of Son Gohan teaching Baitalai dance void technique in the original work. Dancing is not a difficult move, after the combat effectiveness is improved, basically everyone will do. Control your chi and counteract your gravity. Li Su closed his eyes, slowly relaxed his body, and controlled the chi in his body. Li Su's body slowly levitated, and after being able to control the chi in his body, the void dance technique was not a difficult thing for him. It's a nice feeling to fly. Li Su looked at the earth under his feet, and his heart was a little excited. Go see how Sun Wukong is doing, and practice the dance of the void by the way. After deciding, Li Su flew directly in the direction of Turtle Immortal Island, and in the process of flying, he became more and more proficient in aerial dancing. Kamizan Island. If you want me to teach you boxing, you still have the ability to push this stone. The Turtle Immortal pointed to a boulder with his crutches and said. How is this possible, so many stones, it is not at all something that people can push. Klin said. Who said that? The Turtle Immortal gave a demonstration to Klin and the Monkey King and pushed the boulder. See, continue to practice according to my curriculum, and one day, you can push this stone like me. The Turtle Immortal said. At this time, Sun Wukong walked to a stone about the same size as the stone pushed by the Turtle Immortal just now, and pushed hard, and the stone was actually pushed, shocking the eyes of the Turtle Immortal and Klin. Grandpa, I succeeded. Sun Wukong said happily. Ahem. It's too bad how I got the rock wrong, it should be this stone. The Turtle Immortal ran to a stone that was several times larger than the one just now and said. When Sun Wukong heard this, he ran to the side of the stone and pushed it hard, but the stone did not move. There's no way, it doesn't move at all. Sun Wukong said with exhaustion. Let me try it. At this time, a voice came from the sky. Li Su, why are you here? Sun Wukong said excitedly. Come and see how your practice is, if your strength is too poor, it won't be interesting at that time. Li Su said with a smile. Walk up to the boulder, push hard, and the boulder is pushed. How is it possible, this kid's strength has improved so much? The Turtle Immortal's heart was very shocked. That's awesome. Sun Wukong was very excited. Is this really something that people can do? Klin was shocked and couldn't believe his eyes. Gaku, you're going to have to work hard. After Li Su pushed for a distance, he stopped. He did this to give Sun Wukong some stimulation, so that the world's first martial arts conference would be interesting. I will cultivate harder. Sun Wukong nodded seriously, full of fighting intent. How did you do it just flying in the sky? Klin asked. This is called dancing void technique, and when your strength improves, you can also do it. Li Su said with a smile. Old man Se, is there any trick? Teach me a few. Li Su looked at the Turtle Immortal again and said, the Turtle Immortal's 10,000 nations shocking palm and demon seal wave, he wants to learn. Do you know to respect the old man? The Turtle Immortal roared loudly. Cut, if you don't teach, forget it, see you at the world's first martial arts conference. Li Su pouted, anyway, when the Turtle Immortal casts, he can also learn, there is no need to rush at this moment. After speaking, Li Su flew away. Grandpa, please train us harder. Sun Wukong said seriously. Me too. Klin followed suit. Your current strength is a bit different from Li Su. The Turtle Immortal said, regaining the appearance of a Grand Master, which is rare and serious. I will definitely surpass Li Su. Sun Wukong said confidently. Well, from today, the training volume will be doubled again. The turtle immortal looked at Sun Wukong's firm eyes and nodded. After Li Su left Gaixian Island, he returned to Bulma's home, which is now his home, and he did not care about eating soft rice at all. Li Su, why did you fly? Bulma was surprised to see Li Su flying down from the sky. Just learned tricks. Li Su said with a smile, holding Bulma's small hand. After 2 months, the relationship between the two became more and more intimate, and except for the last pass, everything else was basically done. That's awesome. Do you want to experience what it's like to fly in the sky? Li Su said. Bulma nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. A new book is open. Dear visitors, ask for flowers, ask for monthly passes, ask for collections, ask for subscriptions. Chapter 011. In the blink of an eye, another 5 months passed. The 21st Tianxia First Martial Arts Conference is finally about to begin. Li Su took Bulma to the competition site the day before the start of the conference. The scene was already crowded, although there were only more than 100 people participating in the competition, but there were many people who came to watch the competition. There are so many people. Bulma said. Monkey King, they have also arrived. Li Su said with a smile, and saw the turtle immortal and Sun Wukong and others in the crowd. Li Su, I didn't expect you to be earlier than us. Sun Wukong also saw Li Su and Bulma, and immediately ran over. Gaku, your strength is much stronger now than it was a few months ago. Li Su said with a smile. Well, for this martial arts conference, I asked Grandpa Jean to arrange very hard training for me. Sun Wukong nodded, looking forward to fighting Li Su. Let's go and register first, the official competition will not start until tomorrow. Li Su said. Ding dong. Release mission, win the championship of the 21st World First Martial Arts Conference, reward, ordinary Scion Bloodline plug-in. At this moment, the sound of the system machinery sounded in Li Su's mind. Depends, it's really a pit daddy, why didn't you release it earlier? Li Su secretly complained in his heart, knowing that the system would issue tasks, he would not motivate Sun Wukong, so it would be much simpler to win the championship. However, it is too late to say this, the reward of the task is still very tempting, and Li Su must win the championship. After signing up, Li Su and Sun Wukong and the others separated, and returned to the hotel with Bulma, but the two still did not break through the last line of defense. After a night without words, early the next morning, Li Su and Bulma came to the scene of the game. Li Su, you must win. Don't worry, you have to believe in the strength of your man, and you will definitely take the championship back. Li Su said with a smile. When Bulma heard this, her little face turned blushing. Okay, I'm going in and drawing lots. Li Su saw that Bulma was so easy to shy, and did not tease Bulma anymore, and went in to draw lots and conduct the preliminary round. In the arena, there are competitors from all over the world, there are really all kinds of people, werewolves, tiger heads, strong men like mountains, etc., but there are few real masters. Li Su, how many numbers did you draw? Monkey King and Klin ran over and asked. Number 1. Li Su gestured the signature in his hand. Great, so the three of us don't have to meet before the final. Klin said that he had seen Li Su's power and did not have the confidence to fight Li Su. See you in the final then. Li Su said with a smile. I didn't expect him to come too. Li Su turned his head sideways and saw a familiar person, it was Leaping, but he didn't expect that he would still come to participate in this competition just like in the original work. Leaping also found that Li Su and Sun Wukong came over. Hello, I lost to you last time, but this time I did a very hard cultivation, and I will definitely defeat you. Leaping said, looking confident. You better get to the final first. Li Su said casually, Now Bulma and leaping have no intersection, and he doesn't need to put leaping in his eyes. Player number 1, please come to the stage to compete. At this time, the host's voice came. I'm going to the game first. Li Su said and walked directly into the ring. This is really unlucky for a young man, and he actually met King Koiba in the first game. As soon as Li Su took the stage, he heard the people below talking about it. Goku, is this King Joba powerful? Klin asked Sun Wukong in a low voice. I don't know, but I feel that he is not Li Su's opponent. Monkey King said. Young man, although it is a bit cruel to be eliminated as soon as you play, failure is also an experience for you. King Koiba said in the tone of a senior. You better do it quickly. Li Su said casually. Although King Koiba is a little more powerful than others, in his eyes, there is no difference from others. Then I'm welcome. Seeing Li Su's arrogant attitude, King Koiba was slightly angry. I saw that he quickly attacked Li Su, but when he came to Li Su's position, he found that Li Su was missing, and turned his head to look left and right. Where is it? So fast? Sun Wukong said in surprise. At this time, Li Su was standing behind King Koiba and did not attack King Koiba. Use your trick quickly, so that you can lose the heart. Li Su said. King Koiba heard Li Su's voice coming from behind, and turned back in horror. His heart was very frightened, and he didn't know when Li Su came behind him. Young man, it seems that I underestimate you. I will use the 8-handed fist next, you have to be careful. King Koiba said. King Koiba finally wants to use a trick, and it is said that King Choba's 8-handed fist is called 8-handed fist because it is too fast, it looks like 8 hands. Someone below said excitedly. King Koiba gathered momentum and attacked towards Li Su, punching much faster. However, just when King Koiba's fist was about to hit Li Su, King Koiba's movements stopped abruptly, and Li Su punched him in the stomach, causing severe pain that made him lose the ability to move. Thump! King Koiba fell to the ground and fell unconscious. The host came back to his senses after a long time and announced loudly, the number 1 player wins. Wukong, have you seen Li Su's movements clearly? Klin asked. He didn't see clearly how Li Su did it just now. Well, but Li Su hasn't used all his strength yet. Sun Wukong nodded, and there was excitement under his eyes. That's awesome. Klin swallowed. After Li Su jumped off the ring, he walked towards Sun Wukong and them. Li Su, I really want to fight with you quickly. Sun Wukong said with full fighting intent. Don't let me down then. Li Su said with a smile, appreciating Sun Wukong's personality that likes to challenge strong opponents. You two are monsters. Klin complained that he knew that there was still a big gap between him and Li Su and Sun Wukong. Klin, you're awesome too. Monkey King said. Don't think so much, get ready for the next game. Li Su said. In the next game, Li Su basically solved the opponent with one move, and the situation on Sun Wukong's side was similar. After all, the people they met were still far from their strength. Klin was a little unconfident at first, but after a few fights, he was also full of confidence and solved his opponent with 1 or 2 moves. The preliminary round ended quickly, and the list for the quarterfinals came out. They are, Li Su vs Leaping, Jackie Chan vs Klin, Sun Wukong vs Lanfang, Nanwu vs Barbarian. The situation is similar to that in the original work. Except that there is one more Li Su and one less Monster Killern, and the order of appearance is somewhat different. A new book is open. Dear visitors, ask for flowers, ask for monthly passes, ask for collections, ask for subscriptions. Chapter 012. Li Su, you are really powerful, you achieved the quarterfinals so easily. When Bulma saw Li Su come out, she said proudly that she had learned from the radio that Li Su had entered the quarterfinals. How can I be worthy of my Bulma if it's not powerful? Li Su said with a smile and stopped Bulma in his arms, making Bulma feel both shy and sweet in her heart. "Li Su, I made you a martial arts uniform." Bulma said that yesterday, after seeing that Sun Wukong and Klin both had martial arts uniforms, Bulma helped Li Su also order one. The martial arts uniform that Bulma helped Li Su order was bright red, similar in style to the martial arts uniform of Gaixian Liu, with the word Wu on the chest and back. "Like it?" Bulma asked expectantly. "Of course I like it," Li Su said with a smile. "Martial arts uniforms are indeed more suitable for play." The final of the 21st Tianxia First Martial Arts Conference began immediately, and the match between Li Su and Li Ping was the first. "Here's a show for Li Su and Li Ping," the host announced loudly. "Li Su, I finally met, now you can see my cultivation results during this time," Li Ping said confidently. He has no intersection with Li Su and Sun Wukong now, and he is not clear about the strength of the two. "You better hurry up, the enemies I defeated will never surpass me again," Li Su said casually. "Li Ping's strength is far worse than him, and this distance will become larger and larger. Li Su, come on!" Bulma cheers for Li Su below. "Gaku, how is the strength of this Li Ping?" Klin asked, and the two climbed on the wall to watch the game. "He is not Li Su's opponent," Monkey King said. "I think he seems to be quite powerful," Klin said. Tap-da-da. In the ring, Li Ping quickly attacked. However, his movements were very slow and flawed in Li Su's eyes. Bang! Li Su didn't make much movement, and when Li Ping came to him, he punched Li Ping's stomach. Li Ping's movements stopped abruptly, his hands covered his stomach, and the bitter water was about to be beaten and vomited. "I really can't see through how he cultivates." The turtle immortal in the background was very shocked in his heart, and he found that Li Su was much stronger than the last time they met. "Li Su, it's good." Bulma saw that Li Su hit Li Ping and cheered for Li Su happily. Li Su did not attack Li Ping again, giving Li Ping a chance. "Use all your strength, so that you will lose the heart," Li Su said calmly, not putting Li Ping in his eyes at all. Abominable. After Li Ping eased up, he was very angry at Li Su's words. Wolf Tooth Wind Fist. Li Ping rushed towards Li Su like a vicious wolf. "Isn't there a little trick? Let you be defeated by your own tricks." Li Su shook his head. Wolf Tooth Wind Fist. Li Su also used the Wolf Tooth Wind Fist, and the speed was much faster than Li Ping. Bang bang! A dense fist like raindrops hit Li Ping's body, and Li Ping was like a human flesh sandbag, and there was no resistance at all. Boom! In the end, Li Ping was knocked out of the ring and fell to the ground. "How can you be a Wolf Tooth Wind Fist?" Li Ping asked in shock. "Such a simple trick, not just a glance." Li Su pretended to say that this kind of useless trick, he really didn't want to learn much. When Li Ping heard Li Su's words, he completely fainted, leaving a huge psychological shadow. He had worked hard to cultivate for so long, and he was defeated by Li Su like this. And his most proud Wolf Tooth Wind Fist was also learned by the other party at a glance. Young Master Li Ping. Pool saw Li Ping faint and immediately flew over and took Li Ping away. Li Su player wins. The host announced loudly that the whole game ended too quickly. He simply did not have time to explain, and only after knowing that Li Ping was taken away, did he come to his senses. After Li Su won, he jumped to Bulma's side. "Li Su, you are really powerful," Bulma said excitedly, as if she had won the game. "Then should you give some reward tonight?" The corner of Li Su's mouth evoked an evil smile. "Not yet," Bulma said shyly, and at the same time a little afraid that Li Su would be angry. Li Su whispered a few words in Bulma's ear, and after Bulma listened, her face blushed like an apple, but she still nodded. The game continues. The second game is the Turtle Immortal vs Klin, and the current Klin is still much worse than the Turtle Immortal and lost to the Turtle Immortal. In the third match, Lan Fang tempted Sun Wukong, but Sun Wukong did not understand these at all, and easily knocked Lan Fang off the ring and won the match. In the fourth game, Nanwu defeated the barbarian. The barbarian was only a little smelly. In fact, the combat effectiveness was not very high. As long as he could endure the stench on his body, it was not difficult to defeat him. After the quarter-finals, it was almost dark, and today's match ended there, and the semi-finals and grand finals will not start until tomorrow. After Li Su and Bulma returned to the hotel, the two still did not break through the last step, but Li Su disappeared in another way. After the matter was over, seeing Bulma's face full of blushing and a hint of milky white liquid at the corner of her mouth, Li Su smiled with satisfaction. Sleep in each other's arms, and the night passes quietly. Early the next morning, Li Su and Bulma came to the scene of the game again. Today Li Su is still the first game, the opponent is Jackie Chan, that is, the Turtle Immortal. Li Su still has some expectations for this game. Although the combat effectiveness of the Turtle Immortals is weaker than that of Li Su, the rich combat experience is worth learning from Li Su, and moves like the Demon Seal Wave and the Heaven-Shattering Palm of All Nations are also very good. Especially the Demon Seal Wave, this move is the best to use against opponents with rebirth ability, but the Turtle Immortals are likely not to use this move in the game. Li Su, come on! Bulma said. After winning, will there be another reward tonight? Li Su said with a playful smile. As soon as Bulma heard Li Su's words, she remembered the events of last night, her little face suddenly turned blushing, and she glanced at Li Su with a strange look. Li Su especially likes Bulma to show this little woman's side. Okay, stop teasing you. Li Su said with a smile. A new book is open. Dear visitors, ask for flowers, ask for monthly passes, ask for collections, ask for subscriptions. Chapter 013. Below there are Li Su players and Jackie Chan players to appear. The host announced loudly. Li Su and the Turtle Immortal both jumped into the ring. Old man, you have to show some strength, don't let me down. Li Su said with a smile. I can't imagine that you recognized my identity early on. You are the best qualified martial artist I have ever seen, even Sun Wukong is not comparable to you. I hope you can always maintain the heart of a martial artist. The Turtle Immortal said solemnly. Cut, you better hurry up and fight with me, let me see how much strength the god of martial arts has. Li Su said that he disliked other people's preaching the most. Good. The Turtle Immortal straddled his feet and took a fighting stance with both hands. Li Su was still standing there, without any movement. Tap-da-da. The Turtle Immortals took the lead in attacking, and did not directly attack Li Su, but quickly ran around Li Su for a few laps, leaving a few afterimages. Wow, there were a few Jackie Chan fighters in the ring, what's going on? The host roared loudly in a surprised tone, which immediately mobilized the atmosphere of the scene. As a host, he is very good and dedicated, and Li Su admires his spirit. Afterlife fist. The corners of Li Su's mouth curled slightly. Su. Li Su suddenly kicked towards one of them, but it passed through his body, obviously hitting an afterimage. Good opportunity. Seeing this, the Turtle Immortal's eyes lit up, and a hand knife hit Li Su's neck. However, what he didn't expect was that his blow also passed through Li Su's body, which was just an afterimage of Li Su, and he realized that it was not good. At this time, Li Su appeared behind the Turtle Immortal and kicked over. The Turtle Immortal turned back suddenly, but it was too late. Li Su kicked him on the body, and with a bang, the Turtle Immortal flew out. Seeing that the Turtle Immortal was about to fall out of the ring, the Turtle Immortal sent a Turtle Kigong wave towards the ground, and with this counterforce, he returned to the ring. You even have a fist? The Turtle Immortal said with some surprise. Such a move can be learned at a glance. Li Su said with a smile, the secret path in his heart is really against the sky, such a simple move, it is really a glance. Hearing Li Su say this, the Turtle Immortal was even more shocked. The newly learned afterimage fist could be concealed from him, and Li Su's talent was far beyond his imagination. Li Su is so powerful, he learned this trick so quickly. Clin said in surprise that he was defeated by this move yesterday. Li Su hasn't exerted his full strength yet. Sun Wukong said solemnly, his strength is higher than Clin, and he can see it better. Li Su, come on! Bulma cheered for Li Su vigorously, not caring at all about the eyes of the people around him. Old man Xian, let you see another move. Li Su smiled slightly, his hands were in the shape of a calyx, and he placed them on his right waist. This action. When the turtle immortal saw Li Su's actions, a shocked expression appeared on his face. Li Su, what is this going to do? Clin asked Monkey King. Turtle sect Qigong Wave, I didn't expect Li Su to also learn this trick, and that grandfather also used this trick just now. Monkey King said. Turtle sect Qigong Wave. A little bright light magnified in Li Su's palms, and in a blink of an eye, it was the size of a football. And as Li Su drank loudly, the energy ball was pushed out. The turtle immortals also emitted a turtle school Qigong wave, and the two collided in the middle, blooming with dazzling light. After the light dissipated, everything returned to calm, and Li Su and the turtle immortal were still standing in the ring, as if nothing had happened. Li Su had a smile on the corner of his mouth. He had just deliberately kept his combat effectiveness the same as the turtle immortal, and the two turtle school Qigong waves cancelled each other, indicating that his attainment in the turtle school Qigong wave was no lower than the founder of the turtle immortal. Old man Se, if you have any tricks, hurry up and use it, this strength can't defeat me. Li Su said with a smile. The person who can force me to use this trick, I have only met one in my life, you are the second person, but with your strength, there should be no danger to your life. The turtle immortal said solemnly. Then come on. Li Su said that he knew that the turtle immortal was going to use the heaven-shattering palm of all nations, and he also wanted to see what was going on with this move. The turtle cactus clasped his palms together, and the air around him became furious. The palms are separated, and the hands exude thunder and lightning. Look at my heaven-shattering palm. The turtle cactus pushed forward with both palms, and the thunder and lightning enveloped Li Su. Ugh! Li Su let out a scream, and the high-voltage lightning caused him severe pain and completely restrained his movements. If you can't hold on, surrender quickly, otherwise your life may really be in danger. The turtle immortal said. Li Su. Bulma looked at Li Su worriedly in the audience, and couldn't wait to rush to the stage. I'm not that easy to beat. Li Su said with a smile. Break it for me. Li Su condensed his momentum, roared, and the terrifying momentum instantly burst out, and immediately broke free from the shackles of the earth-shattering palm of all nations. How is it possible? The turtle immortal couldn't believe his eyes, he was extremely confident in his trick. Ionizing one's own chi to the air, thereby generating a high-voltage charge, is indeed a good trick. Li Su said, he has completely understood the principle of the earth-shattering palm of all nations. All nations are shocking. Li Su made the same action as the turtle immortal just now, and the high-voltage charge enveloped the turtle immortal. Ugh! The turtle immortal was shocked and did not react, and the pain in his body made him fully awake. Old man, don't die, or I'll lose my qualification. Li Su said, testing the power of the heaven-shattering palm of all nations. This move still has a lot of room for development, and the lightning energy is much more violent than the chi, and the destructive power is naturally much stronger. Ugh! The turtle immortal tried to break free, but he did not have the strength of Li Su. After a while, he completely fainted, and Li Su put him on the ground. The host came over to check and found that the turtle immortal just fainted and did not die, and announced loudly, Li Su wins. It's so powerful, such a trick can be learned in an instant. Clin exclaimed. I really want to go up and fight him quickly. Sun Wukong is very excited, and he can't wait to fight Li Su. A new book is open. Dear visitors, ask for flowers, ask for monthly passes. Ask for collections, ask for subscriptions. Chapter 014. Now it's a young man's world. After the turtle immortals woke up, they felt old for the first time, and the era of the god of martial arts was almost over. The second game of the semifinals was fought by Sun Wukong against Nan Wu. Nan Wu's combat power was only about 50 points, and he met a stronger Sun Wukong than in the original work, and it didn't take long to lose. However, the turtle immortal is still the same as in the original work, solving the problem of water resources for Nan Wu, so that Nan Wu is grateful to the turtle immortal. The semifinals are over, the finals are finally about to begin, and everyone is looking forward to this match, including Li Su and Sun Wukong himself. Here's a show that Li Su and Sun Wukong will compete on stage to compete for this final championship. The host said loudly, and the atmosphere of the scene was immediately mobilized. Li Su, I can finally fight with you. Sun Wukong said excitedly, he has been looking forward to it for a long time. Let me see the results of your cultivation in the past few months. Li Su said that he also wanted to see how far Sun Wukong had grown under his inspiration. You're going to be surprised. Sun Wukong said confidently. Shout. Li Su took the initiative to attack, moved quickly towards Sun Wukong, came to Sun Wukong in the blink of an eye, and punched Sun Wukong's stomach. Sun Wukong's face kept a smile, and Li Su's fist passed directly through his body. This trick again. Sun Wukong's figure appeared behind Li Su, grimacing, and kicked towards Li Su volley. However, he also kicked empty, and what remained in place was an afterimage. Behind you. Li Su's voice sounded behind Sun Wukong, and he kicked over. However, what is unexpected is that Li Su's attack is empty again, and the Monkey King in front of him is still an afterimage. Multiple afterimage fist. The turtle immortal said with some surprise, but he didn't expect that Sun Wukong also learned his trick, and he was better than the blue. Hey, hey! Sun Wukong smiled proudly, appeared above Li Su's back, clasped his hands into fists, and slammed down on Li Su. The corners of Li Su's mouth were slightly hooked, as if he had already calculated it. Oops! After Sun Wukong made a move, he realized that it was not good, but it was too late at this time. Li Su appeared above his back and kicked him to the ground with a whip leg. Boom! Sun Wukong smashed the ring, and the ring was smashed out of a small pit. Li Su fell from the air, did not continue to attack Sun Wukong, and stopped the host from counting, and said, "Get up, this attack can't hurt you." Hee, but it really hurts. Sun Wukong stood up and rubbed his head. Take out your true skills, such a trick is useless to me. Li Su said that he no longer had the heart to continue playing like this with Sun Wukong. Okay, I'm going to use my full strength next. Sun Wukong said seriously. Come on. Shout. Shout. The figures of the two disappeared from the ring at the same time, and then a thumping collision sound was heard. So fast. The turtle immortal's eyes rolled left and right, but he could only see a trace of afterimage. What two monsters? Clin said a little dejectedly. You're the monster. Bulma knocked on Clin's head, not allowing others to say this about Li Su. Both of them are top martial artists. And I don't know who will win the championship in the end. The turtle immortal said that he found that Sun Wukong had also unknowingly surpassed him. Of course, Li Su will win the championship. Bulma said. In the ring, the figures of the two appeared at the same time, and the original collision turned into a wrestle. Ugh! Li Su shouted and threw Sun Wukong out of the ring. Oops! When the turtle immortals saw the landing point of Sun Wukong, they were a little worried about Sun Wukong, but just when Sun Wukong was about to land, Sun Wukong's body suddenly stopped. Dance void technique, I didn't expect you to learn it so quickly. Li Su was also a little surprised, but he didn't expect that he only showed the air dance technique in front of Sun Wukong once, and Sun Wukong actually learned it. you must know that in the original work, Sun Wukong has not yet learned the air dance technique when he participates in the next world's first martial arts conference. Hey, hey! Sun Wukong smiled proudly and flew back to the ring. It's incredible that the Monkey King player actually flew in the air. The host shouted loudly, not knowing if he was really shocked or just to mobilize the atmosphere of the scene. Gaku, I'm going to use my full strength next. Li Su said. After some temptation, he roughly knew the strength of Sun Wukong, about 180 combat strength, which was much higher than in the original book. His little butterfly has begun to flap its wings. Come on! Sun Wukong said with a serious face. Shout! Li Su's figure disappeared in place, moving quickly while approaching Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong's eyes kept shaking, looking for Li Su's traces. Li Su hasn't even used his full strength, it seems that Sun Wukong is going to lose. The turtle immortal said in surprise, he thought that Li Su had used all his strength before. Is it possible that Gaku still has hidden strength? Klin asked. His relationship with Sun Wukong is much better than with Li Su, and he naturally hopes that Sun Wukong can win. Sun Wukong has used all his strength. The turtle immortal said. Bang! In the ring, Li Su suddenly appeared in front of Sun Wukong, punched Sun Wukong into the sky, and then quickly caught up with Sun Wukong. Bang bang! The machine gun-like fist hit Sun Wukong's body, and Sun Wukong did not fight back, and finally kicked Sun Wukong to the ground with a sweeping leg. Boom! The ring was smashed out of a pit, and the broken stones buried half of Sun Wukong's body. Can you count? Li Su fell to the ground and said to the host. Okay, 1, 2, 3, the host ran to Sun Wukong's side and counted aloud. Gaku, hurry up! Klin cheers for Sun Gaku under the ring. Alas, even if you stand up, it will be too difficult to defeat Li Su. The turtle immortal sighed. A new book is open. Dear visitors, ask for flowers, ask for monthly passes, ask for collections, ask for subscriptions. Chapter 015. 4, 5, 6, the host continued to count, and the audience's eyes were all focused on Sun Wukong. Ahem! Sun Wukong stood up with difficulty, his clothes were already tattered, and there was still a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. The Monkey King player is back on his feet, and the game continues. The host announced loudly that he stepped off the ring and left the venue to Li Su and Sun Wukong. This will is really not to be underestimated. Li Su said darkly. The victory or defeat of a battle is not only related to the combat effectiveness of two people, but also many other factors can affect the outcome of the battle. Willpower is one of them. For example, if the enemy punches you, if you have strong willpower, you can endure the pain to fight back against the opponent, but if your willpower is not strong, severe pain will make you unable to condense your chi to fight back. Li Su, you are stronger than I thought. Sun Wukong said, not discouraged in the slightest, but the fighting intent became stronger. Your strength really surprised me. Li Su said. In the original work, Sun Wukong only had 180 combat strength when he participated in the 22nd First Martial Arts Conference under Heaven, and now there are still 3 years before that time, and Sun Wukong's improvement is indeed somewhat unexpected by Li Su. I still have one last move, if you can follow, I will really admit defeat. Sun Wukong smiled bitterly, he didn't expect that he had improved so much, and he was still not Li Su's opponent. After Sun Wukong finished speaking, his hands were in the shape of calyxes and placed on his right waist. Unexpectedly, Sun Wukong also learned this trick. The turtle immortal was a little surprised, he did not teach Sun Wukong turtle sect Qigong waves, but Sun Wukong learned it himself after watching the turtle immortal perform. Never go against the Sun family, I'll try it today. Li Su said secretly in his heart. In the original work, the people who fought against the Sun family did not win, and today Li Su himself did not believe in this evil, and made the same move as Sun Wukong. A little light bloomed in both palms, and the momentum on both of them continued to rise. Turtle Pai Qigong Wave X2. The two shouted at the same time, their hands pushed forward flatly, and a ball of energy rushed out like lightning in a thundercloud, followed by a long pillar of light. The two energy balls met in the middle and a competition began, and neither of them refused to take half a step back. Li Su was very shocked in his heart. His combat power had reached more than 240 points, 60 or 70 points higher than Sun Wukong, and he could not occupy any advantage in the opposite wave. Ugh! Li Su roared, squeezing the power in his body. The pillar of light squirmed, a stream of energy poured into the energy ball, the balance was broken, and the two energy balls began to move towards Sun Wukong. The white stone bricks under Sun Wukong's feet shattered, and Sun Wukong himself was pushed back constantly, leaving two long scratches on the ring. Ugh! Sun Wukong was not willing to lose the game, desperately blocked, and slowly stopped. It's really terrifying to confront the Sun family. Li Su secretly said in his heart that if he chose not to take Sun Wukong's trick, he might have knocked Sun Wukong off the ring long ago. Give me over. Li Su does not believe that he is not as good as Sun Wukong. He has a system, he is the real protagonist. Suddenly, Li Su had a feeling that his strength seemed to be a little greater, and the balance of victory quickly tilted towards Li Su's side, and the two energy balls showed an arc and flew into the distance. Bang! After a brief lull, there was a loud noise, setting off a mushroom cloud in the distance. Whew! Li Su gasped, and there was not much physical strength left. And Sun Wukong was already lying on the ground, and the situation was much worse than Li Su. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, this time without Li Su to remind him, the host automatically ran to Sun Wukong and began to count. Gaku, stand up quickly. Klin is still cheering for the Monkey King. 6, 7, 8, 9. At this time, Sun Wukong stood up with difficulty, so that Li Su had a new understanding of Sun Wukong's willpower. If he was Sun Wukong, he was likely to not be able to stand up. Thump! Sun Wukong just stood up and fell down again, this time completely unconscious. After the host counted 10 counts, Sun Wukong still didn't have any reaction. The final overall champion is Li Su. The host announced loudly. Li Su, you are the best. Bulma was very happy, even happier than she had won. Ding dong, mission accomplished, congratulations to the host for obtaining the ordinary Scion bloodline plug-in. The sound of the system's machinery sounded in Li Su's mind. When Li Su heard this, his heart was very excited. The bloodline of Scions is very against the sky in the Dragon Ball world, especially after being able to transform into a Super Scion. In the early stage of Dragon Ball, the combat effectiveness of Vic and others was not too much pulled apart by Sun Wukong, but after becoming a Super Scion, the gap between them was like a chasm, and there was no way to catch up. Gaku. At this time, Klin jumped into the ring and hugged Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong will turn into a gorilla after seeing the full moon, and now that the moon has come out, it is best to quickly bring him to the house, otherwise it will be troublesome. Li Su reminded. He remembered that in the original book, Sun Wukong turned into a gorilla at this time, and in the end, it was the turtle immortals who destroyed the moon to make Sun Wukong change back. Now Sun Wukong's basic combat power is 180, and if he transforms into a gorilla, it will be increased to 1800, which is much more troublesome than in the original work. What? Sun Wukong and Klin were very surprised after hearing this, and quickly carried the unconscious Sun Wukong to the room. Li Su, congratulations on winning the championship. Bulma hugged Li Su's arm and said happily. Are you going to give something rewarded? Li Su said with a playful smile. Humph, ignore you. Bulma blushed and ran away. In the original book, Bulma does not have this little woman's side. Li Su said with a smile, Bulma with such a side is more cute than in the original work. Early the next morning, Li Su went to receive the prize money of the champion and came to the hotel with everyone, ready to eat. Li Su, you are really powerful, I still lost to you in the end. Sun Wukong said. In one night, Sun Wukong basically recovered. I'm looking forward to fighting you again next time. Li Su said with a smile. Well, I will work hard to cultivate. And I will fight well next time. Sun Wukong said, full of fighting spirit. The food is up, let's eat. Li Su said. Wow, that's delicious. Sun Wukong picked up a chicken leg and ate it, without affecting his appetite at all because of losing the game. A new book is open. Dear visitors, ask for flowers, ask for monthly passes, ask for collections, ask for subscriptions. Chapter 016. After eating all the prize money of the champion, Li Su and Bulma separated from everyone and returned home. During the battle with Sun Wukong, Li Su found that the panel of the system had some changes. Personal Information Panel. Name, Li Su. Age, 19. Combat Effectiveness, 251. Law, the Law of Force, 0/100. Possessed plugins, Primary Automatic Cultivation Plugin, can automatically increase 10 combat power points per day. Primary Savvy Plugin, can learn 1-star moves in seconds. Ordinary Scion Bloodline Plugin. Why did you suddenly have an extra Law of Force? Li Su was a little puzzled. The system did not give him an answer, and he guessed that it should be related to the feeling that Sun Wukong had when he was in the wave. System, what is the daily increase in combat power of the Primary Automatic Cultivation Plugin? Li Su asked. In the past, he could only increase his combat power a little every day, but now it has become an increase of 10 combat strength. If the host obtains the Ordinary Scion Bloodline plugin, the effect of automatic cultivation will naturally be different. The system explains. 2 plugins can even influence each other. Li Su was a little surprised, but this was good news for him, and the speed of combat effectiveness improvement increased tenfold. Can the Law of Power also be automatically cultivated? Li Su asked. The function of automatic cultivation plugins, the host can adjust freely. The system says. That means I can make the combat power and the Law of Force automatically cultivate at the same time, but the effect of automatic cultivation will be reduced. Li Su said. The host understands correctly. How is it distributed? Li Su fell into a tangle. If he didn't care about the Law of Power, his combat power would increase very quickly, but he felt that the Law of Power was also very important, and even exceeded his combat power. The system evenly distributes the effects of automatic cultivation plugins to combat power and the Law of Force. Li Su thought about it for a while, but decided to do both. Bun Mountain. Where? Li Su held Bulma and flew around in the air, as if looking for something. Li Su, is there really a spaceship here that you mentioned? Bulma asked. The two had been looking for most of the day, but still hadn't found it. There must be, otherwise how did Sun Wukong come to Earth? Li Su said. Found it. At this moment, Li Su found a ball-shaped spaceship in a valley and immediately flew down. The spacecraft was already dilapidated, wrapped in a layer of green vegetation, and only a small part was exposed, which would have been difficult to find if Li Su had not deliberately searched for it. It's shabby enough. Bulma said. Can it be fixed? Li Su asked. Well, the main part is not broken yet, just modify it, but it will take some time. Bulma examined it a little and said. Time is not a problem, I just need to go out, and when you finish modifying, we will go to the universe to play. Li Su said. Bulma nodded. Install a gravity cultivation room I told you about before in the spaceship. The greater the gravity multiplier that can be adjusted, the better. Li Su said. No problem, as long as you find all the materials, there should be no problem in creating a 300-fold gravity chamber, but with such a large gravity, will there really be no accident? Bulma said with some concern. It's going to be fine, and I'm not going to adjust gravity to the maximum all at once. Li Su said with a smile. The gravity cultivation room is a big cheater in the Dragon Ball world, and Sun Wukong can increase from more than 400 combat power to transform into a Super Saiyan in 1 year, which has a lot to do with the gravity cultivation room. Let's go back, I'll let you transport the spaceship back later. Bulma said. Is this Karen Tat? Li Su looked at the Karan tower that could not be seen at the top, and was a little shocked. Such a tall building was definitely not built by manpower. Since defeating Sun Wukong, Li Su has a hard time finding opponents on Earth, and decides to go to the universe to take a look, so he asks Bulma to transform the spaceship. However, the system has issued him a new task, which he needs to complete before leaving. Mission: Arrival at the King of the Northern Realm. Mission reward: Intermediate Enlightenment Plugin. Intermediate Savvy Plugin, can learn 2-star moves in seconds. He can now reach the next 2 ways of the Realm King, one of which is to find the 7 Dragon Balls, summon the Divine Dragon, and let the Divine Dragon send him to the Realm King. The second is to let the Heavenly God take him to the prefecture through the Heavenly God. Dragon Ball was still 4 or 5 months away from recovery, and Li Su didn't want to wait, so he still decided to come to the Heavenly God and cultivate by the way, and there were also immortal beans he wanted on the Karan Tower. Immortal beans are also a big cheater in the Dragon Ball world, whether it is used for cultivation or to save life, the effect is very good. Who are you? Just as Li Su wanted to climb the Karan Tower, 2 people came out, a young man with a child. Li Su knew these 2 people. It was the guardian of the Karan Tower, Bra, and his son Upa. My name is Li Su, I came to challenge Karen Tat. Li Su said with a smile. Karen Tat is not something anyone can challenge, you need to defeat me first. Bra said. When Li Su heard this, he smiled slightly. He knew that Bra also had good intentions. If his strength was insufficient, he would either die or be injured if he climbed halfway down and fell down. However, Li Su did not fight him, and climbed directly above the Karan Tower, and the speed was amazing. When Bra saw Li Su, who had disappeared in an instant, a drop of cold sweat flowed from his forehead and said, "What a monster, maybe he can really climb the Karan Tower." At this time, the cat immortal on the Karan Tower was also paying attention to Li Su. When did such a demon come out of the nether? This speed is too fast. The cat immortal saw Li Su climbing up at a speed beyond his imagination, and he was very surprised in his heart and broke out in a cold sweat. Before the cat immortal could calm down, suddenly a wind blew through, and Li Su's figure appeared on the Karan Tower. "Hi, hello." Li Su greeted with a smile. "Hello." The cat immortal smiled a little bitterly. "Are you here to snatch the super holy water? With your strength, the super holy water has no effect on you. I know that the super holy water is just a pretense, I came to cultivate." Li Su shook his head. "I'm afraid I can't teach you anything." The cat fairy said. A new book is open. Dear visitors, ask for flowers, ask for monthly passes, ask for collections, ask for subscriptions. Chapter 017. I still have a big lack of chi control, and you must have a lot to teach me in this regard. Li Su said without humility. Now that a month has passed since the 21st Tianxia First Martial Arts Conference, Li Su's combat effectiveness has increased to more than 400 points. Because he improved too quickly, his control of his chi was not as good as before. Your control of chi is indeed a little rough, but your strength is too strong. You must find a way to suppress it, and I can't teach you if you can't. The cat fairy said. It's a problem, what can you do about it? Li Su frowned. Leave it to me. At this moment, a voice sounded out of thin air, and then 2 people appeared in front of Li Su's eyes. It was Tian Shen and Bobo. "Tenjin, why are you here?" The cat fairy said with some surprise. There is an excellent martial artist in the nether, so naturally he must teach it well. Tian Shen said that he wanted to train a powerful martial artist, and if there was any crisis on the earth in the future, he would have more power to protect himself. You're not surprised to see me? The god of heaven looked at Li Su and said. When I came to Karantat, I sensed that there were people up there. Li Su said, not completely telling the truth. Well, I want to help you cultivate, but if the earth encounters any trouble in the future, I hope you can help. Tenjin said. This nature, I am also an earthling. Li Su said. Whether it was before or now, he is an earthling, and it is his duty to protect the earth, and there are people on the earth that he wants to protect. Tenjin nodded and took out a black garment, wrapped in a layer of white light on his hands, as if some magic had been cast on the dress. This gravity suit can help you suppress your combat power. You first follow Karan to cultivate, and after you finish learning, come to the Heavenly God Temple. Tenjin said. Thank you. Li Su said. He didn't expect the Heavenly God to help him like this, and offered to let him go to the Heavenly God Temple to cultivate. After all, he hadn't done anything to contribute to the earth now. Carlin, the rest is up to you. Tenjin said, and then returned to the temple with Bobo. Li Su put on the gravity suit, which weighed 500 pounds, 4 times his weight, and after wearing it, he felt that his movement was a little difficult. You get used to the gravity suit first, and then we will start cultivating. The cat fairy licked his paws and said. Li Su began to do some simple cultivation. The 500 pounds of gravity suit was not too troublesome for him, but just now he didn't adapt to it, and it took him half a day to do normal activities. This is a fairy bean, eating one can stay hungry for 10 days. The cat immortal saw that Li Su's physical exertion was not small, and gave Li Su a fairy bean. Click! After Li Su ate it, he felt a surge of power throughout his body, and he immediately returned to his heyday. Cat immortal, can you give me more of this kind of immortal beans? Li Su asked. There are several altars over there, if you need it, take it. The cat fairy said without care. Xiandou was originally used to restore the physical strength of those who challenged Kalantat, but in the past few hundred years, basically no one has ever been on Kalantat, so they have accumulated so much. Thank you then. Li Su said happily. There were 3 major altars in Xiandou, each of which had tens of thousands, and Li Su took 2 of them, leaving 1, and 2 altars were enough for him. We are cultivating now, all you have to do is snatch the kettle on my crutches, whether it is while I am asleep or when my mind is wandering, as long as you can grab it. But your strength is too strong, you must carry this bell. When grabbing the kettle, this bell cannot ring, otherwise you must start again. After Li Su listened, he nodded, took the bell handed over by the cat fairy, and tied it around his waist. Although it is only a small bell, the difficulty has increased several times, but this way he can learn more. Cat immortal, let's get started. Shout! Jingle bells! As soon as Li Su moved, he heard the ringing of the bell. You have too many extra moves, which will greatly affect your speed when fighting and consume more chi. The cat fairy said. The cat immortal has lived for so long, although the combat effectiveness is not very strong, but in terms of theory, he is a generation of grandmasters. Li Su listened to the words of the cat immortal, made adjustments, and swept towards the kettle on the cat fairy's crutch again, although the bell on his body did not ring, but because it was too deliberate, the speed was greatly limited. As calm as the sky and as fast as lightning. Li Su remembered what Bobo said when teaching Sun Wukong in the original work, and seemed to understand this sentence. What a high level of understanding! The cat fairy exclaimed in his heart. 10 days passed. Li Su was rubbing the kettle on the cat fairy crutch every day, and on the first day, Li Su could do normal actions without making the bell ring. On the 5th day, he was already able to put some pressure on the cat fairy, and he almost succeeded several times. On the 10th day, he could grab the kettle on the cat fairy crutch with his eyes closed. "Your progress amazes me so much, I have nothing left to teach you, I really don't know how far you will grow," the cat fairy exclaimed. In the past 10 days, Li Su's shock to him was too much, and the shock of the previous hundreds of years was not more than these 10 days. "Thank you for these 10 days of teaching." Li Su thanked him. In the past 10 days, the primary automatic cultivation plugin is still running, and the combat effectiveness has increased by 50 points, and the cultivation he does is all about the control of qi, and the two do not interfere. Now he has made a great improvement in the control of qi, and the same combat power can exert stronger combat power. "The Heavenly God has just received news, you can go to the Heavenly God Temple," the cat fairy said. "Goodbye then." Li Su waved his hand and flew above the Karan Tower. The celestial temple was suspended above the Karan pagoda for a long time, and ordinary people, without the permission of the celestial god, could not reach the celestial temple. Of course, as long as the combat effectiveness reaches a certain level, this restriction has no effect. "Is this the Heavenly God Temple?" Seeing it with your own eyes is different from seeing it on the screen. The whole temple has the color of Indian culture, and there are 2 rows of coconut trees planted in the square in front. A new book is open. Dear visitors, ask for flowers, ask for monthly passes, ask for collections, ask for subscriptions. Chapter 018. You are here, and Bobo will teach you cultivation next. Tenjin said, a smile on his vicissitudes and wrinkled face. Li Su nodded. Whether it is theoretical guidance or actual combat effectiveness, Bobo is much stronger than the celestial god. In the original work, Bobo easily subdued Little Trunks and Sun Wuxian, who are Super Saiyan, making people feel that Bobo's strength has become more unfathomable. However, when Karak II came to seize the throne of the gods, Bobo was subdued by Karak II's men, and Bobo was not seen in the great world. All this also shows that Bobo's strength is not very good, only about 500 or 600 points. How much strength Bobo has, Li Su does not know, at least now he can't see Bobo's strength clearly. The Heavenly God left after speaking, handing Li Su over to Bobo. Your strength is very strong, but your control of qi is not perfect, and then Bobo will train you in the control of qi. Bobo said expressionlessly. Bobo's training is similar to that of the cat immortals, both of which are the control of qi, but Bobo's teaching is more in-depth. 20 days passed in the blink of an eye. Li Su has been feeling the realm that Bobo said is as calm as the sky and as fast as lightning. Now he sat quietly on the square in front of the Heavenly God Temple, his eyes closed, but any wind and grass on the Heavenly God Temple was clearly displayed in his mind. Qi is really a magical thing. Li Su opened his eyes, and a look of joy appeared on his face. Your progress is too fast, the general conventional methods can no longer teach you, next you go to a place with Bobo. Bobo still said expressionlessly. Following Bobo, he walked towards the depths of the temple. By passing several corridors, as if walking through a labyrinth, Li Su discovered for the first time that there was such a large space inside the temple, and finally Bobo stopped in front of a golden gate. Bobo won't send me to a world I don't use to learn like he taught Monkey King in the original book, right? Li Su thought secretly in his heart. Bobo pushed open the golden door and said, this is the Spirit Time House, 1 year inside, only 1 day has passed outside, but the environment is extremely harsh, we will cultivate inside for a year. It turned out to be a spiritual time house. Li Su was a little surprised, but he didn't expect Bobo to bring him to the Spirit Time House to cultivate. The gravity chamber in the Spirit Time Room is 10 times the size of the Earth, and the temperature fluctuates between -40 and 50 degrees, which is simply not suitable for human survival. The most important thing is that it is white inside, and staying in it for a year is a huge test for people's psychological endurance. You're wearing a gravity suit, and the gravity inside is 10 times that of the outside, so you better take it off first. Bobo said. No need. Li Su smiled slightly. A layer of white light appeared on his hands, and the gravity suit on his body turned into ordinary clothes again. You actually learned the magic of Lord Tenjin. Bobo was a little shocked. At that time, when the gods were casting, they learned it at a glance. Li Su said with a smile, this magic is not difficult, it belongs to a one-star move. Then let's start cultivating. Bobo said, walking into the spirit time house. Li Su also followed into it. And the tenfold gravity inside almost crushed Li Su to the ground, and it was very difficult to even walk a step. Bobo, you don't have anything at all. Li Su said with some surprise. Under 10 times the gravity, Bobo turned out to be the same as outside, which I felt that could not be done with hundreds of combat power. This gravity has no effect on the waves. Bobo said. All right. Li Su is no longer entangled in Bobo's strength, anyway, all this has little to do with him. The system assigns all the automatic cultivation plugins to the law of force. Li Su secretly communicated the system in his heart. He would then cultivate in the spirit time house for a year to avoid interference, and it would be best to let the automatic cultivation plugins all be allocated to the comprehension of the law of force. Any extra action will affect the exertion of strength. The better the control of qi, the faster you can condense energy balls, the same energy ball can condense more qi, thus producing greater power. The heart is like water, don't observe with your eyes. In the blink of an eye, a year has passed. Li Su receives Bobo's guidance every day, like a sponge, frantically absorbing the knowledge taught by Bobo, and the progress can be said to be very great. Sometimes Li Su will also practice against Bobo, but Li Su has never hit Bobo, which gives Li Su a new understanding of Bobo's strength. He guessed that Bobo was very powerful, but as a servant of God, there were some things he could not interfere with, just like Weiss, he only served the gods. A year has passed, Bobo's guidance to you is over, and your future cultivation will depend on yourself. Bobo said. Thank you Mr. Bobo for your guidance this year. Li Su said gratefully. Bobo's guidance this year can be said to be very useful to him, laying a good foundation for him in the future. Otherwise, even if he has a high combat power by automatically cultivating external plugins in the future, he will not be able to control the qi in his body very well like people like Frisia. Personal Information Panel. Name, Li Su. Age, 19, the year spent in mental time is not counted. Combat Effectiveness, 12,000. Law, the Law of Force, 1/100. Possessed Plugins, Primary Automatic Cultivation Plugin, can automatically increase 10 combat effectiveness every day. Primary Savvy Plugin, can learn 1-star moves in seconds. Ordinary Scion Bloodline Plugin. After practicing the Law of Force for a year, he finally reached 1%, and he found that if he relied on the law of 1% of his strength, he could increase his combat effectiveness by 10% without causing any load on his body. And he also found one thing, when his combat power exceeded 10,000, his qi not only increased in quantity, but also in quality. He asked Bobo, and Bobo said that it was related to the dimension. From low to high, the dimensions are star level, galaxy level, and cosmic level. There is a higher realm behind, but Bobo is not very clear about this, and 10,000 combat power is the entry standard for the star level, and if it exceeds 10,000, even if it enters the star level. A new book is open. Dear visitors, ask for flowers, ask for monthly passes, ask for collections, ask for subscriptions. Chapter 019. After leaving the Spirit Time House, Tenjin was waiting for them outside. In 1 year, your strength has improved so much. Tian Shen said in horror. He could still feel Li Su's strength before, but now he couldn't see through Li Su at all. I'm not strong enough now. Li Su shook his head. His current strength is indeed very strong on Earth, but it is still not enough to see in the universe. Aren't you not interested in serving as the god of the earth? Tenjin asked. I am not suitable to be the god of the earth. I know a person, he has a pure heart and good strength. If you want to find a successor, you can consider him. Li Su shook his head. The position of the god of heaven did not have the slightest allure for him. You're talking about the Monkey King, he is indeed a very good seedling. Tian Shen said that because of Li Su, he also knew more about the people around Li Su. Li Su nodded. What's next for you? Tian Shen then asked. There was nothing left to hand over to Li Su here. Does the heavenly god have the authority to recommend people to cultivate with the Realm King? Li Su asked. You actually know Lord Realm King? Tenjin was a little surprised. I plan to leave Earth and wander the universe, so I know a little more about things outside of Earth. Li Su found a reason. I can take someone to meet King Yan, but I have never been to Hades alive. Tenjin frowned. There is no place on Earth suitable for me to cultivate, and I also asked the heavenly gods to help me once, and it is not impossible for living people to go to the netherworld. Li Su said. The netherworld is actually just a special two-dimensional space. If the strength is strong enough, you can enter it by breaking the dimensional wall. Okay, but I don't guarantee success. Tenjin said. Thank you. If this method does not work, Li Su can only honestly look for the Dragon Ball again, and use the power of the Divine Dragon to be the king of the realm, and the task of the system must be completed. Don't you resist. The heavenly god put his hand on Li Su's shoulder. Li Su suddenly felt a force acting on his body, and the scene in front of him changed, but in the blink of an eye, Li Su and the heavenly god came to the netherworld. Who are you? At this time, a prefectural staff member came over. I am the god of the earth, and I have come to meet King Yan. Tenjin said. How did you bring a living person into Hades? Don't you know the rules of Hades? The imp said. I'll explain it clearly to King Yan Luo later. Tenjin said. Okay, I'll report it. The imp said. After a while, the little devil returned and led Li Su and the heavenly god to the Yan Luo hall. Earth god, why are you here? King Yan Luo said, as if he was still familiar with the heavenly gods of the earth. We have produced an excellent martial artist on earth, and I would like to recommend him to cultivate with the Realm King. The gods explained the intention. Generally, living people are not allowed to come to the underworld. Let's make an exception today, but if you want to see Lord King of the realm, you must break through the snake path. King Yan Luo said. From the conversation between the two, Li Su could hear that the two really seemed to have some friendship. Thank you, Lord Yan Luo. Tenjin said. I'll let someone take him to the snake road now. King Yan Luo said, gesturing to a little ghost next to him. And after the little ghost agreed, he took Li Su and left. You have an amazing guy on earth this time. After Li Su left, King Yan Luo said to the heavenly god. It is true that there have not been excellent martial artists on earth for a long time. Tenjin laughed. Li Su followed the little ghost to the snake road. This is the snake road, I can only send you here. The imp said. Thank you. Li Su said thank you and flew directly to the other end of the snake road. Although the snake path is very long, it is nothing to Li Su now. After cultivating in the spiritual time house for a year, his current combat power has reached 12,000 points, which is much higher than Sun Wukong's cultivation from the Realm King star in the original work. After flying for more than an hour, Li Su came to the end of the snake road, saw the pocket Northern Realm King, jumped up and landed on it. The gravity of the Northern King star is also 10 times that of the Earth, and Li Su, who has spent a year in the spiritual time house, has long adapted to 10 times the gravity. Is this the realm? I really don't know how the king of the Northern Realm lived on such a planet for so long. Li Su said darkly. If he was allowed to live on such a planet all the time, it was estimated that it would not be long before he would be held crazy. Ding dong! Mission completed, Congratulations to the host for obtaining the intermediate savvy plugin. The sound of the system machinery sounded in Li Su's mind, and the original primary understanding plugin was replaced by the intermediate understanding plugin. Li Su's comprehension power has gone to a higher level. Wow! What? At this moment, an orangutan jumped towards Li Su. It was the Northern Realm King's pet Barbust. Is Lord Realm King available? Li Su shouted loudly. I, the King of the Northern Realm, haven't had a guest for a long time. The King of the Northern Realm walked out of the house, followed by a small grasshopper. Lord Realm King, I am from Earth and want to cultivate with you. Li Su said politely. It's not impossible for me to teach you cultivation, but you have to make me laugh first. The King of the Northern Realm said seriously. When Li Su heard the words of the King of the Northern Realm, the corners of his mouth tugged. Fortunately he had already prepared a little. Once upon a time there was a steamed bun. He ate a meatball, and it turned out to be a bun. Poof! After hearing this, the King of the Northern Realm immediately wanted to laugh, and after realizing this, he immediately covered his mouth to avoid making himself laugh. Once upon a time there was a man who looked like an onion and cried as he walked. Li Su saw that the King of the Northern Realm wanted to laugh and forcibly held it, but he felt very funny in his heart. Once upon a time, an egg went to a tea house to drink tea, and it turned into a tea egg. Once upon a time. Haha. After Li Su told 7 or 8 jokes with extremely low laughing points, the King of the Northern Realm finally couldn't help laughing, holding his stomach and rolling on the ground. You're amazing! Li Su looked at the King of the Northern Realm speechlessly. It is estimated that the King of the Northern Realm has lived in the King Star of the Northern Realm for a long time, and he is bored to the extreme, otherwise he would not have laughed so low. Lord Realm King! Can you teach me cultivation now? Good! A new book is open. Dear visitors, ask for flowers, ask for monthly passes, ask for collections, ask for subscriptions. Chapter 020. I have 2 powerful tricks. If you want me to teach you, you must first pass my test. The King of the Northern Realm said seriously. What is the test? Li Su knew that the King of the Northern Realm was talking about the King of the Realm Fist and the Yuan Chi Bomb. Grab Barbulus and hit Gurgly with a hammer. The King of the Northern Realm said. This shouldn't be difficult for me, right? Li Su was a little surprised. He was not the Monkey King in the original work, and he had already applied 10 times gravity. So to make it a little harder for you. The King of the Northern Realm smiled sinisterly, cast a spell, and put a large iron ring on Li Su's hands and feet. At the moment of putting on the iron ring, Li Su was directly crushed to the ground. Each iron ring weighs 200 catties, adding up to 800 catties, which is equivalent to Li Su's body carrying something weighing 8,000 catties under 10 times the gravity. As long as you complete the 2 things I said with the iron ring, I will teach you my 2 tricks. The King of the Northern Realm smiled proudly. I'll do it. Li Su said confidently and stood up with difficulty. Just regarded this as a cultivation, since knowing the effect of the law of force, Li Su assigned all the automatic cultivation plugins to the law of force. The law of 1% of the force can increase the combat effectiveness by 10%, and there is no load on the body, which is a very heaven-defying effect. The effect may not be obvious now, but as the combat effectiveness increases, the benefits of the law of force will become larger and larger, far more cost-effective than increasing the combat power by 10 points per day. Then let's get started. The King of the Northern Realm said. What oh? Barblos jumped around in front of Li Su, as if mocking Li Su. I'll play with you. Li Su moved with difficulty and chased towards Barbluis, but the speed of the 2 was not at all on the same level, and Barblos still turned back from time to taunt Li Su. Li Su was not discouraged in the slightest, and he got up again after falling. As long as he adapted to this gravity, it would not be difficult to catch up with Barbluis. What a good seedling! The King of the Northern Realm watched from the side, and secretly sighed in his heart. Although he looks unreliable, he is still very reliable at a critical time, and he arranged 2 tests for Li Su. One is to test Li Su's qualifications, and the other is to observe Li Su's heart. In the blink of an eye, 3 months have passed. In the first month, Li Su adapted to the weight of the iron ring, grabbed Barbust, beat it well, and took revenge for the previous arrow. In the second month, Li Su took a big hammer and beat Gurgly all over his head, so that Gurgly hid far away when he saw Li Su. After that, the King of the Northern Realm taught Li Su his 2 unique moves, the King of the Realm Fist and the Genki Bullet. The King of the Realm Fist Li Su learned it after watching it once, but Li Su couldn't learn the Yuan Qi Bomb, because the Yuan Qi Bomb had a requirement that it must be pure in heart. Li Su can't do the heart of a child like Sun Wukong, so even if he has an intermediate savvy plug-in, he still can't learn the Vitality Bomb. Just like the original Turtle Sect Qigong Wave, you must have enough qi in your body to be able to exert it. And if the prerequisites are not enough, no matter how good your understanding is, it is useless. Li Su was not disappointed in this. The Yuan Qi bullet had too many restrictions and was not very suitable for use in battle. After learning the King of the Realm Fist, Li Su did not leave immediately, but continued to stay in the Northern King Star for a month, absorbing the martial arts experience of the King of the Northern Realm. Lord Realm King, it's time for me to go back. Li Su said. Dao, so far, the King of the Northern Realm has nothing to teach Li Su. Well, your qualifications are very good, I hope you can go further. The King of the Northern Realm said seriously. Lord Realm King, I plan to go to the universe next, can you tell me the location distribution of some planets in the universe? Li Su suddenly remembered. I am only in charge of the North Galaxy, and I can tell you the location distribution of the North Galaxy planet, but you should pay attention to one person in the universe and don't mess with him. The King of the Northern Realm admonished. Who is it? Li Su asked. Frozen Demon Frisia. The King of the Northern Realm said that when he mentioned Frisia, the King of the Northern Realm's body trembled unconsciously, obviously having a certain psychological shadow on Frisia. I remembered. Li Su nodded. He knows Frisia's strength, and he will definitely not go to Frisia, but not necessarily in the future. Frisia is destined to be a stepping stone on his growth path. After getting the planet distribution map of the North Galaxy, Li Su left the Northern King. This time, it took Li Su half an hour to cross the Snake Road and come to Yan Luo Hall. Why did you come back so soon? King Yan Luo asked a little unexpectedly. He knew that Li Su was receiving training from the King of the Northern Realm, and originally thought that Li Su would stay on the King Star of the Northern Realm for at least a few years. I've learned everything I want to learn, and naturally I come back. Li Su said. I will notify the gods of the earth to pick you up now. King Yan Luo said, and did not continue to ask. After a while, the gods came. It seems that you have gained a lot this time. Tian Shen said. He felt that Li Su was even more unfathomable. It's really a big gain. Li Su said with a smile. Let's go. The Heavenly God took Li Su back to the Heavenly God Temple. Heavenly God, I will go back first. I may not be on Earth for the next period of time. If there is something to do, I can let the King of the Northern Realm contact me. Li Su said. After Li Su left the Heavenly God Temple, he flew directly to his home. He didn't expect that this trip would take half a year, and Bulma must be very worried. Bulma. When Li Su returned home, he saw Bulma sitting in the courtyard in a daze. Li Su, you're finally back. When Bulma saw Li Su, she was very happy, and immediately threw herself into Li Su's arms, and then cried. Sorry to worry you. Li Su said apologetically. Where have you been during this time? If you don't come back, I plan to find Dragon Ball and call you back. Bulma said. I went to a place to cultivate, but I didn't expect to practice for so long. Li Su said. Be sure to take me with you wherever you go in the future. Bulma said pitifully. Okay, I'll definitely take you with me later. Li Su solemnly promised. The two did not see each other for a long time, and began to linger. A new book is open. Dear visitors, ask for flowers, ask for monthly passes, ask for collections, ask for subscriptions. Chapter 021. This is my modified spaceship. Bulma said proudly. The original spherical spacecraft has been converted to the size of a small house, and the space inside is not known to be many times larger. Drib. Bulma took out a remote control and pressed it, the door of the spacecraft opened, a ladder was lowered, and Li Su and Bulma walked into the spaceship. This is the control room. There are also bedrooms, bathrooms, lounges, cultivation rooms, etc. If you think there are any shortcomings, I can install them immediately. Bulma introduced. No, it's already good. Li Su shook his head. In terms of the pursuit of quality of life, Li Su is definitely not comparable to Bulma. I'll take you to the cultivation room to take a look. Bulma laughed. The two came to the gravity cultivation room, and the space inside was large enough for Li Su to move while cultivating. In the middle is the gravity device. I set it to be voice activated, so that it is more convenient. The highest gravity multiple is 300 times, if there is better material, it is not a problem to increase to 500 times. Bulma said. 300 times the gravity is enough for the time being. Li Su said that he has not even adapted to 100 times gravity now, and 300 times gravity is enough for him to use for a long time. There are launchers here, but they may not work as well as you want. Bulma continued. It was originally used to assist cultivation, and it almost didn't matter. Li Su said. So when do we leave? Bulma asked. She had an adventurous spirit, otherwise she would not have gone to find the ethereal Dragon Ball alone, looking forward to this journey through the universe. We may be out for a little longer this time. You don't have to say goodbye to your father-in-law and mother-in-law. Li Su said with a smile. Now everything is almost ready, and you can leave at any time. Who is your father-in-law and mother-in-law? Bulma said with a blushing face. That's a matter of time. Do you still want to marry someone else? Li Su said with a smile, especially liking Bulma's blushing face and the posture of a little woman. Humph, ignore you. Bulma pretended to be angry and left. Li Su did not stay in the spaceship much and walked out with Bulma. Shout! At this time, a person flew in the sky. It was Sun Wukong. Li Su, Bulma. The Monkey King landed in front of them. Goku, why are you here? Li Su said with some surprise. He felt that Sun Wukong should look for opponents all over the world at this time. I want to go retrieve my grandfather's relics and borrow the Dragon Ball radar. Monkey King said. Oh, I'll go get it to you now. Bulma said. One went to the house to get the Dragon Ball radar. Goku, you shouldn't have a suitable place to cultivate now. Li Su said. Well, Grandpa Turtle Immortal let me go out on my own, and I plan to use the journey to find Dragon Ball as a cultivation. Monkey King said. The Turtle Immortals also have nothing to teach Sun Wukong now. I went to Kailan Tat, you can also go, you should be able to learn a lot there. Li Su said. Where is Kailan Tat? A flash of essence flashed in Sun Wukong's eyes. In the western part of the earth, a tower that goes straight into the sky, you go and inquire, it should be easy to inquire. Li Su said. After I retrieve my grandfather's relics, I will definitely visit. Sun Wukong nodded seriously. I'll give you another gift. Li Su said. He took out a black dress and cast a magic spell, instantly making the weight of the dress reach 300 pounds, and took out 2 bracers and a pair of boots to cast the same magic. It's so heavy. Sun Wukong took the clothes and boots, did not hold them steadily, fell to the ground, and smashed a hole in the ground. What heavy clothes! With some effort, Sun Wukong picked up his clothes again. These things add up to 500 pounds, you wear them to find the dragon balls, and when you fully adapt to them, your strength should increase a lot. Li Su said. Thank you. Sun Wukong said, naturally knowing the benefits of this. Let's practice hard, I really hope that we can fight again in the future. Li Su said that after this cultivation, his strength was much higher than that of Sun Wukong, and Sun Wukong did not even have the qualifications to be his opponent. Well, I'll work hard to cultivate. Sun Wukong said seriously. At this time, Bulma came out of the room, holding the Dragon Ball radar in her hand, and said, I have remade a Dragon Ball radar, both for you, so if it is broken, there will be another. Thank you. After Sun Wukong got the Dragon Ball radar, he flew away directly. Let's go in 3 days. Li Su said. 3 days later, Earth's outer space. Li Su, you have already entered the planet map you gave me into the control system of the spacecraft, where are we going first? Bulma asked. Let me think. Li Su didn't know where to go first. Ding dong. Release mission, destroy Team Kinnet, mission reward, severed limb rebirth physique plug-in. The sound of the system machinery here sounded in Li Su's mind. Severed limb rebirth physique, can be reborn with broken arm and has the ability to survive in space. This plugin is also good. Li Su said darkly. Although the scions are powerful, they cannot survive in space, which is a defect of the scions, and if they can make up for it, it will also be a good thing for Li Su. Bulma, let's go to the planet Adrath at our first stop. Li Su said. Li Su doesn't know where Team Kinnet is, and he is only 18,000 combat strength now, not the opponent of Team Kinnet. Even if he finds it, he can't beat it. And it's also possible to lure Frisia over, so he needs to learn some life-saving methods before going to Team Kinnet. He now has an intermediate level of savvy plug-in, although teleportation surpasses the 2-star move, and he can't learn it instantly, but it takes a little more time, and it shouldn't be difficult to learn. Okay. Bulma immediately gave the ship instructions to go to the planet Idrit, and for her, it was the same everywhere and there was no fixed goal. Bulma, I'll go to cultivate first, I may not have much time to accompany you during this time, and when I get to my destination, I will accompany you out to have fun. Li Su said apologetically. He has to improve his strength in order to defeat Team Keynote. Bulma nodded in understanding. A new book is open. Dear visitors, ask for flowers, ask for monthly passes, ask for collections, ask for subscriptions. Chapter 022. In the dark universe, stars are dotted like twinkling diamonds. A spacecraft sails in it, leaving a white light behind it, like a tail. In the spaceship, Li Su was practicing hard, and the air in the entire cultivation room was dark red due to the squeeze of gravity, giving people a depressing feeling. 998999100. Li Su supported himself on the ground with one finger, doing push-ups, beads of sweat dripping down his cheeks, and a lot of sweat accumulated on the ground. After doing 1,000 push-ups, Li Su stopped his cultivation, turned off gravity, took out a fairy bean and took it down, and his physical strength instantly recovered. Walking out of the cultivation room, Bulma was sitting there resting, obviously feeling a little bored. Li Su, is today's cultivation over? When Bulma saw Li Su come out, a happy look appeared on her face. Li Su nodded a little apologetically, the matter of cultivation could not be put down, and he could only compensate Bulma more in the future. Li Su, in the near future, our spacecraft will pass through the planet Fidar. Planet Fidar is a planet with a cosmic civilization, let's go up there and take a look. Bulma looked at Li Su with expectant eyes. Well, let's go to planet Fidar for a few days. Li Su said with a smile. At this time, it has been a month since they left Earth, and Bulma has also been bored in the spaceship for a month. It is estimated that it is stuffy, so he should give himself a few days off and accompany Bulma to go out. Great! Bulma almost jumped with joy. Looking at the happy smile on Bulma's face, Li Su's guilt in his heart was even worse, and he walked over and held Bulma in his arms and said, "Bulma, I'm sorry." "It's okay," Bulma said very understandingly, knowing Li Su's feelings for her. The next day, Li Su and Bulma's spacecraft landed at the spaceport of the planet Fidar. "This planet Fidar is really lively," Li Su said with a smile. That planet Fidar is like a space station in the universe, and all kinds of people have it. The technology of the planet Fidar is much more advanced than that of our planet. Bulma said. "Let's go get a map of planet Fidar first, and then have a few days of fun on planet Fidar." Li Su said with a smile that the planet Fidar is full of high-tech atmosphere, and it is indeed much more developed than the Earth. The two spent hours circling the planet Fidar, figuring out some basic information. "The currency here is blue gold stone. We don't have this thing, we can only sell some things to them and exchange some blue gold stone," Li Su said. "There is no universal currency in the universe, and transactions between different planets use an energy stone, called blue gold stone, which is mainly used to provide energy for various machines. Our Earth also has this blue gold stone, but we don't call it blue gold stone, but sky gold stone, and the technology on the Earth has no way to use the energy inside," Bulma said. Listening to Bulma's words, Li Su suddenly remembered that this blue gold stone seemed to have been mentioned in the Dragon Ball Super manga, but it was only a passing mention and did not play any role, so that everyone had no impression of it. "Let's sell them some things that we can't use for the time being, and then buy some of the things we need," Li Su said. Bulma nodded. "In fact, there is also a very advanced technology on the Earth, that is, universal capsules. If they are sold, they can definitely be sold at a good price." Li Su and Bulma came to the exchange, sold some things that were not used temporarily, and got 1,000 blue gold stones. Immediately afterwards, the two played on the planet Fidar, and came to the alien planet for the first time. Both of them were very interested in everything new. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. "Bulma, there's a tech book store here, let's go buy some books so you won't be so bored in the ship later," Li Su said, stopping in front of a store. Bulma glanced at Li Su gratefully, and the two walked into the store. "Welcome." As soon as the two walked in, a person greeted them, a young girl with pointed ears and a tail behind her, like a cat. "Give us some books on gravity technology," Bulma said. "Okay." The cat girl immediately brought a pile of books on gravity technology from the shelf. Bulma looked through it roughly, took out some of the books she had fully understood, and said, "Wrap up the rest." "Okay, a total of 200 blue gold stones," the cat girl said. "Don't you have to buy something else?" Li Su asked. He knew that Bulma bought these books all for him, hoping to research the auxiliary equipment that Li Su needed. "No need, these books are enough for me to study for a while." Bulma shook her head. Although she was a genius, it would take a lot of time to fully understand these things. "Let's get some more books on space theory and time theory," Li Su said. When the cat girl heard this, she immediately brought over a bunch of books, all about space theory and time theory. "Wrap it all up." Li Su said that his understanding of this aspect is basically zero, and all the knowledge about this area has a certain effect for him. "Okay. A total of 300 blue gold stones," the cat girl said with a smile. Li Su took out 500 blue gold stones and gave them to the cat girl, and only 100 of their 1,000 blue gold stones remained. "What do you buy these books for?" Bulma asked curiously. "I am interested in these two aspects of knowledge, and if you want to study them, if you have time, you can also study them," Li Su said with a smile. If space theory can be applied to the navigation technology of spacecraft, the speed of spacecraft can be greatly improved, and there will be no need to spend a lot of time flying in space in the future. The theory of time is even more against the sky, applied to reality, even through time and space can do this kind of thing, but can only travel to parallel worlds, want to really go back to the past but can't do it. Li Su wanted to study these two aspects of knowledge, not to do this, but to understand the moves related to time or space in the Dragon Ball world, such as flashing time and teleportation. In this way, not only can you learn these moves faster, but you can also better crack these moves, and even improve these moves. I'll study it when I have time. Bulma says she's interested in anything about technology. I have to admit that Bulma's talent in science and technology is not as weak as Asian's talent in martial arts. After buying these books, Li Su and Bulma continued to play on the planet Fidar for a day, spending the remaining 100 blue gold stones, and then left. A new book is open. Dear visitors, ask for flowers, ask for monthly passes, ask for collections, ask for subscriptions. Chapter 023. Li Su, behind us, there are several spaceships following us. Bulma said, her white jade-like fingers tapping quickly, and the screen immediately showed the appearance of several spaceships behind. Not long after they left the planet Fidar, they spotted several spaceships following them. Frisia Legion's spaceship. Li Su was a little surprised. The style of the few spaceships behind him was exactly the same as the spaceships of the Frisia Legion that he had seen on the screen in his previous life. Is Frisia the cosmic demon you told me about? Bulma asked, and Li Su told her some basic information in the universe. Li Su nodded. But why did they follow us? Bulma said suspiciously. It should be for universal capsule technology. We should have been discovered by them when we took out the spacecraft. Li Su guessed that he did not expect that there were also people from the Frisia Legion on this Fidar planet. Although Frisia is known as the Emperor of the Universe, in fact, the planets he controls are only a small part of the Northern Galaxy, and many planets are not under his control. So what do we do now? Bulma asked with some concern. Can you get rid of them? Li Su asked. If it was not necessary, he didn't want to provoke Frisia for the time being. No, their spacecraft is faster than ours. Bulma frowned. Li Su and Bulma's spaceship was modified from Sun Wukong's spaceship, which was the product of the Frisia Legion more than 10 years ago, and it was certainly not comparable to the spaceship of the Frisia Legion now. Are there any planets nearby? We landed on a planet and solved them. Li Su said. Since he can't get rid of them, then kill them. Although he didn't want to provoke Frisia now, he was not afraid of Frisia. When Bulma heard this, she quickly checked it and said, there is a nearby planet of Karadai, but it is just a barren planet, and there is no life reaction on it. It is suitable as a battlefield to lead them to the planet Karo. Li Su said. Okay. Bulma tapped quickly on the control panel. In several spaceships behind Li Su. How long will it take to catch up with them? A cosmic man with purple skin, 2 ears like 2 cylinders, and a toad mouth said. Lord Chu Yi, you can catch up with them in an hour, but they seem to have changed direction, and their destination is the planet Karadai. A small maid from the Frisia Legion said. Hehe, are you ready to land? This is just right, so as not to destroy the spacecraft. Chu Yi smiled sinisterly, as if Li Su's spaceship was in his pocket. Planet Karo. The whole planet is dark yellow, barren, with huge rocks and no green vegetation at all. It is a complete barren star. Li Su and their spacecraft slowly landed on the planet Karo. Li Su and Bulma got down from the spaceship and put it away. Bulma, when the battle will be discovered, I will send you to a safe place first, and when I have solved them all, I will come to you. Li Su said. He had just sensed it and knew that the other party had a person with a combat power of 18,000, and his current combat strength was only 20,000, which could not completely guarantee the safety of Bulma. You said you would take mine wherever you went. Bulma said pitifully. But, said Li Su with some embarrassment, in the battle, Bulma is really too dangerous, even the aftermath of the battle can endanger her life. I have this. Bulma gestured to the bracelet on her hand and smiled proudly. In Li Su's puzzled eyes, Bulma pressed the switch on the bracelet, and saw Bulma shrink at a speed visible to the naked eye, and in a blink of an eye, it turned into a mini Bulma. Li Su put Bulma in his palm and smiled slightly. Bulma seems to have made this mini bracelet in the original work, just for fun. Bulma pressed on the bracelet again, and a light mask popped out on the bracelet, protecting Bulma, and then the entire light mask was attached to Li Su's chest. So I'm safe. Bulma laughed. It seems that you have thought of this situation for a long time. Li Su said that Bulma invented this bracelet in order to follow Li Su when he was fighting. That's of course, this shield can withstand attacks below 10,000 combat power. Bulma said arrogantly. Li Su nodded. Although this protective shield could not resist the other party's full blow, it should be no problem to resist some aftermath. As long as Li Su was careful, there should be nothing. After about 20 minutes, 5 spaceships landed on the planet Kuriti, and 20 or 30 people from the Frisia Legion came out of it. Oh? Waiting for us here, do you know that you can't escape and give up resistance? Chuyi was a little surprised to see Li Su waiting for them here, but he didn't pay attention to it. Did he? Combat effectiveness 1200. A small minions next to him tested Li Su's combat effectiveness, and a trace of disdain appeared in his eyes. Master Chuyi, such a person is not worth your hand at all, just leave it to your subordinates. Well, don't break the spaceship on him. Chuyi said with a cold smile, not putting Li Su in his eyes at all. Boy, it will pass soon, it won't hurt very much. The little one laughed cruelly. Shout! After speaking, the little chick suddenly attacked towards Li Su. Give me death! A punch hit Li Su's head, and seeing Li Su standing there without moving, he seemed to have seen the scene where Li Su's head was burst. However, the situation he imagined did not appear. The fist passed through Li Su's body, and he hit only a phantom. Ugh! Before he could react, suddenly there was a sharp pain in his body, causing him to let out a scream. Li Su's fist had already hit his stomach at some point, and the instantaneous burst of force had shattered the inside of his body, and he quickly lost his vitality. What? Seeing that his subordinates were killed by Li Su, Chuyi was very surprised. Did he? Combat effectiveness 1200. Chuyi tested Li Su's combat strength again, and saw that there were still only 1200, and the consternation on his face disappeared, and his previous smile was restored. It should just be luck. Chuyi thought in his heart. He trusted the data detected by the combat power detector too much. A new book is open. Dear visitors, ask for flowers, ask for monthly passes, ask for collections, ask for subscriptions. Chapter 024. You guys give it to me, kill him. Chuyi said to several subordinates beside him. Yes, Master Chuyi. Bang bang bang. As soon as a few people flew out, they heard a crash, and then they were. I didn't feel it, I lost my life, and I fell to the ground. How is that possible? Chuyi was very shocked. He didn't see how Li Su killed his first subordinates just now. The first time could be said to be accidental, and now the fact was in front of him again, so he had to admit this fact. You better do it yourself, Li Su said indifferently. Did he? The combat effectiveness is still 1200, it must be that the detector is broken. Chuyi said angrily and dropped the combat power detector to the ground. You guys give me a ride. Chuyi yelled at the rest of his men. Yikes! After hearing Chuyi's order, those subordinates besieged Li Su together. I really don't know if I'm alive or dead. Li Su shook his head. The figure shook and disappeared in place, passing through the crowd like a bolt of lightning, and the movements of Chuyi's subordinates stopped abruptly, and as soon as the wind blew, they all fell to the ground. Although I don't know what method you used to hide your combat power, I will definitely kill you today, and my combat power is 18,000. Chuyi did not feel angry that all his subordinates were killed by Li Su, but instead laughed grimly. However, after hearing his words, Li Su looked at him with eyes like an idiot, and the villain died of talking too much, which is really good. Chu Yi was stimulated by Li Su's disdainful eyes. Give me death. The palm was aimed at Li Su, and a series of energy balls were launched towards Li Su. Boom! A succession of explosions sounded, and the flames of the explosion drowned Li Su. Ha ha ha! When Chu Yi saw this, he laughed, thinking that he had killed Li Su. You're not much better than a few of your men. Li Su's indifferent voice sounded next to Chu Yi's ears, and Chu Yi followed the voice to see that Li Su had nothing to do. How is that possible? Chu Yi's face was horrified. I can send you down to accompany them. Li Su said coldly. Bang! The figure disappeared in place, and then appeared in front of Chu Yi, punching him in the stomach. Chu Yi covered his stomach with both hands, his eyeballs were prominent, and the bitter water was about to vomit. How could you be so strong? Chu Yi looked at Li Su in disbelief. It's just that you're too weak. Li Su said with disdain. He found that although Chu Yi's combat power had 18,000 points, his real combat power was at most equivalent to his 15,000 combat power, and he now had 20,000 points, abusing him as if he was playing. And this is still under the condition that he did not use the law of force, otherwise the gap between the two would be even greater. Abominable! Chu Yi was completely enraged by Li Su and attacked Li Su like crazy. However, in the case of anger, the strength he could exert was even lower, and Li Su lightly dodged his attack, and did not hit Li Su at all. I'm not playing with you. Li Su suddenly put his knees on Chu Yi's abdomen, and Chu Yi bent like a shrimp, and the movement stopped abruptly. Boom! Weakly fell to the ground, dying. Don't kill me, or King Frisia won't let you go. The threat of life calmed Chu Yi a little, followed by incomparable fear, begged Li Su for mercy, and moved out of Frisia. Don't worry. One day I will send Frisia down to accompany you. Li Su casually threw an energy ball over, and with a bang, Chu Yi was completely dead. Airplanes. At this time, Bulma flew down from Li Su's chest, the protective shield was lifted, and the whole person returned to its normal size. Li Su, you are so powerful, you solved them so quickly. Bulma said adoringly, with a hint of pride. Li Su originally thought that Bulma would be a little afraid, and Bulma's performance was somewhat unexpected to Li Su. Li Su, what should we do next? Is it to leave quickly? Bulma asked. Li Su thought for a moment and said, since you have already provoked Frisia, let's fight him well and let him know that I am not easy to mess with. What are you going to do? Bulma asked. We're waiting for him here, let's see if you can use these spaceships to improve our spaceship. Li Su said. Li Su, are you sure to defeat that Frisia? Bulma asked with some concern. I'm not Frisia's match yet. Li Su shook his head. So you're still waiting for him here? Bulma exclaimed. In Frisia's eyes, I am just a small character, and I will definitely not come to me personally. If the person who comes is not strong, we will give Frisia another big gift. If I am not the opponent of the person who came, we will run. Li Su said with a smile. Well, I'll try to improve the performance of the spacecraft, so that I can run faster. Bulma said, ready to escape. You don't believe me that much. Li Su gave Bulma a blank look. Am I not worried that Frisia will come in person? Bulma smiled playfully and ran to improve the spaceship. Li Su himself also began to cultivate seriously, and he wanted to improve his strength as much as possible. Planet Frisia. In a majestic hall, Frisia was sipping red wine, with a gloomy smile on his lips, and to his left and right stood Sob and Doria. King Frisia. At this moment, a member of Frisia's legion ran in. Frisia was suddenly a little unhappy, glanced at the comer, and scared the other party half to death. King Frisia, Lord Chu Yi's life signal has disappeared. The caller said hard, trembling. "Who dares to go against me, Frisia?" Frisia said angrily. The red wine glass in his hand was crushed, and the bright red wine flowed out of his fingers, like blood. "I don't know. According to the news that Lord Chu Yi finally sent back, he discovered a very interesting technique and wanted to take it, but was finally killed by the other party." "Oh? How much combat effectiveness does the opponent have?" Frisia asked. 1,1200. "What?" Frisia was a little surprised. "A new book is open. Dear visitors, ask for flowers, ask for monthly passes, ask for collections, ask for subscriptions." Chapter 025. King Frisia, the other party should have the same ability to transform. Sob said from the sidelines. "Since the other party can kill Chu Yi, he still has some skills." Frisia said, and looked at Sob again. "Sabo, you go and see if he escaped. If he is willing to serve me, bring him back, if not, kill him, and anyone who dares to oppose me Frisia will die." "Yes, King Frisia." After Sob took the order, he left immediately. The person who had just come in to pray also wanted to go out together, but at this moment, Frisia's finger shot a ray of light and killed him. "Doria, Vegeta, where are they now?" Frisia said gloomily. Killing a subordinate was just a common thing for him. "Vegeta is out on a mission." Doria said respectfully. Although he was calm on the surface, he was also very afraid of Frisia in his heart. "Let him abandon his current mission and go on this mission with Sob," Frisia said. "Yes, King Frisia," Doria said, not daring to ask why, only knowing that he was carrying out Frisia's orders. North Milky Way, a nameless planet above. Vegeta, Nappa and Raditz were sitting by a fire. "Vegeta, in less than a month, you can kill all the natives on this planet, and you will definitely be able to sell it for a good price at that time," Nappa said with a smile. "Humph!" Vegeta snorted coldly, not knowing what he was thinking. "Did he?" At this time, there was a noise on their communicator, and Raditz opened it to take a look. "King Frisia has sent an order to abandon our current mission and go to the planet Karo Earth to track down Chu Yi's murderer," Raditz said. "Chu Yi, this waste was actually killed." Vegeta was a little surprised. "Can kill Chu Yi, the opponent's strength is very strong, this task is not so easy to complete." Nappa frowned. "Vegeta, do we do it now?" Raditz asked. "Of course, go to the planet Karo Earth to see who killed Chu Yi this waste." Vegeta laughed, not knowing whether he was going to carry out Frisia's orders or if he was interested in the people who killed Chu Yi. Nappa and Raditz were a little afraid. They both knew that Vegeta's combat power was similar to Chu Yi, and since the other party could kill Chu Yi, he could also kill Vegeta, but they didn't dare to say this to Vegeta. Planet Karo. At this time, 2 months had passed since Li Su killed Chu Yi. Li Su and Bulma have lived on the planet Karo land for these 2 months. Li Su is cultivating every day, and Bulma is busy improving the spaceship. With the spacecraft left by Chu Yi and several people, the performance of the Bulma spacecraft has improved a lot, and it has also listened to Li Su's suggestion and installed defense and attack devices. Personal information. Name, Li Su. Age, 19. Combat effectiveness, 25,000. Law, the Law of Force, 1/100. Possessed plugins, Beginner Automatic Cultivation Plugin, automatically increases 10 combat effectiveness every day. Intermediate Savvy Plugin, can learn 2-star moves in seconds. Ordinary Scion Bloodline Plugin. Li Su, there are 5 spaceships approaching the planet Karo. Bulma ran over and said to Li Su, who had been asking her to monitor the outer space of the planet Karo. 5? Did Frisia send Team Keen out? Li Su guessed. Bulma, get ready, if the enemy is too strong, we will run away. After a while, the 5 spaceships entered Li Su's perception range. And found that although the spaceships were 5, there were more than 5 people coming, and the strongest was only 23,000 combat power. It should be Sob. Li Su thought. The only one under Frisia who has this strength is Sob, who was this strength when they appeared in the original book, and now it is more than 10 years from that time, which shows that they have not improved at all during this time. Bulma, it seems that there is no need to run. Li Su said with a smile. Sob was just right for him and was a good opponent. Then I'm still the same as last time. Bulma pressed the switch of the bracelet and attached it to Li Su's chest. After about half an hour, 5 spaceships landed on the planet Cairo, and dozens of people from Frisia's legion came out of it. Diddy. The combat power is 1,200, and the distance is 50 meters. Sob probed Li Su's location and found that Li Su was not far from him, and looked over there. You didn't even run, it seems that you plan to serve King Frisia. Sob said he subconsciously thought that no one would dare to oppose Frisia. I'm not in the habit of being a dog. Li Su said with disdain. You look for death. When Sabo heard this, his originally gentle face instantly became hideous, and an energy ball in his hand was thrown towards Li Su's position. Bang! Li Su casually slapped the energy ball back, and landed near Sob. Boom! Sob's men were directly killed, and even he himself was a little embarrassed by the dust. It seems that Frisia's men are all waste. Li Su said with contempt. Hehe, it seems that you are unwilling to serve King Frisia. You will never understand that King Frisia is powerful, and anyone who dares to oppose King Frisia must die. Sob said with a grim smile. Ignorance. Li Su pouted disdainfully, there are many people in the universe who are stronger than Frisia. Transform, you should have the skills within the transformation, otherwise it is impossible to kill Chu Yi. Sob said that in his eyes, it was Li Su who was ignorant. Killing such a waste still requires transformation, your nonsense is really too much. Li Su said impatiently and took the initiative to attack Sob. Instantly ran in front of Sob, one knee on Sabo's stomach. Sob spat out a mouthful of bitter water. Li Su punched him in the chin again, knocking Sob into the sky. Then he grabbed Sob's legs, pulled him out of the air, smashed him the ground twice, and then threw him out. Boom! Sob slammed into a boulder, his body embedded in it, and the boulder cracked like a spider's web, and then collapsed, burying Sob inside. A new book is open. Dear visitors, ask for flowers, ask for monthly passes, ask for collections, ask for subscriptions. Chapter 026. Ugh! Sob roared, the momentum exuding from his body crushed the gravel into powder, and his figure appeared again, with some abrasions on his body, and a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Damn, your combat power is obviously only 1200, how can you be so strong? Sob originally guessed that Li Su would transform, but Li Su did not transform, and he couldn't see it clearly. You better ask this question to Yan Wanzhai. Li Su said that he didn't want to explain too much for Sob, only villains would do that, as if showing off their strength. Shout! Li Su continued to attack Sob, and came to Sob in an instant. Bang bang! Sob also reacted quickly, his combat power was 23,000 points, not much lower than Li Su, and it was because of his own carelessness. The two had a fierce collision, and although they could not crush Sob, Li Su still had the upper hand. While Li Su and Sob were fighting, 3 people descended on the planet Karadai, Vegeta, Nappa, and Raditz. Li Su sensed the arrival of the 3, but did not care. Diddy. Combat power 23,000. Diddy. Combat effectiveness 1,200. The 3 of them were not far from the location where Li Su and Sob were fighting, and the 2 could be seen fighting in the air, and Raditz used his combat power to detect the combat power of the 2, and cold sweat had broken out on his forehead. Vegeta, the person with a combat power of 23,000 should be Lord Sob, and the other is the person who killed Lord Chu Yi, but his combat power is only 1200, how can he kill Lord Chuyi? Raditz said. Waste, didn't you find that he can control his combat power, and only burst out his combat power when attacking? Vegeta yelled. After each attack, Li Su's combat power changed back to 1200, and the process in between was too short for the combat power detector to detect at all. If Li Su heard Vegeta's words, he would definitely be a little surprised, and he could see some clues at a glance, much stronger than Chuyi and Sob and the others. Vegeta's eyes radiated with essence, and he naturally knew the benefits of doing so, saving a lot of chi when fighting. Click! Vegeta took off the combat power detector, gripped it hard, and crushed it directly. Vegeta, what are you doing? Nappa asked suspiciously. Stupid, the other party can control his combat effectiveness, the data we see is useless at all. Chuyi's waste must have been killed because he believed in this data too much. Vegeta said. Oh. Both Nappa and Raditz nodded, and like Vegeta, destroyed the combat power probe. They did not know that it was because of this action that saved their lives. Vegeta, are we going to go up and help? Nappa asked. Let's see first, and when they both lose, we'll go up. Vegeta said that although he didn't want to admit it, he was not unable to recognize the reality, and Li Su and Sob's strength was stronger than him. Shout! During the battle, Li Su seized an opportunity and punched Sob out. Sob's body went straight through a boulder and smashed to the ground. Turtle Sect Kigong Wave. Li Su took advantage of the situation to pursue, and a turtle sent Kigong Wave towards Sob's position. Bang! After the energy ball landed, there was a loud noise, carrying a hemispherical flame, and the strong wind spread out in all directions, and the three of Vegeta blocked it with their arms. Has Lord Sob been killed? Raditz muttered softly. After the dust cleared, Sob's figure reappeared in front of everyone, not dead, but extremely embarrassed and not lightly injured. You're quite resistant. Li Su said with a smile. Sob wiped the green blood from the corner of his mouth and said with a smile, although I hate that look, but at the moment of life and death, it can only be so. It's really nonsense, if there is any trick, let's use it. Li Su said disdainfully, knowing that Sob was about to transform, and he did not intend to interrupt Sob's transformation. I hope you'll be able to laugh later. I saw that Sob's limbs became swollen and his face became very ugly, but his combat effectiveness had improved a lot, originally only 23,000, but now it has increased to about 28,000. What? The three Vegeta, who were watching from a distance, were surprised that they had been under Frieza for so many years, and they did not know that Sob was still transformed. Unmatched power. Sabo laughed. It's more fun to fight this way. Li Su said with a smile, originally thinking that Sob's strength was too weak to let him have a good fight. Sob quickly ran towards Li Su and smashed a punch into Li Su's head, but Li Su held his fist. Bang! Li Su put one knee on Sob's stomach, and Sob spat out a mouthful of bitter water. However, Sob also quickly fought back, and the other hand clenched a fist and hit Li Su's face. A trace of blood came out of the corner of Li Su's mouth, and the hand holding Sabo's fist was released. Bang bang! The two then rushed towards each other and launched a fierce confrontation. Fists, arms, and elbows constantly collided, hitting each other. Li Su did not use the law of force, and his combat power was only 25,000 points, which was 3,000 points lower than that of Sob after transformation, but it was not weaker than Sob in the slightest. Bang! The two punched each other in the air and each backed back some distance. Whew! Both were gasping for air, and the intense fight made their breathing a little disturbed. Vegeta, now is a good time, with your strength, make a sneak attack, and you will definitely be able to kill the other party with Lord Sob. Nappa said. Stupid, it's in our best interest for the two of them to die together. Vegeta said that he did not want to save Sob, and he had an intuition that even if he sneaked attack, he would not be able to kill Li Su. When Nappa heard this, he did not say anything more. He was very afraid of Vegeta, even more than he was afraid of Frisia, and he never dared to disobey Vegeta's words. This is the most enjoyable I've ever played, but it's time for the game to end. Li Su said with a smile. Today's battle has made him gain a lot, but there is no point in fighting any longer. Haha, just talk big. Sob felt that Li Su was bragging. A new book is open. Dear visitors, ask for flowers, ask for monthly passes, ask for collections, ask for subscriptions. Chapter 027. Realm King Fist. Li Su shouted loudly, a red aura appeared on his body, and his combat effectiveness instantly soared. What's going on? Vegeta stared closely at Li Su in the sky. Although he could not sense chi now, he instinctively felt that Li Su had become stronger. This feeling of becoming stronger in an instant is so good, but the load on the body is too great, and I now use up to twice the Realm King Fist. Li Su clenched his fists and sensed his current strength. Haha, do you think you can defeat me with a loud roar? Sabo laughed loudly and said that his combat power detector had long been broken, and he did not know Li Su's current combat power at all. Bang! However, as soon as he said his words, the smile on his face froze, and Li Su had already come to him and punched him in the abdomen. How is it possible? Sabo covered his stomach with both hands, with an incredulous expression on his face. Just now the strength of the two was still similar. How could he suddenly not see Li Su's movements clearly? Nothing is impossible. Li Su said with disdain. Bang bang! Another few punches hit Sob's body. Sob had no resistance at all, and the gap between the two was too big. For your sake, I'll give you a blast. Li Su kicked Sob into the air. His hands were in the shape of calyxes, and he put them on his waist, and a little light expanded sharply, forming a football-sized energy ball in a blink of an eye. Turtle Sect Kikong Wave. With a low drink, Li Su pushed forward with both hands, and the energy ball was pushed out. Nope! In Sob's unwilling rage, the energy ball exploded, and the explosion completely drowned Sob, setting off a hurricane on the planet Karo. When everything calmed down, Bulma returned to her normal size. Li Su, such a powerful enemy has been killed by you, you are really powerful. Bulma looked at Li Su with red eyes, and she was very happy in her heart. The protective cover of the mini bracelet is transparent, and she can see Li Su's fighting appearance. The protective shield still needs to be strengthened, and the next time you encounter a powerful enemy, the protective shield may not protect you. Li Su pinched Bulma's nose spoiledly. When he was fighting just now, if he hadn't let Sob hit the protective shield, otherwise the protective shield would have been broken long ago. Well, I'll work out a more powerful shield so that I can accompany you every time you fight. Bulma smiled sweetly. Let's go. Li Su said that he didn't want to stay on the planet Karo Earth anymore. Good. Bulma nodded, took out a universal capsule, pressed it, threw it on the ground, and turned into a spaceship, which was Bulma's modified spaceship again. Li Su and Bulma walked into the spaceship, and as they entered, Li Su glanced in the direction of the three of Vegeta. What's wrong? Bulma asked suspiciously. It's okay. Li Su shook his head. Vegeta didn't jump out, and there was no need for him to kill the three. He seems to have found us. Raditz back was soaked with cold sweat, and Li Su's glance made him feel like he was in hell. It's terrible, I don't know what race he is, it's like us Scion, just without a tail. Nappa said. Damn, one day Uncle Ben will defeat him. Vegeta said reluctantly. Planet Frisia. When Sob died, he monitored the news. King Frisia, Lord Sabo's life signal has disappeared. A little minions shivered and prayed to Frisia. Terrified to the extreme. Abominable. Frisia angrily rewarded him with a ray of death. King Frisia, the other party can kill Sob, and the combat power is at least 23,000. Dodoria said with some fear, afraid that Frisia would also reward him with a ray of death. Sob can transform, and the opponent's combat power is at least 30,000 or more. Frisia corrected. King Frisia, what should I do now? Are you going to take action personally? Dodoria said in horror in his heart, he couldn't even beat Sob. Tell Team Keynote to go. Frisia said, 30,000 combat power, he still does not put it in his eyes. Yes, King Frisia. Li Su did not know what happened on the planet Frisia. After he left the planet Karadai, he continued on to the planet Idrit. He knew that after killing Sob, Frisia would either come to the planet Karo by himself or let Team Kainuit come, and he was no match for him now. An opponent of equal strength can sharpen his sense of battle and increase his combat experience, and if the gap in strength is too large, it is to send him to death. He can only avoid it now, and when his strength improves, he will go back to the field. Li Su, we only need a month to reach the planet Adrated now. Bulma said. After being modified again, the spacecraft's performance has improved a lot and its speed has become much faster. Well, try to pass those planets under Frisia's forces. Li Su said that the map of the planet given to him by the King of the Northern Realm specifically indicated which planets had been occupied by Frisia. Okay, but in that case, we might have to spend a few more days. Bulma checked the route, calculated it in her mind, and said. It's okay, we're not in a hurry right now. Li Su said. When Bulma heard this, she quickly tapped her hands on the control panel for a while and said, it's already been modified. Bulma's serious look is particularly charming, although Li Su is not the first time to see it, but still a little fascinated. Bulma found Li Su staring at herself, a little happy in her heart, and a little shy. Li Su couldn't help it for a while, took Bulma in his arms, and lowered his head to cover it. When the mood was melting, when Li Su was about to go further, Bulma pushed Li Su away. I'm not ready. Bulma whispered, blushing shyly. Then wait until you're ready, today is still the same as usual. Li Su said, he couldn't eat hot tofu in a hurry, and he couldn't run anyway. Bulma nodded. In the end, Li Su vented in another way. A new book is open. Dear visitors, ask for flowers, ask for monthly passes, ask for collections, ask for subscriptions. Chapter 028. The spaceship sails through the dark universe. In the cultivation room, the gravity display showed 150, the air was squeezed dark red, and the launching devices around him kept firing balls. Li Su dodged, and none of them hit him. He did not increase the gravity multiplier a lot at once like the Monkey King in the original book, but took a gradual step, and only after thoroughly adapting to it would he increase the gravity multiplier. After all, he had enough time and did not need to be in a hurry, which was more beneficial to his cultivation. Diddy! The launcher sounded an alarm, and the ball inside had already been launched, and Li Su was forced to stop and turn off the gravity device. Li Su! At this time, Li Su heard someone calling him. Li Su, I am the King of the Northern Realm. The voice sounded in Li Su's mind again. Lord Realm! Are you looking for me for something? Li Su was a little surprised, he didn't expect that the King of the Northern Realm would contact him. Li Su, an enemy has appeared on the planet Kanaro not far from your location, I hope you can help me destroy him. The King of the Northern Realm said. What kind of enemy? Li Su asked. The King of the Northern Realm taught him a lot of things. If he could help, it was also possible to help the King of the Northern Realm. It is a scion named Darens, who planted a trouble tree called the Spirit Tree on the planet Kanaro, and after taking root, it will absorb the vitality of the planet, but the land of the entire planet will become a barren desert, and after hundreds of years, not even a single grass will grow on the land. The King of the Northern Realm said. Okay, I'll go to planet Kanaro now. Li Su said. He didn't expect that the enemy that the King of the Northern Realm asked him to solve would be Darens. Thank you then. The King of the Northern Realm said. Li Su left the gravity cultivation room and came to the lounge, where Bulma was looking at the book she had bought from Planet Fidar last time. Li Su, is today's cultivation over so soon? Bulma asked with some surprise. Well, we need to divert to the planet Kanaro now, where there is an enemy that I need to solve. Li Su said. Okay, I'll go change the route now. Bulma didn't ask much and went to the control room. Kanaro is a planet with 70% of the ocean, and most of the land is covered with green vegetation, which is a very good planet. However, there is no intelligent life above, and it is still in the barbaric age. A day ago, Dales and his party came to the planet Kanaro and planted a spirit tree on it, and the vitality of the entire planet was absorbed by the spirit tree, most of the vegetation withered, and animals died one after another. Lord Dallas, in a few more hours, the fruit of the spirit tree will ripen, and then our strength can compete again. Days said. As long as there is a spirit tree, it is not a problem to be Frisia, and the Emperor of the Universe will be Lord Dals at that time. Kakao said. It's a pity that the spirit fruit planted by this planet is not too strong, and it is too difficult to find a planet suitable for planting spirit fruit trees. Dals said. A planet full of vitality is not so easy to find, otherwise his strength will not be as it is now. In another part of the planet Kanaro, Li Su's spaceship quietly landed. Li Su and Bulma came out of the spaceship, and what they saw was a barren landscape. The roots and whiskers of the spirit tree had spread throughout the planet, and the part that appeared on the ground was like a winding wooden dragon. What a big tree! Bulma was shocked when she saw the spirit fruit tree. Although Li Su had already mentioned it to her, it was far less than seeing it with her own eyes. There is still some time before the spirit fruit is ripe, let's go over and solve Darren's first, Li Su said. In order not to be discovered by Darren's and his gang, he deliberately picked a place far away from them to land. Bulma put the spaceship away, turned it into a mini-state, and adsorbed it on Li Su's chest. Li Su suppressed his anger and flew in the direction of Dallas's group, mainly worried that Darren's was forced to jump off the wall and eat the spirit tree fruit in advance. He sensed it before. Dale's combat effectiveness is only 18,000 points, which is lower than when he appeared in the original work. As long as Darls does not eat the spiritual fruit, it should not be too difficult for him to solve Darls. After approaching Darren's and his group, Li Su gave up flying, ran over, and quietly came to the vicinity of the spirit tree. Is this the spirit tree fruit? Li Su looked at this ugly fruit, and he couldn't see that it could enhance people's combat effectiveness. Wait until a few of them are solved and then reap the fruits of success. Li Su looked at Darren's and his group, counting Darren's, there were 6 people in total. Did he? Several people of Dales were waiting for the fruit of the spirit tree to ripen, when suddenly the combat power detector on their ears sounded an alarm, and they all looked back to meet their 11 energy balls. Not good. Several people were immediately shocked and tried desperately to escape. Rumble. The explosion flames flooded their original location, and Li Su was not worried about destroying the spirit tree, and in the original work, Sun Wukong and others tried hard to destroy the spirit tree. The dust cleared, and only a figure still stood there. It was Dales, but he was also injured at this time. Monkey King. After seeing Dales's appearance, Bulma exclaimed, "This is simply an enlarged version of the Monkey King. He is not the Monkey King, but Dales, and also a scion." Li Su explained to Bulma. "He looks so similar to Sun Wukong, and he is also a scion. Could it be Sun Wukong's father or other relatives?" Bulma asked. Sun Wukong's father is called Bardock, and he has long perished along with planet Vegeta, and Darls has nothing to do with Sun Wukong. Li Su said. The number of lower-level warriors of the Scions is huge, like a disposable, and it is not surprising that they look alike. Oh! Bulma didn't dwell on so much anymore. Who are you? Darren's looked at Li Su and Bulma with angry eyes, and from the moment Li Su sneaked up on them just now, it proved that Li Su's strength was very strong. You don't need to know who we are, you just need to know that today next year will be your festival. Li Su said, did not talk nonsense with Darren's again, and directly attacked Darren's. Bang! The figure flashed, and he came directly to Dale's, a knee resting on Dale's stomach, and Dale's body was bent like a cooked shrimp. A new book is open. Dear visitors, ask for flowers, ask for monthly passes, ask for collections, ask for subscriptions. Chapter 029. Let me go, I will give you the spirit tree seed. Darren's knew that his strength was not as good as Li Su, and he couldn't even escape, so he could only open his mouth and beg for mercy. I want the spirit tree seed, why do I need you to give it? Li Su said. An energy ball in his hand gradually grew larger and launched against Dale's. The energy ball pushed Darren's into the sky, and with a bang, it was like a brilliant firework. After Li Su killed Dale's, he sat on the side and waited for the spirit tree fruit to ripen, and after a few hours, the spirit tree fruit ripened. It's time to reap the fruits of victory. Li Su picked all the spirit tree fruits, there were hundreds in total, but all of them were blue-red, and the vitality of the planet Kanaro could only make the spirit tree fruits grow to this extent. After plucking all the fruits of the spirit tree also withered rapidly, and in less than a quarter of an hour, only the seed at the root remained. Is this the seed of the spirit tree? Li Su put away the spirit tree seed, he would not feel that the spirit tree seed was an evil thing and destroy it. The spirit tree fruit claims to be something that God allows to eat, which shows that even God does not think that it is an evil thing and is allowed to exist. Li Su, is this fruit delicious? Bulma saw Li Su holding a bunch of fruits, and asked with some curiosity. I haven't eaten it either, I'll try it first. Li Su said with a smile, took one and stuffed it into his mouth, and ate it in a few bites, and a stream of energy gushed out from his body. The combat effectiveness has increased by 1,000 points, which is not bad. Li Su nodded. Immediately after taking another one and stuffing it into his mouth, the combat effectiveness increased by 900 points, and the effect was obviously not as strong as the first one, and Li Su guessed that it might be because of resistance. Li Su ate several more in succession, and the effect was weaker than the other, which verified his conjecture. If this effect can be achieved casually, Dale's will not only have more than 10,000 combat power. Li Su, can you give me one too? Bulma saw that Li Su was eating vigorously, and she also wanted to eat a little, but Li Su did not mean to give her food. Bulma, do you want to cultivate? Li Su asked. I don't want to cultivate, like you every day, how tired I am, I can just have you to protect me. Bulma said, with no idea of getting stronger. Bulma, cultivate to a certain extent, but can increase lifespan, and even immortality. Li Su said in a seductive tone. Those gods in the Dragon Ball world can live so long, which shows that immortality is not impossible, but it only needs to be cultivated to a certain realm. If you want to live forever, you can make a wish with the dragon. Bulma said. She knew that it was not easy to cultivate to the realm of immortality, otherwise not everyone could live forever. The power of the divine dragon is limited, and it cannot be truly immortal. Li Su shook his head. The last time Li Su made a wish with Shenlong, it was to keep Bulma eternal youth, not immortality, but just to let Bulma maintain her youthful appearance. But I don't have the talent for cultivation. Bulma said that she was a little moved. If the two of them can live forever in the future, they can be together forever. I'll help you figure it out. Li Su said. The bloodline of the Earthlings is indeed difficult to cultivate, and Bulma does not have a martial arts heart, and it is extremely difficult to cultivate to the realm of immortality. You must know that in the original work, Sun Wukong and Vegeta cultivated to the realm of Super Blue, and they could not achieve immortality, and he himself now does not understand what realm he has to cultivate to immortality. Bulma nodded. This spirit tree fruit can increase combat effectiveness after eating, you eat one first. Li Su said and took a spirit tree fruit and gave it to Bulma. If Bulma wants to cultivate to the realm of immortality with her own strength, it is simply impossible, so she can only rely on external forces, and the spirit tree fruit is a good choice. Click. Bulma ate the spirit tree fruit, and a force gushed out of her body, and she would not control her power, causing a great noise. Li Su, my strength has increased a lot. Bulma said excitedly. Bang! I originally wanted to reach out and hug Li Su's arm, but I punched Li Su's body. Li Su, I didn't mean it. Bulma explained embarrassedly. You can't control your power now, I didn't let you eat the spirit fruit before, I was worried about this. Li Su said with a smile that Bulma's power hit him and had no effect on him. So what do I do now? Bulma said anxiously. We will live on the planet Karo for a while, and from tomorrow, I will teach you to control your power. Li Su said. Bulma can't control her power now, and Li Su is worried that she will smash the spaceship when she controls it, and can only leave after Bulma can control her power. Bulma nodded. For the next 3 months, Li Su and Bulma stayed on the planet Kanaro. Li Su spent some time every day teaching Bulma to cultivate, and Bulma only needed to learn to control her strength, and did not need to fight. His own cultivation did not fall behind, and with the assistance of the spirit tree fruit, in just 3 months, he increased his combat effectiveness to 80,000 points. Hundreds of spirit tree fruits were also consumed during this time. Li Su, I can finally fly by myself. Bulma flew around the sky happily, and the results of these 3 months of cultivation were still very gratifying. Now in the entire Earth, I'm afraid only Bobo is your opponent. Li Su said with a smile that Bulma had also eaten several spirit tree fruits in the past 3 months, and her combat effectiveness had reached 3,000 points. However, Bulma's combat power is purely piled up from the fruits of the spirit tree, and the foundation is extremely unsolid, unless she cultivates it from scratch herself. If she wants to improve in the future, she can only continue to rely on external forces. And she doesn't have any combat experience and sense of battle. It is estimated that Sun Wukong can defeat her even if he only has 1,000 combat power. Hehe, I didn't expect me to become so powerful all of a sudden. It seems that cultivation is not as difficult as I thought. Bulma smiled proudly. When Li Su heard this, the corners of his mouth tugged. Without the spirit tree fruit, Bulma might not be able to reach 3,000 combat power even if she cultivated for a lifetime. Okay, it's time for us to leave. Li Su said that the planet Kanaro is now a Death Star, and fortunately they have fairy beans to maintain physical strength. Bulma nodded. A new book is open. Dear visitors, ask for flowers, ask for monthly passes, ask for collections, ask for subscriptions. Chapter 030. It's finally here. The spacecraft slowly landed on the planet Adret, and Li Su and Bulma came out of it. After leaving the planet Kanaro, they traveled through the universe for nearly a month. Who are you? At this time, a group of people surrounded Li Su and Bulma, all looking at them with vigilant eyes. Hello, I heard that there are many magical secrets on the planet Adrath, and I came to learn them here. Li Su said. We don't welcome outsiders here, you better leave. The leader frowned. Hey, why are you so rude? We came here to study, even if we don't want to teach, we don't need to treat guests like this, right? Bulma said unpleasantly. If you don't leave, I'm welcome. The leader said. I'd rather see how you're not polite. Li Su sneered, since he came, he would definitely not leave without learning the secret art. Just as the two sides were tense and ready to fight, suddenly an old voice sounded, Suppa, bring them here. When the leader heard this, he frowned slightly, a little puzzled, but still did as the man said, and said, Our wise man invites you to come. Li Su, shall we go over? Bulma asked quietly, she was worried it was a trap. Go. Li Su said with a smile, any trap is false in the face of absolute strength. The two followed Supa and flew for a while to an old house with a wrinkled old man in it. "Hello, my name is Husu," the old man said, a smile on his wrinkled face. "Hello, my name is Li Su." Li Su also smiled and said hello. He could feel that the other party had no malice towards him. "You're here to learn the occult. I'm going to have someone take you to learn it, but I hope you'll help us when the planet Adrath is in danger," Husu said. "If I can help, I am naturally obliged." Li Su said that if he was within his ability, it would be convenient to help. "Well, suitor, you take the two guests to the secret cave," Husu said to another Yadrat. "Yes, Lord Wise," Suti said respectfully, looked at Li Su and Bulma again, and said, "Two guests, please come with me." Li Su and Bulma followed Suitor away. "Lord Wise Man, why did you let them go to the secret cave to learn the occult art?" Supa asked with some doubt. "I have seen some sporadic pictures of the future. He will defeat the future enemy of our Adrats, and it is good to have a good relationship with him now," Husu said with a smile. "Can he really save our planet Adrath?" Supa was still a little unconvinced. Li Su and Bulma followed Suitor all the way, and saw many Adrath starmen on the way, and their combat effectiveness was not very high, but they all learned some magical secret arts. "Two guests, this is our secret cave." Suitor took Li Su and Bulma to a cave entrance. The hole was so deep that it was impossible to see the bottom at a glance. The secret arts are recorded on the wall of the secret cave, and the two guests can freely choose the secret art to learn. Suti continued, and after speaking, he left, and did not enter the cave with Li Su and the two. Li Su took Bulma into the secret cave, and the walls on both sides were covered with ancient and vicissitudes of runes. It seems that the planet Adrath has a long history, and these secrets have been passed down from generation to generation. Li Su said. The combat effectiveness of the Adrath starmen is not very high, but their wisdom can definitely not be underestimated, the so-called Lost East, harvested Sang Yu. It is precisely because their combat effectiveness is not high, they have developed so many magical secret techniques. Li Su, you can't understand these runes at all, they won't lie to us. Bulma said that these runes were too profound. Probably not. Li Su shook his head and stared at one of the runes for a while longer, and suddenly a bright light shot out from the rune, and Li Su's mind had an extra stream of information. "Li Su, are you all right?" Suddenly this change occurred. Bulma was startled and looked at Li Su worriedly. "It's okay, I see," Li Su said with a smile. "Got what?" "Every rune here is a secret art. As long as you stare at it for a little time, you will receive the information of the secret art, so as to choose the secret art you want to learn," Li Su explained. "I don't dare to be interested in these secret arts, so I will wait for you on the side, and when you finish learning, we will leave together," Bulma said. "Well, this time may be a little long, you take out the universal capsule and arrange a place to live outside," Li Su said. Since he came, he naturally would not just learn to move in an instant. "Okay." Bulma walked out. Li Su himself began to learn secret arts. In the blink of an eye, half a year passed. Li Su stayed in the secret cave every day to learn secret techniques, and every secret technique was learned, and the gain could be said to be very great. He has an intermediate savvy plug-in, he can learn 2-star moves in seconds. Of these secret techniques, only a few have surpassed the 2-star, and the others are 1-star and 2-star secret techniques, which he can learn by looking at them. This half a year is mainly spent learning those few secret techniques that surpass the 2 stars. There are 3 in total. The first is the teleportation that appeared in the original work, including the theory of space folding. Li Su has understood some before, and it took a month to learn. The second is the Chi avatar. There is no combat effectiveness, mainly used to confuse the enemy. Li Su remembers that in the Dragon Ball Super anime, Hit used this trick when assassinating Sun Wukong, and Sun Wukong at that time was very troublesome to deal with. The third is the birth technique. which is a secret technique that makes plants grow rapidly, and it has no combat power, but its effect is very large. The yield of fairy beans on the earth is very low, although Li Su took 2 altars from the cat immortals, but according to Li Su's consumption, it will not last long, and this birth promotion technique can make the immortal beans grow rapidly. Li Su also has a bold idea, that is, to give birth to a spirit tree, but now it is just a thought. The use of the birth promotion technique requires a lot of qi, and if you want to make the spirit tree fruit mature, the amount of qi that needs to be consumed is even more massive. With Li Su's current strength, it is simply impossible to do it. It's time to leave. Li Su's right index and middle fingers were pressed to the center of his eyebrows, sensing Bulma's qi, swishing, and disappearing directly from the spot. Ugh! As soon as Li Su appeared next to Bulma, he heard Bulma shouting. It turned out that Bulma was taking a bath, and Li Su suddenly appeared out of thin air, startling Bulma. "Bulma, it's me," Li Su said. After seeing clearly that it was Li Su, Bulma still blushed shyly and said, "You go out quickly. I also need to take a shower, let's go together." The corners of Li Su's mouth were slightly hooked. How could Li Su let go of such a good opportunity? It took 2 hours for the two to finish washing, and a lot of indescribable things happened in it. A new book is open. Dear visitors, ask for flowers, ask for monthly passes, ask for collections, ask for subscriptions. Chapter 031. After saying goodbye to Husu, Li Su left the planet Adraith. "Li Su, where are we going next?" Bulma asked. "Go here." Li Su pointed to a planet on the control panel and said. "Frisia Base 2? Didn't you say to avoid Frisia's forces?" Bulma asked with some doubt. "It used to be because my strength was too weak, but now that I have been cultivating for so long, it's time to give Frisia another big gift," Li Su said with a smile. Personal Information Panel. Name, Li Su. Age, 21. Combat Effectiveness, 100,000. Law, the Law of Force, 2/100. Possessed plugins, Primary Automatic Cultivation Plugin, automatically increases 10 combat effectiveness every day. Intermediate Savvy Plugin, can learn 2-star moves in seconds. Ordinary Scion Bloodline Plugin. When he left the planet Kanaro, Li Su's combat power was already 80,000, and he studied secret arts on the planet Adraith in the past half a year, and his cultivation did not fall, and his combat power reached 100,000. He went to the Frisia No. 2 base this time to bring the Kinnat team over and complete the task of the system. With his current combat strength, plus the Realm King Fist and the law of 2% of the force, it was enough to deal with Kainu. Frisia 2 base. The people living on it are the people of the Frisia Legion, and the natives have been killed by them. I believe Frisia will be very satisfied with my big gift. Li Su sailed in the universe for 5 days, and when he was close to the Frisia 2 base, in order not to be discovered by the people of the Frisia Legion, he directly took Bulma over in an instant. If Li Su swaggered, when he entered outer space, he would definitely be discovered by the people of the Frisia Legion, and if the other party attacked their spaceship, it would be troublesome. Li Su also thought about using teleportation to bring Bulma over, but unfortunately his combat effectiveness was too low to perform such a long-distance teleportation. Shout! The corners of Li Su's mouth curled slightly, and he casually condensed a ball of energy and threw it towards the camp of the Frisia Legion. Thundered! With a loud noise, accompanied by some screams, many people were directly drowned by the explosion flames, and many people were blown out. Diddy! Alert! Alarm! Diddy! Alert! Alarm! In an instant, the sirens that had blown up the place all sounded, and all the men of Frisia's legion flew out. Who are you? The one who sent you to hell. Li Su condensed a ball of energy in his hands and threw it towards the place where the people were dense. Not good, run! Thundered. The explosion formed a hemispherical flame, drowning out those who did not have time to escape. King Frisia won't let you go. A member of the Frisia Legion looked at Li Su angrily. Don't worry, I will send him down to accompany you in the future. Li Suhao didn't care about his words and killed him directly. Planet Frisia. King Frisia, Base 2 has been attacked and has been destroyed in half. A small minions in Frisia's legion came in trembling. When Frisia heard this, he was immediately furious. Who did it? The loss of a base was nothing to him, and he didn't care much, but the other party dared to go against him like this, making him feel that he was provoking his majesty. It's the one who killed Lord Chu Yi and Lord Sob last time. Xiao Xiao said. Damn! You must kill them this time. Frisia said with a fierce face, and the gloomy voice made people's hearts bristle, and there was a creepy feeling. Doria, go and inform Team Kainuit and let them go to Base 2. It's King Frisia. The Kinut team chased and killed Li Su last time, but they did not find any trace of Li Su, and they have been looking in the universe during this time. In the dark universe, 5 spherical spaceships are sailing, followed by 5 long tails. In the spaceship were the 5 members of Team Kinut. Diddy, an emergency notification is detected, and the hibernation device is automatically lifted. The sound of machinery sounded in the control system of the spacecraft, and immediately after that, the hibernation device was disarmed. If you dare to destroy Base 2, you will definitely not let you run away this time. Kainu woke up and saw the news from Frisia, and the corners of his mouth curled slightly. He caused us to run in the universe for so long, we must not let him die easily. Likum said, with a cruel heart beneath his silly exterior. Captain, it will take almost a month for our position to reach Base 2, we must hurry, otherwise they will run away again. Guys said. Okay, full speed ahead. Kenaiu said. Li Su didn't know about Frisia and Kinut's team, and it took several days to finally eliminate all the people of Frisia's legion on Base 2. Bulma, there are a lot of materials here, you see if there is anything useful, let's pick some as a reward. Li Su said, beating. These materials are all good, with them, you can create a gravity cultivation room 500 times. Bulma said with a smile, she was very happy to be able to help Li Su. Well, we will wait here for the enemy to arrive, and everything will be left to you. Li Su said. Don't worry. Bulma nodded confidently. In the blink of an eye, a month has passed. Li Su has not relaxed this month, he has been cultivating hard every day, and his combat effectiveness has also improved somewhat. On this day, Li Su was cultivating, and suddenly felt that there were 5 powerful Qi approaching the Frisia No. 2 base, and according to the size and amount of Qi, Li Su quickly determined the identity of the other party. Finally here. Li Su was a little excited, after waiting for so long, he finally waited for the Kinut team. Walking out of the cultivation room, Li Su came to the laboratory, where Bulma was studying something. Li Su, is the enemy here? Bulma saw Li Su coming over and guessed. Well, this time the enemy is stronger than the previous one, and there may be some danger at that time. Li Su said, not wanting Bulma to follow. With the help of the materials here, I have developed a stronger defensive shield, which will not be dangerous. Bulma said, looking at Li Su with expectant eyes. All right. Seeing Bulma like this, Li Su couldn't bear to refuse. A new book is open. Dear visitors, ask for flowers, ask for monthly passes, ask for collections, ask for subscriptions. Chapter 032. Blue sky and white clouds, scorching sun. In a plain area of the Frisia 2 base, 5 spherical spaceships in the sky fell, smashing 5 large craters, and the earth trembled. Likum. Bart. Guys. Gerdo. Kainu. We are Team Kinut. 5 people came out of the spaceship and stood in a row, making strange gestures and introducing themselves. Li Su, is this the enemy you are talking about? Are they really strong? Bulma looked at these 5 strange things, with black lines on her head, and she didn't look very strong. They're 5 weird. Li Su smiled awkwardly, although he had learned about the character of the 5 members of the Kainuit team from the original work, he still felt embarrassed when he really saw it. However, the 5 members of Team Kinnet still thought they were handsome and were self-absorbed there. Phew! Team Kinnet stood there for a long time. Li Su did not make any reaction. A gust of wind blew, feeling a bit cold. "Captain, he may not have seen it, let's do it again," Guys said. "Okay, do it again," Kenaiu said. Rumble. Just as they were about to do it all over again, an energy ball flew over, and several people reacted quickly and quickly dodged it. "Don't you know it's rude to interrupt someone?" Bart roared angrily. "I don't have time to waste with you here. If you want to fight, hurry up, clean you up, I'm still in a hurry to eat," Li Su said impatiently. "Damn, such a beautiful dance does not know how to appreciate," Guys said angrily. "Captain, just hand him over to me, I will definitely torture him well before killing him," Likum said with a harmless smile. "Give it to Guldo and let Guldo have fun," Kenaiu said. "Hehe, I definitely won't let him die easily." Gordo laughed, rolling his 4 eyes around. "Diddy. Combat effectiveness 8000. Guldo probed Li Su's combat strength, and saw that there were only 8000, and the things in his heart were even stronger, but why didn't he think about it? If Li Su's combat power was only 8000, how could he kill Chu Yi and Sob? That's a lot of nonsense. Li Su pouted disdainfully, the villain died of too many words, this sentence is applicable in any world. Su. Li Su's figure suddenly disappeared and took the initiative to attack Guldo. Gone. Time pause. A sense of crisis suddenly rose in Guldo's heart, and he hurriedly used his trick, and time paused. Suddenly, the surroundings turned grey and white, everything was stopped, and Li Su had come to a place not far from Guldo. How is he so fast? Guldo broke out in a cold sweat in his heart, and he was extremely surprised in his heart. If his movements were a little slower, Li Su's attack would hit him. This is the time pause. Although Li Su's actions were completely restrained, his thoughts were not stopped, and he could still think. He found that the time pause was not as strong as he thought, not really stopping time, but a stream of time energy that stopped everything around him. However, this time energy is not strong, so that he can still think. Li Su guessed that if his strength was lower than Guldo, he might even have his thoughts suspended, so he could only be slaughtered by others. It's really a weird move, used against people with lower strength than themselves, the other party will have no resistance. Li Su thought secretly in his heart. Guldo's time suspension could not help him. Which only showed that Guldo's strength was too weak, not that this move was weak. Ugh! Li Su burst out the qi in his body, and the white qi wrapped his whole body. Click! This grey-white world immediately shattered like a spider's web, and Li Su's actions resumed. How is that possible? Guldo was extremely surprised that his time was suspended to deal with the enemy, but it was unfavorable. Never missed. That's just because the enemies he encountered were just some small sluggishness, and he had never met a real master. What a waste! Li Su glanced at Guldo with disdain. Guldo has a talent for time. If he cultivates hard and understands the law of time well, his strength will never be only this. Shout! Before Guldo could come to his senses, a ray of light had passed through his neck, his round head fell to the ground, and his 4 eyes were still open. He actually killed Guldo. The remaining 4 members of Team Kinnet only came to their senses at this time, very angry. Damn, the posture that we worked hard to study now has a defect because of the lack of Guldo, and it has to be studied again. Guys said angrily. Captain, let me go up, I will definitely crush all the bones in his body. Likum said. Kainu nodded. Hehe, you can have fun again. Likum laughed cruelly. Likum fly kick. Li Kum suddenly launched an attack and slammed into Li Su with his knee, very fast. However, Li Kum went straight through, smashing a boulder in front of him, and then the figure slowly dissipated, obviously just an afterimage. How is it possible? Li Kum was a little surprised that his attack did not hit Li Su. Li Kumaker attack. Li Kum felt that Li Su was just a fluke and bumped into Li Su again. When he was about to hit Li Su, the movement stopped abruptly, his eyeballs protruded, his mouth was open, his hands covered his stomach, and he looked incredulous. Thump! Fell directly to the ground, completely losing his life. Li Su came first, slammed his elbow on Li Kum's chest, and the power that burst out instantly shattered Li Kum's internal organs. He would not be like Sun Wukong, just hit the other party hard. A new book is open. Dear visitors, ask for flowers, ask for monthly passes, ask for collections, ask for subscriptions. Chapter 033. Li Kum is actually dead. Kainu, Guys, and Bart couldn't believe their eyes, and if Li Su killed Guldo, it might be a fluke. After all, Guldo's ability to pause time is a little weird, and his combat effectiveness is not very high. However, Li Kum's combat effectiveness is more than 40,000, which is a real combat power, and the combat effectiveness of Guys and Bart is slightly lower than that of Li Kum. Bart, Guys, you two go together. Kainu said solemnly, no longer as relaxed as before. Yes, Captain. The two flew out together. Bart, use our trick. Guys said. Bart nodded. The two of them each burst out their own momentum, forming two green and red balls, and then fused together, rotating at high speed, and the blue and red energy balls continued to attack Li Su. This was exactly the combined attack move of Guys and Bart, and the continuous blue and red light balls sealed Li Su in all directions. Flashy moves. Li Su pouted disdainfully. In his opinion, such a move is not only a waste of energy, but also a weak attack. Ha! When Li Su saw the dense energy balls coming, he didn't even move, he shouted, and shook those energy balls away with his momentum alone. Boom! Those energy balls fell to other places, exploding one after another, kicking up a puff of dust. Damn, he actually cracked our trick with a loud shout. Cold sweat broke out on Guys's forehead, and his heart was both shocked and panicked. You're done fighting, now it's my turn. Li Su's indifferent voice sounded in the ears of Guys and Bart, and the two turned their heads to look back. It was found that Li Su's hands were each condensed with an energy ball, and the moment they turned their heads, they had already launched towards them. Nope. The two roared unwillingly, but they still couldn't change the ending. Two energy balls pushed the two to fly into the distance, and with a bang, the two were drowned out by the explosion of flames. At this time, Li Su turned his head to look at Kainu again. As long as he killed Kainu again, his task would be completed, and he could get one more plug-in. A few pieces of garbage have been settled, now it's your turn. Li Su said. There is no one in the Kinnet team, and as long as Kainu, whose combat effectiveness is similar to him, is also a battle that Li Su is most looking forward to. If I guessed correctly, you should be able to control your combat power. Kainu laughed, not outraged by the killing of the other four. You can see it. Li Su said with a smile. Because I can also control my combat power. Kainu said proudly. Then use all your strength, lest you die after I kill you. Li Su said that after reading the original work, he naturally knew that Kainu could control his combat effectiveness. I don't need you to say it, I'll do the same. Ugh! Kainu shouted, the momentum on his body rose sharply, the earth under his feet cracked, and one stone after another floated up, and after reaching a certain height, he was crushed into powder by Kainu's momentum. The violent hurricane blew around, and Li Su stood there steadily, unaffected in the slightest. After a while, Kainu's momentum reached its peak and the surrounding hurricanes subsided. See my combat power, 120,000, isn't it scary? Ji Nu said with a smug smile, as if he saw Li Su's trembling. Look at my combat strength too. Li Su said and began to raise his chi. Diddy, 20,000. 30,000. 40,000. 50,000. The value in the Kainyu combat power detector continued to rise, and Kainyu's face became more and more ugly. Originally he thought that Li Su's combat power was only about 80,000, but the value did not stop after reaching 80,000, but continued to rise. 80,000. 90,000. 100,000. It didn't stop until 100,000 and 5,000, but one of Kainyu's hearts also let go. Haha, more than 10,000 combat power is enough for me to kill you, I won't give you the opportunity to continue growing. Kinyaha laughed, smiling proudly. Idiots who only know how to measure combat power by numerical values. Li Su pouted disdainfully and continued, what about this? Twice the Realm King Fist. A layer of red florid flame appeared on Li Su's body, and his combat power doubled. Boom! Kainyu was laughing, the combat power detector in his eyes suddenly exploded, and the last data he saw was 200,000. How is it possible? The smile on Kainyu's face disappeared, replaced by panic. The limit of the combat power detector was 200,000, which showed that Li Su's strength exceeded 200,000. Nothing is impossible, now I can send you down to reunite with them. Li Su suddenly appeared in front of him, and before he could react, he punched Kainyu's stomach. Kainyu screamed, covered his stomach with his hands, and vomited bitter water. Li Su then swept another leg and kicked Kainyu to the ground. With a bang, the ground cracked, and the broken stones buried most of Kainyu, and the entire ground seemed to tremble. After the dust cleared, Kainyu's figure reappeared in Li Su's eyes, covering his stomach with one hand, with a trace of blood stain at the corner of his mouth. Obviously Li Su's attack had injured him not lightly. However, there was a hint of excitement in Kainyu's eyes, which made people a little inexplicable. Burst! Kainyu perversely inserted his hand into his chest, making his originally injured body even more bruised. When Li Su saw Ji Nu like this, he instantly understood what Ji Nu was going to do. The corners of his mouth were slightly hooked, and he pretended to be puzzled and said, "Are you giving up resistance?" Haha, the body with more than 200,000 combat power is mine. Kainyu laughed. Exchange. A ray of light suddenly erupted on Kainyu's body and struck towards Li Su, but Li Su's hand did not know when an extra frog appeared and threw it towards that light. When the light dissipated, Kainyu's huge body jumped on the ground like a frog, and the frog croaked. Now you and your team Kinnet can be reunited. Li Su said with a smile, and 2 rays of light emitted from his fingers, killing Kainyu and the frog all. Ding dong! The task is completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Severed Limb Rebirth Physique plug-in. The sound of the system's machinery sounded in Li Su's mind. When Li Su heard this, he was in a very comfortable mood, and he could survive in the universe in the future, with fewer restrictions, and he could also be reborn with severed limbs. A new book is open. Guys, ask for flowers, ask for monthly passes, ask for collections, ask for subscriptions. Chapter 034. At this moment, the smile on Li Su's face suddenly disappeared, and then became solemn. Bulma in front of him noticed the change in Li Su, and asked with some doubt, "Li Su, what's wrong?" "A stronger enemy is coming," Li Su said, glancing up at the sky, where a powerful chi was approaching. Ding dong! Release mission, defeat Frisia, reward, intermediate automatic cultivation plugin. The sound of the system's machinery sounded in Li Su's mind. Intermediate auto plug-in, it automatically increases combat power by 20 points per day. Bulma, I'll send you to a safe place first, and I'll come to you when I'm done. Li Su said that fighting with Frisia, it was very difficult for him to protect himself, let alone distract himself from taking care of Bulma. Li Su, I want to join you. Bulma said. Bulma, this time the enemy is much stronger than the previous enemies, and I can't take care of your safety. Li Su said. Then let's leave together, won't you teleport? He will definitely not be able to catch up with us. Bulma said worriedly. Li Su was worried about her safety, and she was also worried about Li Su's safety. Bulma, let me be selfish once, I want to fight him. Li Su said, gently touching Bulma's cheek. Although he was afraid in his heart, he was also a little excited at the same time, which may be the reason for the Scion bloodline, which made him a little belligerent, since he encountered, even if there was no systematic mission, he wanted to fight Frisia. Seeing Li Su's firm eyes, Bulma nodded and said, you must come back safely. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Li Su said with a smile. I'll give it to you when you get back. Bulma said with a blushing face. Even for this, I will be fine. Li Su said with a smile and kissed Bulma's forehead. The index and middle fingers of the right hand were attached to the center of the eyebrows, and he used teleportation to take Bulma to a nearby planet. The inhabitants on it were all unintelligent beings, and the highest combat power was no more than 1,000, and Bulma would definitely not be in any danger here. I'll be right back. After Li Su finished speaking, he returned to the Frisia No. 2 base. At this time, Frisia's spaceship landed on the planet, and a dozen cosmic people came out of it, respectfully standing in 2 rows, and then Frisia walked out from the middle. Oh hee, I didn't expect you to have the strength to kill Kainu, it seems that I came to the right place. Frisia laughed, the sound of the gloomy gulls extremely uncomfortable to hear. He also came here casually, originally thinking that the Kainuit team could definitely kill Li Su. Your subordinates are a bunch of trash, and only you can interest me. Li Su said with a smile. After really seeing Frisia, he was not afraid, only excited. It was the excitement of meeting an opponent. Are you interested in playing under me? I can let you form a new special combat team. Frisia said Team Canute was gone, and he didn't care much. I don't have the habit of giving people a dog, let's have a good fight. Li Su said. No one dares to talk to me like this for a long time, you will die a miserable death. The smile on Frisia's face disappeared and turned hideous. Then it depends on whether you have the ability. Li Su took the initiative to attack Frisia. The rapid movement set off a strong wind, and in an instant he came to Frisia, but found that Frisia suddenly disappeared. With such strength, you can't kill Kainu. Frisia's voice sounded behind Li Su. Li Su turned back suddenly, and Frisia was standing there, looking at him with a grin. He had no idea when Frisia had arrived there. It's really strong. Li Su was shocked in his heart. 5-fold Realm King Fist. Li Su's momentum suddenly skyrocketed, and he was no worse than Frisia. Shout! The figure flashed and rushed towards Frisia. Bang! Frisia didn't expect Li Su's speed to suddenly increase so much, and he couldn't dodge for a while, and was punched in the stomach by Li Su. Bang bang! Li Su attacked again, and his dense fist like a rainstorm hit Frisia's body. Frisia's subordinates were stunned, and Frisia, who was invincible in their eyes, was now beaten by Li Su like this. Boom! Frisia flew out upside down and crashed into a mountain-sized boulder, and the whole person was embedded in it, and the boulder cracked like a spider's web. Ugh! Frisia roared angrily, and the momentum that erupted crushed the boulder behind him. No one has made King Ben bleed for a long time. Frisia laughed angrily, wiping the blood stain from the corner of his mouth. That's the people you've met before, it's too rubbish. Li Su said, without the heart to talk nonsense with Frisia, and continued to attack Frisia. The load on his body was too great for the 5-fold Realm King Fist, and he had to fight quickly. Bang! Li Su's fist was grabbed by Frisia, but when he raised his leg, a knee was on Frisia's abdomen, and the painful Frisia spat out a mouthful of bitter water. Bang! However, Frisia also quickly counterattacked, smashing a punch on Li Su's face, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of Li Su's mouth. Immediately after that, the two began a fierce fight, and figures appeared in various places, each appearing accompanied by a fierce collision. Damn it! Frisia roared with a hideous face, punched Li Su's stomach. Li Su's right hand pressed on Frisia's face, pushed Frisia's head and hit the stone. Stones were smashed and rubble splashed. Immediately after that, a light lit up on Li Su's palm, and a ball of energy was launched against Frisia. Bang! Everything around was flattened by the explosion, and the billowing dust shrouded Li Su and Frisia's figures. After everything dispersed, the figures of the two reappeared in front of everyone. Li Su had blood stains on the corners of his mouth, and the clothes on his body were also torn. Frisia was even worse, his chest was scorched black, and his body was full of scars, and he was extremely embarrassed. I must kill you. Frisia's body exuded a strong killing intent, the momentum on his body rose, and his originally short figure began to grow, and he doubled in height in the blink of an eye. The two sharp corners on the head emit a metallic glow, which is particularly dazzling under the sun. This was the state of Frisia after his first transformation, and his combat strength had also changed from the original 530,000 to 1.06 million, which was doubled. Tenfold Realm King Fist. Not to be outdone, Li Su's fiery red aura doubled. But with it, there was a sharp pain in his body, as if he was about to collapse. Li Su knew that he would not last long in this state, and he had to solve the battle as soon as possible. A new book is open. Dear visitors, ask for flowers, ask for monthly passes, ask for collections, ask for subscriptions. Chapter 035. Let's fight. Li Su's blood was boiling, he had never spared no effort to fight, and the Realm King Fist and the Law of Force were used at the same time, and the combat power reached more than 1.2 million. Bang bang! The ground, the sky and the mountains are full of two figures, fists, arms and elbows constantly colliding, and white ripples like water waves make the sky look like a broken spider web. Bastard! Frisia roared angrily. He was actually suppressed. After a period of transformation, he was still not Li Su's opponent, and his speed and strength could not keep up with Li Su. Shout! Li Su didn't care about Frisia's mood, grabbed Frisia's flaw, and punched Frisia. Then he quickly moved in front of Frisia, and a whip kicked Frisia to the ground. Boom! The earth trembled, and billowing dust drowned Frisia's figure. I must kill you! Frisia roared with a hideous face, flew into the air, and performed a second transformation. You can't let him transform successfully, you must interrupt him. Li Su's face was solemn. After Frisia's second transformation, it was definitely not something he could defeat now. He dared to stay and fight Frisia, intending to solve Frisia's problem before he could exert his strength. Shout! Li Su rushed out towards Frisia, but there was a fierce wind around Frisia, and as soon as Li Su approached, he was stopped by this wind. 20-fold Realm King Fist. Li Su had no choice but to bite the bullet and use the 20-fold Realm King Fist, and suddenly felt that his whole body was about to fall apart. Bang! However, it also broke through the strong wind and punched Frisia out, making Frisia's second transformation unsuccessful. Frisia smashed to the ground, dust drowning his figure. Ugh! Li Su let out a scream at this time. The load of the 20-fold Realm King Fist on his body was too great, and his body was on the verge of collapse. Is this the way to withdraw? Li Su said secretly, feeling a little unwilling in his heart. Damn it! Frisia flew out of the dust, extremely embarrassed, and looked at Li Su with a fierce face. Li Su suddenly had a flash of light, and his hands were placed on his waist, in the shape of a calyx. Turtle Pi Qi Gong Wave. A ball of energy was launched, not aimed at Frisia, but at the ground beneath his feet. Bastard! Seeing Li Su doing this, Frisia's face changed rapidly, the planet exploded, even he was difficult to be safe and sound, and hurriedly flew towards the spaceship, not caring about Li Su. After the energy ball landed, it directly sank deep and penetrated the entire planet. Li Su also hurriedly put the index finger and middle finger of his right hand to the center of his eyebrows, sensed Bulma's chi, swooped, and disappeared in place. After Li Su just disappeared, the planet exploded, like brilliant fireworks, and finally turned into dust in the universe. On another planet, Bulma was walking around anxiously. Swoosh! Li Su appeared in front of her. Li Su! Bulma saw Li Su and pounced happily. Ugh! Li Su screamed in pain. Although Bulma's strength was very light, his body was about to collapse. Even if he touched it lightly, it was like a needle prick. What's wrong with you? Bulma was awakened by Li Su's scream, and asked worriedly. It's okay. Li Su took out a fairy bean and ate it, and the injuries on his body recovered instantly. Ding dong! Mission completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the intermediate automatic cultivation plugin. At this time, the mechanical voice of the system sounded in Li Su's mind. When Li Su heard this, he was very excited. The system gave him the task of defeating Frisia, but what exactly counted as defeating Frisia? Li Su himself couldn't tell. This time, with the help of the planet explosion, he defeated Frisia, but Li Su felt that Frisia's possibility of surviving was very high, and he was seriously injured at most. Personal Information Panel. Name, Li Su. Age, 21. Combat Effectiveness, 1 million. Law, the Law of Force, 2/100. Possessed plugins, Intermediate Automatic Cultivation Plugin, can automatically increase 20 combat power every day. Intermediate Savvy Plugin, can learn 2-star moves in seconds. Ordinary Scion Bloodline Plugin, Severed Limb Rebirth Physique Plugin. In this battle with Frisia, Li Su's gains were huge, and after recovering from serious injuries, his bloodline exploded, and his combat effectiveness increased to 1 million. Every time a Scion recovers from a serious injury, his combat effectiveness will increase, but it is not unlimited. Otherwise, the Scion does not need to cultivate, directly wound himself, and then heal it. Although Li Su did not directly increase from 90,000 to 3 million like Sun Wukong in the original book this time, he also lost a period of hard practice. Li Su, what are you laughing at? Bulma saw Li Su smirking there, a little unclear. Bulma, I remember what someone told me before. The corners of Li Su's mouth were slightly hooked, and a bright light flashed in his eyes. Brush! Bulma's little face instantly turned red, and she lowered her head, not daring to look at Li Su. Li Su took out a universal capsule, threw it on the ground, turned it into a house, picked up Bulma, and walked directly in. What are you doing? Bulma panicked. You. Li Su smiled evilly, and his footsteps still did not stop. Bulma blushed shyly, expecting and fearful. After a while, there was a muffled snort in the room, followed by a gasp. The sound continued until late at night. Li Su's long-held wish finally came true, and Bulma completed the transformation from a girl to a young woman. A new book is open. Dear visitors, ask for flowers, ask for monthly passes, ask for collections, ask for subscriptions. Chapter 036. Early the next morning, the sun shone through the window, and on the floor lay a mess of clothes, none of which was complete, showing the horror of the battle. Li Su supported his head with his hands and looked at Bulma with interest. Bulma woke up and saw that Li Su was staring at her, a little shy. Wake up! Wasn't it quite bold last night? Why are you shy now? Li Su said with a playful smile. If you say it again, I will ignore you. Bulma's little face suddenly turned red, like a sunset in the sky. Remembering her appearance last night, she couldn't believe it. Okay, stop teasing you. Li Su said with a smile. Bulma's appearance as a little woman made another evil fire rise in his body, and if it weren't for the fact that Bulma had just experienced the pain of breaking melons, he couldn't help but pounce. I'll go and prepare something for you to eat, and you will have a good rest today. Bulma nodded with a sweet smile on her face. After having breakfast with Bulma, Li Su entered the cultivation room alone. The bloodline exploded, and his combat power broke through to 1 million, and he found that his chi had undergone a qualitative change, and the dimension had broken through to the star level. Peace of mind, pure anger, cells. Li Su thought about the conditions for transforming into a Super Saiyan in his heart. He had been feeling a slight change in his chi, and at the beginning, his chi was relatively peaceful, and after possessing the Saiyan bloodline, his chi became a little more violent. But with his cultivation, a part of his violent chi slowly became peaceful. Based on his knowledge of the original work, he guessed that the so-called S cells were those with relatively peaceful chi, and in a stable environment, it was easier to produce such cells. If you want to transform into a Super Saiyan, you need to achieve a certain amount of combat power, reach a certain number of S cells in your body, and then use pure anger as a catalyst to make S cells grow rapidly, so that you can transform into a Super Saiyan. And the higher the basic combat power, the more S cells, and the lower the requirements for the level of anger, like Gabe in the 6th universe, who was slightly stimulated by Vegeta and transformed into a Super Saiyan. And the generation of Trunks and Sun Wushan, when they were born, Vegeta and Trunks could already transform into Super Saiyans and inherited a lot of S cells. In addition, the environment in which they live is relatively stable, so it is especially easy for them to transform into Super Saiyan. My current combat power is very difficult to transform into a Super Saiyan. Li Su said darkly. In the original work, Sun Wukong transformed into a Super Saiyan when he had 3 million combat power, but 3 million combat power is not the minimum requirement, and Bardock definitely did not have 3 million combat power when he transformed into a Super Saiyan. The lower the combat effectiveness, the higher the demand for anger, and in the entire Dragon Ball world, Li Su cares most about Bulma. Unless something happens to Bulma, Li Su cannot be angry to that extent. And Li Su would rather not become a Super Saiyan and not let Bulma suffer a little harm. There is no hurry about transforming into a Super Saiyan, anyway, as long as the basic combat effectiveness is improved, the more powerful it will be to transform into a Super Saiyan. Li Su thought. Ding dong. Release mission, take Broly away from the planet Wampa, reward, nuclear regeneration physique plugin. The sound of the system's machinery sounded in Li Su's mind. This task is easy to say, and difficult to say. Li Su sighed. Broly and his father Polygath are now stranded on the planet Wampa and have always wanted to leave the planet Vanpa. Li Su went to take them away, and they must be very happy. But Paragus is an ambitious person, although he is a waste himself, but Broly's strength is very strong. It is estimated that Frieza is not Broly's opponent now. Li Su didn't want to take Paragus away from the planet Wampa with him and let him control Broly, but if he wanted to forcibly take Broly away from the planet Vampa, it would be much more difficult. Broly himself is a simple person and an extremely talented warrior, and Li Su wants to see how much Broly, who can control his power, will grow. The legendary Super Saiyan has 10,000 combat power points at birth, and as he gets older, his combat power doubles every year. In the plot of Dragon Ball Super, Broly is the same age as Vegeta and 5 years older than Monkey King, which means that he is now 20 years old, and his combat effectiveness has increased to a very terrifying level. Ding dong! The legendary Super Saiyan will naturally double its combat effectiveness every year before reaching adulthood, and although it will naturally increase in combat effectiveness after adulthood, the growth is not so much. The system said suddenly. Why is that? Li Su frowned. He will definitely have the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline in the future, and if he can't double his combat power as an adult, this is not good news for him. Before adulthood, the body is in the period of development, and the continuous power bursts out in the bloodline, and after adulthood, the body no longer develops, and the power bursting out in the bloodline naturally decreases. The system explains. That is to say, I can calculate the legendary Super Scion bloodline, and it is impossible to double the combat effectiveness every year. Li Su asked disappointedly, he was now an adult. Yes. Alas, it seems that I thought too simply. Li Su sighed. However, he quickly adjusted his mood. He couldn't double it, but it would still increase a lot, and the improvement speed of the automatic cultivation plugin would definitely increase. Putting these things aside first, Li Su began to cultivate. The day passed quietly, and in the evening, Li Su returned to the room, and Bulma had just woken up and slept for a whole day. If you're hungry, eat something first. Li Su said with a smile, holding some food in his hand. Gollum. Bulma slept all day, grunting with hunger alone, smelling the aroma of the meal, and saliva was about to come out. You did it. Bulma saw that Li Su was snickering and said with disgust. Good, good, it's all my fault. Li Su said with a smile, it is true that he tossed Bulma miserably, otherwise Bulma would not have slept all day. Bulma saw the food in front of her, and did not think so much with Li Su, gobbling up, and the meal prepared by Li Su was quickly wiped out by her. Bulma, you see you're full, I'm still hungry. Li Su said. Haven't you eaten before? Bulma said that she had eaten all the food alone. Didn't eat. Li Su said pitifully. I'll help you prepare one. Bulma asked. I'll eat you enough. Li Su said with an evil smile and pounced directly. Ugh! In Bulma's exclamation, a fierce battle ensued, and soon there was a sound of gasping. A new book is open. Guys, ask for flowers, ask for monthly passes, ask for collections, ask for subscriptions. Chapter 037. Li Su, can we live on planet Bengal for a while? Bulma looked at Li Su with expectant eyes. Li Su accompanied Bulma to walk around the planet for a few days, and Bulma was fascinated by the beauty of the planet and wanted to stay longer. Of course you can. Li Su said with a smile. He doesn't have anywhere to go for the time being, he stays the same everywhere, and as for the tasks of the system, he is waiting for a suitable moment. If you want to take Broly away from the planet Wampa, it will definitely not be possible to use Strong, but if you don't use Strong, Paragus will definitely leave with Broly, which is not what Li Su wants to see. So Li Su waited for another opportunity, a chance for Broly to have no ability to resist. Thank you. Bulma said happily. I prefer you to express your gratitude with practical actions. Li Su said with a playful smile. You're getting worse. Bulma said angrily and smashed Li Su a few times with her small pink fist, where she couldn't hear the meaning of Li Su's words. The two tasted the forbidden fruit for the first time, and they knew the taste of the pith, but there was no moderation at all in the past few days, and every time it was Bulmari's inability to end. Haha! Li Su said with a smile. In the blink of an eye, 4 months have passed. Li Su and Bulma spent 4 months on the planet Bengal, traveling most of the planet's above-ground journey. Of course, Li Su would spare half of his time every day to cultivate, and his strength had also improved a lot. Personal Information Panel. Name, Li Su. Age, 21. Combat Effectiveness, 1.2 million. Law, the Law of Force, 3/100. Possessed plugins, Intermediate Automatic Cultivation Plugin, can automatically increase 20 combat effectiveness every day. Intermediate Savvy Plugin, can learn 2-star moves in seconds. Ordinary Scion Bloodline Plugin, Severed Limb Rebirth Physique Plugin. On this day, Li Su was cultivating in the cultivation room. Buzz. The time has come. The corners of Li Su's mouth curled slightly. He had been paying attention to the situation on the planet Wampa, and today he finally waited for a good opportunity. There was no time to say a word to Bulma, and he directly used teleportation to go to the planet Wampa. The planet Wampa is a planet with an extremely harsh climate. There is life on it, but most of them are giant beetles and the like. Somewhere, a young man was floating in the air, wrapped in grass-green chi, his eyes lost in concentration, and he was filled with a tyrannical aura. Ugh! The young man roared, and the surging momentum set off a hurricane. Boom! A boulder was smashed by the young man's punch, and he did not have a specific target, as if he was purely venting the excess strength in his body. Broly's strength is much stronger than Frisia's. Li Su hid in the shadows and secretly observed. Broly's combat power has already been about 3 billion, and when he faced this chi, his whole body trembled a little, and his body trembled unconsciously. Shout! 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 Broly launched the energy ball aimlessly, and everything around was flooded by the explosion of flames. Fortunately, Li Su hid far away, otherwise he would also be affected. Broly! At this time, a middle-aged man flew over. It was Broly's father Paragus, who yelled at Broly, trying to awaken Broly's sanity, but it had no effect at all, but attracted Broly's attention. Broly glared at Paragus viciously, looking ready to attack at any moment. Paragus was not afraid. It was obvious that it was not the first time he had encountered this situation, and skillfully took out a remote control and pressed it. Ugh! A burst of high-voltage electricity emanated from Broly's neck, causing Broly to scream. Under this high-voltage current, the momentum on Broly's body quickly dissipated and fell from the sky. This is the time. Li Su saw the timing and made a move. Flying out of the shadows, he grabbed Broly. What man? Paragath was shocked. He had lived on the planet for nearly 20 years and had never found anyone else. You better stay on this planet Wampa. Li Su said with a smile. He did not kill Paragus, just let the other party die on this 10,000 Pa planet. Su. Li Su carried Broly away, and did not return to planet Bengal, but came to a planet called Bandung near the planet Wampa. Although the two planets are not very far apart, the environment is very different. Planet Bandung is a very living planet, but like planet Bengal, the life on it is some life without intelligence. There are many such planets in the universe, and it takes tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years of evolution to give birth to civilization and develop into planets similar to Earth. After Li Su brought Broly to the planet Bandung, the voice of the system sounded in his mind, ding dong. Mission completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the nuclear regeneration physique plug-in. Li Su was in a very good mood and fed Broly a fairy bean. Broly woke up slowly, already awake. Where is this? Who are you? Broly asked suspiciously. This is not the planet Wampa. Hello, this planet is called Bandung Planet. I brought you here. My name is Li Su. Li Su said with a smile that Broly's personality is very simple. What about my father? Broly asked. He couldn't remember what happened at all. I only brought you here. Li Su said that he didn't want to mention Paragus to Broly. If it weren't for Broly's sake, he might really have killed Paragus. What are you bringing me here for? Broly asked, still a little wary of seeing humans other than Paragus for the first time. You have good strength, but you can't control your own strength. I hope to have a good fight with you after you can control your strength. Li Su said. He is now very different from Broly, but he will definitely not be weaker than Broly in the future, which is his confidence. A new book is open. Guys, ask for flowers, ask for monthly passes, ask for collections, ask for subscriptions. Chapter 038. Boom! Li Su took out a universal capsule, threw it on the ground, and turned it into a table full of food. You shouldn't have eaten any other food on the planet Wampa. There are all kinds of delicacies here, you should eat some first. Li Su said that Broly was sent to the planet Wampa by King Vegeta since he was a child, and he didn't even drink water. Broly saw the table full of food, drooled, and gobbled it up. Li Su's 3 days of food, he spent less than half an hour, all of it. Thank you. Broly said gratefully. It's okay, you can't control your chi now, and I can't take you to a planet with many people, so you can live here first. Li Su said. It's good here. Broly laughed and said that compared to the planet Banda, the environment of the planet Bandung is much better. Then I'll leave first, I'll come to see you after a while. After Li Su finished speaking, he directly teleported back to planet Bengal. He is looking forward to how much the changed Broly will grow. After his observation, he found that the legendary Super Saiyan Chi is much more violent than the Chi of ordinary Saiyans, so they are easy to lose their minds in normal times, let alone transform into Super Saiyan. Spring and autumn came, and 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. Time is the most powerful force, it can turn forests into deserts, and the deep sea into mountains. Li Su himself could not have imagined that he and Bulma had lived on the planet Bengal for 3 years, and originally only temporarily placed Bulma on the planet Bengal, but he did not expect to settle down in the end. For 3 years, he spent most of his time cultivating, occasionally accompanying Bulma out to visit the beauty of planet Bengal, and his life was very comfortable. Planet Bandung. In a plain area, there are 2 people fighting at this time, bang bang. The sound of the collision did not stop, but no one could be seen. Suddenly, 2 figures appeared on a towering boulder at the same time, did not continue the battle, and stopped at the same time. Broly, I'm not your match yet. Li Su said with a smile, not discouraged, the victory or defeat of this battle was originally expected. You're improving fast, and it won't be long before you'll catch up. Broly laughed. For 3 years, the two have been close friends, and every 10 days and a half month, Li Su will come over to compete with Broly, of course, every time Li Su loses. However, with a good opponent, Li Su's cultivation speed is much faster, and his combat power has increased to 5 million, but he still can't transform into a Super Saiyan. I'm ready to go back to my own planet, it's a planet called Earth, will you go back with me? Li Su asked. He and Bulma have also been out for almost 5 years, ready to go back. Broly has also improved a lot in the past 3 years, and he basically won't lose his mind without using all-out combat, so Li Su can also rest assured that Broly will go to Earth to survive. I still don't go, there is still Xiaomi here, if you are free, come here to see me. Broly shook his head, and what he was talking about was a tiger that he had adopted 2 years ago and one of his evil friends. Okay then, here's a spaceship, I'll give it to you. Li Su was also not reluctant and threw a universal capsule to Broly. He has teleportation, if he wants to come to the planet Bandung, it is very easy. And he will definitely come here to talk to Broly in the future. Broly put the universal capsule away. Goodbye then. After speaking, with a swoosh, Li Su returned directly to planet Bengal. Li Su, I've packed it all. Seeing Li Su come back, Bulma said happily, she has been away from home for so long, and now she is going back, she is still quite excited. Then let's go. Li Su said with a smile. Do you go back by spaceship, or do you just teleport back? Bulma asked. Use teleportation. Seeing Bulma's urgent expression, Li Su smiled. As his combat power improved, the distance of teleportation became farther and farther, and it was not difficult to return to Earth directly from planet Bengal. He has no relatives on Earth, and the only thing he cares about Bulma is also by his side, not as urgent as Bulma, but there are still friends like Sun Wukong on Earth, it's good to go back quickly. Bulma put her arm around Li Su's left arm. Li Su put the index finger and middle finger of his right hand in the center of his eyebrows, sensed the chi of the Earth Heavenly God, and disappeared with a swoop. Earth, Celestial Temple. The sunset reflected half of the sky, and the temple was also orange-red. In the square in front of the temple, there were several people training in battle at this time, and the figures flickered and the sound of collisions continued, which looked extremely exciting. 5 years have passed, and everyone's strength has improved a lot. Li Su appeared above the temple at an unknown time, glanced at the few people who were cultivating, and nodded. Why isn't Monkey King here? Bulma asked. The cultivation here is no longer helpful to Sun Wukong. Li Su said that the 4 people who were training below were Kellen, Leaping, Tianjin Rice and Dumplings. Even their strength has been raised to this extent, and Sun Wukong is definitely more powerful than them. Go down and say hello to everyone. The 2 flew down from the air and landed in front of the celestial god. Tenjin, long time no see. Li Su said with a smile. Li Su, you're back. Tian Shen was a little surprised. Li Su went out for a few years, and he has not heard from Li Su. Li Su nodded. Your strength is even more unfathomable. Tian Shen said that the current Li Su is an ordinary person in his eyes, but Li Su is obviously not an ordinary person, which can only show that Li Su's strength is stronger. I went around the universe and improved my strength a bit. Li Su said with a smile. If he cultivates safely on Earth for a few years, his strength may not improve so quickly, and opponents with comparable strength are very important to improve his strength. Li Su. At this time, Klin also flew over. Long time no see. Li Su said with a smile. Li Su, the heavenly god said that you left the earth, and you didn't come back from the last world's first martial arts conference, but Wukong complained for a long time. Klin said. I was in the universe at the time, and I couldn't come back for a while. Li Su said with a smile. In fact, it's not that he can't come back, he has teleportation, even if the distance is too far, he can find a few intermediate points, but it is just a few more teleportation, it doesn't take much time. The most important thing is that his strength has far surpassed that of everyone on the earth, and this level of martial arts conference has no meaning to him at all. A new book is open. Dear visitors, ask for flowers, ask for monthly passes, ask for collections, ask for subscriptions. Chapter 039. By the way, I've been away from Earth for so long, can you tell me what happened? Li Su asked. Shortly after you left, Sun Wukong eliminated the Red Silk Legion alone, and then boarded the Karin Tower, and after the Karin Tower finished cultivating, I asked Bobo to guide him to cultivate for a while. Tenjin said. Then Sun Wukong went to participate in the world's first martial arts conference, but unfortunately you didn't come back. Sun Wukong defeated Tianjin Rice and won the championship. After the end of the martial arts conference, the Vic Great Demon King was released, and Sun Wukong defeated the Vic Great Demon King and saved the earth. I recommend him to cultivate with the Realm King. So much happened. Li Su nodded. It is not much different from the situation in the original work, the only difference is that Sun Wukong's strength is much stronger than in the original work, defeated Tianjin Rice and won the championship, and Old Vic is not Sun Wukong's opponent at all, and was easily killed by Sun Wukong. In order not to be pulled away too much by Sun Wukong, we also came to the Heavenly God Temple to cultivate. Klin said. Your strength is very good now. Li Su said with a smile. Now Klin and the others have almost 1,000 combat power, similar to when Vegeta came to Earth, and the storm set off by his little butterfly is still very large. Li Su, your strength should be stronger now, right? Klin said that he couldn't see through Li Su at all, just like the gods, in his eyes, Li Su was an ordinary person. Li Su nodded with a smile. You and Goku are both monsters. Goku has been to Lord Realm for almost 2 years, and his strength must be much stronger, I'm afraid only you are Goku's opponent. Klin smiled wryly. He has been working hard, but unfortunately the gap with Sun Wukong is getting bigger and bigger. Klin, I'm afraid you won't even be able to beat me now. Bulma said arrogantly. I didn't pay attention at first, but now listening to Bulma's words, Klin carefully sensed Bulma's chi, and cold sweat suddenly broke out on his forehead. Although Bulma can control her own strength, her degree of control over chi is still very poor, and Klin can roughly sense Bulma's strength. Bulma, when did you become so strong? Klin asked in surprise. I'm a genius, and I'm so powerful when I cultivate casually. Bulma said proudly. Bulma's strength is improved by external forces, there is no combat experience and combat awareness, although the combat effectiveness is strong, but it cannot defeat Klin. Li Su said with a smile. Humph. Bulma snorted coldly, unhappy that Li Su exposed her. Her current combat strength is still 3000, and she has not practiced in the past few years, and she has not improved in the slightest. So it is. Klin nodded, still shocked. Li Su, can you teach us cultivation? Tianjin Fan said that although it was the first time he saw Li Su, he had heard Li Su's name many times. I'm not good at teaching people cultivation, but I can tell you about my cultivation. Li Su shook his head, he didn't have the time to teach them. Immediately afterwards, Li Su took out a universal capsule, threw it on the ground, turned into a gravity cultivation room, and said, "This is a gravity cultivation room, it is more suitable than gravity clothing, if you can stick to it. Your combat effectiveness should be able to improve a lot." The highest multiple of this gravity cultivation room was only 300 times, which was the one that Li Su used before, but it was enough for Tianjin Fan and the others. "Thank you," Tianjin Fan said excitedly. He is not afraid of hardship, as long as he can improve his combat effectiveness. "I'll contact Gaku to take a look," Li Su said. "Can you contact Gaku?" Klin said excitedly. Li Su nodded. Immediately afterwards, Li Su used telepathic communication, which he learned from the King of the Northern Realm, and today is the first time to use it. King of the North. Sun Wukong was cultivating there, and in 2 years, he had learned a lot from the King of the Northern Realm, and the King of the Realm Fist and the Yuan Chi Bullet had been learned, but he still did not leave. Gaku. Suddenly, Li Su's voice sounded in his ears, causing him to stop cultivating. "Wukong, I'm Li Su." "Li Su, where are you?" Sun Wukong said very excitedly. "I'm back to Earth." Li Su said. "Great, I really want to fight you again." Sun Wukong almost jumped up with joy. "Then you have to work hard." Li Su said with a smile that although Sun Wukong's strength is much higher than in the original work, he is still not qualified to be his opponent. There is still 1 year to be the world's first martial arts conference, and it will be a good fight then. Sun Wukong said that he was also more confident in his strength. "Let's talk about it then." Li Su said that he didn't really want to participate in this level of martial arts conference. The two chatted for a while, and Li Su ended the spiritual communication. "Lord Realm King, how strong is Li Su's strength now?" Monkey King asked. "I don't know, but your current strength is definitely not Li Su's opponent." The King of the Realm said that although Sun Wukong had improved a lot, he still couldn't catch up with Li Su. "Lord Realm King, please train me more strictly," Sun Wukong said solemnly. "Okay, I'll double your daily training volume, and in a year, maybe you can fight Li Su." The King of the Northern Realm said that he still admired Sun Wukong very much. "Twice as high," Monkey King said. 2 times is too much, right? The King of the Northern Realm said. "I can hold on, otherwise I can't surpass Li Su." Sun Wukong said that from the words of the Realm King, he knew that there was still a big gap between him and Li Su. "All right." The King of the Northern Realm nodded. Earth, Celestial Temple. Li Su ended the call with Sun Wukong. "Gaku will participate in this world's first martial arts conference, you all work hard." Li Su said with a smile. "I will definitely not lose to Sun Wukong again this time." Tianjin Fan said firmly, he is also a person who is not willing to lose to others. "We will work hard to cultivate, and we will definitely surprise Gaku when the time comes." Klin said. "I'll take my leave, and I'll see you in a year." Li Su said, knowing clearly what has happened on the earth over the years, there is no point in him staying in the Heavenly God Temple. Li Su took Bulma and flew in the direction of the western capital without using teleportation. Dumpling, let's start cultivating. Tianjin Rice said to Dumpling, walked into the gravity cultivation room, and Dumpling immediately followed. In one breath, the gravity was increased to 10 times, almost crushing the two. But the two still persevered. A new book is open. Dear visitors, ask for flowers, ask for monthly passes, ask for collections, ask for subscriptions. Chapter 040. In the courtyard, Li Su sat alone next to the swimming pool. Pure anger, it seems that it is not so easy to do. Li Su said darkly. His current combat effectiveness has surpassed when Sun Wukong transformed into a Super Saiyan in the original work, but he still cannot transform into a Super Saiyan. Li Su, what are you thinking? Why didn't I practice today? Bulma came over and asked a little surprised. I'm cultivating. Li Su said with a smile, but he didn't go to the cultivation room. Can you accompany me to shopping today? Bulma looked at Li Su with expectant eyes. Of course you can. Li Su felt a little guilty and accompanied Bulma to go shopping. These were what he should have done, but he spent too much time on cultivation and ignored all this. Great, I'll go change my clothes. Bulma happily kissed Li Su's face and immediately ran to change clothes. Anyway, it's not in a hurry, just relax. Li Su said with a smile. An hour later, Li Su drove the car and set off. As for why she waited so long, of course, it was the reason why Bulma changed her clothes, and the time the woman spent in this regard made Li Su feel afraid. It took less than 10 minutes to reach the largest commercial pedestrian street in the neighborhood. Li Su, let's go shopping for clothes first. Bulma said, holding Li Su's arm and walking towards the store. The softness made Li Su rise an evil fire. Welcome. Li Su, what do you think of this? Bulma took a dress and compared it to her. Very good. Li Su said with a smile. What about this one? Bulma picked up another dress. It's good. Give me some evaluation. Bulma said unpleasantly, and at a glance, she knew that Li Su was perfunctory. Li Su smiled, picked out a blue skirt from the hanger, and said, I think blue is still suitable for you, you can try it. Really? Bulma asked happily. Although you look good in other clothes, blue shows your temperament the most. Li Su said with a smile. Then I'll try it. Bulma took the skirt and happily ran into the fitting room. After a while, Bulma came out of the fitting room. Xiang's shoulders were half exposed, and there was a feeling of imminent coming out on his chest, and a ribbon outlined the bee's waist, and Li Su swallowed his saliva unconsciously. How? Bulma asked expectantly. It's not good, let's change it. Li Su said. Why, I think it's good. Bulma frowned. It's too revealing, if you just wear it to me, I don't want you to walk down the street with a large group of people behind you. Li Su said. When Bulma heard this, a blush immediately appeared on her little face. It's still this one, it's similar to the one just now. Li Su said, choosing another one, but a little more conservative. Bulma nodded, went into the fitting room and changed, just as moving. Good. Li Su nodded with satisfaction, which could not only show Bulma's temperament, but also not be exposed. Waiter, wrap this dress. Li Su said to the waiter. Okay. Wait a minute, and the one just now. Bulma said. Walked to Li Su's side and whispered, I only wear that at home. That'll do. Li Su nodded with a smile. The waiter immediately wrapped the two clothes, and Bulma swiped the card, making Li Su have a feeling of a little white face, but Li Su didn't care. If he wanted money, it was very simple, but Bulma's family had endless money, and he didn't have to bother with that. Next. Li Su accompanied Bulma to visit the entire pedestrian street. Almost every shop walked in to see. Bulma had a lot of fun. Li Su's mood was also very good, just a little tired, more tired than his cultivation for a day. In the evening, Li Su looked at the shopping bag in the car, with black lines on his forehead, and the woman's shopping ability was really terrifying. "Bulma, should we go back?" Li Su said. "It's almost done today, come back another day." Bulma laughed. She didn't lack anything, she just liked the feeling. Looking at the sweet smile on Bulma's face, Li Su felt that he would spend more time with Bulma in the future. A peaceful heart may be completely integrated into the lives of ordinary people in order to have a peaceful heart. Li Su said with a smile, and suddenly had a realization. Back home, it was almost completely dark, and after the two had dinner, Bulma walked into the room alone with her shopping bag. Li Su practiced for a while, took a bath, and was also ready to sleep. Walk into the room, only to find that Bulma is not in the room. "Bulma! Wait a minute, I'll be right out." Bulma's voice came from the bathroom. After a while, Bulma came out. Her face was a little shy, and she was a little happy and proud in her heart when she saw Li Su's stupid look. "Like it?" "Like, of course I like it." Li Su came back to his senses and said happily that Bulma was wearing a translucent underwear at this time, which could be described as extremely sexy. "You leave for a while today to buy this?" When shopping today, Bulma left alone for a while, and Li Su didn't care at that time. Bulma nodded. "Then I'm welcome." Li Su said with an evil smile and hugged Bulma by the waist. After a while, there was a quiet sound in the room. Early the next morning, sunlight shone through the windows. Li Su looked at Bulma, who was still asleep, and smiled slightly. Last night's Bulma was too tempting, and the battle was a little fierce, so that in the end, Bulma didn't know whether she fainted or fell asleep. After getting up gently, he gave Bulma a kiss on the head and left the room. At the moment when the door of the room closed, Bulma opened her eyes, touched her forehead with her hand, and a sweet smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Looking at the clothes on the ground that had turned into pieces, Bulma unconsciously remembered the events of last night, and a blush appeared on her face. What a brute bull! A new book is open. Guys, ask for flowers, ask for monthly passes, ask for collections, ask for subscriptions. Chapter 041. Planet Bandung. Li Su stood on a towering boulder, his eyes closed, and the picture of his own strength not being able to protect Bulma because he encountered a strong enemy came to mind. This is the hypnotism he learned from the planet Adraith, hypnotizing himself. Although he knew that it was fake, he was still angry, and his heart burned with raging anger. Ugh! Li Su suddenly opened his eyes, roared, and a white aura rose up from his body. Lightning broke through the clouds, and the heavens and the earth suddenly lost their color. The white aura transforms into a golden yellow, and the color of the hair also shifts between black and golden, which is a sign of transforming into a Super Saiyan. As the momentum rises, the golden yellow lasts longer and longer, and finally turns golden yellow completely. Super Saiyan has finally arrived. Golden hair and eyebrows, pale green eyes. Is this a Super Saiyan? Broly muttered, and next to him was a crouched tiger. 3 months after Li Su returned to Earth, his stable life has increased a lot of S cells in his body, and today there are finally signs of breaking through the Super Saiyan. However, the movement of the breakthrough Super Saiyan on Earth was too great, so he came to the planet Bandung. What a strong force! Li Su clenched his fists and felt his strength, and the feeling of this sudden surge in power made him a little excited. The dimension has not broken through. Li Su frowned slightly. The barrier of the galaxy-level dimension is 100 million combat power, and his current combat power has reached more than 200 million, but the dimension is still stuck at the star level. It seems that the increase in transformation is only strength, and the dimension has not increased. Li Su said darkly. Last time when he used the Realm King Fist, he discovered this, and originally thought that the transformation of the Super Saiyan would be a little different, but he was still disappointed. The most important thing for people is the spirit of spirit, Essence represents the body, Qi represents strength, and God represents the realm, and when the basic combat effectiveness grows, the three also grow. Some people feel that the Scion physique is not worthy of his great strength, which is strong enough to easily destroy a galaxy, but will be knocked down by a laser gun. This is because their basic combat power is not so terrifying, their strength is strong because of transformation, and their physique is still at the same level as their basic combat strength. Shaking his head, this unhappiness was quickly diluted. Broly, fight me. Li Su looked at Broly, he now urgently needed a strong opponent. Zheng Yang could quickly adapt to his strength. Good. Broly also wanted to see what Super Scions were capable of. Although he is a legendary Super Scion, he still cannot transform into a Super Scion. Shout! Shout! The two flew towards each other at the same time. Bang! 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 The sound of fierce collision followed, and even if Broly could not transform into a Super Scion, his strength was still much higher than Li Su, and he was able to deal with Li Su's attack with ease. The boulder was crushed by the aftermath of the battle between the two, the earth shook a little, and the little tiger ran far away when it first started fighting. An hour later, Li Su was defeated. To be more precise, the qi in Li Su's body is almost consumed. And he cannot continue to maintain the state of a Super Scion, while Broly is purely a sparring partner. Your strength has improved a lot. Broly said. If you want to transform into a Super Scion, it's not difficult, it's hard to stay sane. Li Su said, eating a fairy bean, he fully recovered again. If you anger Broly, Broly can definitely transform into a Super Scion. I feel good about it. Broly shook his head, what he needed was not strength, but power to be able to control himself freely. I'll go back first, and I'll come to you when I'm free. Li Su said. Having just transformed into a Super Scion, he needs to remember this feeling so that he can transform freely. Su. Li Su directly teleported back. Blue sky and white clouds, warm sun shining on the golden sand. Li Su wore short sleeves, lay on a rattan chair, wore sunglasses and enjoyed the sun bath. After returning from the planet Bandung, after a month of cultivation, he has been able to freely transform into a Super Scion, and today he accompanied Bulma to the beach to play and relax. Li Su, why have you always maintained the state of a Super Scion? Bulma was dressed in a bikini and lay on a rattan chair next to Li Su. It's a kind of cultivation. Li Su said. It feels weird, but your voice change Super Scion looks more handsome. Bulma laughed. How did you get ashore? Don't play for a while. Li Su asked. If you don't accompany me, it's not interesting for me to play alone. Bulma pouted. You know that you are standing in front of me in this outfit, I have endured very hard, if I accompany you to play in the sea again, I am afraid that I will have a big battle with you in the sea. Li Su said. Hooligan. Bulma glared at Li Su, and a blush appeared on her face. Although the two have met frankly, every time Li Su teased her, she would show the appearance of a little woman, which made Li Su love it very much. Give your gift. Li Su took out a box. What is it? Bulma asked curiously. Li Su was very good to give her gifts, and she was very happy in her heart. Just open it and take a look. Li Su said. Bulma opened the box, but when she opened it, she was dumbfounded, and inside it turned out to be a diamond ring. Will you marry me? Li Su said affectionately. Bulma didn't speak, her eyes were already moist, and this sudden proposal surprised her a little. After a while, Bulma nodded and wiped away her tears. I will definitely not fail you. Li Su held Bulma in his arms. Why did you suddenly propose to me? Bulma asked. Yesterday someone said in a dream that she was going to marry me, so I proposed today. Li Su pinched Bulma's little Kyung's nose. Did I really talk in my dreams? Bulma asked suspiciously, a little embarrassed. You guess. Li Su said with a smile. You dare to lie to me, I regret it. Bulma said unpleasantly. It's too late to regret it now, don't think about running for the rest of your life. Li Su said with a smile and hugged Bulma tightly. A new book is open. Dear visitors, ask for flowers, ask for monthly passes, ask for collections, ask for subscriptions. Chapter 042. After the successful proposal, Li Su and Bulma were busy with the wedding. This time, Li Su did not spend Bulma's money and sold some of the materials he got from Frisia 2 planet, which are very rare on Earth, and he got a total of 1 billion yuan. The wedding was scheduled after the 23rd Tianxia First Martial Arts Conference, and now everyone was busy cultivating and had no time, and there were still 7 or 8 months before that time, and there was plenty of time to prepare. How's this island? Li Su asked. Li Su and Bulma floated above an island. After preparing to get married, Bulma proposed to move out, and Li Su also felt that it was more convenient to move out, and the world of the two in the province was disturbed. Bulma likes the sea, so Li Su decided to choose an island to build a villa. It's nice and big enough. Bulma nodded, she was still more attentive to the home of the two of them, and the design work of the villa was taken down by her. That's where it goes. Li Su said. Bulma nodded. Building a villa on an island is still not small, and just transporting materials over is a big problem for ordinary people, but this is simple for Li Su. After the materials were ready, Li Su directly brought them over with teleportation. After the construction of the villa began, Bulma was busy every day, but Li Su had nothing to do all day, and he couldn't help with these things. Ding dong! Post a mission to summon the Dragon of Namek, reward, the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline. The long-lost mechanical voice sounded in Li Su's mind. When Li Su heard this, he was very excited. This task is not difficult, but the reward is what Li Su has been longing for a long time. It should be easier to bring him over and add a little fun to the future. Li Su said with a smile. With a swoosh, Li Su disappeared in place. In a certain plane of the earth, green meadows, occasionally a few small peaks can be seen. Sun Wukong, I will definitely defeat you, the earth belongs to my Vic Great Devil. Vic was training hard, muttering constantly in his mouth, as if he was looking for motivation for his cultivation. The butterfly effect is really big. Li Su stood not far from Vic and found that Vic's combat effectiveness was close to 1,000 points. This must be related to the fact that Sun Wukong and the others have become stronger, making Vic work harder to cultivate. Sometimes, a strong opponent is the best aid for cultivation. Who? Vic suddenly turned around and looked at Li Su vigilantly. Li Su did not deliberately hide his breath, and it would be strange if Vic couldn't find it. Who are you? Vic asked. My name is Li Su. According to your current situation, I am afraid that I will never be able to defeat Sun Wukong. Li Su said with a smile. Damn, you dare to underestimate my Vic Great Devil and let you see how powerful I am. Vic was very angry, kicked the ground, and rushed towards Li Su. Bang! When Vic arrived in front of Li Su came first and punched Vic in the stomach, and Vic stopped abruptly, his eyeballs protruded, and his hands covered his stomach. Li Su's strength was well controlled, just making Vic lose his strength in pain. After a while, Vic relieved himself and did not continue to attack Li Su, and this blow just now let him know that his strength was much worse than Li Su. Why the hell did you come to me? Vic asked. Knowing that Li Su didn't want to kill him, otherwise he would already be dead. Take you to a place. Li Su said with a smile. Regardless of whether Vic wanted it or not, he carried Vic and walked away directly with teleportation. Namex is a planet on the edge of the universe, more than 10 times the diameter of Earth. The galaxy in which the planet exists is very special, and there are 3 small stars orbiting the planet together, so there is never night. A long time ago, Namex encountered a climatic disaster, many Namex people died, and now although some have recovered, there are not many Namex people and live in the form of villages. At the top of a towering boulder, there was a house like a beetle, and inside the house sat a mountain-like giant, who was the great elder of Namex. Su. Li Su appeared here with bike. Who? Nero next to the great elder looked over and blocked in front of the great elder. As long as Li Su made a slight change, he would attack. Don't be so nervous, I'm not malicious. Li Su said with a smile and put Vic down. Nero was shocked to see Bike's appearance, almost identical to him, and he had never heard of Vic before. Vic was in a similar mood. Nero and the great elder were obviously the same race as him. Distant guest, I don't know what's going on. The great elder asked, his voice somewhat old and weak. First introduce yourself. My name is Li Su, from the earth. His name is Vic Kerr, he is the Namex who was left on the earth. Li Su said. Earth? Could it be Kadaz's child? The great elder said that when the climate changed drastically, many people gave their children away. Kid, can you show me your memory? The great elder said. Vic hesitated, he had a sense of affinity for the great elder, but no one would want others to see his memory. Don't worry, I'm just confirming your identity, and I won't look at your privacy. The great elder seemed to see through Bike's thoughts. When Vic heard this, he walked over, and the great elder put his hand on Vic Kerr's head, and some fragments of Vic Life's life appeared in the great elder's mind. Alas, very good qualifications are actually split in two, otherwise you will be the best nemesis. The great elder said with some regret. Distant guest, I wonder if you have anything else. The great elder looked at Li Su again. I want you to develop your potential for Bike, and also, I want to use the Dragon Balls of Namex. Rest assured, I will not fulfill any desire to dominate the universe, and Dragon Balls do not have such great abilities. Li Su said. The great elder pondered for a moment and said, Nero, you go and have someone send the Dragon Balls over. Great elder, I want to protect your safety. Nero said, and glanced at Li Su unkindly. If he wants to hurt me, it's useless for you. The great elder shook his head, although he couldn't see Li Su's depth, he knew that Li Su was very strong. When Nero heard this, he flew away, and warned Li Su with his eyes when he left. The great elder put his hand on Vic again, closed his eyes, and a potential in Vic's body was channeled out, and his combat effectiveness was constantly rising. The original combat strength of only 1,000 reached 8,000 in an instant. Li Su also nodded with satisfaction, not because Bike's strength had improved, but because he had learned this trick. A new book is open. Dear visitors, ask for flowers, ask for monthly passes. Ask for collections, ask for subscriptions. Chapter 043. So strong. Vic was very excited, in such a short period of time, his strength had improved so much. Your current strength is still not comparable to Sun Wukong. About half a year later, the Earth will hold a martial arts conference. If you want to defeat Sun Wukong, cultivate well in Namexing. Li Su said with a smile. He is bored anyway and looks for an opponent for Sun Wukong. I will definitely defeat the Monkey King. Vic said firmly, he didn't expect Sun Wukong to become so strong, and subconsciously felt that Li Su didn't have to lie to him. After a while, Nero returned with 7 Dragon Balls. I don't know that Mizing language, you can help me translate it. Li Su said, walking outside the house. The natural look made Nero very unhappy, but still followed. Nero placed the 7 Dragon Balls on the ground and said in the Namex language, Come out, Shen Long. Suddenly, the sky became dark, and a bolt of lightning rose up and plunged straight into the sky. Groan. Immediately after that, a dragon groan resounded in the sky, and a divine dragon full of Western elements appeared in the sky. Name your wish, any wish can be granted, but only 3. The voice of the divine dragon was loud, and its fat body floated in the air. Ding dong! Mission accomplished, congratulations to the host for obtaining the legendary Super Scion bloodline. The electronic sound of the system's machinery sounded in Li Su's mind, which made him very excited. At this time, Nero turned his head to look at Li Su and motioned for Li Su to say his wish. Li Su stabilized his excitement for a moment and spoke, "The first wish, what realm can I cultivate to immortality?" Although summoning the divine dragon that summoned Namex was a task given by the system, he did have many questions and needed the divine dragon's help. When Nero heard this, he translated Li Su's words with Shen Long. The divine dragon pondered for a while and said, "If you cultivate to the realm of gods, you can live forever." "What is the realm of God?" Li Su continued to ask. Nero translated again, and the divine dragon said, "The dimensions are divided into star level, galaxy level, cosmic level, and after the cosmic level, it is the realm of gods." After Li Su knew the answer, he was very happy in his heart and finally had a small goal. "My last wish, I want to learn the word of God. This is very simple." A flash of light flashed in the scarlet eyes, and a message appeared in Li Su's mind, which was the language of God. Li Su learned the language of God for the future Super Dragon Ball, and in his plan, he will definitely look for Super Dragon Balls in the future. If he does not know the language of God, even if he finds 7 Super Dragon Balls, he can't make a wish. Then, goodbye. After fulfilling 3 wishes, the divine dragon once again turned into 7 Dragon Balls and flew into the distance. "Okay, my wish has been fulfilled, so I take my leave, help me thank the great elder," Li Su said, and looked at Vic again, "I'll pick you up in half a year." With a swoosh, Li Su disappeared in place. King of the North. Sun Wukong had 4 iron rings on his hands and feet, and he was training hard. Every step he took was very difficult, and his training intensity at this time had exceeded Li Su's training in the Northern Realm King Star. "Li Su, I must have a good fight with you." Heavenly Temple. In the gravity cultivation room, the gravity multiplier shows 20, the air is squeezed dark red, and Klin and Tianjin Fan are fighting. Leaping couldn't stand such a hard training and had already given up, but Dumpling couldn't keep up with the footsteps of that everyone, and he couldn't continue to cultivate in the gravity cultivation room. After Klin and Tianjin Fan fought for a while, they were both panting and sweating, fighting under this gravity multiplier. The chi in their bodies was consumed too quickly. The 2 of them each took a fairy bean, and their physical strength recovered. Kalen Taz Immortal Bean was not spoiled by a kilobe, and the 2 of them took a lot from the cat Immortal after knowing how Immortal Bean helped cultivation. "Let's go on," Tianjin Fan said. "Good." Klin is also full of fighting spirit, although it is difficult to surpass the Monkey King, but it is also necessary to narrow the gap with the Monkey King, but what he does not know is that the gap between him and the Monkey King is destined to become larger and larger. Everyone is working hard to cultivate, in order to fight at the world's first martial arts conference. And Li Su found Bulma after returning from Namesing. "Li Su, what's the matter? I still have a lot of things to do." Bulma says she has put a lot of effort into their new home. "I just learned a new trick that can help you improve some combat effectiveness," Li Su said. Having just learned the trick of developing potential from the Great Elder, he decided to help Bulma improve his strength first. Although there are certain restrictions on the cultivation of this trick, Li Su has a nuclear regeneration physique plug-in, and this restriction is nothing to him. And developing potential is nothing more than a 2-star move, which he learned at a glance. "Really? Then let's get started," Bulma said happily. Although she didn't like to fight, she also wished her strength could be higher. At least the combat effectiveness will increase, and the physique will also increase, so as to block Li Su's conquest. "Good." Li Su put his hand on Bulma's head and slowly channeled the potential in Bulma's body. The momentum on Bulma's body slowly rose, and soon, Bulma's combat effectiveness increased from the original 3000 to 4000. "I'm getting stronger again," Bulma said happily. You'll get stronger later. Li Su said with a smile, Bulma's potential is too small, and there is not much to improve his combat effectiveness, and if he wants to help Bulma become stronger, he still has to rely on the fruit of the spirit tree. Bulma smiled and nodded. This time Bulma's combat effectiveness was not much, although it was a little uncomfortable for a while, but it was not like the last time. After helping Bulma develop her potential, Bulma moved on to their new home. With the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline, I can still transform into an ordinary Super Saiyan, but to transform into the legendary Super Saiyan, I can't do it now, and I will immediately be eroded by the furious power. Li Su just tried to transform into the legendary Super Saiyan, and the furious power made him give up in an instant, although he longed for power, but did not want to be controlled by power. It's better to cultivate the ordinary Super Saiyan to full power first, and the legendary Super Saiyan transformation is not in a hurry. Li Su said darkly. It's not so easy to transform into the legendary Super Saiyan and stay sane. A new book is open. Dear visitors, ask for flowers, ask for monthly passes, ask for collections, ask for subscriptions. Chapter 044. In the blink of an eye, more than half a year has passed. Personal information panel. Name, Li Su. Age, 25. Combat effectiveness, 6 million. Law, the law of force, 10/100. Possessed plugins, intermediate automatic cultivation plugin, can automatically increase 200 combat effectiveness every day, intermediate savvy plugin, can learn 2-star moves in seconds, legendary Super Saiyan bloodline plugin, nuclear regeneration physique plugin. After possessing the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline, the effect of automatic cultivation plugins increased tenfold, making Li Su have to sigh at the strength of bloodline plugins. However, after the law of force reached 10%, the speed of comprehension was obviously slower, but these Li Su also understood that the law must be more difficult the further back it goes. The world's first martial arts conference starts tomorrow, do you want to participate? Bulma ran over and asked. In half a year, the villa on the island has been built, and the wedding is almost ready, and now when the time comes, the two will hold a wedding. Let's participate. Li Su nodded. Although this level of martial arts conference does not mean much to him, it is quite good to play, and with Sun Wukong's character, even if Li Su does not participate, Sun Wukong will come to him to fight. Then let's go now, and sign up today. Bulma said. The two flew directly to the direction of the martial arts conference site, and Bulma now also has 4,000 combat power, and the speed of flight is not too slow. When they were about to arrive, the two found an unmanned landing, and then used to walk over. Li Su, Bulma, over here. Not long after Li Su and Bulma walked into the scene, they heard Klin's voice, and following the sound, everyone arrived one step ahead of them. Li Su, I can finally have a good fight this time. Sun Wukong said excitedly. He had left the Northern King a few days earlier, coming from the temple with Klin and the others. Sun Wukong, you have grown so tall. Bulma said with some surprise. We also took a pound, but we didn't expect that Sun Wukong had been cultivating in the Realm King for 3 years, and such a big change had occurred. Klin said, still a little envious. I don't know why I grew so tall. Sun Wukong scratched his head and smiled. If you want to fight me, you can defeat another opponent first. Li Su said with a smile and looked in the other direction. There was a bell tower, and at the top of the bell tower, there stood a person. It was Bic, who had returned from Namex, and Li Su had picked him up from Namex 3 days earlier. Vic the Great Devil. Sun Wukong said seriously. At first, he defeated the old Vic so easily that the god didn't tell him about the newborn Vic at all, but he could feel that the newborn Vic was very strong. Isn't the great demon king Vic dead? Klin said, there was nothing to be afraid of, because Li Su, the little butterfly, Klin was not killed by old Bike's men. This is the son of the old Vic Lord, the new generation of the Vic Great Devil, much stronger than the previous Vic Great Devil. Li Su said with a smile. If Li Su did not bring Bik to name a star, Clin and the others might have beaten Bike, but now, they are by no means Bike's opponents. I will definitely defeat him. Sun Wukong said excitedly, and there was another powerful opponent. Bik on the clock floor also glanced in the direction of Li Su and the others, snorted coldly unpleasantly, and then flew away. Li Su, you haven't signed up yet, have you? Clin said. Li Su nodded. There are a lot more people participating in the competition this time than the last time, but I don't know if there are any powerful masters. Tianjin Fan said. There should be no one on earth more powerful than us. Leaping said, after all, they had all cultivated in the Heavenly God Temple. I'll go over and sign up first, see you tomorrow. Li Su said. See you tomorrow. After Li Su signed up, he and Bulma found a hotel to stay in, and a big war inevitably started, and finally Bulma surrendered. Early the next morning, Li Su and Bulma arrived at the martial arts conference. Li Su directly used teleportation to take Bulma inside, so that Bulma could also watch the preliminary round, and one person in the province was bored outside. Li Su, you are finally here, the draw is about to begin. Clin said. I slept too late yesterday. Li Su said with a smile, and Bulma next to him secretly twisted Li Su's waist and looked at him with strange eyes. Waiting for the dumplings will make everyone separate, so as not to run into each other in the preliminary round. Tianjin Fan said. Li Su doesn't care about this, no matter who the opponent is, it won't be his opponent. Snap! At this time, someone slapped Sun Wukong on the shoulder twice, and everyone looked back and found that it was a beautiful woman. Monkey King. The girl said. What are you? Sun Wukong couldn't remember who the other party was. Stupid. When the girl heard this, her originally smiling face suddenly became ugly, and she roared, startling Sun Wukong. I really don't know who you are. Sun Wukong said weakly, a little unclear. When the girl heard this, she walked away without looking back. Gaku, you actually know such a beautiful girl. Clin said enviously. Who the hell is she? Bulma asked. I know her too, I've never met her. Monkey King said. Not only did you know him, but you promised to marry her. Li Su said with a smile. He recognized the girl early in the morning, it was Kikai, she was indeed very beautiful. Compared with the current Bulma, there are 3 less points of charm and more innocence. What? Gaku, you actually have a marriage contract with such a beautiful girl? Clin was even more surprised, more envious. Marry her? When did I say that? Sun Wukong scratched his head and thought about it carefully. I remembered that when Sun Wukong was in the Flame Mountain, he promised to marry Kikai, the daughter of the Bull Demon King. Bulma suddenly realized. I seem to have said so, but what does it mean to marry her? Sun Wukong said with a smile. Clin and the others were immediately defeated by Sun Wukong's naivety. To marry her is to hold a wedding with her, and then live together forever. Li Su and I will hold a wedding in a while, and everyone must come at that time. Bulma said, and by the way, she told everyone the news that she and Li Su were about to get married. I really envy you. Clin said, feeling a little frustrated. A new book is open. Dear visitors, ask for flowers, ask for monthly passes, ask for collections, ask for subscriptions. Chapter 045. In the small talk of everyone, the draw of lots soon began, and under the control of dumplings, everyone was separated. Everyone went well in the preliminary round, only the dumplings encountered a little accident and encountered the mechanical peach, but today's dumpling is not the dumpling in the original work, the strength is much higher, and it is easy to defeat the peach in vain. The final 8 are, Sun Wukong vs Anonymous, Kiki, Clin vs Mojide, Bike, Li Su vs Leaping, Tianjin Rice vs Dumpling. Neither Tian Shen nor Ya Chai Loeb participated in this martial arts conference, which was also the storm set off by Li Su's little butterfly. After everyone rested for a while, they heard the host's voice. The 23rd Tianxia First Martial Arts Conference quarterfinals has officially begun, and I invite the Monkey King player and the Anonymous Clan player to compete on the stage. I'm going to the race. Sun Wukong said a word to everyone and stepped into the ring. Humph! Kiki was very upset when she saw Sun Wukong. She had been looking forward to it for so long, and Sun Wukong didn't know her. You're Kiki, I already know. Monkey King said. You remembered? Kiki said happily. Well, although I didn't know what marriage meant at the beginning, since I already promised you, I will definitely make a travel agreement. Sun Wukong said seriously. Now I don't agree, you have to beat me. Kiki said arrogantly. Is that all right? Monkey King said. Don't underestimate me. Kiki was suddenly upset again. Then you be careful. Sun Wukong said, Kiki's strength, he saw it clearly. Bang! Sun Wukong punched out, and the fist wind hit Kiki's body, and before Kiki could react, he was knocked off the ring by Sun Wukong. It hurts. Kiki rubbed her head. The Monkey King player wins. The host came back to his senses and announced loudly that the process of the game was too short, and he didn't have time to comment, and it was already over. Kiki. Monkey King walked to the edge of the ring and stretched out his hand, wanting Rakaki to come up. Worthy of being the person I want to marry. Kiki said happily, walked into the ring, and hugged Sun Wukong's arm. Kiki, don't be like this, it's not convenient to walk. Sun Wukong frowned. So envious. Qin's eyes were red. I didn't expect Kiki to look so beautiful. Bulma said. Not as beautiful as you. Li Su said, he still understands this thought, and he must not say that other women are beautiful in front of his own women. Below there are Qin players and second-generation demon players to compete on stage. The host's voice reached the backstage again. Qin, be careful, he's strong. Monkey King reminded. Wukong, rest assured, we have also carried out very hard cultivation in the past few years, and we will definitely surprise you. Qin said with a smile, he was still somewhat confident in his strength. Qin and Vic stepped into the ring, and everyone's eyes were immediately attracted to the past. Little ghost, when I defeat you and defeat Sun Wukong, I must let you know how powerful I am, the great demon king of Bike. Vic said. Come on. Qin said without fear. Qin clenched his hands into fists and suddenly swung out, and two energy balls struck towards Bike. Little meaning. Vic jumped lightly and jumped into the sky, but Qin flicked his hands, and the two energy balls turned and struck Vic in the sky. Cut! Vic was a little annoyed. And smashed lightly, and two rays of light emitted from his eyes, colliding with two energy balls. The fierce battle between the Qin and the second generation of the demon player was an eye-opener at the beginning. The host explained passionately, as if to make up for the lack of the previous game. However, at this time, Qin came behind Vic at an unknown time and punched Vic with a punch, but Vic suddenly disappeared, and Qin was empty. Qin, danger! Sun Wukong shouted. Vic had already appeared in the back and upper part of Qin, clasping his hands into fists, with a smile on his lips, and slammed down on this Qin. Shout! Qin quickly fell to the ground like a falling meteor, and the landing point was off-site. At the moment when he was about to land, Qin's body suddenly stopped and floated there. Good risk. Qin was secretly surprised in his heart, he almost lost. Little ghost, if you have any strength, you will use it as soon as possible, this strength is not my opponent. Vic fell from the air and said with disdain. Qin wiped a trace of blood from the corner of his mouth and said, let you see my tricks. While everyone was expecting what Qin's trick was, Qin took out a bottle, opened the lid on it, and placed it on the ground. I didn't expect the turtle immortals to pass this trick to Clin. Li Su smiled. Seeing Clin's action, Li Su knew that Clin was going to use the demon sealing wave, and this move was regarded as the turtle immortal's bottom trick, and even Sun Wukong did not teach it. Compared with Sun Wukong, Clin is even a disciple of the turtle immortals. Demon Seal Wave. A flash of light burst out from Clin's hands, emitting in a spiral, enveloping Bike. Little ghost, such a move is useless to me. The corners of Bike's mouth were slightly hooked, there was a huge gap in the strength of the two, even if this move was more restrained to him, it still couldn't help him. Demon Seal Wave Return. Vic opened his hands and burst out a burst of light, directly bouncing back the magic seal wave. How is it possible? Clin was surprised that his trick was cracked by Vic in this way. The magic seal wave that bounced back directly sealed Clin into the bottle, but Vic didn't close the bottle, just kicked the bottle off the ring, and he just needed to win the match. Clin came out of the bottle again, panting. Obviously the consumption of the magic seal wave trick was relatively large. This demon seal wave is really the nemesis of the demon clan. If Vic is still a pure demon clan, maybe it will really be sealed. Li Su said darkly. The current Vic is different from the previous Vic clan, although he calls himself a demon race, but in fact he is no longer a real demon race, so the restraint effect of the demon seal wave on him is not so strong, and Clin's strength is still a little worse. Clin, well, you're much stronger than before. Sun Wukong said to the dejected Clin. Clin's strength did surprise him. After cultivating in the gravity cultivation room for a year, Clin's combat power has increased to 5,000. But I still lost. Clin smiled wryly. Originally, I felt that I had practiced so hard, and I would definitely be able to perform well this time, but I didn't expect to lose so quickly. You're already amazing. Monkey King said. A new book is open. Dear visitors, ask for flowers, ask for monthly passes, ask for collections, ask for subscriptions. Chapter 046. The battle between Clin and Vic is over, and the third game is Li Su and Leaping's turn. Li Su, come on. Bulma said. I will. Li Su said with a smile. He didn't expect to meet Leaping again, and the last time he participated in the martial arts conference, he met Leaping in the quarterfinals. Li Su stepped into the ring. Leaping's mood was not very good, he knew that he was definitely not Li Su's opponent. Just use your full strength. Li Su said that he was not in the mood to fight him slowly. Leaping did not refute either, ready to make his own trick. Gaku, why didn't Leaping do it yet? Clin asked suspiciously. He's gathering his chi. Monkey King said. Bombs! Leaping shouted, and a ball of energy condensed and attacked towards Li Su. Li Su's expression did not change at all, his body moved slightly, and he dodged, but Leaping's finger hooked again, and the energy ball flew back. Li Su shook his head, reached out and grabbed the energy ball, and squeezed it gently. Boom! Directly to the pinch explosion. How is it possible? Leaping couldn't believe his eyes. So strong. Sun Wukong's eyes burst with a touch of essence. Although Li Su's move seems simple, it is difficult to do, and it needs to be extremely good control of chi, otherwise the energy ball will explode directly. I admit defeat. Li Ping lowered his head and said, his tricks were so vulnerable in front of Li Su, he was simply more likely to defeat Li Su, and it was very difficult to even meet Li Su. Leaping player admits defeat, Li Su player wins. The host announced loudly. After Li Su won the competition, he walked backstage. Li Su, you are really powerful. Bulma said happily. Didn't you already know that I'm awesome? Li Su said, with an evil smile on the corner of his mouth. Hooligan. Bulma said with a blushing face. The fourth game was Tianjin Rice vs Dumpling. Dumpling directly admitted defeat. He didn't want to fight Tianjin Rice, and knew that he was not Tianjin Fan's opponent. The remaining semifinals and finals will not be held until the next day. Li Su and Bulma go back, and without being with Sun Wukong's people, he does not want the two-person world with Bulma to be destroyed by others. The next day, Li Su took Bulma to the competition site. Bulma had 2 black circles. Li Su asked her to rest more. She insisted on watching Li Su play. Sleep-deprived women are prone to wrinkles. Li Su said. Humph. It's not that you are not to blame, like a brute bull, and do not know how to be tired. Bulma said strangely, if she hadn't begged for mercy, maybe it wouldn't have ended in the morning. That's not what you said last night. Li Su said with a smile. Ignore you. Bulma's 2-finger meditation came with a 360-degree rotation, vented the dissatisfaction in his heart, and then said, Humph, I already have permanent youth, and I will not grow wrinkles. How did I forget this? Li Su said with a smile. He almost forgot that he had made a wish to Shenlong to let Bulma have eternal youth. Coming to the scene of the competition, Sun Wukong and the others had already arrived. Today's first match is Vic vs Sun Wukong. This match still makes Li Su have some small expectations. It is estimated to be the most exciting of all the games. Please invite the Monkey King player and the second generation of the Demon player to the stage to compete. The host shouted loudly. Monkey King and Vic both jumped into the ring. Sun Wukong, I will definitely defeat you today. Vic said that he had been looking forward to today's battle for a long time, purely to defeat the Monkey King. I'm excited too. Sun Wukong said with a smile. Let's go. Vic took off his cloak and threw it to the ground, smashing a big hole directly on the ground. He was still wearing such a heavy gravity suit when he fought me, what a monster. Clin said in surprise that when they practiced in the temple, they also wore gravity suits, but they took them off during the competition. Hehe, then I'll be serious too. Sun Wukong said with a smile, and also took off the gravity suit on his body, and the weight was heavier than the gravity suit on Bike's body. Both are monsters. Clin said, looking at Li Su again, guessing whether Li Su was also wearing a gravity suit. Li Su guessed what Clin was thinking and said, I'm not wearing a gravity suit, that thing is of little use to me. With his strength, the effect of gravity clothing on him is minimal, and only when he is cultivating, he feels that gravity is not enough, so he just wears it. In the ring, Vic and Son Goku have already begun to fight. Bike's right hand suddenly lengthened and grabbed Sun Wukong, but was held by Sun Wukong with both hands and threw Vic into the sky with force. Immediately afterwards, Sun Wukong jumped again and chased after Bike. Vic suddenly stabilized his figure, opened his 5 fingers, and launched a ball of energy towards Sun Wukong, who hurriedly blocked his hands in front of him. Boom! The flames of the explosion drowned out Sun Wukong's figure. The smoke cleared, and Sun Wukong's figure reappeared in everyone's field of vision, and he was not injured, but the clothes on his body were slightly tattered. Goku, be careful! Clin saw Vic appear behind the Monkey King and shouted. The corners of Bike's mouth were slightly hooked, his hands were clasped into fists, and he slammed down on Sun Wukong. Su! Our figure suddenly disappeared, and Vic's key attack was lost. Immediately afterwards, Sun Wukong appeared above the back of Bike, swept his leg, and kicked Vic down. Boom! Vic slammed into the ring, smashed a pit in the ring, broken stones flew in all directions, and Li Su shot out to block a few pieces that attacked Bulma. Wonderful! It's wonderful! The Monkey King player and the second generation of the Demon player showed us a wonderful match at the beginning. The host explained passionately. The atmosphere of the scene was immediately mobilized, and there was a burst of cheers. Sun Wukong fell from the air, glanced at Vic in the pit, did not continue to attack, and said, "Get up, this attack can't defeat you." When Vic heard this, he jumped up from the pit, wiped a trace of blood from the corner of his mouth, and said, "You are indeed a strong opponent, but I will still defeat you. I won't lose either." Monkey King said. Shout! shout. The figures of the two disappeared at the same time, and then there was a fierce collision sound in the ring, and the audience could not see the figures of the two at all. So fast! Tianjin Fan said with a solemn face. The strength shown by Vic and Sun Wukong at this time had surpassed him, and his 3 eyes still could not keep up with the speed of the two. A new book is open. Guys, ask for flowers, ask for monthly passes, ask for collections, ask for subscriptions. Chapter 047. Wu. Bike's breathing was already chaotic and he began to gasp heavily, while Sun Wukong was like a nobody, and the two were in between. Your strength is really beyond my expectations, and you have improved so much. Sun Wukong said excitedly. The old Vic in the past was only more than 200 combat power, but now Vic has 18,000 combat power. Damn, I will definitely not lose to you. Vic was very unwilling in his heart, and he had already found that Sun Wukong did not use his full strength. Kicking the ground with his foot, he rushed towards Sun Wukong. However, when he arrived in front of Sun Wukong's figure suddenly disappeared. Bike, I already know your strength, you are not my opponent. Sun Wukong's voice sounded in Bike's ears, and Bike followed the voice, not knowing how Sun Wukong got there. Bike's right index and middle fingers were pressed against his eyebrows, and the chi on his body rose sharply, and Sun Wukong watched from the sidelines, without interrupting Bike. He was expecting a stronger opponent. Magic light killing cannon! Vic shouted, and the index and middle fingers of his right hand pointed at Sun Wukong, sending out a spiral wave of light. Sun Wukong's eyebrows frowned slightly, his body moved slightly, and he dodged. Although such a move is powerful, it is useless if it can't hit people. Sun Wukong said, and he could see the shortcomings of this trick at a glance. Less nonsense. Vic naturally knew it, but he had no better way to continue attacking Sun Wukong. Bang! Vic just rushed in front of Sun Wukong, but the action stopped abruptly. Sun Wukong's elbow hit Vic's stomach, Vic's body bent slightly, and bitter water was vomited. So strong, such a powerful opponent, in the hands of Sun Wukong, there is no power to fight back. Clin was amazed at the strength of the Monkey King. 50,000 combat strength, it really surprised me. Li Su sighed secretly. He didn't expect that he had given Sun Wukong such a big motivation, and his strength was so much stronger than in the original work. Bike, I hope to have a good fight with you next time. Monkey King said and threw Vic off the ring. Monkey King player wins. The host announced loudly that this game was unprecedentedly exciting, and even he didn't know how to explain it for a while. Good. The scene cheered. Brother Tian, come on. Dumplings said, the next game is Tianjin Rice. I will definitely give it my all. Tianjin Fan nodded, although he knew that he was not Li Su's opponent, he still wanted to fight as hard as he could. Below there are Tianjin Rice players and Li Su players to compete on stage. The host announced loudly. Li Su, come on. Bulma said. If there is a reward, I will work harder. Li Su said with a smile. Hooligan. Bulma gave Li Su a blank look. Haha. Li Su said with a smile and walked to the ring. Tianjin Fan looked at Li Su with a somewhat solemn expression. Use your full strength. Li Su said that he did not like to let the opponent use all his strength like Sun Wukong, and then defeat the enemy. Be careful. Tianjin Fan nodded. Sun Fist. Tianjin Fan put his hands on the sides of his head, and suddenly drank loudly, and his body emitted a burst of light, like the sun, shaking so that people could not open their eyes. After using the Sun Fist, Tianjin Fan immediately attacked Li Su. He knew that even if Li Su was hit, the chance would only be for a moment, and if he was wrong, there would be no more. It worked. When his fist hit Li Su, he was very happy in his heart, but his face immediately changed, and the fist passed through Li Su's body, and what he hit was just an afterimage. Where? Tianjin Fan looked around for Li Su's traces, and the eyes on his forehead kept rotating. It's not enough to keep my eyes out of sight. Li Su's voice sounded next to Tianjin Fan's ears, and Tianjin Fan looked back in horror, and Li Su didn't know when he had appeared behind him. You have one more chance, don't let me down. Li Su continued. Strong. Too strong. Cold sweat broke out on Tianjin's forehead. Even if Li Su didn't make a move, it gave him a huge pressure, and the gap in strength between the two was too big. Brother Tian, come on! Dumplings shouted loudly. After hearing this, Tianjin's mood stabilized a little. The figure of 1 turned 2, 2 turned 4, and 10 Tianjin Rice appeared in the ring. God, there were 4 Tianjin Rice players at once. Could it be that the Tianjin Rice players are quadruplets? The host said in surprise. 4 body fist, it's a good move. The corners of Li Su's mouth curled slightly. Immediately after that, he did the same action as Tianjin Rice, and also turned into 4. Li Su has actually become 4, what is going on? The host shouted loudly. How is it possible? Tianjin Fan couldn't believe his eyes. These 4 body fists were his newly researched moves. How could Li Su too? That's awesome. Sun Wukong was also very surprised, not in marvel at the power of the 4 body fist, but in marvel at Li Su's talent, which he learned in just a moment. I didn't expect that Tianjin Rice also developed its own trick. Klin muttered. He had been cultivating with Tianjin Rice, and he didn't know it. Li Su has an intermediate savvy plug-in, and a nuclear regeneration physique, and the move of the 4 body fist can be learned at a glance. The combat power is divided into 4, and it is useless to use it for battle. Li Su frowned and said, for Li Su with a combat power of 1.5 million is not an opponent of Li Su with a combat power of 6 million. In the Dragon Ball world, the gap in strength is simply not something that can be bridged by numbers. I wonder if it works to cultivate. Li Su said darkly. Fighting is not good, it is a good idea to use it for cultivation, but he has no time now, so he can only try it after the game is over. Okay, the game should be over. Li Su said, and the 4 Li Su moved at the same time, and in a blink of an eye, they came to the 4 Tianjin Fans. Bang bang bang! 4 voices sounded one after another, and all 4 Tianjin Rice were knocked away, stacked under the ring, and resynthesized into a Tianjin Rice. Of the 4 Li Su, 3 of them dissipated, leaving only 1 in the ring. Off the field, Li Su wins. The host announced loudly. Brother Tian. The dumplings immediately flew towards Tianjin Rice and helped Tianjin Rice up. I'm okay. Tianjin Fan shook his head, just a little discouraged. After cultivating for so long, he was still so vulnerable in front of Li Su. A new book is open. Dear visitors, ask for flowers, ask for monthly passes, ask for collections, ask for subscriptions. Chapter 048. The final of the 23rd Tianxia First Martial Arts Conference is about to begin, and Li Su and Sun Wukong happen to be the champions of the last 2 editions. Who will win the final victory? The host shouted loudly. Amid everyone's cheers, Li Su and Sun Wukong walked into the ring. Li Su, I finally have a chance to fight you again. Sun Wukong said happily that Li Su did not come to participate in the last martial arts conference, but he regretted it for a long time. Gaku, just use your full strength, I don't want to try it a little bit. Li Su shook his head. Although Sun Wukong is much stronger than in the original work, the gap between him and him is still too big. There is no suspense in the outcome of this battle. Then you have to be careful. Sun Wukong said seriously. He knew that Li Su was very strong. Come on! A burst of white qi erupted from Sun Wukong's body, and a strong wind was immediately set off, and Klin and the others blocked their hands in front of them, and the strong wind blew their cheeks painfully. So strong, Gaku has become so powerful. Klin said with both joy and bitterness that the gap between him and the Monkey King was so big. Damn, I will definitely not lose next time. Bick said unwillingly, clenching his fists. He didn't even force out the full strength of Sun Wukong. If Sun Wukong had fought with all his might in the morning, he might not have lasted for 3 seconds. Shout! Sun Wukong kicked the ground with his foot, and the whole person rushed out towards Li Su. Su! 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 In an instant, he came to Li Su's face, and attacked several times in succession, but Li Su easily dodged it, which seemed very relaxed. Such a fast speed, I actually dodged it all. Clin said in surprise. Li Su hasn't moved the real thing yet, I really don't know how strong his strength is. Tianjin Fan said, as if he could never force out Li Su's limit. Gaku, you've attacked so many times, it's my turn too. Li Su said with a smile and flicked his fingers. Bang! It bounced on Sun Wukong's forehead and directly ejected him. Flying out of the distance, Sun Wukong restabilized his figure and flew back to the ring. It hurts. It hurts. Sun Wukong rubbed his forehead, and Li Su's seemingly random blow made him feel unavoidable. Li Su, you are really strong. Sun Wukong said excitedly, this is the excitement after meeting a strong opponent. I know you still have the Realm King Fist, so hurry up and use it. Li Su said casually, wanting to end this boring game as soon as possible. You should have learned this trick from Lord Realm King. Monkey King said. The Realm King Fist is a chicken rib for me now, and it doesn't have much effect. Li Su said that after he can transform into a Super Saiyan, the role of the Realm King Fist will not be great. As for the Super Saiyan Overlay Realm King Fist, he also tried it, the load on the body was too great, and it would make the body collapse almost instantly. Only Sun Wukong can still use the tenfold Realm King Fist in the Super Blue Realm. I really don't know how Sun Wukong survived. Realm King Fist? What are the moves? Listening to Li Su and Sun Wukong, it seems to be a very powerful move. Clin muttered. Realm King Fist. Sun Wukong shouted, and the original white chi was covered with a red chi flame, and the aura suddenly increased a lot. Li Su, be careful. Sun Wukong continued to attack Li Su, faster than before. It's not enough to just double the Realm King Fist, it's better to use your full strength. Li Su said while dodging Sun Wukong's attack. Fivefold Realm King Fist. Sun Wukong continued to increase the multiple of the Realm King Fist, and the load on his body also increased. Su! 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 Sun Wukong attacked again, but he still couldn't even wipe the corners of Li Su's clothes, and looking at Li Su's relaxed appearance, it was far from reaching Li Su's limit. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth and roared, 10 times the Realm King Fist. What a madman! Li Su secretly complained, how much load the tenfold Realm King Fist had on his body, he knew very well. Li Su, can you only dodge? Sun Wukong couldn't beat Li Su, so he thought of using words to provoke. Okay, I'll let you see my power. Li Su said with a smile. Immediately afterwards, Li Su's figure disappeared. Where? Sun Wukong tried hard to find it, but he couldn't sense Li Su's location at all. Bang! Suddenly, Li Su appeared in front of Sun Wukong, punched Sun Wukong's stomach, and the momentum on Sun Wukong's body directly dissipated, plopped, and fell to the ground. Gaku! Kiki and Clin both shouted, a little worried about Monkey King. Referee, you can start counting. Li Su said. 1, 2. Gaku, stand up quickly. Clin cheered for Sun Wukong on the side. Lose, the gap between the two is too big. Li Su didn't make any effort at all, even if Sun Wukong stood up, it was impossible to win. Tianjin Fan Kui said dejectedly, and he didn't know whether he was sorry for Sun Wukong or for himself. 8, 9, 10. Li Su won the victory and won the championship of the 23rd Tianxia First Martial Arts Conference. The host announced loudly, as if he had won the championship himself. Gaku. Klin immediately flew into the ring and fed Sun Wukong a fairy bean. Li Su also flew off the ring, and participating in this martial arts conference was purely for fun, and the championship did not mean anything to him. Li Su, you are amazing! Bulma said happily, with 3 points of pride on her face. I prefer you to say this at night. Li Su whispered in Bulma's ear, and Bulma's little face suddenly turned red. Li Su, I will definitely work hard to cultivate and fight you again next time. After eating fairy beans, Sun Wukong also fully recovered and flew to Li Su's side. Li Su, how strong is your strength? Klin asked. They had no idea where Li Su's limit was. If measured by a numerical value, Sun Wukong's current combat power is 50,000, and my current combat power is 6 million. Li Su said with a smile, not saying his combat power after transforming into a Super Saiyan, so as not to hit everyone too much. What a monster! Klin muttered. He didn't expect such a big gap. Even if he was working hard to cultivate, it was impossible to catch up. Okay, let's go back first. My wedding with Bulma. Everyone must come. Li Su said. A new book is open. Dear visitors, ask for flowers, ask for monthly passes, ask for collections, ask for subscriptions. Chapter 049. In the cultivation room, Li Su was trying to cultivate with 4 body fists, 4 figures, 2 and 2 battles, and finally developed into a melee of 4 people. After a while, 3 of them disappeared and recombined 1. Alas, it's still too simple to think. Li Su was a little disappointed, and the idea of cultivating with a 4-body fist did not succeed. If 4 Li Su with 1.5 million combat power cultivates for 1 day, each of them increases his combat power by 1000, and it is only 4000 when combined, but a Li Su with 6 million combat power will increase his combat power by 10,000 in 1 day of cultivation. The higher the combat effectiveness, the easier it will definitely be to improve the equal combat effectiveness, and Li Su just ignored this. Let's practice honestly. Li Su said secretly, no longer thinking about those tricky methods. In the blink of an eye, the day of Li Su's wedding with Bulma arrived. For this day, the two have been preparing for most of the year, and the grandeur of the wedding can be said to be unprecedented, and almost everyone in the world knows it. Today's Bulma is indeed the most beautiful. Looking at Bulma in the wedding dress, Li Su lost his mind for a long time, and he was unwilling to look away. Haven't seen enough. Bulma was still very happy in her heart when she saw Li Su staring at her, indicating that her beauty could still attract Li Su. I haven't seen enough, I just can't see enough in a lifetime. Li Su said with a smile. The two were busy for most of the day, and the whole ceremony of the wedding was finally over. Wow, that's delicious. Sun Wukong ate wildly there, and Kiki was a little embarrassed to watch on the side. Kiki, what are you pulling me for? Sun Wukong frowned. Gaku, eat out and maintain basic etiquette. Kiki said. It's too much trouble to eat like that. Monkey King said. Gaku, you and Kiki's wedding should also be being prepared. Klin said. The people at this table are not outsiders, this is specially arranged by Li Su and Bulma, and Li Su is also clear about Sun Wukong's meal, so the food prepared is several times that of other tables. Well, it's already preparing. Sun Wukong nodded while eating. But not as grand as Li Su and Bulma. Kiki added that she also wanted such a wedding in her heart, but unfortunately it was a bit unrealistic. The Bulma family is the richest man in the world, and the wedding is naturally grand. Li Ping said. I really envy you. Klin said with a bitter face. He doesn't even have a girlfriend now, and Sun Wukong is ready to get married. Is everyone okay eating? Li Su and Bulma came over. Bulma, you are so beautiful today. The turtle fairy looked at Bulma with a pale face. Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, Bulma smashed a punch on the head of the turtle immortal, and suddenly smashed out a big bag, and now Bulma is not that weak. Bulma, with 4000 combat power. Ah, it hurts. The turtle immortal screamed. Deserve it. If you want to take advantage of me again, I will ask Li Su to teach you a good lesson. Bulma said viciously. When the turtle immortal heard this, he hid to the side in fright, causing everyone to laugh. Bulma, can you please help me make a spaceship? Sun Wukong said suddenly. You want to go to the universe too? Bulma said with some surprise. Well, the earth is no longer suitable for my cultivation. If I want to become stronger, I can only go to the universe, so that I can have a good fight with Li Su. Monkey King said. Goku, you went to the universe, what should I do? Kiki said sadly. I'm not going to go now. Sun Wukong said, he was also quite troubled in his heart. The matter of the spaceship will be handed over to me, and when Li Su finishes his honeymoon, I will prepare it for you. Bulma says she doesn't have free time right now. Thank you, Bulma. Monkey King thanked him. Goku, I'll go with you then. Klin suddenly said that he also wanted to become stronger, and going to the universe was the best way. I'll go too. Tianjin Fan said. Brother Tian. Dumpling shouted worriedly. Dumpling, you stay on Earth for a while and wait for me to come back from cultivation. Tianjin Fan said that he did not want to bring dumplings, the strength of dumplings can no longer keep up, and it will be dangerous to go to the universe. Everyone looked at Leaping again, and Leaping said with a smile, I'm not going, even if I'm trying to cultivate, I still can't beat Li Su and Sun Wukong. Everyone did not say anything about Leaping's decision. I'll go too. At this time, Vic, who had never spoken, suddenly said, which surprised everyone. I will definitely defeat Sun Wukong. Vic said. In the original work, only Vic has not given up his cultivation from beginning to end, and if he is not limited by bloodline, his achievements will never be weaker than Vegeta, even if they are not comparable to Sun Wukong. Okay, in a year, let's go together. Sun Wukong nodded. Li Su, can you teach me that move that can move instantly? Sun Wukong looked at Li Su again, he knew that this move was very useful in the universe. Yes, but this move is very difficult to learn, whether you can learn it or not is up to you. Li Su nodded and didn't care. A light lit up on the index and middle fingers, towards Sun Wukong's eyebrows, and suddenly, Sun Wukong's mind had an extra stream of information, which was about teleportation. This is a small secret technique that Li Su learned from the planet of Adrit, spiritual conduction, which is not very effective and can only be used to transmit information. It's amazing. Sun Wukong opened his eyes and preliminarily digested the information in his mind. Klin and Tianjin Fan also looked at Li Su, and also wanted to learn this teleportation. Your combat effectiveness is too low. If it is too time-consuming to learn teleportation, it is better to focus on improving your combat effectiveness. If you really want to learn, you can ask Sun Wukong to teach you. Li Su said. When the two heard this, they nodded. After the banquet, everyone dispersed. That night, Li Su and Bulma fought fiercely. Bulma worked harder than ever, but in the end he was still unable to defeat Li Su. The next day, the sun was already high and the two were awake. Don't pretend to sleep. Li Su saw Bulma's eyes move, but did not dare to open them, pretended to sleep, and smiled slightly. Humph! Bulma snorted coldly in displeasure. Let's have a good rest today. Li Su said that yesterday's Bulma was too tempting, and he was presumptuous and tired. Bulma. What a brute bull! Bulma felt as if her whole body was about to fall apart, and glared at Li Su unpleasantly. Although the two of them had already done everything they needed to do, yesterday was very meaningful, and the passion between the two was very high, which lasted until midnight. A new book is open. Dear visitors, ask for flowers, ask for monthly passes, ask for collections, ask for subscriptions. Chapter 050. In the blink of an eye, Another half a year passed. Originally just a honeymoon, Li Su and Bulma played for most of the year, traveled all over the world's famous mountains and rivers, and had great fun. Bulma, is the spaceship that Sun Wukong wants ready? Li Su asked. Well, I've already asked people to send it to Sun Wukong. Bulma nodded. A spaceship, just a trifle for her. What about Super Dragon Ball radar? Li Su then asked. If you say that Super Dragon Ball and Dragon Ball on Earth have the same wavelength, there is no problem. Bulma said. You are such a genius. Li Su praised without hesitation. To make a Dragon Ball radar that can cover the entire universe, the difficulty is definitely not small. Bulma can study it in such a short time. I think few people can do it. Of course. Bulma said arrogantly. We can set off to the universe in search of Super Dragon Ball. Li Su said. After staying on Earth for so long, Li Su was a little idle, and wanted to go to the universe again, and there were very few places they went to last time. Husband, I have an incident I want to tell you. Bulma said with some hesitation. Last time I asked people to send a spaceship to Sun Wukong, I made a call to Sun Wukong. It was Kiki who answered the phone. She is pregnant, and I also want a child. Bulma said. Bulma, this matter is not urgent. When we come back this time, let's talk about the child, okay? Li Su said, holding Bulma in his arms. He did not sow seeds on the land of Bulma, and there was no problem with the bodies of the two, and they had not been pregnant for so long, which was naturally the result of Li Su's deliberate control. He doesn't want to have a child so early. How good the two-person world of the two is. Besides, it's not very convenient to take a child to the universe. Bulma nodded. Half a month later. In Earth's outer space, a spacecraft is sailing fast. Bulma, turn on the Dragon Ball radar and take a look. Li Su said. Did he? Husband, why are there only 3? Bulma asked suspiciously. The Super Dragon Ball radar she made has covered the entire universe, and there is absolutely no mistake. The 7 Super Dragon Balls are distributed in the 6th and 7th universes. The universe we are in is the 7th universe, and the remaining 4 Super Dragon Balls are in the 6th universe. Li Su said. Is there any universe besides our universe? Bulma asked with some surprise. Well, there are 12. Li Su nodded. Our universe is already very large. I didn't expect that there are 12 more such universes. Bulma said. Li Su smiled slightly. He hadn't told Bulma about the parallel universe, otherwise Bulma would be even more surprised. Find out which Super Dragon Ball is closest to us. Li Su asked. Okay. Bulma quickly calculated, and then said, the nearest one is in the northern galaxy, but it is not close to us now, and it will take more than 2 months at the speed of the spacecraft. It's okay if it's longer, let's go now. Li Su said. Bulma nodded. In fact, Li Su can completely use teleportation to move over, but then it is completely meaningless. He is looking for Super Dragon Ball, completely looking for Super Dragon Ball journey as an experience. The important thing is the process, not the result. Bulma maneuvered the spaceship, and Li Su came to the cultivation room. Personal information panel. Name, Li Su. Age, 26. Combat effectiveness, 7 million. Laws, the law of force, 12/100, the law of space, 2/100. Possessed plugins, intermediate automatic cultivation plugin, automatically increases 200 combat power every day, intermediate savvy plugin, can learn 2-star moves in seconds, legendary Super Saiyan bloodline plugin, nuclear regeneration physique plugin. For more than half a year, although he has been playing with Bulma, and the time for cultivation is relatively small, his combat effectiveness has also increased by 1 million. And he comprehended a new law, the law of space. The law of space is also a very powerful law. He comprehended it by chance when he was using teleportation, and since then he has been deepening his comprehension by relying on automatic cultivation plugins. However, automatically cultivating two laws at the same time is half slower. However, after having the legendary Super Scion bloodline, even if it is only half of the effect, the speed of comprehension is very impressive, and until now, it has only taken more than 2 months to comprehend 2%. You must know that at the beginning, it took Li Su a year to comprehend 1% of the law of strength. After comprehending the laws of space, one of the most obvious effects at present is that his teleportation can also reach a place where there is no one like the Realm King God. However, the laws of space must not only play this role, but also need to be developed slowly. You have to hurry up and cultivate, otherwise you may really be surpassed by Sun Wukong. Li Su sighed secretly. With his stimulation, Sun Wukong had to work much harder than in the original work. Adjusting the gravity multiplier to 400 times, Li Su began his own cultivation. Before I knew it, more than 2 months had passed. The spaceship has been sailing in the universe is not very calm, and several groups of cosmic thieves have been encountered along the way, but they have all been easily solved by Li Su. On this day, Li Su was cultivating, and Bulma ran over. "Husband, I found Super Dragon Ball." When Li Su heard this, he stopped his cultivation and asked, "Where? You come with me." Bulma pulled Li Su and walked towards the control room. "Look." After coming to the control room, Bulma pointed to the transparent cabin and could clearly see that not far away, there was a planet-sized Dragon Ball. "It's a planet." Li Su said that when he saw Super Dragon Ball for the first time, his heart was quite shocked. "Husband, such a big Dragon Ball, how do we take it?" Bulma asked. "It's really hard to do." Li Su frowned. He hadn't thought about this before. With his current strength, it was not difficult to move a planet, but it was more troublesome to take a planet to find other Super Dragon Balls. "Bulma, can you put away the Dragon Balls with universal capsule technology?" Li Su asked. "I don't know, but you can try," Bulma said. A new book is open. Dear visitors, ask for flowers, ask for monthly passes, ask for collections, ask for subscriptions. Chapter 051. It works in theory, but this Super Dragon Ball is too big, and it has never been made such a large universal capsule. Whether it can work or not, you can only know if you have tried it. Bulma sent a robot to survey the situation around Super Dragon Ball, and felt that it was still feasible to make Super Dragon Ball into a universal capsule. "Try it first. If it doesn't work, it doesn't matter. We can go back to Earth and make a wish to the dragon for a space bracelet or something," Li Su said. Bulma nodded and got busy. And when Li Su and Bulma were thinking about how to take the Super Dragon Ball away, they didn't know that their actions had attracted the attention of others. In a special space in the 7th universe, a young man was leisurely pruning flowers and plants, humming an unknown ditty in his mouth. The young man had upside-down white hair, an aperture around his neck, and the clothes on his body were a little different. If Li Su saw him, he would definitely be able to recognize that it was the Angel Weiss of the 7th universe. "Hey, someone moved Super Dragon Ball." Weiss stopped the movement in his hand, and the scepter tapped lightly on the ground, and suddenly a light curtain popped up, and the figures displayed on the light curtain were Li Su and Bulma. "It's funny to think of using this method to carry Super Dragon Balls," Weiss laughed. "However, there are a total of 7 Super Dragon Balls, and a few more are in the 6th universe. Even if he finds all the Super Dragon Balls in the 7th universe, it will not be of any use. Each universe is relatively isolated, and it is not so easy to go to other universes, and with Li Su's current strength, it is absolutely impossible." "Husband, what's wrong?" Bulma saw that Li Su's expression was a little wrong, and asked suspiciously. "It's okay." Li Su shook his head and secretly said in his heart, "Could it be that there is an illusion?" He had just sensed a pair of eyes staring at him, but it didn't feel very likely. Shaking his head, he stopped thinking about what happened just now, and continued to help Bulma make Super Dragon Balls into universal capsules. In the God of Destruction realm, VES was a little surprised. With such a keen perception, it is more and more interesting to find that I am watching in secret. Weiss smiled and became a little interested in Li Su. Husband, I succeeded. On this day, Li Su was cultivating, and Bulma ran over excitedly. Look! Bulma gestured to the universal capsule in her hand, and she was still very accomplished to accomplish such a feat. Bulma, you are definitely the best scientist. Li Su said with a smile and hugged Bulma for a circle. Let me down. Bulma said. Haha. Husband, let's go find the next Dragon Ball. Bulma said. Don't worry. Li Su said with a smile and walked towards the room with Bulma in his arms. What are you doing? Bulma exclaimed. What do you say? Li Su smiled evilly. Soon, there was a gasp in the room that lasted for hours. Husband, the next Dragon Ball is in the Western Galaxy, it will take almost 4 months. Bulma calculated the distance of the next Dragon Ball. Well, we don't lack time now, but Bulma, you can study the space wormhole technology in the future, so that the speed of the spacecraft will be much faster. Li Su said. I have tried it too, but it takes a lot of energy to get through the wormhole. And it is still a little difficult now. Bulma says she's studied it for a long time. There are many things in the universe that can provide energy, and when you encounter better energy in the future, you will definitely be able to research it. Li Su said. He also doesn't know much about these sciences and technologies, so he can't help much. Bulma nodded. Bulma, you check the location of the planet Madama, if it's not far away, we'll take a trip. Li Su suddenly thought. When Bulma heard this, her white jade-like fingers tapped quickly, and soon she had a result, and said, the planet Madama is near our route. Then let's go to the planet Madama. Li Su said. The fusion technique of the Meta Starman has always been a move that Li Su wants to learn, and although the action is a little ugly, the effect is really huge. Li Su had imagined using the four-body fist to perform the fusion technique, but whether this could be done or not, Li Su did not know now. If he could, it would be used as a whole card for him. Because if it was not necessary, Li Su was not willing to do such a humiliating action. And there must be more than this one trick on the planet Madama, maybe there will be other powerful tricks, Li Su wants to see it. In the gravity cultivation room, the control panel displayed 500, and the air was squeezed to appear dark red. 99899910000. Li Su's right index finger supported the ground, and the whole person stood there upside down, doing push-ups in this posture, and the difficulty increased by not knowing how many times. Beads of sweat dripped down his cheeks, his clothes were already soaked with sweat, and a lot of sweat accumulated on the ground. When he finished 1,000, Li Su flipped and stood up. Boom! At this moment, the spacecraft suddenly shook, and an alarm sounded in the universe. Li Su immediately came to the control room with teleportation. Bulma, what's going on? Husband, I met a group of thieves. I originally wanted to solve it myself, but their strength seems to be good, and the weapons on the spaceship can't help them. Bulma said. Along the way, it was not the first time to encounter space thieves, and at first they were all handed over to Li Su, but Bulma saw that the strength of these thieves was not very good, so she took over this task. On the way, she also solved a lot of thieves, but this time she encountered a slightly stronger than the previous one. How many? Li Su asked. Bulma tapped quickly on the control panel, and the screen showed the situation around the spacecraft, surrounded by a dozen spaceships. These ships are similar to the ships of the Frisia Legion. Li Su said. Boom! The spacecraft was attacked again, shaking a bit. Fortunately, Bulma's defense devices installed on the spaceship were not bad, and the opponent's attack did not cause any damage to the spacecraft. A new book is open. Dear visitors, ask for flowers, ask for monthly passes, ask for collections, ask for subscriptions. Chapter 052. Bulma, you wait here, I'll go and fix them. Li Su said. After speaking, he swooped and disappeared directly. In the other spaceship, several cosmonauts were controlling the spaceship, and 3 people stood leisurely on the side. 2 of them were relatively tall, 1 brown and 1 green, and the remaining one was short and purple-skinned. Lord Shaiza, the defense of the opponent's spaceship is too strong, and our weapons cannot break through their defense. One ran over to pray to Shaiza, cold sweat breaking down on his forehead. These 3 are none other than Gura's mech troops, among which the brown-skinned Nez, the green-skinned Delri, and the purple-skinned Shaiza, who is the captain. What a waste! Shaiza said indifferently. Su. At this moment, Li Su's figure appeared in the center of the spacecraft out of thin air. Who? At this time, everyone's eyes were all on Li Su, including the 3 of Shaiza. It turned out to be a few pieces of waste under Gura. Li Su said disdainfully, after he saw the other party's spacecraft, he guessed that the other party was Gula or Kurd's subordinate. Find death. At this time, one of Shaiza's subordinates shot Li Su with the laser gun in his hand. However, Li Su's body disappeared in place, and then appeared in front of him, pinched his neck, squeezed it gently, and directly pinched it. Seeing this, the remaining few people also immediately aimed at Li Su with the laser gun in their hands. Yikes! Several rays of light shot out, and the few people who aimed their guns at Li Su fell in response. Who the hell are you? Shaiza looked at Li Su with a gloomy face. For so many years, no one had ever dared to despise their mecha troops like this. You don't deserve to know my name yet. Li Su said. Swish! As soon as Li Su's words were finished, the 3 of Shaiza attacked Li Su at the same time, and they fought together for many years, which made the 3 develop a good tacit understanding. Aurora Finger. High voltage current. Golden light air cannon. The 3 stood in 3 directions, and as soon as they made a move, they locked Li Su in the middle. Thundered. Li Su was drowned by the explosion flames. The spacecraft shook for a while, and the sirens sounded one after another, looking like he was about to crash at any time. Let's go, the spaceship is going to crash. Shaiza said, ready to run to the other ships. If you want to leave, I'll give you a ride. Li Su's voice sounded in their ears, and the 3 turned around in horror and saw that Li Su's hand was condensing an energy ball. Turtle Sect Qigong Wave. Li Su pushed forward with both hands, and the energy ball was like a rushing lightning, striking towards the 3. Nope. The 3 of Shaiza roared unwillingly, but they still couldn't change the ending, and the energy ball pushed the 3 and flew out, leaving a huge hole in the spaceship, followed by a bang, turning into cosmic dust. After solving the 3 of Shaiza, Li Su flew into space and destroyed all the remaining spaceships. After that, Li Su returned to his spaceship. Husband, who is the other party? Bulma asked. Ordinary thieves, it is impossible to have such strength. You must know that the weapons she has developed, people with a combat power of less than 10,000, cannot resist at all. It's the mecha unit under Gura. Li Su said. Bulma also knows more about the situation in the North Galaxy. And naturally knows who Gula is. Our current position is in Gura's sphere of influence. I'm afraid it won't be long before Gula catches up. Bulma said worriedly. The Frisia father and son each occupied a part of the Northern Galaxy, and Gura's territory was west of the Northern Galaxy. After Li Su found the first Super Dragon Ball, they flew to the West Galaxy to find the second Super Dragon Ball, which now happened to pass through the strength range of Gula. Don't worry, if Gula catches up, just solve him. Li Su said casually, a Gula, he still does not put it in his eyes. Bulma nodded, with Li Su there, she felt safe. Planet Gula. In a magnificent hall, Gula is sitting at the top, comfortably tasting red wine. King Gula, King Shah's life signal has disappeared. A cosmic man came in trembling to pray. Click. As soon as the words fell, the wine glass in Gura's hand was crushed, and bright red wine flowed from between his fingers, like blood. Who did it? We have locked the location of each other's spacecraft. Arrange the spaceship immediately, I want to see who dares to oppose me. Gula said with a cold breath. He didn't care very much about the death of several subordinates, the key was to make him lose face. The last time he learned that his brother Frisia's Kinnet team had been eliminated, he also specially mocked Frisia once. If he let Frisia know that his mech team was also destroyed, he could have predicted Frisia's appearance. Yes, King Gula. The cosmic man quickly retreated, unwilling to stay longer for a moment. The frozen demon is cruel by nature, and even his own relatives don't care, not to mention others. When Gula is unhappy, he does not kill his own subordinates. In the dark universe, stars are dotted. A spacecraft was sailing fast, and a white flame formed behind it, like a tail. In the cultivation room, Li Su was trying his new moves. I saw Li Su launch an energy ball, but quickly moved to the front of the energy ball, allowing the energy ball to hit him. But the imaginary explosion did not appear, and after hitting him, the energy ball disappeared silently like water falling into the sea, without setting off a single wave. This trick is really useful. Li Su said with a smile. This is a trick he has developed using the laws of space, that is, covering the surface of his body with spatial energy and transferring the power that hits him to other places. Just like the power assembly, Topo covered his body with destructive energy. It's just that Tuo Xiao is using the powerful destructive power of the destructive energy to annihilate the power that hits him, and Li Su's move is to transfer the power. A new book is open. Dear visitors, ask for flowers, ask for monthly passes, ask for collections, ask for subscriptions. Chapter 053. It's a pity that my comprehension of the laws of space is not deep enough, otherwise the power of this move will be even stronger. Li Su sighed secretly. With his current comprehension of the laws of space, he could only transfer 4% of his own strength, and if the opponent's strength exceeded the limit, he could only transfer a part of his power. And the higher the opponent's strength, the less power he can transfer. Personal Information Panel. Name, Li Su. Age, 26. Combat Effectiveness, 8 million. Laws, the Law of Force, 12/100, the Law of Space, 4/100. Possessed plugins, Intermediate Automatic Cultivation Plugin, automatically increases 200 combat power every day. Intermediate Savvy Plugin, can learn 2-star moves in seconds. Legendary Super Scion Bloodline Plugin, Nuclear Regeneration Physique Plugin. Ding dong! Gula is coming, release mission, kill the 3 fathers and sons of Gula, reward, high-level Savvy Plugin. The voice of the system machinery suddenly sounded in Li Su's mind. Finally triggered the mission again. Li Su said happily. With a swoosh, Li Su's figure disappeared from the cultivation room. Husband, why are you here? Bulma was doing research, and Li Su suddenly appeared next to him, which surprised her a little. Bulma, looking for the landing of a barren planet nearby, Gula catches up. Li Su said. With the reminder of the system, he carefully sensed the surrounding chi just now and found the location of Gula, which is not suitable for fighting in the universe, or it is better to find a planet. Okay. Bulma immediately stopped the experiment in her hand, came to the control room, quickly tapped her hands on the control panel, and then said, there is a nearby planet Dora, and there is no life reaction on it. How far away are we? Li Su asked. It's 2 hours away. Bulma did a quick calculation. Okay, let's go to planet Dora. Li Su nodded. In Gura's spaceship. King Gula, the other party's course has changed, and the destination is a planet named Dora. A cosmic man prayed to Gula. That's just right. Gula said with a gloomy smile. Full speed to planet Dora. Yes, King Gula. The planet Dora, due to climate changes, became a Death Star in thousands of years, and now it is deserted, and no life survives. Li Su's spaceship slowly landed on it, and the two walked out of the spacecraft. The environment here is really harsh. Bulma frowned. We don't settle here, and it doesn't matter if the environment is bad. Li Su said with a smile that the reason why he chose a Death Star was that he didn't want the battle to affect others. Buzz. Bulma pressed the mini bracelet on her hand, which instantly turned into a mini state, adsorbed in front of Li Su's body, and a transparent light mask protected her inside. You are not allowed to leave me this time. Bulma said. Li Su frowned slightly, then stretched out and smiled, well, even if it is dangerous in the future, I will take you with me. Although the protective shield made by Bulma has been improved several times, it can withstand the attack of 1,000,000 combat power at most, which is simply not enough in front of an opponent like Gula. However, Li Su can cover the outside of the protective shield with spatial energy, and there should be no problem in resisting the aftermath of the battle. More than an hour later, Gura's spaceship also landed on the planet Dora. Many cosmonauts got down from the spaceship and stood in 2 rows, and Gula slowly flew out from the middle. Did he? Gula turned on the combat power detector, but found nothing. Just as he was about to get angry, a voice suddenly sounded, no need to look for it, I'm here. Gula and his men all followed the sound and found that a person was standing on a towering boulder, and that person was Li Su. Li Su suppressed his chi, and the combat power detector could not detect it at all. Shout! Gu stretched out his right hand and fired a scarlet death light speed towards Li Su's position. Rumble! After the speed of death light submerged into the boulder, the top of the boulder exploded, and then the entire boulder collapsed, but Li Su was nowhere to be seen. What are you? Gula looked in the other direction. Li Su was standing there. Just now Li Su left his original position a moment before the explosion, although the speed was fast, but did not hide from Gula's eyes. Ooh! Li Su directly transformed into a Super Saiyan and said with a smile, you should be familiar with me like this. You're a Super Saiyan. Gula's pupils shrank slightly, and he looked at Li Su with some horror. In the Wave Demon clan, there has always been a saying, beware of the Golden Scion. It was precisely because of this sentence that Frisia destroyed the planet Vegeta and killed most of the Scions. Congratulations, that's right. Li Su said with a smile. Hehe, my stupid brother is really useless, leaving so many hidden dangers. Gula's face returned to a smile. He is confident in his strength and is not afraid of Super Saiyan. You are no better than your brother, and when I kill you, I will send your brother down with you. Li Su said with disdain. No longer talking nonsense with Gula, he rushed directly over. Bang! In an instant, Li Su came to Gula's face, and before Gula could react, he punched Gula and flew out. Immediately afterwards, Li Su quickly moved in front of Gula again, and kicked Gula to the ground with a sweeping leg. Gula slid on the ground, leaving a long ravine, and eventually crashed into a boulder, which collapsed, burying Gula inside. How is that possible? Those of Gula's subordinates couldn't believe their eyes. In their eyes, Gula was invincible and invincible. A new book is open. Dear visitors, ask for flowers, ask for monthly passes, ask for collections, ask for subscriptions. Chapter 054. Ugh! There was a loud roar from the rubble, and the fierce momentum crushed these rubble into powder, and Gula's figure reappeared in front of everyone. Damn Scion monkeys! Gula looked hideous and rushed towards Li Su. No one had made him so humiliated for a long time. Swish! Gula attacked Li Su, but did not hit Li Su once, and Li Su easily avoided his attack. Bang! Suddenly, Gula's movements stopped abruptly. Li Su punched him in the stomach, and the severe pain made him speechless. and he covered his stomach with his hands, and the bitter water spit out. "Give me down!" Li Su followed with another whip leg and kicked Gula to the ground. Boom! With a loud bang, the ground cracked like a spider's web, and Gula was embedded in it, and the whole planet felt shaking. Yikes! Li Su's attack did not end there, his hands continued to launch qigong bombs, rumbling, and the flames of the explosion drowned Gula. The dust cleared and everything returned to calm. Gula's figure was revealed again, with black scars on his body and a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, looking very embarrassed. "Gura, I know you have another transformation, transform," Li Su said indifferently. Although he can kill Gula before he transforms, he doesn't want to do so, and when he has enough strength, he craves stronger opponents. "I'll definitely make you regret it," Gula roared with a hideous face. Although he planned to transform, he was given by Li Su, which made him very unhappy, and his fourth transformation was not used again. How did Li Su know? Ugh! The momentum on Gura's body continued to rise, the earth under his feet cracked, and the gravel rose upwards, and then was crushed into powder. Slowly, Gula's appearance changed, and his body became larger and stronger. Starting from the head, the four corners extend backwards, the mouth is covered with a mask, the eyes turn red and the pupils disappear, the other two shoulders protrude like chest protectors, two horns grow from the back, and the arms also grow like knife-like protrusions. There has also been an explosive increase in combat effectiveness, reaching 470 million at once. That's more fun. The corners of Li Su's mouth were slightly hooked, and his blood had a feeling of boiling, and since he had Scion bloodline, he had become more and more belligerent. "Damn Scion monkey, this time I will crush the bones in your body one by one." With a cruel smile on his face, Gula was confident in his strength. "Then let's fight." The golden aura on Li Su's body rose and rushed towards Gula. Bang bang! Immediately after that, there was a violent collision sound, and the figures of the two flashed in different places, and the fierce collision produced a circle of white ripples, making the sky look like it was shattered. The violent wind blew away those of Gula's subordinates, and many people were directly torn apart by the strong wind. Such a battle is just a little aftermath of the battle, and it is not something that those who do not have more than 10,000 combat strength can resist. "Hurry!" Li Su shouted excitedly, the belligerent factor was completely stimulated, and the cells in the whole body were burning. "Damn Scion monkeys, I'll kill you!" Gula looked hideous, and after using the final transformation, he still failed to defeat Li Su, making him very angry, and there was a gloomy in his voice. Bang bang! The fists, elbows, and arms of the two kept colliding, and the battle situation intensified, as if two flames of different colors were colliding. Bang! Suddenly, Li Su punched Gula in the stomach, and the bitter water of Gula vomited out, but Gula also quickly counterattacked, with one knee on Li Su's abdomen. Li Su endured the pain in his body, grabbed Gula's tail, spun it around a few times, and threw it out hard. Boom! 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 Gula only stopped after crashing several boulders. Abominable! Gula flew into the air, and a ball of energy kept getting bigger in his hand, which was Gura's trick supernova. "Damn Scion monkeys, give me death!" Gula smiled proudly, his energy ball may not be able to hit Li Su, but if Li Su dodges, the planet Dora will inevitably be destroyed. According to his ideas, Li Su is a Scion and cannot survive in the universe, and it will be him who will win. Looking at the energy ball that was coming towards him, Li Su's face was also a little serious, and he straddled his feet back and forth, ready to take this move hard. Ugh! Li Su put his palms on the energy ball, was pushed back and forth, and his feet left two long scratches on the ground. "Give me back!" Li Su used the law of force, and his combat power was more than doubled, and the energy ball bounced back. How is it possible? Gura's pupils shrank slightly, and a terrified expression appeared on his face, his trick was actually bounced back by others like this, and the speed was several times faster than before. Nope! Gula roared unwillingly, wanting to bounce the energy ball back, but he didn't have the strength at all, and was pushed by the energy ball and flew into the universe. Alas, in the end, the law of force was used. Li Su said with some regret. His current basic combat power is 8 million, and after transforming into a Super Saiyan, he has 400 million, which is worse than Gura's final transformation, but with his exquisite control of Qi, he has become a tie with Gura. But it was too difficult to kill Gula, and in the end, he used the law of force to bounce the energy ball back. Buzz! Bulma flew down from Li Su's body and turned into a normal size again. Husband, you won again. Bulma said happily that no matter how powerful the enemy was, Li Su could eventually defeat it. Then are you going to give me a little reward? Li Su said with an evil smile, and the trace of regret in his heart disappeared. Husband, it's still daytime. Bulma said with a blushing face. Then just go on until the evening. Li Su said. He took out a universal capsule, turned it into a house, and walked in with Bulma in his arms. Soon there was a silence in the room, which lasted until the evening. A new book is open. Dear visitors, ask for flowers, ask for monthly passes, ask for collections, ask for subscriptions. Chapter 055. Planet Frisia. King Frisia, I just received news that your brother, King Gura, is dead. Dodoria said. At this time, Frisia maintained his appearance after the third transformation, and if Li Su saw it, he would definitely be a little surprised. The last time he fought with Li Su, Frisia's transformation was interrupted by Li Su, and then it was affected by the explosion of the planet, and after returning, Frisia practiced for a few days and adapted to the power after the third transformation. Oh? Who killed my waste brother? Frisia laughed, there was no imaginary anger, the frozen demon clan had no affection. It's Super Saiyan. Dodoria said, her body trembling a little unconsciously. What? Frisia's expression suddenly became gloomy, he had always felt that the legend of the Saiyan clan was just a joke. According to the information that came back, it was indeed the Super Saiyan who killed King Gura. Dodoria said hard. Where did the Saiyans come from? Frisia said. I don't know, the planet Vegeta has been destroyed by us, and there are only 3 Saiyans left with Vegeta, maybe there were Saiyans who were exiled in the first place. Dodoria said. Saiyans must die, no matter where they come from. Frisia said gloomily. Doria, where are the 3 of Vegeta now? Doing a mission outside. Doria prayed truthfully. You take someone to kill the 3 of Vegeta, since the Super Saiyan really exists, the 3 of them can't stay. Frisia said. Yes, King Frisia. Dodoria said, there was some joy in his heart, he and Vegeta had never dealt with each other, and now he was naturally happy to be able to kill Vegeta. After Dodoria left, Frisia muttered softly, Super Saiyan, it seems that I also need to cultivate for a while. The planet Madama is located in the Western Galaxy, with an ocean area of 30% of the total area, suitable for climate, beautiful scenery, and very suitable for human habitation. In an uninhabited plain, Li Su's spacecraft quietly landed here. After killing Gura, Li Su did not rush to complete the task of the system and kill Kurd and Frisia, but came to the planet Madama according to the original plan. What a beautiful planet, as beautiful as Earth. Bulma said happily, having navigated in the universe for so long, she had long wanted to breathe. If you like it, we'll stay here longer. Li Su said with a smile. Thank you, husband. Bulma leaned into Li Su's arms with a sweet smile on her face. Let's go where there are people. Li Su said. Husband, this is good, I want it. Bulma said coquettishly. Boss, give you money. Li Su said with a smile. As before, Li Su sold some unwanted things to the Madama Starman, exchanged some of their money, and then walked around the planet Madama. Madama star is also a planet with a mild cosmic civilization with a small number of aliens on it, so everyone does not feel very strange when they see Li Su and Bulma. Husband, and this, I like it too. Bulma ran to another stall and picked out her favorite. Li Su smiled fondly and paid after Bulma. Bulma had a lot of fun, and the smile on her face never stopped. The two played on the planet Midamo for more than half a month, while inquiring about some news, and now they have a certain understanding of the situation on the planet Madama. The martial arts on the planet Midama are biased towards magic. And the martial arts of the entire planet of Midama are prevalent, which is much more prosperous than the martial arts on Earth. And the number one master on the planet Madama is revered as Wuxian, and it is said that he has created many powerful moves. Is this the place? Li Su and Bulma came to Wuxian's place of residence, a martial arts hall called Wuxian Wuguan, which recruits some disciples every year. The people of Madama Star are proud to join the Martial Immortal Martial Hall, and if they can be favored by the Martial Immortal and accepted as a disciple, it will definitely be a great honor. Stop, it's not time to register yet, please come back in a while. As soon as he arrived at the door, Li Su was stopped by someone. This year's time for the martial arts hall to recruit disciples is almost up, so this person regards Li Su and Bulma as the people who came to sign up, and there were many such people in previous years. Li Su smiled slightly, used a hypnotic technique, made him pass out, and then took Bulma into the martial arts hall. Over here. Li Su sensed the chi of Wu Immortal and took Bulma through several corridors to a room with a grey-haired old man in the room. However, although the steamed bun has white hair, there is a strong vitality in the body. When Li Su and Bulma came in, the old man suddenly opened his eyes, and a flash of essence flashed in his eyes. "Who is your excellency?" the old man asked. "My name is Li Su, I am from another planet, I have travelled in the universe, and I heard that the martial arts of the Madama planet are prevalent, so I came to see it." Li Su said. "Your strength is very strong, I am not an opponent." The old man shook his head, he couldn't see through Li Su at all. "The martial arts of each planet have their own strengths, I just want to understand the martial arts of the planet Madama, and it has nothing to do with the level of strength." Li Su shook his head. Although Wuxian did not show his strength, Li Su guessed that it was only hundreds of thousands of combat strength, such a strength, not qualified to become his opponent. However, since Wuxian is known as the number one master of the planet Madama, he has a lot of experience in martial arts, just like the turtle immortals of the earth, there must be something for Li Su to learn. "Okay, let's learn from each other." The old man nodded. He promised so cheerfully. One of them was afraid of Li Su's strength, afraid of making Li Su unhappy, and then the planet Madama would face a devastating disaster. The second is that he also wants to see Li Su's martial arts, as the number one master of the planet Madama, his strength has not improved for a long time, and Li Su's martial arts may be able to open a brand new door for him. In the next few days, Li Su and Bulma lived in the martial arts hall, and Li Su exchanged martial arts with Wuxian every day, and the two did not move, just simple questions and answers. Li Su learned quickly, the martial arts of the planet Madama are very different from the martial arts of the earth, there is no difference from magic, and there are many magical moves. However, with Li Su's current strength, these moves seem a little flashy, but there are also some practical moves, such as healing techniques. Of course, Li Su did not forget the main purpose of this trip, and asked Wuxian about the fusion technique, and Wuxian also taught him without reservation. A new book is open. Dear visitors, ask for flowers, ask for monthly passes, ask for collections, ask for subscriptions. Chapter 056. Husband, why aren't there Dragon Balls here? Bulma asked suspiciously. After learning the fusion technique from Wuxian, Li Su did not leave immediately, but accompanied Bulma to continue playing on the planet Madama for a month. After more than 2 months of space travel, he came to the position of the second Dragon Ball. But when I arrived at my destination, I didn't see Dragon Ball. Wait a minute. Li Su said, using teleportation to come to the outside of the spacecraft. Bang! A punch was thrown at this planet, the surface of the planet shattered, emitting yellow light from the inside, and then the rock layer outside fell off piece by piece, revealing the original face of the planet, which is Super Dragon Ball. It's the 7 planets. Bulma said excitedly. She didn't expect the planet in front of her to be Super Dragon Ball. Li Su returned to the spaceship. Husband, you are too powerful. It's up to you next. Li Su said that he also guessed based on the situation in the original work. Husband, don't worry. Bulma said confidently and got busy. With the first experience, it is much easier to make Super Dragon Ball into a universal capsule this time. However, as Bulma was about to finish, an accident occurred. On this day, Li Su was cultivating in the gravity cultivation room, but he suddenly felt a lot of chi coming out of the vicinity, and hurriedly came out of the cultivation room. Bang bang! The spacecraft was attacked several times in succession and kept shaking. Bulma, what happened? Li Su came to the control room and hurriedly asked. Out of nowhere, a gang of cosmic thieves appeared, and their purpose is Super Dragon Ball. Bulma said unpleasantly, the other party's strength is not strong, but the number of people is a little large. Dare to snatch Super Dragon Balls from my hands, I really don't know where their courage comes from. Li Su sneered. With a swoosh, Li Su came to the universe. Hand over the treasure quickly, maybe King Shrag can spare your life. As soon as Li Su came out, someone said to Li Su arrogantly. Rumble. Li Su didn't bother to answer him, and directly rewarded him with an energy ball, which was blown up along with his flying machine. Shout! 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 After Li Su killed the other party, the rest of the people all attacked Li Su. Li Su dodged left and right, shuttling through the dense energy ball, appearing very relaxed, and came to a spaceship in a blink of an eye. Bang! Li Su kicked it out and crashed into the spaceship next to it, causing a chain reaction, and several spaceships were crashed. Boom! Explosions sounded one after another, with this dark universe as the background, like brilliant fireworks. Li Su drew the gourd again and came to another spaceship, and several spaceships were crashed. In a short time, the spacecraft will be almost destroyed by Li Su, and only a few people riding the spacecraft are still alive. Seeing Li Su so powerful, their first reaction was to run. Where would Li Su let them escape like this? Yikes! Launched 2 energy balls, killed the 2 who fled, and quickly came to the other person, intercepting him. Don't kill me, or King Shrag won't let you go. The Cosmic Man said that he knew that it was impossible for him to escape from Li Su's hands. Where is Planet Shrag? Li Su pinched the other party's neck and asked indifferently. As a Dragon Ball fan, he naturally knows who Shrag is. But he doesn't put it in his eyes yet. I'll tell you where the Planet Shrag is, don't kill me. Forget it, I might as well find it myself. Li Su didn't like to talk to others about conditions, so he impatiently broke his neck and threw it away casually. After doing all this, Li Su used teleportation to return to the spaceship. Bulma, can you find out where Planet Shrag is? Li Su asked. I'll take a look. Bulma's 10 fingers quickly tapped on the control panel, and after a while, the result was obtained, and said, Planet Shrag is not far from us, and it will be possible to arrive in 3 days. Don't bother so much, I'll go back. Li Su said. Bulma was also busy with the Super Dragon Ball matter, so he didn't take Bulma with him this time, sensed the location of the Shrag planet, and directly teleported over. Shrag was born on the Namex and was much stronger than an adult warrior at birth, and he is a rare Super Namex among the Namex people. Because of the drastic change in the climate of Namex, his parents sent him to live on the planet Shrag. In his youth, Shrag fought all over the planet with extremely high combat effectiveness, with many subordinates. He was very cruel, and he was also cruel to his own subordinates, and he would be killed if he was dissatisfied. He led his subordinates to run amok in the universe, doing all evil, and his combat power and evil heart also increased with age, and his innate evil heart made him worse and worse, calling himself the Emperor of the universe and invading the planet everywhere. On this day, Shrag was alone in the hall, but suddenly an extra figure appeared in front of him. It was Li Su. Who? Li Su did not talk nonsense with him, directly attacked towards Shrag. For a long time, Bulma was there alone, maybe he would encounter danger. Bang! Shrag didn't expect that Li Su would suddenly make a move, and his strength was still so strong, and he was sent flying. Boom! The body smashed the wall of the hall and flew outside, and Li Su also chased out. Who the hell are you? Shrag wiped a trace of blood from the corner of his mouth and said angrily. Li Su suddenly appeared in front of him, and he started without saying a word. He really couldn't understand. Go down and ask King Yan Luo. Li Su shook his head in disdain. At this time he was still entangled in who he was. He really didn't understand what the point was. Abominable. Shrag's face was a little ugly, and he angrily attacked Li Su. Bang bang! The two collided for a few rounds, and Shrag was obviously not an opponent and was pressed and beaten by Li Su, which was still when Li Su did not transform into a Super Saiyan. You're old. Li Su said with some disappointment, and punched Shrag out. A new book is open. Guys, ask for flowers, ask for monthly passes, ask for collections, ask for subscriptions. Chapter 057. Boom! Shrag crashes into a house, which collapses, burying Shrag inside. Abominable! Shrag roared, and the momentum that erupted crushed the surroundings into powder. Use all your strength, otherwise you won't have a chance. Li Su said indifferently. He wanted to see how strong Shrag was when he burst out with all his strength. In the original book, the king of the Northern Realm once said that the Heyday Slug is stronger than Frieza and Super Saiyan. Damn, I'm going to crush your bones. Shrag's body became larger at a speed visible to the naked eye, and his combat effectiveness also increased rapidly, and in a blink of an eye, he became a giant more than 10 meters tall. There's still some strength, but that's it. Li Su said. Shrag broke out with all his strength, and only had more than 100 million combat power, which was indeed stronger than the 3-change Frieza, but the old Shrag could not maintain this state for a long time, and if he really fought for a long time, Frieza's hope of victory was still relatively great. Give me death! Shrag stepped on Li Su, and when he burst with all his strength, his lifespan would be shortened, so he would not fight with all his strength when it was not necessary. Li Su jumped lightly and dodged over. He also discovered a shortcoming of Shrag. In the case of giganticism, although the speed did not slow down, it was sluggish. For example, you only need to move 2 meters to avoid the opponent's attack, but now due to the larger body, you need to move 5 meters to avoid the opponent's attack. Before Li Su could stand firmly, Shrag slapped him again. Ooh! Li Su quickly transformed into a Super Saiyan, suddenly speeded up, and passed more. Fighting with his base, he is far from being an opponent of Shrag. Enough of playing, it's time to end the battle. Li Su said that Bulma was still alone over there, and in case he encountered thieves or something, Bulma would be in danger. Shrag slashed down with a hand knife. This time Li Su did not dodge, directly blocked Shrag's attack, and then grabbed a finger again, fell over the shoulder, and dropped Shrag to the ground. Boom! With a loud bang, the earth shook, and all the buildings in that area were crushed by Slug's huge body. However, before Li Su could continue to attack, 2 rays of light shot out from Shrag's eyes, but fortunately, Li Su's speed was fast enough and he narrowly dodged. It's really unstoppable. Li Su said darkly. Attacking with your eyes or mouth is always a little unexpected, and if you are not careful, you will be hit. But in the face of absolute strength, these are useless. Li Su jumped, flew into the air, and rushed towards Shrag. At this time, Shrag had already stood up, saw Li Su rushing over, and grabbed Li Su, but was easily dodged by Li Su. In the blink of an eye, Li Su had already arrived in front of Shrag, kicked in the air, and kicked towards Shrag's head. Shrag hurriedly protected his arms in front of him, and Li Su kicked Shrag's arms. Click! The huge arm was directly broken at the wrist, and a giant hand fell to the ground. Ugh! Shrag let out a sharp scream, blood dripping down the wound. It seems that you only have this ability. Li Su fell to the ground and smiled disdainfully. Ugh! Shrag yelled, and an arm grew again from the broken arm, and the viscous liquid made people feel a little sick. Whew! The broken arm was reborn. Consuming a lot of Shrag's breath, his breathing was already a little disordered, and he began to gasp heavily. If you don't waste this chi, maybe you can hold on a little longer. Li Su shook his head, losing an arm, although his strength would be affected. But consuming a lot of gas to recover, combat effectiveness decreases faster. This is also why when Vic and Raditz fought in the original work, they obviously broke a hand, but they were not in a hurry to recover. Try my new move. Dragon Fist Erupt. Li Su condensed his chi into his fist, jumped up, and rushed towards Shrag. This move was created by him based on the outbreak of Sun Wukong's Dragon Fist in the original work, and it is actually very simple, that is, condensing a large amount of chi into the fist. However, it is easier said than done, and it is necessary to have a high degree of control over chi, otherwise the fist will not be able to withstand such a strong chi. Groan. A slight dragon groan sounded, and a dragon-shaped phantom shrouded Li Su. Shrag blocked his hands in front of him, but he still couldn't block Li Su's fists. The dragon-shaped phantom directly passed through Shrag's body, and Li Su also flew over. Shrag glanced down at the pierced chest with a look of disbelief on his face, followed by another twist, bang, and explosion. There is no need for this planet to exist. After Li Su killed Shrag, he glanced at the planet Shrag again. As the base camp of Shrag, there are people who do not accept the Shrag Legion on it, and they follow Shrag one by one, and the crime is extremely evil. Turtle Sect Kigong Wave. Li Su floated in the air, his hands were calyx-shaped, placed on his right waist, a little bright light gradually grew between his palms, and in a blink of an eye, it became the size of a football. With Li Su's light drink, his hands pushed forward, and the energy ball was pushed out. Li Su's right index and middle fingers were pressed to the center of his eyebrows, sensed Bulma's chi, and walked away with teleportation. Boom! At the moment when Li Su disappeared, the planet Shrag exploded, and after a short period of brilliance, it completely turned into cosmic dust. On the other side, Bulma was anxiously waiting for Li Su. "Husband, you're finally back, I'm worried about death." Bulma complained that although Li Su had not been away for a long time, she was still worried. "Sorry, it won't be like this in the future." Li Su said a little apologetically, he didn't expect Bulma to be so worried. "Husband, I've put away the 7 planets, you see." Bulma took out a universal capsule as if invitingly, it was the 7 planets. "Well, we can set off to find the next Super Dragon Ball," Li Su said with a smile. "The 3rd Dragon Ball is in the South Galaxy, and we will take half a year in the past." Bulma said that the position of the 3rd Dragon Ball, she had already calculated. A new book is open. Dear visitors, ask for flowers, ask for monthly passes, ask for collections, ask for subscriptions. Chapter 058. CT Sangtak South Galaxy. Husband, the 3rd Dragon Ball has finally been found. Through the transparent window of the spaceship, looking at the 2 planets outside, Bulma was very excited. After half a year of sailing, after half a year of sailing, he finally reached the location of the third Dragon Ball. In the past half a year, it was relatively calm, and he only encountered 2 or 3 groups of cosmic thieves, and he didn't need Li Su's hand, and was easily solved by Bulma. Well, find this Dragon Ball, and the remaining Dragon Balls will go to the 6th universe to find it. Li Su nodded. Buzz. At this moment, Li Su felt a sense of peeping again. It's here again. Li Su said darkly. Since finding the first Super Dragon Ball, this feeling has not appeared for the first time. Once or twice may be an illusion, but many times, it definitely cannot be an illusion. The 7th universe, in the realm of the god of destruction. Oh he, found again. Weiss said with a happy smile, not embarrassed at all by being discovered. Even if he is discovered, he is confident that Li Su will definitely not find him, or even know who he is. The 3 Super Dragon Balls of the 7th universe have all been found by him, and I don't know how he should find the Super Dragon Balls of the 6th universe. Weiss laughed. During the time that Li Su was looking for Super Dragon Ball, Weiss had observed Li Su many times and became more and more interested in Li Su. It's just that every time it was discovered by Li Su. Bulma, today I will make you a big meal and treat you. Li Su's eyes rolled sharply, not knowing what was going on in his heart. Really? Bulma said excitedly that Li Su cooked for her only a few times, but every time it made her taste endlessly. I'll go get ready now. Li Su said with a smile and ran into the kitchen. After a few hours, the table was filled with more than a dozen dishes: pot-roasted chicken, grilled flour and laurel fish, paper-wrapped chicken, Taiyan sanmiai tofu, sesame fish balls, shredded apple, boiled yellow croaker, braised fish lips, dragon and phoenix legs, sixi duck, Taishan red scale fish, crispy fried spring pork, fried tofu balls, pepper sea cucumber soup, double roasted meat, milk soup silver lung and so on. The dishes made by Li Su are different from those of the Dragon Ball world, which is why Bulma has endless memories every time, and there is no such chef in the Dragon Ball world. Husband, why did you prepare so much today? Bulma drooled as she watched. Usually, Li Su usually just makes a few dishes. After all, the two can't eat so much, but today they have prepared a large table full of dishes. A guest came today. Li Su said with a smile and looked outside the spaceship. Suddenly, a burst of light lit up, shaking people's eyes, and when the light dissipated, a person appeared in the spaceship. It was Weiss. It's delicious. Weiss ate without sitting at the table. After Li Su confirmed that someone was secretly spying on him, he thought about all the people who had the ability and possibility to spy on him, and finally felt that only Weiss would do this. So he thought of this method and lured Weiss out with food, and sure enough, as Li Su expected, Weiss couldn't help but come here from the God of Destruction realm after seeing these delicacies made by Li Su. Originally, with Li Su's strength, it was impossible to discover the arrival of Weiss, but Weiss was tempted by the food and leaked his whereabouts, allowing Li Su to detect a little trace. Who are you? How can you casually eat other people's things? Bulma said unpleasantly. This meal was prepared for her by Li Su, and it was difficult for her to eat it several times. Oh, sorry, my name is Weiss, this dish is so delicious. Weiss laughed, not meaning to stop at all, and continued to eat there. Mr. Weiss likes it, so eat more. Li Su said with a smile and looked at Bulma again. Bulma, I'll make another meal for you tomorrow. Humph. Bulma was still a little unhappy and snorted coldly. Half an hour later, the food on the table was basically wiped out. It turns out that in the Dragon Ball world, not only Scions can eat, but also angels. Li Su sighed secretly. It was a large table full of dishes. It's so delicious, I've never eaten such delicious food. Weiss said intoxicatedly. Mr. Weiss, you are the one who is spying on me. Li Su said. Oh he, it was discovered. Weiss said with a smile, and he didn't feel embarrassed at all when he broke it in front of Li Su. Damn, not only did he eat my dishes, but he was also spying on us secretly. Bulma said very unpleasantly, crossed her hands at her waist, and glared at Weiss viciously. I didn't mean to observe you. Who made you move Super Dragon Ball? Weiss laughed, not knowing if he was making an excuse for his secret peeping. Mr. Weiss, if you eat all the dishes I cooked, it shouldn't be a problem to help us a little. Li Su said. Oh hee, the 6th universe is not just anyone can go, and I can't help it. Weiss rolled his eyes and guessed what Li Su wanted him to help. Mr. Weiss, if you would like to help, how about I prepare another dish like this for you? Li Su said that knowing that Weiss was lying, he did not believe that under the temptation of food, Weiss would not agree. 3 meals, and it can't be repeated. Weiss thought for a moment and held out 3 fingers. Deal. Li Su agreed without hesitation. Making a few such meals was nothing to him at all, but he was busy cultivating most of the time and didn't want to do it. Seeing Li Su so cheerful, Weiss felt that he had said less, and he should stretch out the remaining 2 fingers. When are you going to pass? Weiss asked. As an angel, naturally he would not backtrack. Mr. Weiss, can you please teach me to cultivate for a while? Li Su asked, finally having such an opportunity, he didn't want to miss it just like that. As the master of the god of destruction, there is absolutely no one better teacher than him in the 7th universe. It seems that you know me better. Weiss looked at Li Su curiously, and a flash of essence flashed under his eyes, and from Li Su's series of actions, it showed that Li Su knew him well. Just a little bit of it. Li Su said with a smile. Weiss didn't delve into it either, and his identity was no secret. I'm just Lord Beerus's servant, and it would be unhappy for Lord Beerus to know that I took someone to destroy the divine realm. Weiss said. How about 2 more meals? Li Su said, seeing that Weiss did not directly refuse, it means that the matter has become a success. Nope. Weiss shook his head. 5 tons. Li Su continued. Deal. Weiss said cheerfully, this time he became a little smarter. Bulma, clean up, let's destroy the divine realm. Li Su said with a smile. Still quite happy in his heart. Bulma nodded, although she didn't know Li Su's intentions, but there was nothing wrong with doing what Li Su said. A new book is open. Dear visitors, ask for flowers, ask for monthly passes, ask for collections, ask for subscriptions. To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Philo JR. Chapter 059. CT Sangtak Viet.tk. After putting away the 2 planets, Li Su and Bulma were ready to destroy the God Realm with Weiss. If you want to hold it steady, if you fall, it will be troublesome. Weiss laughed. Li Su and Bulma stood behind Weiss. Li Su's hand was on Weiss's shoulder, and Bulma was holding Li Su tightly. Weiss knocked on the ground with the scepter in his hand, and the 3 of them were wrapped in a burst of colorful light and flew into the universe. It is worthy of being the first speed in the universe. Li Su said darkly. This speed has exceeded the speed of light. In the 7th universe, there is no one faster than this. Of course, just simple speed, want to teleport and other moves are not counted in it. After flying for less than half an hour, he came to the God of Destruction Realm. Is this the God of Destruction Realm? Li Su inquired about the situation of destroying the God Realm, which was similar to a 2-dimensional space, but the space wall was extremely strong, and without Weiss's permission, he couldn't use it if he wanted to use teleportation to go outside. Lord Beerus is sleeping now. If you wake up Lord Beerus and make Lord Beerus angry, I can't control it. Weiss laughed. Li Su nodded, knowing that Beerus was moody, but if he really knew him, it would be easier to get along with. Li Su took out a universal capsule, threw it on the ground, and turned it into a house with complete facilities, and he and Bulma were ready to live here. Mr. Weiss, Can you teach me cultivation now? Li Su said. Of course you can. Weiss nodded, he was still quite serious in terms of cultivation. Then let's get started. Li Su said. Let me see your full strength first. Weiss said that he could find out Li Su's approximate strength, but the specific situation was not very clear. Then I'm welcome. Li Su said with a smile. He knew that Weiss's strength was very strong, but he also had his pride. Bang! Li Su directly turned into a Super Saiyan. The whole process was quite calm. After such a long time of cultivation, he had already reached the full power of Super Saiyan. Super Saiyans are divided into pre, mid-stage, post-stage, and full power, with the early stage being when he first became a Super Saiyan and the middle being when Vegeta first came out of the Spirit Time House. The later stage is a kind of wrong transformation, the strength increases, but the speed slows down, and it does not reach the person at all. Full power is that when Sun Wukong fights with Shailu, he can already fully control the power of the Super Saiyan, and can maintain the state of the Super Saiyan without fighting. The strength has increased dozens of times, but only the strength has increased. Weiss said, seeing at a glance the shortcomings of Super Saiyan. Shout! Li Su rushed towards Weiss without any reservations, and his dense fist like a rainstorm hit Weiss. Weiss held the scepter in one hand and a smile on his face and easily dodged all of Li Su's attacks. The control of power is not bad, there is still a lot of room for improvement. Si commented while dodging. Abominable. Li Su was very depressed, and he had no strength, as if he was hitting cotton. Don't hesitate to strike, it will slow down your attack speed. Weiss said with a smile, no matter how Li Su attacked, he still looked like a breeze. It's really annoying. Li Su used the law of strength. And his strength suddenly increased by more than double. Not bad, not bad, I actually comprehended the law of force, and the time to get started is not short. Weiss was a little surprised, and said two good things in succession. However, Li Su's attack still couldn't hit him, far from forcing his limit. Although transformation can increase strength dozens of times in a short time, it is not a correct path. Although you have already controlled the power of transformation very skillfully, after all, you are not cultivated by yourself, and your body strength cannot keep up. As long as you find a flaw and gently blow, you can make your body collapse instantly. Weiss said. Just like this. After Weiss finished speaking, he lightly tapped Li Su's body with the scepter, and Li Su suddenly screamed and withdrew from the state of Super Saiyan. Li Su was not injured and recovered immediately. The strength I used just now is comparable to your strength, but you can't even catch a move. Weiss said. Li Su does not deny Weiss's words, there are indeed shortcomings in transformation, but in his realm, who has such an eye as Weiss? This shortcoming is not fixed, with the change of Qi, it is changing every moment. If you want to defeat Li Su like Weiss, you must find Li Su's flaws in an instant and break them. Weiss, what did you mean by the introduction to the law just now? Li Su asked. The realm of law is divided into entry, small completion, great completion, and perfection. 1 to 3 become the beginning, 4 to 6 become the small completion, 7 to 9 become the great completion, and 10 become the perfection. With each realm raised, the power of the law will increase a lot, and your law of power is still in the beginning stage. Weiss explained. Where are you now? Li Su asked curiously. Weiss shook his head with a smile, did not say. Li Su was not good to continue asking. I found that there is a greater force in your body, why didn't you use it just now? Weiss asked. I can't control that power now, and even if I force it, I will lose my mind. Li Su said that he knew that Weiss was talking about transforming into the legendary Super Saiyan. Next, I will focus on cultivating your control over power. Weiss nodded. Li Su nodded. For the improvement of combat effectiveness, he is not very worried, what he lacks is the control of force. My training is very hard, you have to keep going. Weiss said with a smile, in this regard, he will not be soft. If Li Su can't insist, he won't teach any more. I won't give up. Li Su said firmly. Next, Li Su began Weiss's devilish training, and in the process of cultivation, Li Su also exposed a lot of problems, and Weiss pointed them out one by one. Don't rely too much on using qi to find traces of your opponent. Although there are not many people in the universe who do not have qi, there are still some, and once encountered, you will be very passive. Then how to judge the location of the other party? Li Su asked. He knew that God was without qi, and artificial humans were also without qi, and when he encountered these people, he could not find the location of his opponent with the perception of qi. Relying on life vitality, as long as it is life, there will be life vitality, and it cannot be hidden, even robots are no exception. Weiss said. How to perceive the vitality of life? Li Su then asked. This needs to be realized by yourself. And your perception of qi needs to go to a higher level, and I can't help you. Weiss shrugged. A new book is open. Dear visitors, ask for flowers, ask for monthly passes, ask for collections, ask for subscriptions. _ Philo reminds you, 3 things to read collect, push. Chapter 060. CT Sangtak.tk. Destroy the God Realm. Li Su is wearing a set of gravity suits like a space suit, holding 2 very heavy stone locks in his hands, walking forward with difficulty. The road behind is slowly disappearing. As long as Li Su's speed of advancing is not as fast as the speed of disappearing on the road, Li Su will fall. Ugh! Looking at the endless abyss, Li Su spent all his strength to eat. Weiss on the side was eating food, and when he saw Li Su's cultivation, he nodded with satisfaction. At this time, it has been a 1.5 years since Li Su came to the God of Destruction realm, and this 1.5 years is the hardest 1.5 years for Li Su's cultivation, and the intensity of Weiss's training is really not covered. However, the gains are also huge. After all, the effort and the reward are directly proportional. Wu! Li Su ran over breathlessly. The 2 stone locks on his hands had been lowered, but he was still wearing a gravity suit, which was different from ordinary gravity suits and had a great effect on suppressing qi. Seeing Weiss leisurely eating food there, Li Su's heart was a little unbalanced, and he wanted to go up and beat Weiss, but the gap in strength made him quickly give up this idea. This morning's cultivation is here, and my food is finished again. Weiss laughed. After speaking, he left, and Li Su was here alone. If I accept an apprentice in the future, I must eat delicious food on the side and watch him cultivate. Li Su said viciously. He couldn't beat Weiss, and he could only vent this anger on his apprentice who didn't know where. Husband, I prepared a smoothie for you, do you want to come over and take a rest? Bulma came over with 2 cups of smoothies, and when she saw Li Su cultivating so hard, she was a little distressed. Good. Li Su walked over, and the gravity suit on his body made his movements a little bulky, but in the process, his control of qi continued to rise. After resting for a while, Li Su began his own cultivation again. Weiss will only train him for half a day every day, and the rest of the time will be spent letting Li Su cultivate by himself. According to Weiss's words, Li Su needs to understand by himself, and many things can only mean and cannot be said. Personal Information Panel. Name, Li Su. Age, 27. Combat Effectiveness, 50 million. Laws, Law of Force, 15/100, Law of Space, 11/100. Possessed plugins, Intermediate Automatic Cultivation Plugin, can automatically increase 200 combat effectiveness every day. Intermediate Savvy Plugin, can learn 2-star moves in seconds. Legendary Super Scion Bloodline Plugin, Nuclear Regeneration Physique Plugin. It's time to try to transform into Super Scion 2. Li Su has been staying at full power in Super Saiyan 1 for a long time, but he has not been able to break through to Super Saiyan 2 because other conditions have not met the standard. The conditions for transforming into Super Saiyan 2 are different from those of Super Saiyan to achieve a certain level of basic combat effectiveness, and then use extreme anger to catalyze the S in the body. Li Su failed to transform into Super Saiyan 2 because his basic combat effectiveness was too low. When transforming into a Super Saiyan, Li Su uses hypnosis on himself, allowing Bulma to appear in his mind that Bulma is in danger. Nope. This must not be allowed to happen. Li Su roared unwillingly. Moisture. Li Su's body was glowing with faint lightning, his hair stood upside down, and the golden aura on his body suddenly doubled. What a powerful force! Li Su clenched his fists, his expression was a little excited. After cultivating for so long, his strength finally had another stage breakthrough. When Li Su broke through, Weiss, who was building flowers and plants, glanced in Li Su's direction. A more powerful transformation? Scions are truly an amazing race. Weiss muttered. In the past year or so, he had seen Li Su's terrifying potential, and the growth rate was far faster than he expected, which surprised him a little. But the load on the body is also greater, and this path is not a wise choice after all. Weiss sighed again. All you have to do now is to adapt to the power of Super Saiyan 2 and be able to transform freely. Li Su secretly said that he had no idea what Weiss thought. After the first successful transformation, it will be much easier to transform in the future, but it still takes a period of training to achieve free transformation. Like Son Gohan in the original book, after the Shalo game, he completely gave up his cultivation, and when he fought against Dopura, he couldn't even transform into Super Saiyan 2 freely. Another half a year passed. In the God of Destruction realm, Li Su is undergoing battle training. Swish! Li Su's fist was as fast as lightning, and he couldn't see the reality at all, but in Weiss's eyes, it was very slow, and he attacked so many times that he couldn't even wipe the corners of his clothes. Weiss, it's so boring to fight like this. Li Su took the initiative to stop. Every time he fights with Weiss, he feels very humiliated. He can't touch Weiss at all, he has a body of strength, but he can't vent it, he still prefers the kind of fist-to-flesh fight. Fighting is for victory, brute force alone is not enough. Weiss laughed. We're not fighting now, if you want to win me, one move is enough. Li Su said angrily. Although he has been able to transform into Super Saiyan 2, and his basic combat effectiveness has improved a lot, in front of Weiss, there is still no difference from before. Oh, you can't blame me for that. Weiss laughed. Weiss, can you tell me about the realm of gods? Li Su asked. He had asked Weiss this question several times, but Weiss did not answer. Your current strength is too low, and knowing too much is not good for you. Weiss laughed. Can't you just reveal a little? Li Su said that the more Weiss didn't say anything, the more curious he became. The realm of God is completely different from the previous realm, it is divided into 4 layers, and the gap between each layer is very large. Weiss said. So what's the difference? A flash of essence flashed in Li Su's eyes, and he continued to ask. Oh hee, I forgot to build flowers and plants today, if Lord Beerus wakes up, he will definitely be angry. Weiss laughed and made a really bad excuse to leave. Alas! Li Su didn't have any way. When you cultivate to the realm of gods, you will naturally understand. He is still a very long way from the realm of gods, maybe Weiss does not tell him, it is really for his good. After cultivating in the Destruction God realm for so long, it's time to leave. After living for 2 years, I really can't bear it, so I must come and see it often in the future. A new book is open. Dear visitors, ask for flowers, ask for monthly passes. Ask for collections, ask for subscriptions. To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Philo JR. Chapter 061. CT Sang Tak Viet.tk Li Su, I have already contacted the angels of the 6th universe, I will take you over now. Weiss took Li Su and Bulma to a huge tree. Li Su nodded. Weiss's scepter struck twice on the ground, and a curtain of light appeared on the tree, like a door. Immediately after that, a burst of light emanated from the light curtain, shrouding the 3 people, and suddenly the 3 disappeared from the place. 6th universe. A woman with long white hair and a ponytail is waiting here, holding a scepter in her hand, a blue aperture around her neck, and her clothes are similar in style to Weiss. It is the angel Bardos of the 6th universe. Suddenly, the space in front of him fluctuated, and the 3 of Weiss walked out from inside. Weiss, long time no see. Bardos laughed. Sister, why is there only one person, Lord Xiongpa? Weiss asked. Lord Xiongpa is sleeping, otherwise I wouldn't have let you bring this side, and Lord Xiongpa would be angry. Bardos said, and glanced at Li Su after speaking. Li Su felt that he was completely seen through by Bardos, and he was a little uncomfortable. Beauty, although I know that I am handsome, but I am married, you keep staring at me like this, my wife will be jealous. Li Su said. Hearing Li Su's words, the expression on Weiss's face was suddenly stunned. What an interesting person! Bardos said with a smile, not feeling angry because of Li Su's teasing. It's dangerous for a woman to be interested in a man, maybe she will fall in love with that man, don't fall in love with me, otherwise I will be very distressed. Li Su continued to tease. You're the first person who dares to talk to me like that. Bardos said, although he still had a smile on his face, but what he thought in his heart, Li Su did not know. There is always a first time in everything, and you will gradually get used to it later. Li Su said. Sister, he's from our 7th universe. Weiss hurriedly said, afraid that Bardos would be angry and kill Li Su. It seems that you attach great importance to him, I didn't say I wanted to kill him. The corners of Bardos's mouth curled slightly. Li Su, it's scary for my sister to be angry, I won't stop it then. Weiss reminded, he didn't expect Li Su to be so bold and dare to tease his sister. Weiss, am I scary to be angry? Bardos said with a cold face. Sister, did I say something like that? Weiss looked up at the sky, looking dead. Humph, I'm settling accounts with you next time. Bardos snorted coldly. Sister, Li Su wants to find the remaining Super Dragon Balls in the 6th universe, do you see this? Weiss quickly changed the topic and said. Lord Elephant Paw would be angry if he knew that someone else took the Super Dragon Ball while he was sleeping. Bardos said with a smile and looked at Li Su, a little embarrassed by Li Su. Women are careful eyes. Li Su in his heart. Isn't Super Dragon Ball going to recover in a year? As long as you don't say it, Xiongpa probably won't know. Li Su said. I'm not going to hide it for you. Bardos said with a smile, she wanted to see what Li Su would do. After I look for Dragon Ball, I will return to the 7th universe, Lord Beerus should not watch Xiongpa run to the 7th universe to kill, then he will be very faceless. Li Su said. It's true that Lord Pa can't kill you, but Lord Beerus won't necessarily let you go after he knows that he is being used. Bardos laughed. Lord Beerus still doesn't know when he will wake up, and I will have to say whether he can kill him or not. Li Su said that he was not very worried about this, even if he couldn't beat it, he could use the food to tempt Beerus. You are very confident in yourself, destroying God's strength is not as simple as you think. Bardos said that Li Su's current strength is still far behind. People always have to be a little confident. Li Su said with a smile. Okay then, you go looking for the Dragon Ball, I won't stop it. Bardos said. Then thank you, trouble sent us out of the God of Destruction realm. Li Su said. Bardos tapped lightly on the ground with his scepter, and a burst of light wrapped Li Su and Bulma, sending them out of the God of Destruction realm. Weiss, you've found an interesting person this time. After Li Su left, Bardos said with a smile. It's really interesting. Weiss nodded. If I want to surpass the god of destruction, I want to see how he can do it. Bardos said with interest. Maybe he can really do it. Weiss said with a smile, although he also found it difficult, he believed that Li Su could really create miracles. You think so highly of him? Bardos said with some surprise. Weiss knew everything about the strength of the god of destruction, and there must be some basis for saying such a thing. You'll find out later. Weiss laughed. Li Su is completely unaware of the conversation between Bardos and Weiss, and he and Bulma are sent by Bardos to an unknown planet. Bulma, find out the location of the nearest Super Dragon Ball. Li Su said. Did he? Bulma took out the Super Dragon Ball radar and looked at it. Husband, only the location of the 3 Dragon Balls is shown on it, and each one is far from where we are now. Bulma frowned. What a careful woman. Li Su complained. Bardos must have sent them here on purpose, otherwise he could have sent them near a certain Dragon Ball and saved them some trouble. As for why there are only 3 Dragon Balls, Li Su guessed that the last Dragon Ball was at the junction of the 6th universe and the 7th universe, and it was undetectable in both universes. Husband, do you like that Bardos? Bulma asked weakly. Bulma, don't be cranky, I'm just upset with her and want to teach her a lesson, but I can't beat her, so I can only take advantage of some lips. Li Su said. The feeling of being seen through by others at a glance is indeed very unpleasant, and he has a certain understanding of Bardos's character, so he dares to make a joke. Husband, I'm sorry. Bulma said apologetically. Then are you going to compensate me well today? I am very hurt by my wife's suspicion. Li Su pretended to be pitiful and said. I'll listen to you tonight. Bulma said with a blushing face, lowering her head, not daring to look at Li Su. Haha. When Li Su saw Bulma's appearance, he laughed happily, took out a universal capsule and threw it on the ground, and was not in a hurry to find the Dragon Ball at the moment. Carrying Bulma into the room, soon there was a gasp in the room, which lasted for several hours before it ended. A new book is open. Dear visitors, ask for flowers, ask for monthly passes, ask for collections, ask for subscriptions. _ Philo reminds you, 3 things to read collect, push. Chapter 062. CT Sangtak In the dark universe, the stars are dotted, like brilliant diamonds. Husband, the front is the position of the first Dragon Ball. Bulma wore a light blue dress, her shoulders were half exposed, her chest stood proudly, and her white jade-like fingers were tapping quickly on the control panel. At this time, it has been half a year since Li Su came to the 6th universe. At first, Bardos took a small revenge on him and sent him and Bulma to a distant location, and Li Su did not use teleportation to rush away. After half a year of space travel, the first Dragon Ball was finally found. It's one step closer to our goal. Li Su said with a smile. He hasn't thought of making any wishes yet, just regards the journey to find Dragon Ball as an experience, but every time he finds Dragon Ball, he is still very happy in his heart. Disgusting. Bulma suddenly covered her mouth and gagged a little. Bulma, what's wrong with you? Li Su asked worriedly. Although Bulma has permanent youth, her physique is no different from ordinary people, and she will still get sick. Husband, I'm pregnant. Bulma had a sweet smile on her face. What? Li Su was very surprised, and was stunned for a while. This news came a little too suddenly. Husband, don't you like children? Bulma asked worriedly. What do you say? How could I not like children, but I didn't react at once. Li Su said with a smile and held Bulma in his arms. He originally planned to wait for this time to go back before having a child, but he didn't expect some accidents. How long has it been? It's been 3 months. Bulma smiled sweetly and touched her lower abdomen with her hand. You are pregnant now, and our plan to find Dragon Ball will be put on hold for the time being, and find a safe place to raise the baby," Li Su said. Although he didn't plan to have a child now, knowing that he was about to become a father, Li Su's heart was still a little excited. Bulma nodded, and then said, "But where are we going? This is the 6th universe, there are not many places they are familiar with, there is no suitable place." Li Su pondered for a while and said, "Let's go to the planet Sherida, the planet where the scions of the 6th universe live, and it is quite stable there." "I'll listen to you," Bulma said, snuggling into Li Su's arms. The planet Sherida is the ancestral star of the scions of the 7th universe, and the planet that originally lived was also the planet Sherida, and then transferred to the planet Vegeta due to later civil unrest. And the scions of the 6th universe are peace-loving, and their development trajectory is different from that of the 7th universe, and they have always lived on the planet Sherida, and have always been representatives of justice. "Husband, the scions of the 6th universe are like Earthlings," Bulma said. "The scions of the 6th universe have no tails, and from the top, they are no different from the Earthlings." "That's true, but their combat effectiveness is better than that of Earthlings," Li Su said with a smile. "There are many races in the universe that look similar to Earthlings. For example, Likum in Team Kinnet is not much different from the Earthlings in appearance." "Let's find a place to settle down," Bulma said. After putting away the 4th Dragon Ball, Li Su directly used teleportation to bring Bulma to the planet Sherida. "If it takes too long to make a spaceship, Bulma is almost born." Li Su nodded. The two found a quiet and elegant place, took out the universal capsule of the house, and quickly decorated their home. The whole process was Li Su busy, letting Bulma rest on the side, for fear of tired Bulma. "Husband, just got pregnant, you don't need to be so careful," Bulma said, seeing that Li Su cared about him so much. Her heart was still very sweet. "It was only the first few months that you needed to be careful." Li Su said that although he does not know much about this aspect, he still has a little common sense. "Husband, do you like sons or daughters?" Bulma asked. "Daughter," Li Su said without thinking. "I like my daughter too," Bulma said with a smile, her face radiating motherhood. Women who have children are the fastest to grow. The days go by. After Bulma became pregnant, Li Su's care for her could be said to be meticulous, and even her cultivation basically stopped, making time to accompany Bulma. "Husband, he kicked me again," Bulma said, with a happy smile on her face. "When he is born, I will help you teach him a good lesson and let him dare to fool around like this," Li Su said viciously. "Where is there a father like you? The child is not yet born and says that he will beat him." Bulma glared at Li Su and looked fondly at the already slightly bulging belly. "Bulma, I see that you have changed," Li Su said pitifully. "Where have I changed?" Bulma asked. "You used to love me the most, but now you glared at me for him." Li Su pointed to Bulma's stomach and said, looking heartbroken. "Poof." Seeing Li Su's strange look, Bulma couldn't help but laugh. "You even eat your own child's vinegar," Bulma said. "You are my woman, of course, it can only belong to me alone, even children," Li Su said domineeringly. "Well, I only love you alone." Bulma smiled sweetly and leaned into Li Su's arms. "The 6th one, find the remaining one, you can summon a super dragon," Li Su muttered. He found a free time and used teleportation to find the remaining 2 Super Dragon Balls in the 6th universe, and now only the one at the junction of the 2 universes is missing. "Bardos, are you there?" Li Su contacted Bardos with spiritual communication. If he wants to go to the junction of 2 universes, he needs Bardos to take him, and he can't do it himself. Bardos was leisurely pruning flowers and plants, and Li Su's voice suddenly sounded in her ears, making her stop the movement in her hand. "What's the matter with you?" Bardos asked. I have found the 3 Dragon Balls of the 6th universe, and the remaining 1 Dragon Ball should be at the junction of the 2 universes and need your help. Li Su said. Okay, you wait a minute. Bardos said. After about 10 minutes, a burst of light flashed, and Bardos appeared in front of Li Su. I'll take you now. Bardos said. Thanks. Li Su said, standing behind Bardos, his hand on Bardos's shoulder. Bardos's expression changed for a moment, and then recovered. The scepter in Bardos's hand tapped lightly, and a flash of light wrapped the two and flew out quickly. A new book is open. Dear visitors, ask for flowers, ask for monthly passes, ask for collections, ask for subscriptions. To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please download PhiloJR. Chapter 063. CT Sangtak.Viet.tk. Diddy. It should be this planet. Li Su used the Dragon Ball radar to detect it, pointed to a planet with a rocky surface and said. Bang! Li Su smashed a punch on the surface of the planet, the rock layer cracked like a spider's web, and a golden light emanated from it, shaking people a little unable to open their eyes. After a while, the full picture of the planet was revealed, and it was the last Super Dragon Ball. Finally found. Li Su said happily. He originally planned to make the journey to find Dragon Ball an experience, but after Bulma became pregnant, he had to give up. After that, he plans to quickly find 7 Super Dragon Balls and give Bulma a gift. Li Su took out 6 universal capsules, which were the 6 Dragon Balls he had found before. Boom! Throwing it into the universe, all 7 Dragon Balls came together. Come out, Shenlong! Li Su said in the language of God. The original preparation finally worked. After Li Su finished speaking, the 7 Dragon Balls flashed with light. Groan! A dragon groan sounded through the entire universe, and then a huge golden divine dragon appeared in front of Li Su. More precisely, this golden divine dragon wrapped Li Su in. Li Su saw the super divine dragon for the first time, and his heart was extremely shocked. This super divine dragon is probably the largest creature in the Dragon Ball world. No, whether the super divine dragon is a creature, Li Su is not sure. The one who gathers the 7 Dragon Balls, say your wish, I can fulfill any wish, but only one. Super Shenlong said. The voice was loud, as if it had sounded directly from his head. Please let my wife Bulma have an immortal body. Li Su said. He knew that the ability of the super divine dragon was also limited, and the immortal body obtained was not a real immortal body, but it was already able to regenerate the soul, which was very good. In this way, Bulma's life is also more secure. Anyway, the wish of the super dragon is of little use to him. This wish is very simple. A bright light flashed in the scarlet eyes, and Bulma on the planet Sherida felt that her body had changed. Although he didn't know what the reason was, she guessed that it must be related to Li Su. Well, your wish has come true, goodbye. The super divine dragon reformed into 7 Dragon Balls and randomly flew to the 6th and 7th universes. Super Dragon Ball is too fast and impactful, unlike Earth's Dragon Ball, which can be intercepted after making a wish. Maybe Bardos can intercept it. Li Su said secretly and glanced at Bardos. I didn't expect you to even know the language of God, which really made me laugh. She originally thought that Li Su would ask her for help. The 7th universe has a trumpet Dragon Ball, and I learned the language of God by making a wish to the Dragon Ball of the 7th universe. Li Su explained. You're talking about the Dragon Ball of the Nemesis. Bardos said that the 6th universe also has name Xians. Not bad. But the 7th universe has Dragon Balls on Earth except for Namex, but it is also made by name Xians. Li Su said. Bardos nodded, not delving into these. Now that Super Dragon Ball has been found, do you plan to return to the 7th universe, or continue to stay in the 6th universe? Bardos then asked. My wife is pregnant, and I plan to go back after she gives birth. Li Su said. Well, contact me when you want to go back, but don't stay too long. If Lord Xiongpa suddenly wakes up, it will destroy you." Bardos laughed. "Are you concerned about me?" Li Su teased. "I just want to see how much someone who is so favored by Weiss can grow." Bardos said that she did not react in the slightest to Li Su's teasing. "It's really boring." Li Su pouted. If ordinary people are teased, they will either be shy or angry, and there is no reaction at all for people like Bardos. However, what he didn't notice was that Bardos's face changed for a moment on the side, but he quickly recovered, and this time was very short. After that, Li Su followed Bardos back to the 6th universe. Barduz returned to the God of Destruction realm, and Li Su returned to the planet Sherida. "Husband, you're back." As soon as Bulma saw Li Su return, a happy smile appeared on her face. "I have a gift for you, do you feel it?" Li Su said with a smile. "I feel it. What's going on with the changes in my body?" Bulma nodded. She had guessed that it was related to Li Su before. "I found the remaining 3 Super Dragon Balls, summoned the Super Divine Dragon, and made a wish that you have an immortal body." Li Su said with a smile. "Husband, won't I die now?" Bulma asked happily. "Immortality is only under certain conditions. You can now achieve soul regeneration. As long as the soul is not destroyed, it will be alive immediately." Li Su said. Although it is said to be immortal, there are still many people in the universe who can kill Bulma, and as far as Li Su knows, the God of Destruction can destroy the soul. "That's nice too." Bulma was not disappointed and was very satisfied. "Like this gift?" Li Su said with a smile. "Like?" Bulma said with a sweet smile and put her head on Li Su's chest. The beauty was in her arms, which immediately caused Li Su to rise an evil fire, but thinking of Bulma's situation, this evil fire was suppressed. Bulma felt the change in Li Su, blushed shyly, and whispered, "Husband, as long as you are careful, it is still okay. It's okay to endure it, it won't be long left, you don't have to think about me everywhere." Li Su said with a smile, he is not a person who only knows how to think with his lower body. "Thank you, husband." Bulma smiled sweetly. "Do we still need to say thank you between us? Besides, when the baby is born, you have to double the return." Li Su said with a smile. "Husband, have you thought of the child's name?" Bulma asked. "The boy's name is Li Yi, and the girl's name is Bra." Li Su said that he had thought about it early on, and he did not come for nothing during this time. "Beulah, that's a nice name." Bulma said. "If you like it." Li Su said with a smile, thinking secretly in his heart, "You chose your own name, will you not like it yourself?" In the original book, Bulma named her daughter Bra. A new book is open. Dear visitors, ask for flowers, ask for monthly passes, ask for collections, ask for subscriptions. _ Philo reminds you, 3 things to read collect, push. Chapter 064. CT Sangtak Husband, what do you think of this dress? Bulma held a baby's clothes in her hand and asked Li Su. Bulma, it's the birth period, you may give birth at any time, is it really good for you to come out shopping like this? Li Su said speechlessly. It's okay, I've been staying at home, I'm getting bored. Bulma said. Children don't know if it's a man or a woman, are you useful to buy these clothes? Li Su said looking at the belly that was more than 9 months old, he was really worried about Bulma. Both boys and girls can buy it. Bulma said. All right. Li Su was defeated by Bulma. Ugh! At this moment, Bulma's stomach suddenly tingled and she screamed. Bulma, is it about to give birth? Li Su asked worriedly, walked to Bulma's side, and supported Bulma. Bulma nodded, her face a little pale. I'll send you back right now. Li Su said, the index and middle fingers of his right hand were pressed to the center of his eyebrows, and quickly disappeared from the place. "Doctor, my wife is about to give birth." Bulma didn't want to go to the hospital, so Li Su had already invited the doctor back home, and he was not short of money anyway. It has to be said that the medical conditions of the planet Sherida are very good. "The amniotic water has broken, we will deliver madam immediately." Several female doctors ran over, and one of them examined Bulma and spoke. "Good." Li Su nodded. Several doctors pushed Bulma into the room, while Li Su waited outside. "Ugh! Come on, the kid is coming out." From time to time there were Bulma's screams in the room, as well as the doctor's encouragement. Li Su's palms broke out in cold sweat, it was the first time he was so nervous. "How long will it take?" Li Su walked around, his brows furrowed. Almost 2 hours passed, and there was a cry in the room. "Finally born." Li Su's frowning brows finally stretched, and he didn't even notice that the clothes on his body were already soaked with sweat. "Congratulations, sir, madam gave birth to a son for you." A doctor came out holding the child and said with a smile. "How is the child's mother?" Li Su asked. "Madam is fine, mother and son are safe." The doctor laughed. "That's good." Li Su nodded, although he knew that Bulma had an immortal body and could not have an accident, he couldn't help but be a little worried. Ugh! At this time, there was another rumor in the room, and Li Su's heart was suspended again. "Sir, madam is pregnant with twins, and there is another." One came out and said. "Give me the baby, and you will go to the delivery." Su hurriedly said, taking the child from the doctor's hand. "Good." The doctor was stunned. Immediately ran into the room again. About another hour passed. "Wow, whoa, whoa." Another burst of baby cries came from inside. "Congratulations, sir, madam gave birth to a dragon and phoenix fetus." The doctor walked out with a child, this time a daughter. Li Su ignored the doctor's words, ran into the room, saw Bulma's pale face, and said with some distress, "Bulma, you have worked hard." "Fool, what about the child?" Bulma smiled slightly. "This is a son, and a daughter is outside." Li Su handed the boy in his hand to Bulma to see. At this time, the doctor just now also walked in and put the girl next to the bed, and then all the other doctors went out, leaving the space for Li Su and Bulma. "It's wrinkled. It's not cute at all." Bulma frowned. "Children are like this when they are just born, and when they grow up, they will look good. Girls will definitely be as beautiful as you, and boys will be as handsome as me." Li Su said. "Poof! Husband, you are becoming more and more narcissistic." When Bulma heard Li Su's words, she couldn't help but laugh. "I'm telling the truth," Li Su said seriously. "Wow, whoa, whoa." At this time, the two children cried at the same time, and a powerful momentum burst out from their bodies, setting off a strong wind. Fortunately, Li Su protected Bulma in time. "Husband, what's wrong with the child?" Bulma asked worriedly. Li Su frowned, probed the situation of the two children, and after a while, his frowning brows stretched, and a happy expression appeared on his face. "It's okay, the two children have 100,000 combat power as soon as they are born, and they won't control their strength now, so it's like this," Li Su said. 100,000 combat strength. Bulma was very surprised. She still had a general understanding of 100,000 combat power, and she herself only had 4,000 combat power now. "The two children have inherited such excellent genes as you and me, shouldn't the combat effectiveness be high?" Li Su said with a smile. "The two children have a combat power of 100,000 as soon as they are born, which is indeed somewhat unexpected by Li Su. You must know that the legendary Super Saiyan's only have 10,000 combat power when they are born. Vegeta's older brother, Reg, was born with only 50,000 combat power. A Saiyan with 100,000 combat power at birth." Li Su heard about it for the first time. Then these two little guys are not more powerful than me. Bulma said that the child's combat effectiveness is high, and he is still quite happy, but there is some imbalance. Now in this family, the weakest strength is her, even the two newborn children are much stronger than her. Don't worry, if you want to teach them a lesson, they will definitely not dare to fight back, nor dare to run. Li Su said with a smile. Humph. Bulma gave Li Su a blank look. Seeing that the two little ones had quieted down, Bulma's face showed a maternal glow. After teasing the two little guys for a while, Bulma was a little tired, and Li Su said, "You take a good rest, I took the two children away." Although Bulma has an immortal physique and has almost recovered her physical strength, her mental fatigue cannot be recovered at once. Bulma nodded, she did feel a little sleepy. Li Su held one in one hand and walked out of the room. As a father for the first time, he was still very excited in his heart, but also a little nervous. The two little guys have such high combat effectiveness, and they can't control their own strength. Li Su doesn't dare to let others take care of them, so he can only take care of them himself. The scions on the planet Sherida each perform their duties, except for the part of the scions who fight. The strength of the other scions is not very high, and they are a little stronger than the scions on the previous planet Vegeta. 100,000 combat power is already very powerful for ordinary scions, and if you are not careful, you will hurt others. A new book is open. Dear visitors, ask for flowers, ask for monthly passes, ask for collections, ask for subscriptions. To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please download PhiloJR. Chapter 065. CT Sangtakviet.tk. In the gravity training room. The two little guys were following Li Su to do some basic cultivation. At this time, it has been 3 months since the birth of the two little guys, and the scions have grown up very fast, and they can already live normally at the age of 3 months. Okay, that's it for today. Li Su said. After nearly a month of training, Li Yi and Bra can basically control their strength, and there will be no loss of control. Dad, can my sister and I hang out now? Li Yi said, looking at Li Su with expectant eyes, because the strength of the two of them was too strong and they would not control, so Li Su did not let them go out to play. That's it. Li Su said with a smile. Even if the strength of the two little guys is strong, they are children after all, their minds are immature, and they like ordinary children, they like to play. Yay, that's great. Bra said happily. Don't get into trouble, or even if I don't teach you a lesson, Bulma won't let you go. Li Su reminded. We're not going to get into trouble. Li Yi assured. Although Li Su had been muttering about teaching the two little guys a lesson before, after the birth of the two little guys, it was Bulma who was more strict with the two little guys, and Li Su has always acted as a loving father. After the two little guys left, Li Su did not practice anymore and walked out of the cultivation room. What about the two little ones? Bulma saw Li Su coming over and asked. I let them hang out. Li Su said. Why did you just let them out? It wouldn't cause any trouble, right? Bulma was a little worried. Rest assured, they can already control their power, and nothing will happen. Li Su said with a smile. Bulma, you see that the two little guys have gone out, your body has also recovered, what you owed before, should you make up for it now? Bulma has been exercising in recent months, afraid that her figure is out of shape, and now it looks more attractive, but Li Su has been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. Bulma nodded shyly. Haha. Li Su laughed happily, picked up Bulma and walked to the room. After a while, there was a gasp in the room, and the accumulated torrent broke out at this moment. It's dusk. The two little ones came back, along with 2 other little girls. Dad, Mom, we're back. Li Yi shouted loudly. What are you doing shouting so loudly? Your mother is sleeping, don't disturb her. Li Su said that after a big battle, Bulma was tired and went to sleep. Why does mom sleep during the day? Bra asked curiously. It's not that you two little guys quarreled so that she didn't sleep well, now make up for sleep. Li Su's face was not red, and his heart did not beat. I won't make my mother sleep in the future. Bra said guiltily. Who are these two little guys? Li Su touched his nose with some embarrassment and looked at the two girls who came back with Li Yi and Bra. Daddy, they're Califra and Kale, friends my sister and I met today. Li Yi said. It turned out to be these two little guys, how can I say that they are somewhat familiar? Li Su secretly said that the breath of the legendary Super Saiyan was more violent than the breath of ordinary Super Saiyan, and Li Su felt that the chi on Kai's body was a little different just now. Uncle, Li Yi said that you are very powerful. Is my brother powerful? Califra said that although she is only a little over a year old now, the bad girl's personality has begun to form. Who are you or Li Yi? Li Su said with a smile. He's a little better than me, but I'll definitely surpass him. Califra said that she became Li Su's friend because she was defeated by Li Su. Then I must be a little better than your brother. Li Su said with a smile. Humph, my brother is the most powerful. Califra said unconvinced, her hands crossed at her waist, full of riffraff. Wait until you defeat Li Yi and then argue with me about this. Li Su said with a smile, let her compare with a child, he will definitely not be able to do this. I will definitely defeat him. Califra said firmly. I won't lose to you, I will be as strong as my father in the future and protect my sister and mother. Li Yi said, also very unconvinced. If you want to become strong, you don't just talk about it, you also need to practice hard, if you don't want to lose to each other, you should cultivate hard. Li Su said. Kair, let's go back to cultivation, I must defeat him. Califra said, pulling Kale and running back. Sister, slow down. Kel said. Dad, I also have to do hard cultivation. Li Yi said firmly. My training is very hard, you can't give up. Li Su said, seeing Li Yi's serious eyes, Li Su felt a little relieved in his heart. Education should start with children, and this sentence is really good. Stimulated by Califra like this, Li Yi would take the initiative to ask for cultivation, which Li Su did not expect. I'm not going to give up. Li Yi said. In the cultivation room, two short figures were fighting, it was Li Yi and Califra. Su. 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 The two moved quickly in the cultivation room, both looking for an opportunity to attack each other. Brother, come on! Bra cheered for Li Yi on the side. Sister, you must win! Kyle shouted along. Suddenly, Li Yi's figure appeared, standing in the middle of the cultivation room. Califra moved quickly around the periphery, and kept approaching Li Yi. Hey, hey! Califra's figure appeared behind Li Yi, smiled proudly, and punched towards Li Yi. Hit! Seeing that Li Yi was about to hit, Califra was even more happy. However, her fist passed through Li Yi's body, and standing there was just an afterimage. Oops! Califra secretly said that it was not good, and hurriedly turned around, but Li Yi's fist had already struck. Bang! Li Yi punched her in the body, knocking her out and smashing on the wall of the cultivation room. I won! Li Yi said happily. I'll definitely win it back next time. Califra said unconvinced. Li Yi's blow was not heavy, and she recovered immediately. A new book is open. Dear visitors, ask for flowers, ask for monthly passes, ask for collections, ask for subscriptions. _ Philo reminds you, 3 things to read collect, push. Chapter 066. CT Sangtak Sister. Kale saw that Califra had lost and immediately ran over. I'm fine, after I go back, I will practice harder. Califra said, not in the slightest discouraged by the loss she had just lost. This is quite similar to the Monkey King. Li Su nodded, appreciating Califra's personality. What move did you just use? Califra asked. This is the afterimage fist, which was taught to me by my father, and your perception of qi is not sharp enough now, and it is easy to be deceived by the afterimage. Li Yi said arrogantly. Uncle, how about you teach me too? Califra said that although she did not admit that Li Su was stronger than his brother, she had to admit that Li Su's strength was very strong, and there would be many strange moves. I used to be an uncle, how did I become an uncle in a blink of an eye? Li Su secretly complained. You can come and study with Xiao Ai every day, but my training is very hard, if you can't stick to it, give up as soon as possible. Li Su said. Li Yi can stick to it, how can this girl not hold on? Califra said that Li Yi has now become her biggest rival. Then you come over tomorrow to practice together. Li Su said, one person is teaching, two people are also teaching, it doesn't matter if there is one more, you can also find an opponent for Li Su. Cal, let's go back. Califra said, pulling Kale away. Xiao Yi, today's cultivation ends here. Li Su said that after a day of cultivation today, he was also tired and needed to rest for a while. Dad, I still want to practice for a while. Li Yi said that the pressure that Califra put on him was increasing. Okay then, brah, you accompany Xiao Yi to cultivate together. Li Su nodded. Ah, Dad, my brother wants to practice, why should I be counted? Bra said with a bitter face, although she did not hate cultivation, she was far less hard than Li Yi's cultivation. I'm Dad, I have the final say. Li Su said. Alright. Bra could only agree with a bitter face, and it was easy to say in other aspects, but in terms of cultivation, no matter how coquettish she was, Li Su would not relax. After Li Su left his cultivation, he found Bulma, who was watching TV. What about Xiao Yi and Bra? Bulma asked. The two of them are still in the cultivation room, let the two of them cultivate for a while more today. Li Su said, walked to Bulma's side and picked Bulma up. Husband, I'm here and that today, no. Bulma knew what Li Su wanted to do, and said a little apologetically. Alright. Li Su could only helplessly put Bulma down. Bulma, it's been more than 4 years since we left Earth this time. Li Su said. According to the timeline, this time is the time when Raditz came to Earth, but because of his little butterfly, the situation is completely different, and it is not certain that Raditz will go to Earth. Well, husband, do you want to go back? Bulma nodded, then asked. Returning to Earth is also cultivation, Xiao Yi and Bra Gang are two friends, going back now is not conducive to their growth. Li Su shook his head. There is Sun Wukong on the other side of the Earth, and now Sun Wulai is much stronger than in the original work, even Vegeta is not his opponent, and nothing will happen. And Sun Wukong has the aura of the protagonist, even if any accident occurs, believe in him and can solve it, he is not the nanny of the Earth, there is no need to take care of everything. Califra's little girl is also quite powerful, and she doesn't lose much to Xiao Yi. Bulma said that Li Yi had these 100,000 combat power as soon as he was born. I am indeed very talented in combat, and if I cultivate it well, my future achievements will definitely not be low. Li Yi said with a smile. You Scions are really a perverted race. Bulma complained. Early the next morning, Li Su came to the cultivation room as usual. Li Yi and Beulah have also risen, Li Yi's requirements are very strict, and Beulah has not complained. Uncle, I'm coming, you quickly teach me all your powerful moves. Califra came with Kyle and said with a big grin. Moves are secondary, strength is fundamental, in the face of absolute strength, any move is useless. Li Su said. I know this, but I don't have absolute strength now. Califra said, suddenly making Li Su not know what to say. Ahem, today I will train you in the control of Qi, and if you want to learn powerful moves, you must first lay a solid foundation. Li Su coughed and continued. After speaking, Li Su took out a pillar and placed it in the middle of the cultivation room, and took out 2 balls and placed them on top of the pillar. You now use the energy ball to knock down the ball in the back. The ball in front cannot move, and the pillar cannot fall, otherwise you must start over. Li Su said. Another point, the ball can't be broken. Li Su added. These 2 balls are ordinary materials, but they cannot withstand any powerful attacks. Is that all? I'll come first. Califra said, feeling nothing difficult. Seeing Califra's confident look, the corners of Li Su's mouth slightly hooked. This training seems simple, but it is very difficult for a frizzy child like Califra to complete, and Li Su just wants to hone Califra's character. Look at me! Shout! Califra's fingertips condensed a ball of energy, showing an arc towards the round ball behind. Boom! The energy ball hit the ball, but both balls exploded directly, and the pillar also fell to the ground. It's just an accident, and next time it will definitely work. Califra said a little embarrassed, went to the frame next to her and took 2 balls and replaced them on the pillar. It will definitely succeed this time. Califra said confidently, but the result was the same. Li Su's several requirements, she did not meet any of them. Uncle, this is too difficult, can you do it yourself? Califra looked at Li Su. The corners of Li Su's mouth were slightly hooked, and he placed 2 balls on the pillar, stood in the position of Califra, and condensed an energy ball on his fingers. Presented an arc to shoot towards the energy ball behind, and after hitting the ball behind, he continued to push the ball and flew half a circle, came to Li Su, and was grabbed by Li Su. The pillar was still standing there, and the round ball in front of it was not moving. Uncle, you are really powerful. Califra said adoringly, her eyes shining. Practice well, you can only do it like me if you control the strength very precisely. Li Su said with a smile. Kair, you help me release the ball, uncle can do it, I can definitely do it. Califra said. Yes, sister. Kale ran over and helped Califra cultivate together. A new book is open. Dear visitors, ask for flowers, ask for monthly passes, ask for collections, ask for subscriptions. _ To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Philo JR. Chapter 067. CT Sangtak Viet.tk. A year later. In the gravity cultivation room, Li Yi and Califra are fighting. Sun Fist. Li Yi's 10 fingers were spread, his hands were on both sides of his head, and he drank loudly, and the whole person was like the sun, blooming with dazzling light. Califra, who was attacking Li Yi, was unable to open her eyes, her hands blocked in front of her, and her original attack could only be abandoned. Hey, hey! Li Yi smiled proudly, quickly moved to Califra's side, and punched Califra, but his unexpected situation appeared, the fist passed through Califra's body, and there was only a phantom in front of him. Califra didn't know when she had already appeared behind Li Yi, and smiled proudly, after image fist, but not only you. The movements in his hands were not slow, and while speaking, his fist had already hit Li Yi. Bang! However, her fist did not hit Li Yi and was caught by Li Yi. I really didn't expect you to use the after-image fist, but do you remember what Dad said when he first taught you to cultivate? In the face of absolute strength, there is no move of any kind. Li Yi said. Bang! After speaking, a punch knocked Califra out. Califra slammed into the wall of the cultivation room, and this battle, she lost again. Li Yi, when did you become so powerful? Califra stood up and rubbed her hit head. Li Su's strength that had just erupted was much stronger than her. Of course, it is the reason why I worked hard to cultivate, but I practiced very hard. Li Yi said proudly, his current combat strength has 300,000. This kind of cultivation speed is already very fast, and the 100,000 combat power at birth is not only a high combat power, but also shows that his cultivation qualification is very good. It's abominable, you secretly practiced without me. Califra crossed her hands at her waist and said very unpleasantly. Dad said that if you lose, you can't take the reason. Li Yi said. I will definitely surpass you. Califra said that she also knew that Li Yi's ability to practice secretly was Li Yi's ability, but she couldn't admit defeat on her lips. I'm leaving in a few days. Li Yi said, mentioning this, his expression suddenly became lonely again. Where are you going? Califra asked. I'm not from the 6th universe, Dad said we're going back to our own universe. Li Yi said. What 6th universe? Califra didn't quite understand. I don't know very well either. Li Yi said. Then can we meet again in the future? Califra asked. It must be possible, even if Dad doesn't bring me, when my own strength improves, I will definitely come here again, but you don't be too weak at that time, otherwise I will beat someone. Li Yi said. Humph, I won't lose to you. Califra Tsundara. Then we'll fight better when we meet next time, Li Yi said. At that time, this girl will crackle a few times and beat you down. Califra said as she danced. By the way, Dad said that scions can be transformed into super scions, and their combat effectiveness will increase by 50 times, and when you become stronger, you can try it. Li Yi suddenly thought. Is it so powerful? Califra's eyes shone with essence. Of course, my dad can transform into a super scion. Li Yi said proudly. What does a super scion look like? Califra continued to ask. Blonde hair, blonde eyebrows, and golden aura wrapped all over. Li Yi described. The next time you see me, I'll definitely be able to transform into a super scion. Califra said, as if she already knew how to transform into a super scion. A few days later, Li Yi and Bulma packed everything and prepared to leave. Xiao Yi, I can come back when I have a chance in the future. Seeing Li Yi's reluctant look, Li Su comforted. Califra said she would come to me today. Li Yi said. Brother, it's not that you don't know Califra, with her big grinning personality, maybe she is still sleeping. Bra said. She also has a good relationship with Califra, and there are only two friends, Califra and Kale, but she really has a headache for Califra's character. At this time, a burst of colorful light lit up in front of them, and then a figure appeared in front of them, it was Bardos. Xiao Yi, let's go. Li Su said. Li Yi followed Li Su to stand behind Bardos, but still looked in the direction of Califra's house. Bardos tapped lightly with his scepter, and a colorful light wrapped them and flew out. At this time, Califra was sleeping. Sister, wake up quickly, didn't you say you were going to send Li Yi today? Kale ran in and shook Califra twice. Cal, what did you say? Califra opened her eyes in confusion and looked at Kale suspiciously. Sister, Li Yi is leaving today. Cal said. Oops, I forgot such an important thing. Califra jumped off the bed and quickly flew in the direction of Li Yi's house. Sister, wait for me. Cal immediately chased after him. When she came to Li Yi's house, Li Yi had already left, and even the house she usually lived in disappeared. It's miserable, the next time I see Li Yi, how should I explain it to him? Califra grabbed her hair with both hands and said in distress. Sister. Kyer hurriedly chased after him. Forget it, it's a big deal to let him fight next time. Califra said. The 6th universe, destroying the God realm. A burst of light flashed, and Li Su and the others appeared here. Li Su, long time no see. Wei said with a smile, knowing that Li Su was going back to the 7th universe today, he specially came to pick up Li Su. Long time no see. Li Su said with a smile that he had also been in the 6th universe for more than 2 years. It's just that for more than 2 years, most of them have stayed on the planet Sherida, and he has not seen any of the masters of the 6th universe in the original work. However, he is only really interested in Hit, but his current strength is too different from Hit. Even if he meets Hit, it does not mean anything. Sister, I went back first, as an angel, I can't leave my universe for too long. Why said. Bardos nodded and glanced at Li Su. Goodbye, Bardos. Li Su waved his hand. Goodbye. With a slight swipe of the scepter in his hand, the space in front of him cracked open, and Li Su and Bulma flew in. A new book is open. Dear visitors, ask for flowers, ask for monthly passes, ask for collections, ask for subscriptions. _ Philo reminds you, 3 things to read collect, push. Chapter 068. CT Sangtak.tk. The 7th Universe, Destroying the God Realm. There was a fluctuation in space, and Weiss and the others walked out from inside. Finally back to the 7th Universe. Li Su sighed that when he was in the 6th Universe, he always had a feeling of passing by and lacked a sense of belonging. Li Su, you have been in the 6th universe for so long, let me see how much you have grown. Weiss said. Good. Weiss is willing to be a sparring partner, Li Su is naturally willing. In the past 2 years, he has not fought with anyone well, although the days are calm, but his strength has improved a lot. Personal Information Panel. Name, Li Su. Age, 31. Combat Effectiveness, 120 million. Laws, Law of Force, 18/100, Law of Space, 14/100, Law of Time, 2/100. Possessed plugins, Intermediate Automatic Cultivation Plugin, can automatically increase 200 combat power every day. Intermediate Savvy Plugin, can learn 2-star moves in seconds. Legendary Super Scion Bloodline Plugin, Nuclear Regeneration Physique Plugin. During this time in the 6th universe, he comprehended a new law, the Law of Time. Time is king, space is respected, plus the Law of Force. These 3 laws are the 3 most powerful laws. Li Su divided the effect of automatic cultivation into 3, but it was not evenly distributed. The Law of Force accounted for half of the effect, and the Law of Time and Space each accounted for a quarter. After all, the Law of Force was the law of his main cultivation, and he must speed up the cultivation progress of the Law of Force. Li Su directly became Super Scion 2, fighting with Weiss. He did not have the qualifications to retain his strength, and in this state, his combat power reached 12 billion. It's a lot of improvement, but at this rate alone, it's unlikely that you'll overtake Lord Beerus before Lord Beerus wakes up. Weiss said. Whether it can be exceeded or not, I can't say for sure now. Li Su said. Kicking the ground with his foot, he slammed towards Weiss. Swish! Li Su was directly a fierce attack, and his punches were as fast as lightning, forming a heavy fist shadow. However, every punch is almost enough to hit Weiss, but this little bit seems to be a heavenly barrier. No matter what, it cannot be crossed. Abominable! The feeling of suffocation from before surged back in my heart, and the strength in my body was like hitting cotton. Jumping back, Li Su took the initiative to leave the distance. Why don't you fight? Your progress is afraid of a little. Weiss said. I didn't say I wouldn't fight. With my strength, I can't at all. Now let you see my tricks. Li Su said with a smile. Interesting. Weiss said with a smile. He wanted to see what kind of trick Li Su had. Buzz. Li Su used the Law of Force, and his combat effectiveness suddenly increased to more than 30 billion. The Law of Force has improved again, not bad. Weiss nodded in satisfaction, but his expression still did not change, waiting for Li Su's trick. Turtle Pi Qigong Wave. Li Su's hands were calyx-shaped, placed on his right waist, and a little light lit up from between his palms, gradually getting bigger, and in a blink of an eye, it was the size of a football. With Li Su's loud drink, the energy ball was pushed out. Weiss was a little unclear, so it was impossible for such a move to hit him. And he believed that Li Su's trick could never be as simple as this. The body was slightly deflected, and the energy ball was dodged by Weiss. However, Li Su seemed to have expected all this for a long time, and his expression did not change at all. Turn. With a flick of both hands, the energy ball turned back. Time pause. Li Su used the law of time to stop the time around him, and everything turned grey and white, only Weiss still looked at him with a smile. Weiss's comprehension of the law of time is much deeper than Li Su's, and Li Su uses the law of time in front of him, and he has the feeling of playing a big knife in front of Guangong. But Li Su was not disappointed, and the corners of his mouth were slightly hooked. The energy ball that originally had a distance behind Weiss suddenly disappeared, and then appeared behind Weiss, as if there was no road in the middle. Seeing that the energy ball was about to hit Weiss, Weiss's body was slightly sideways and dodged. Bang! The energy ball failed to hit Weiss and flew into the distance, where an explosion occurred. Li Su was a little disappointed. He used all the means, but still failed to hit Weiss. His time pause just now was only used to confuse Weiss. The real killing move is the law of space behind, so that the energy ball directly realizes the space jump. As long as Weiss does not pay attention to it, it is possible to be hit. The law of force, the law of time, the law of space, you really surprised me. Weiss said with a smile. Li Su's performance was a little beyond his expectations. Did you end up using the Freedom Extreme skill? Li Su asked. He thought for a moment. Weiss didn't seem to have sensed his intentions just now, and finally dodged his attack, which was also a bit like an instinctive reaction of the body. Do you still know the extreme effort? This is a move that is difficult for even the god of destruction to master. Weiss laughed, his expression stunned for a moment. The theory of free extreme intention is a move. In fact, it is more like an artistic conception, free extreme artistic conception, so that the body is free from the shackles of consciousness. But this is easier said than done, and even the god of destruction cannot be perfect. It seems that my attack is not without effect. Li Su said with a smile, knowing that Weiss relied on his own extreme skill to avoid his attack. His mood was much better. Dad. Li Yi and Bra saw that the battle was over and ran over. Weiss, these two little guys have good qualifications, help me adjust if you have time. Li Su said that there is free labor, and there is no need to use it in vain. I'm dedicated to the god of destruction, and I'd be very angry if Lord Beerus knew about it. Weiss said. I'm also thinking about Beerus, and having a few more masters in the 7th universe is also a good thing for him. Li Su said seriously. Okay, but last time I had a big meal like that, I wanted 5. Weiss said. I don't know if he was really fooled by Li Su or tempted by the food. A new book is open. Dear visitors, ask for flowers, ask for monthly passes, ask for collections, ask for subscriptions. To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Philo JR. Chapter 069. CT Sangtak.Viet.Tk. Weiss, can you help me find out the location of Monkey King? Li Su said. Sun Wukong is likely to be in the universe now, unless Sun Wukong bursts out with powerful qi, it is not so easy for Li Su to find him. This is easy. Weiss knocked on the ground with the scepter in his hand, and a light curtain suddenly popped out, which showed Sun Wukong, but there were others besides Sun Wukong. How did they meet? Li Su said with some doubt. On the screen, Sun Wukong is fighting with 2 people, these 2 people Li Su knows, it is the Apicardo brothers who appeared in the theatrical version. Li Su's right index and middle fingers were pressed to the center of his eyebrows, sensing Sun Wukong's qi, but he couldn't sense it. The Destruction God Realm is a special space, and even if Weiss gives him the right to enter and exit freely, he is a little unable to sense the qi that is so far away. Moreover, Sun Wukong's qi at this time was still very small, which increased the difficulty of Li Su's perception. Weiss, where are they? Li Su asked. On a planet in the North Galaxy called Ged Target. Weiss said. Bulma, I'm going to come and see, will you come with me? Li Su looked at Bulma. Of course I want to go. Bulma held Li Su's arm, afraid that Li Su would leave alone. Xiaoi, brah, you stay here for a while, I'll be right back. Li Su said, and then used teleportation to leave. He didn't go directly to the planet Gadimu. With his current strength, he couldn't move so far with teleportation, so he could only choose a few points in the middle and teleportation multiple times. The planet Ged is a planet located on the edge of the northern galaxy, and the Ged people living on it are still in the state of primitive people, although they already have human form, but the civilization is low, and the combat effectiveness is not very high. In a deserted area of the planet Gedem, Monkey King is fighting the Apicardo brothers. Sun Wukong's whole body was wrapped in white qi, and one person faced the attack of the two, which seemed a little difficult, and was pressed and beaten by the two. Sun Wukong's combat effectiveness has improved a lot. Li Su took Bulma to the planet Gadimu, but did not directly reach the battlefield, but chose a random place, sensed Sun Wukong's qi, and found that Sun Wukong's combat power was about 3 million. Everyone else seems to be here. Li Su also found several other qi, some of which surprised him, one of which was Vegeta, and he didn't know how Sun Wukong still got mixed up with Vegeta. The second is Sun Gohan and Kiki, how these two people also followed Sun Goku to the universe. In addition, Klin, Bic, Tianjin Fan and others are also here, but after all, they came to the universe with Sun Wukong to cultivate, and it is natural that they are here. Husband, let's go quickly. Bulma said, not seeing each other again, she missed everyone a little. Li Su nodded, and continued to approach the direction of the battlefield, suppressing his breath, not ready to appear for the time being. On the battlefield, Sun Wukong and A fought very fiercely. We can't help with a fight like this. Klin smiled bitterly, his current combat strength is only tens of thousands, although it is much stronger than before, it is still very weak compared to the three people who are fighting. Damn, I've been overtaken so much. Bic said with some reluctance. Having been cultivating in the universe for so long, although his strength is constantly improving, the gap with Sun Wukong is constantly increasing. Dad will definitely win. Sun Gohan said firmly, his current combat effectiveness is not low, and he is stronger than Klin. Gohan, while Goku is fighting them, let's go and get their spaceship so as not to be destroyed by the battle. Kiki said. Mom, Daddy is still fighting them. Sun Gohan frowned. Goku will definitely win, as long as you get their spaceship and return to Earth to sell it, you can buy a lot of study materials for you, and the money for asking the teacher to make up the lesson is also available. Kiki said. All right. Sun Gohan said weakly, and flew aside with Kiki. Bang! During the battle, under the joint attack of the Apicardo brothers, Sun Wukong revealed a flaw and was knocked out. Boom! A large pit was smashed in the ground, and the dust raised drowned Sun Wukong's figure. Goku, Klin and the others were worried. It's really interesting, at this time, Sun Wukong still hides his strength. Li Su said with interest, taking Bulma to secretly observe Sun Wukong's battle. Although Sun Wukong's basic combat power is 3 million, it is obvious that there is still a Realm King Fist that has not been used, and if he uses the Realm King Fist, I am afraid that the Apicardo brothers would have been defeated long ago. The Apicardo brothers now only have 4 million combat power, and they do not have the strength they had when they appeared in the theatrical version. When the lower Apicardo brothers merge, I am afraid that Sun Wukong will suffer again. Li Su shook his head, he didn't really agree with Sun Wukong's approach. Monkey King likes to let his opponent use his full strength, so that he himself can get a lot of improvement in battle, but once the opponent is stronger than him, there will be danger. The dust cleared, and Sun Wukong's figure reappeared in front of everyone. His top had been completely shattered, there were many scars on his body, and there was still a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. I haven't met such an opponent for a long time. Sun Wukong said excitedly, wiping a trace of blood from the corner of his mouth. He was completely enjoying the battle. Realm King Fist! Sun Wukong shouted loudly, and a layer of red qi appeared on his body, and his combat effectiveness suddenly increased by half. Damn, I am the Scion Prince, the strongest Scion. Vegeta felt that Sun Wukong's qi had become strong again, and his fists were clenched tightly, very unwillingly. His experience during this period was also a twist and turn, and after witnessing the battle between Li Su and Kainu, he learned to control his qi. And through cultivation, his strength has improved to a certain extent, and when Frisia sent Dororia to kill him, he was killed by him. Since then, he has been in exile in space, because his spaceship is equipped with a monitor, so the people of the Frisia Legion can always find traces of him. While fleeing, Nappa and Raditz were killed by the Frisia Legion. However, most of the people of the Frisia Legion were not his opponents, and he was surrounded by the people of the Frisia Legion many times, and finally killed them all. But there are also people under Frisia who are stronger than Vegeta, and Kainu and the others were killed by Li Su, and Frisia sent the Apicardo brothers to hunt down Vegeta. Vegeta met Sun Wukong and others in the universe, and some unpleasantness occurred, but Sun Wukong's strength was already much stronger than Vegeta, and he easily defeated Vegeta, but Sun Wukong did not kill Vegeta. However, at this time, the Apicardo brothers came, and Sun Wukong and others fought with the Apicardo brothers again. A new book is open. Dear visitors, ask for flowers, ask for monthly passes, ask for collections, ask for subscriptions. Philo reminds you, 3 things to read collect, push. Chapter 070. CT Sangtak Sun Wukong rushed out, and in a blink of an eye, he came to the Apicardo brothers, and punched Oppo out. At this time Cardo attacked Sun Wukong, which was easily dodged by Sun Wukong, and then kicked Cardo out with another kick. It is worthy of the Monkey King, and the combat effectiveness is only 500,000 higher, and it can crush the Apicardo brothers. Li Su nodded secretly. This is mainly due to the fact that the Apicardo brothers' control of Qi is not comparable to Sun Wukong, followed by Sun Wukong's rich combat experience, which may not be comparable to Li Sudu. Great! Klin was very happy to see that Sun Wukong had the upper hand. If Sun Wukong can't beat the Apicardo brothers, they are likely to explain here today. After stabilizing their figures, the Apicardo brothers looked at each other and stood together. Fit! The two drank loudly at the same time, and a whirlwind wrapped the two of them and spun up quickly, and in the center of the whirlwind, a huge qi was forming. After the whirlwind dispersed, a purple-skinned man appeared in front of them, with a single horn on his head, much larger than the two brothers before. What's going on? Sun Wukong was a little confused, and at the same time his expression was a little solemn, and he felt the powerful qi of the other party. Let's take it. Apicardo rushed towards Sun Wukong, directly knocked Sun Wukong into the sky, and then quickly moved above Sun Wukong, punching Sun Wukong down. Boom! Sun Wukong smashed on the ground, the whole person was embedded in the ground, and the dust raised submerged his figure. What kind of monster is this? It has become so much stronger at once. Klin broke out in a cold sweat, and the previous joy was completely gone. Monkey King is in danger. Tianjin Rice also had a solemn face, and Apicardo's qi was too strong, so strong that none of them had the courage to resist. 80 million combat strength, not much different from fusion. Li Su nodded secretly. After the combination of Apicardo, the strength was equivalent to 10 times that of the two after the combat power was combined. Tenfold Realm King Fist. There was a loud shout of Sun Wukong in the dust, and then Sun Wukong rushed out. Bang! A punch went towards Apicardo, but the fist was grabbed by Abicado, and Sun Goku then kicked Apicardo's stomach again, kicking Apicardo out. Bang bang! After smashing several boulders in succession, Apicardo stopped, and was finally buried in the rubble. Haha! Sun Wukong's expression did not relax, and he began to gasp. The load of the Realm King fist on his body was very large, and he was already a little unable to support it. Boom! Apicardo came from the rubble and stopped not far from the Monkey King. You're very good, look at my super energy destruction wave. Apicardo laughed. I saw a layer of green gas appear around Apicardo's body, and then it was sucked into the body by Apicardo, forming a ball of energy and spitting it out to Sun Wukong. Turtle Sect Qigong Wave. Sun Wukong also launched a ball of energy over, and the two collided in the middle, starting a competition, and Sun Wukong was pushed back continuously. Not good. Clin hurriedly said, wanting to go up to help, but thinking of his strength, he still didn't go up. 20-fold Realm King Fist. Sun Wukong shouted, and the momentum on his body doubled again. And he instantly threw 2 energy balls into the sky. This next move, Super Wahahabo, is not so easy to dodge. Apicardo said with a smile, a little surprised that Sun Wukong actually blocked his move. Apicardo clasped his hands together, then separated, and a green energy ball appeared in the middle of his palms, and as the distance between his hands expanded, the energy ball gradually became larger. Super Wahaha no Bo! Apicardo roared, spitting out a ball of energy in his mouth, and after passing through that green ball of energy, it turned into many small balls of energy. It's like a machine gun, constantly firing out. Oops! Sun Wukong casually knocked a few energy balls towards him, but many energy balls flew towards Clin, Tianjin Fan, and others. Run! Everyone's faces changed drastically. The two of Vic and Vegeta were stronger, and although they were a little hard, they still hit their energy balls and flew away, and Tianjin Fan was lucky and dodged them all. The rest of Clin was not so lucky, and after barely dodging one, another came at him, and he was no longer able to dodge. Clin! Sun Wukong roared unwillingly, wanting to go to the rescue, but at this time, even if he used teleportation immediately, it was too late. Bang! After the energy ball hits Clin, it explodes, engulfing Clin in flames. The dust dispersed, and there was no longer Clin's figure in place, and he could not feel Clin's chi. Unforgivable! Monkey King becomes extremely angry. Clin is his best friend, and the two learn from the Turtle Immortals and fight side by side later. Suddenly, Sun Wukong's hair changed between golden yellow and black. Li Su, Wukong, what's going on? Clin asked. At the moment of the explosion, Li Su came out to save Clin and covered up Clin's chi, so that Sun Wukong thought that Clin was dead. Scions can transform into Super Scions under certain conditions, and Sun Wukong is now qualified for all other conditions, and only needs to be catalyzed with pure anger. Li Su explained. Super Scion? Vegeta seems to have said that too. Clin said. Vegeta himself doesn't know much about Super Science either. Li Su shook his head. Ugh! Sun Wukong shouted. His hair was completely stabilized in golden yellow, and his whole body was wrapped in golden chi. How is it possible? Vegeta was shocked and unwilling, his fist clenched with green tendons exposed, and the golden scion was exactly the same as the legendary warrior among the scions. A new book is open. Dear visitors, ask for flowers, ask for monthly passes, ask for collections, ask for subscriptions. _ Philo reminds you, 3 things to read collect, push. Chapter 071. CT Sangtakviet.tk. Damn, even if the legend is true, I should be the first to become a Super Scion. I am the most powerful genius among the Scion. Vegeta roared unwillingly. He was actually surpassed by a lower-level Scion warrior, and not even a little. Ugh! Vegeta shouted and rushed towards Apicardo, but as soon as he reached Apicardo, he was slapped away by Apicardo. It's unforgivable that you actually killed Klin. Sun Wukong said angrily. Jumping up, a golden light rushed towards Apocadu, and in a blink of an eye, he was in front of Apicardo, and before Apicardo could react, he knocked Apicardo out. So strong! Vic was shocked. Daddy's chi is much stronger. Gohan held a spaceship and glanced in the direction of Son Goku. I just said that Goku will definitely win, and the matter of protecting the Earth in the future can be left to Sun Wukong, and you can rest assured to be a scholar. Kiki said. But I also want my father to protect the Earth together. Son Gohan said weakly. The safety of the Earth is left to Goku, you have to be a scholar, so that you can live well in the future. Kiki yelled. But if you sell these spaceships, you will have a lot of money at home, and you can live very well. Son Gohan said. It seems to be right. Kiki was stunned for a moment and said. Li Su, is this what you said about Super Saiyan? It's so powerful. Klin said in shock. Humph, what's great, my husband can also change. Bulma said arrogantly. Li Su, are you also a Saiyan? Klin asked. Sort of. Li Su said that although he had the Saiyan bloodline through the plug-in, he was no different from the Saiyan now. I haven't seen you in years, you're stronger now. Klin said. Of course it's very strong, but my husband is the most powerful. Before Li Su could speak, Bulma spoke. Seeing Bulma's appearance, Li Su smiled helplessly. On the battlefield, Apicardo was not the opponent of the Super Saiyan Monkey King at all, and was completely crushed. Damn, a lower-level Saiyan warrior can do it, and I will definitely be able to, and I will definitely surpass Kakarot when the time comes. Vegeta said through gritted teeth. Seeing the great strength of the Super Saiyan, Vegeta was very jealous. Turtle Sect Kigong Wave. Sun Wukong flew Apicardo into the sky, and then an energy ball was launched, pushing Apicardo into the universe, and with a bang, turned into cosmic dust. Win! Tianjin Fan said happily. Goku. Klin also flew over at this time, and Sun Wukong has transformed into a Super Saiyan, so it doesn't matter if he is not dead. Klin, you're alive. Monkey King 10. It was Li Su who saved me. Klin rode. At this time, Li Su and Bulma also flew over. Li Su, why are you also here? Sun Wukong asked excitedly. Just came back from other places, learned about your side, and rushed over. Li Su said with a smile. It's you. At this time, Vegeta also saw Li Su and recognized it. Li Su, do you know each other? Klin asked. His impression of Vegeta was not very good, but because Son Goku directly defeated Vegeta, he was not afraid of Vegeta. I've seen it once before. Li Su said. Damn it, I'll definitely surpass you, Kakarot. Vegeta said and flew away. Goku, when you transformed into a Super Saiyan just now, you were really powerful. Klin said excitedly. I don't know what's going on. Sun Wukong laughed innocently and disturbed his head. Dad. Son Gohan also flew over with a spaceship at this time, put the spacecraft aside, and ran to Sun Wukong's side. Gohan, you're great this time too. Sun Wukong touched Son Gohan's head. Li Su, Wukong. At this time, the voice of the King of the Northern Realm suddenly sounded in everyone's ears. Lord Realm King. Goku, Frieza is on his way to Namek, who is about to face a catastrophe. The King of the Northern Realm said. Leave it to me. Li Su said that he had used the Dragon Ball of Namex and owed the Great Elder a favor, and now he had the ability, and it was okay to help. It's just that he can't figure out how Frieza still went to Namesing. Then please. The king of the northern realm said that he still understood Li Su's strength, and Li Su promised to make a move, and he was much more relieved. Li Su, is Frisia strong? Monkey King asked. After several years of training in the universe, they have also heard of Frisia's name, but they don't know much about Frisia's strength. In the past, Frisia was only a little weaker than your transformation into a Super Saiyan, and now what strength Frisia is, I don't know very well. Li Su said. I really want to fight him. Sun Wukong said excitedly. I'm going to. Vic said that as a nemesis, he had also spent some time on Nami, and now that Namex was in trouble, he knew that he was not Frisia's opponent, but he had to rush over. Let's go too. Tianjin Rice and Klin said. Gaku, you should learn to teleport by now, you take everyone over, I still have some things to deal with, I will rush over soon. Li Su said. This time to Namexing, he is going to take Li Yi and Bora with him. Okay. Sun Wukong nodded. Li Su took Bulma and walked away directly with teleportation. The seventh universe, destroying the God realm. Li Yi and Bra, two little guys, are observing the situation on the planet Gadimia through the screen. He's what Dad said, Uncle Monkey King. Li Yi pointed to the screen and said. I even turned into a Super Saiyan, so powerful. Bra said excitedly, as if watching a TV series, and applauded from time to time. I will definitely transform into a Super Saiyan and become as powerful as my dad when the time comes. Li Yi said firmly. This Vegeta seems to be a Saiyan too, but it's so weak. Bra frowned. Swoosh. Li Su returned with Bulma. Dad, Mom. When the two little guys saw Li Su and Bulma returning, they immediately pounced. A new book is open. Dear visitors, ask for flowers, ask for monthly passes, ask for collections, ask for subscriptions. _ To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please download PhiloJR. Chapter 072. CT Sangtak.Viet.tk. Weiss, I'll take the two little ones on a trip to Namex. Li Su said. That Mizing is in big trouble this time, good luck. Weiss said with a smile, making Li Su a little confused. Li Su didn't care so much at the moment, took the two little guys and Bulma, and directly used teleportation to leave. Namexin. On top of a towering boulder, there is a room in the shape of a beetle, which is the residence of the Great Elder. Sun Wukong and the others just arrived at Namex, and they came directly here. He looks like Uncle Vic. Sun Gohan looked at Nero and was surprised in his heart. It's so big. Klin looked up at the Great Elder, also looking surprised. Guests from afar, thank you for coming to help us. The Great Elder said weakly, with a 3-point dead aura in his expression, obviously time was running out. Hehe, I just want to fight a powerful enemy. Sun Wukong smiled innocently. Let me improve your strength for you, and it can be regarded as a reward for you. The Great Elder said, he had a hunch that the enemy was strong this time. Vic had the experience of the last time and walked directly to the side of the Great Elder, who put his hand on top of his head, and the potential chi in Vic Kerr's body was immediately channeled out. So strong. The combat effectiveness has suddenly increased from more than 200,000 to about 500,000. Child, it seems that you have practiced very hard in recent years. The Great Elder said with satisfaction that if it weren't for Vic himself's own efforts, even if he developed his potential again, he would not be able to improve so much. Which of you comes first? The Great Elder looked at the others again. I'll come. Klin ran over excitedly, and Bike's strength increased so much at once, which made him very envious. The Great Elder put his hand on Klin's shiny head, and a fierce momentum erupted from Klin's body, although it was not as good as Vic Kerr, but it was also very good. 130,000, my combat effectiveness has actually increased so much. Klin was very excited, he had been cultivating in the universe for several years, and his combat effectiveness had only increased to more than 30,000 points. And now in just a short moment, it was several times the results of his cultivation in the past few years. "Thank you, Grand Elder," Clin said gratefully. "I'm just channeling the potential into your body, and how much you can improve depends on yourself." The Great Elder shook his head. The results of Clin's cultivation in the past few years are not only the strength on the surface, there are many things that are invisible. Next, the Great Elder developed the potential for Tianjin rice, and his combat effectiveness increased to 150,000, which was slightly stronger than Clin. The Great Elder looked at Sun Wukong again, but Sun Wukong shook his head and said, "I still like to cultivate to improve, thank you for your kindness." "Gohan, there you go," Sun Wukong said to Sun Wuhan. When Sun Wuhan heard this, he walked to the Great Elder, and the Great Elder developed the potential for Sun Wuhan, and his combat effectiveness suddenly skyrocketed to 300,000, surpassing Clin and Tianjin rice. "It's so much potential, like that, I can only develop part of it," the Great Elder exclaimed. Ahem. Having developed potential for several people in a row, the Great Elder had some exhaustion on his face. "Great Elder, are you all right?" Niru asked worriedly. "It's okay, it's just a little tired, just take a break," the Great Elder said. "Su." At this time, Li Su came over with Bulma and two little guys. "Great Elder, long time no see," Li Su said with a smile. "When you come, I will be relieved, this time the enemy is very strong, and the nemesis is about to face a disaster," the Great Elder said with a smile, feeling relieved. "You look tired, this fairy bean can help people regain their strength," Li Su said, and a fairy bean in the shadows was thrown to the Great Elder. The Great Elder did not refuse, and after eating the immortal beans, his physical strength suddenly recovered. "I didn't expect Li Su to have fairy beans here." Sun Wukong said that when they first came out, they also brought a lot of immortal beans, but they have been consumed in the past few years. "Li Su, who are the two of them?" Clin looked at Li Yi and Bora. "They are my sons and daughters," Li Su introduced. "I can't imagine that you also have children like Goku," Clin said, with some envy in his eyes. "Great Elder, you'd better let all the nemesis gather together and gather the Dragon Balls. If there is any accident, you can also let the Divine Dragon transfer everyone away," Li Su said. The Great Elder nodded, turned his head to look at Niru, and said, "Nilu, go and inform everyone." Niru heard this and flew away. "Frisia should be a few days away from reaching Namex, so you can get used to your new strength," Li Su continued. Everyone nodded. The combat effectiveness has increased so much at once, and the control of Qi is not as good as before. In the cultivation room, Li Yi and Sun Gohan were training against each other. "The strength of the two little guys has surpassed us." Clin watched the battle between the two and smiled a little bitterly. "Gohan is a little better, Li Yi is only more than a year old, I really don't know how he cultivates." Tianjin Fan said, he was also a little shocked. "Uncle Clin, Uncle Tianjin Rice, my brother and I have 100,000 combat power as soon as we were born, which you can't envy," Bra said, and a magic mending knife came. "Scions are a bunch of monsters." Clin said every scion he knew was that strong. In another cultivation room, Sun Wukong, who is in the state of Super Saiyan, is fighting Li Su, and Li Su has not transformed into a Super Saiyan, but he can still fight with Sun Wukong. Suddenly, Li Su disappeared, and then several Li Su figures appeared in the cultivation room. After Image Fist? No, everyone can feel the Qi. Sun Wukong remained vigilant, he couldn't tell which one was the real Li Su. Bang! Li Su appeared in front of Sun Wukong and punched Sun Wukong's stomach, directly allowing Sun Wukong to launch the Super Saiyan state. It took a while for Sun Wukong to ease. "Li Su, your strength is so strong," Sun Wukong said excitedly, he turned into a Super Saiyan and was defeated. You can get to that level later. Li Su said with a smile. What move did you just use, and why do I feel that every one of them has chi? Monkey King said. The gas doppelganger is mainly used to confuse the enemy. Li Su said that he learned it from the planet Adrath. A new book is open. Dear visitors, ask for flowers, ask for monthly passes, ask for collections, ask for subscriptions. Philo reminds you, 3 things to read collect, push. Chapter 073. CT Sangtakviet.tk. P.S. For after all, I am a male god, use urge ticket to add more. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. On this day, everyone was cultivating, but suddenly felt a huge movement. What happened? Everyone flew out of the cultivation room and found that a planet had crashed into Namex, more precisely, that planet was devouring Namex. What's going on? Except for Li Su, everyone else was a little unclear. This is then Gao Xing. Li Su said that this scene reminded him of the plot of Metal Gula invading Namex in the theatrical version. Did Gula not die last time, or did he meet Bai Jio Star like in the original book and turned into Metal Gura? Li Su secretly said, besides that, he couldn't think of why Bai Jiaoxing would come here. What is Bai Gao Xing? Clin asked suspiciously. A long time ago, a computer chip in the cosmic graveyard enhanced its own energy due to long-term energy action, and then it absorbed the matter of the universe as energy, and gradually formed a huge mechanical star, then a high star. Li Su explained. So what now? If this continues, the nemesis will be destroyed. Sun Wukong said. Frisia has not yet arrived, but a troublesome Bai Jio star has come first. Get ready to fight, the enemy is already here. Li Su said. As soon as Li Su finished speaking, some robots appeared in everyone's eyes and surrounded them. Tap-da-da. Behind the many robots, a special person came out, it was none other than Metal Gula. You don't seem surprised to see me. Gula said. It's just a piece of garbage, what's there to be surprised about? I didn't kill it once, and I killed it again. Li Su said disdainfully, but he didn't expect that Gula would still become a Metal Gula like in the original work. Li Su, do you know him? Monkey King asked in a low voice. He is Frisia's older brother Gura. Li Su said. Is he strong? Monkey King continued to ask, looking very interested. Stronger than Frisia before. Li Su said that he didn't know what Frisia had become now, and Weiss's words made him feel that the current Frisia was not simple. Great, he'll leave it to me. Sun Wukong said excitedly. I'm okay with that. Li Su said. Gula, I'll fight you. Sun Wukong walked forward for a distance and said. Humph, it's the same to kill him when I kill you. Gula was a little angry. Li Su actually looked down on him like this, he must torture Li Su well. Xiaoi, Bra, prepare for battle, and these robots will be handed over to you. Li Su said. Okay, Dad. The two of them rubbed their hands, and this was their first battle. One by one, the robots attacked towards everyone, and Li Su directly took Bulma to the distance in an instant. Such a battle, he did not plan to participate. Look at me. Bra condensed a ball of energy, threw it at one of the robots, and with a bang, hit the robot head-on without causing any damage. Will the front be like this? Bra said. Be careful. Li Yi saw another robot attacking Beulah, and immediately flew over and punched the robot, but the robot still did not react. Clin and Tianjin Rice were also forced to rush with robots, and the mecha of these robots were very strange and not so easy to deal with. Xiao Yi, learn to find out the enemy's weaknesses. Li Su's voice sounded next to Li Yi's ears. Li Yi began to get serious, dodging the robot's attacks while looking for the robot's weaknesses. There you have it. Suddenly, Li Yi's eyes lit up, condensed his chi into his fist, and hit the robot. Boom! Directly smashed the robot into two, and then exploded with a bang. Brah, condense the chi at one point, these robots are just mecha very hard. Li Yi said to the embarrassed Bora. Brother, if you don't say I'll find out too. Bra said unpleasantly, but still did what Li Yi said, and destroyed a robot with one punch. Li Su saw that Li Yi discovered the robot's weakness so quickly, and nodded with satisfaction. Vic and others also quickly discovered the weakness of the robot and eliminated several robots at once, but the number of robots was large, and wave after wave came up. Sun Wukong's side is a little miserable, crushed by Metal Gula, and is not an opponent at all. Metal Gura has 10 billion energy, not 10 billion combat power. It was like a 10-fold turtle shockwave, it only condensed 10 times the chi, and its power was at most 2 or 3 times its own combat power. Gula with 10 billion energy, the real combat power is about hundreds of millions, a little stronger than before, but not too strong, but such strength can also crush Sun Wukong. Bang bang! Sun Wukong is like a human flesh sandbag, in the hands of Metal Gula, there is no way to fight back. Bang! At this moment, Sun Wukong transformed into a Super Saiyan and suddenly burst into flames, breaking Metal Gula's arm with a punch. However, a strange scene appeared, and Gula's arm immediately recovered. My weaknesses will be patched up immediately by the main computer of the higher star, and unless you can kill me completely, I will become stronger. Metal Gula smiled proudly. But you can also transform into a Super Saiyan, which surprised me a bit. What? Sun Wukong looked incredulous. It seems that this Metal Gula is even worse than I thought. Li Su watched from a distance and shook his head. Metal Gula was actually broken by Sun Wukong's punch, indicating that Metal Gula's physical strength is far from keeping up with his combat power, that is, it is only repaired by using the energy of Bai Jiaoxing, otherwise he may not even be able to fight the current Sun Wukong. The Monkey King continued to attack Metal Gula, punching Gula in the stomach, breaking Gula in two, but Gula immediately recovered. Monkey King felt tricky, this ability was too difficult to deal with. It's so strong, but I won't admit defeat. Sun Wukong said, not afraid, but some excitement. Shout! Sun Wukong rushed out and punched Gula's body, this time Gula had nothing to do, but instead choked his neck. What's wrong, where did the momentum go just now? Gula smiled proudly. Sun Wukong struggled to remove Gula's hand but couldn't. You're finished, Super Saiyan. A new book is open. Dear visitors, ask for flowers, ask for monthly passes, ask for collections, ask for subscriptions. To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please download PhiloJR. Chapter 074. CT Sangtak.Viet.Tk. P.S. For after all, I am a male god, use urge ticket to add more. Bang! At this moment, Metal Gula was kicked and flew out, and the person who did it was Li Su. Li Su, this is my opponent. Monkey King said. I remember you seemed to have been killed by him just now. Li Su said speechlessly. Hehe, hand him over to me, I will definitely beat him hard. Sun Wukong said with an embarrassed smile and scratched his head, if Li Su hadn't saved him just now, he would have saved the danger. Gaku, you can even laugh at this time. Bulma in front of Li Su said. Bulma, how did you become so small? Sun Wukong looked at Bulma, who turned into a mini-state curiously, he didn't notice it just now. Damn Saiyan monkeys! At this time, Gula rushed over angrily, his face was hideous, and when he saw Li Su's disdainful look, he couldn't suppress the anger in his heart. What a waste! Li Su said with disdain. Bang! When Gula rushed in front of him, Li Su put his knee on Gula's stomach, causing Gula's movements to stop abruptly. Immediately afterwards, Li Su pinched Gula's neck again, squeezed it hard, and broke his neck, tearing out one wire after another. Seeing that Gula showed signs of recovery, Li Su opened his 5 fingers and fired several energy balls at Gula's body and head, completely blowing up Gula. Li Su, didn't you say that you would hand it over to me? Sun Wukong complained and said that he had finally encountered such a strong opponent and had not fought enough. What I killed is just a replica, if you want to fight, there are many more over there. Li Su shrugged and said, glancing ahead. Sun Wukong followed Li Su's line of sight. There were many metal gulas, densely packed, making people's scalps itch. That's too much. Sun Wukong also broke out in a cold sweat. 1 metal gula is enough for him to fight, so many at once, where can he fight? No amount of waste is just waste. Li Su said disdainfully, the Dragon Ball world has never been won by numbers. Bang bang! Li Su turned into a Super Saiyan and rushed over, like a wolf into a flock, punching one by one, and constantly having metal gula being knocked out. I'd rather see how much metal gula can be made than the energy of the high star. Li Su said that he was clear about the situation of metal gula, and it was not infinite. I had to bite the bullet. Sun Wukong said, seeing Li Su fighting there, he also had some itchy hands, and rushed into the metal gula group with Li Su. In outer space of Namenex, a huge spaceship was in the airship, and inside the spacecraft, Frisia sat on a small flying machine, watching with interest the approaching nemesis. Sobel, how long before I land? Frisia asked. King Frisia, there is still an hour to land, but your father, King Kurd, has also come to Namex, and he will land 1 step ahead of us. Sobel said. Sobel is the commander of Frisia's legion in Dragon Ball Super, and because Kainu and the others were all killed, he became Frisia's right-hand man. Let him grab the Dragon Ball first, and save me trouble. Frisia laughed. King Frisia, according to the reaction of the probe, there are several powerful combat forces on Namex, and there should be someone fighting. Sobel continued. How many combat effectiveness tests are there? Frisia asked. It has exceeded the upper limit of the latest combat power detector, and we cannot detect it. Sobel said. Cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. The latest combat power detector can detect the maximum combat power of 100 million, which shows that the opponent's strength has exceeded 100 million, which makes him a little afraid. Then forget it, land quickly. Frisia said, not worried in the slightest. Yes, King Frisia. Sobel said. On the battlefield, Li Su and Sun Wukong have almost solved the metal gula. In fact, all of them were solved by Li Su, and the Monkey King is very reluctant to deal with a metal gula. Goku, if you want to truly kill Gura, you must destroy the mastermind of Baitaka. Li Su said. Where is the mastermind? Sun Wukong asked. His whole body was already scarred, he was beaten most of the time. If Li Su hadn't helped him a few times along the way, maybe he would have been beaten to death by metal gula. Of course, in the Bai Gao Star, the remaining one is handed over to you to practice. I will destroy the main brain. Li Su said that the remaining metal gula was not killed, and it was specially left for Sun Wukong. Don't worry. Sun Wukong said, full of fighting intent, there is only one left, he can finally fight well. Li Su put his hand on Sun Wukong's shoulder, wrapped in a layer of white light, and the injuries on Sun Wukong's body were healed immediately, and his physical strength was completely restored. Thanks. Sun Wukong said excitedly. Li Su was about to fly towards the position of Bai Gao Star, when he suddenly felt that a powerful aura was approaching Namex, and glanced in that direction. Is it finally here? Li Su muttered, did not stay at the moment, and directly used teleportation to move over. The interior of the star is built like a mechanical castle. Li Su used teleportation to come directly to Bai Gao Star, and as soon as he appeared, he saw several metal gulas coming towards him. It even moves instantly. A few suddenly disappeared, and then appeared in front of him. If not for his speed much faster than metal gula, he really could have been hit. But even if he is hit by metal gula, it can't hurt him. Boom! 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 Li Su kicked several metal gulas who were besieging him with a few kicks. Now you can die in peace. Li Su turned his head to look at the main brain. The upper and lower parts were connected to the wire, and the middle head looked extremely disgusting. I won't throw in the towel. Gula roared, instantly forming a metal figure made up of wires. No matter how many times you are resurrected, I will kill you. Li Su said. One ripped off the wires that were wrapped around him, and with the other hand, he condensed a ball of energy and threw it towards the position of the main brain. Nope! Gula roared unwillingly, probably not stopping because of his unwillingness. Bang! The flames of the explosion completely drowned Gula. You should be dead this time. He also has a mission to complete. Killing the three father and son of Frisia can obtain high-level enlightenment plugins, but he can't let Gulagu survive. A new book is open. Dear visitors, ask for flowers, ask for monthly passes, ask for collections, ask for subscriptions. _ Philo reminds you, 3 things to read collect, push. Chapter 075. CT Sangtak Namex, a plane, where a spaceship landed. The door of the spaceship opened, a group of cosmic people came out of it, stood in 2 rows at the door, and a tall man slowly walked out. It was Kurd. King Kurd. 2 powerful chi were detected on the Nemesis and suddenly disappeared again. A cosmic man respectfully prayed. Leave them alone, you guys are scattering to find the Dragon Balls now, be sure to find all the Dragon Balls before Frisia arrives. Kurdish said. Since Frisia discovered them, they naturally discovered Kurd, and the 2 fathers and sons each have ghosts, and they are imperative to Dragon Ball, even if they kill each other. Yes, King Kurd. These cosmic people scattered into several squads and set off separately. In another part of Namex, Li Su found Sun Wukong after solving Gula. Gaku, Metal Gula was solved by you. Li Su said with some surprise. I was fighting, and he himself suddenly blew himself up. Sun Wukong said depressedly, he had not yet been addicted, and the opponent was suddenly gone. Li Su touched his nose awkwardly, he solved the main brain, how could the Metal Gula here still be alive? You should have felt that another powerful chi descended on Name Sing, followed by a powerful chi. Li Su said that he had roughly guessed who it was. Sun Wukong nodded solemnly. Let's hurry over now, and those miscellaneous soldiers will be handed over to Vic and Xiao Ai. Li Su said. Okay, but let me strike first this time. Sun Wukong said that he didn't want his opponent to be snatched away by Li Su again. No problem. Li Su said, but in the end he will definitely make a move, after all, he has to complete the task, anyway, Sun Wukong only needs to play well. The 2 of them did not use teleportation and flew directly towards the location of that powerful chi. Kurd was resting, waiting for his men to retrieve the Dragon Ball, when the combat power detector on his ear suddenly sounded, detecting that 2 people were approaching. It didn't take long for 2 figures to appear in front of him, it was Li Su and Sun Wukong. Diddy. Combat Effectiveness 5000. Diddy. Combat Power 3000. A brown-skinned minotaur next to Kurd tested the combat effectiveness of the 2, seeing that the battle between the 2 was only so little, a flash of disdain flashed in his eyes, he had 8000 combat power. King Kurdish, these 2 people should also come to grab the Dragon Ball, so they will be handed over to their subordinates. The Minotaur laughed cruelly. Go ahead, don't let them disturb me. Kurd waved his hand and said casually, holding a glass of red wine in his hand and tasting it carefully. It will be over soon and will not hurt you. The Minotaur said with a smile and pointed the laser gun in his hand at Sun Wukong. Shout! A laser shot towards Sun Wukong. When he was about to shoot Sun Wukong moved slightly, and then returned to the same place. The whole process was very fast, it looked like a laser passed through Sun Wukong's body, but it did not cause harm to Sun Wukong. What's going on? The Minotaur did not know why, and fired 2 shots in succession, still the same result. Stop playing, there will be stronger enemies to deal with later. Li Su said that he didn't want to waste time on these trash fish. Okay. Sun Wukong smiled, quickly moved to the Minotaur, and knocked the Minotaur unconscious with a punch. It seems that the strength is hidden. Kurdish was also a little moved at this time, but he was still not worried at all. Shout! 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 The few remaining cosmic people around Kurdish immediately flew over, ready to besiege Sun Wukong, but were beaten down by Sun Wukong several times. Now it's your turn. Sun Wukong looked at Kurd, full of fighting intent. Your strength is good, are you interested in being my subordinate? I can give you a planet. Kurdish said. Do it, I won't take someone else's planet. Sun Wukong frowned. Soon you will feel hopeless. Kurd said with a smile, and after speaking, he rushed towards Sun Wukong, followed by a long arrogance. Bang! Kurd punched Sun Wukong, but was grabbed by Sun Wukong, and the other hand also hit, and was also caught by Sun Wukong. Just when Sun Wukong was about to wrestle with the Kurds, Kurd pumped his tail on Sun Wukong's body and pumped Sun Wukong out. Bang bang! Several boulders were smashed in succession to stabilize his figure, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. 100 million combat power, I don't know if there is still a transformation. Li Su said darkly. In the original work, Kurd was easily killed by the future Trunks, and Li Su is not sure what the strength is, but Li Su guesses that Kurd is likely to have a stronger transformation. If the Kurds only have 100 million combat power, it is impossible to follow Frisia to Earth to take revenge. You must know that Frisia's combat power is more than 100 million points. Knowing that he can't fight, how can he come to die? Ugh! After stabilizing his figure, Sun Wukong drank loudly and transformed into a Super Saiyan. He had just broken through, and the movement was a little big when he transformed. Golden Saiyan? Gula was what you killed? Kurd's pupils shrank when he saw Sun Wukong's appearance, and he had always been very jealous of Golden Saiyans. I'm not the only Super Saiyan. Sun Wukong said, without explaining much to Kurd, directly attacked Kurd. Bang bang! After transforming into a Super Saiyan, Sun Wukong's combat power is as high as 1.5 billion, and Kurd is not an opponent at all, and after only a few rounds of fighting, he was punched by Sun Wukong several times. They can also bully opponents whose combat effectiveness is not comparable to theirs. Li Su shook his head. Although the strength of the Frozen Demon clan is strong, their control of Qi is rough. As long as the opponent's combat power is stronger than theirs, they basically can't fight. Boom! Sun Wukong smashed Kurd to the ground with another punch, and the ground broke like a spider's web, and the whole planet felt shaking. Ugh! After Kurd stood up, he roared angrily, the momentum on his body began to rise, the earth under his feet began to tremble, and small stones floated up. The strong wind spread out, and the trees were blown to the side. Sun Wukong watched from the sidelines, did not interrupt Kurd's transformation. He expected a stronger opponent. A new book is open. Dear visitors, ask for flowers, ask for monthly passes, ask for collections, ask for subscriptions. _ To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Philo JR.